Commander Rhyme's intervention was dangerous to Gravis' path. Gravis' will aura had already grown from the battle, but it hadn't grown nearly as much as normal. The fight had been difficult enough to give him a significant boost to his will aura. The fact that he had been under enough pressure to understand another law proved that fact. Yet, Commander Rhyme's intervention had nearly killed the feeling of danger. If Commander Rhyme had been ready to interfere with words, it wouldn't be illogical to assume that he would have also been prepared to intervene physically. This fact took away a large chunk of the feeling of danger. It didn't matter if Commander Rhyme had been willing to interfere physically or not. The feeling of the situation was all that counted when it concerned tempering. After Gravis had finished the fight, he almost felt like the danger he had been feeling just now was fake, even though it wasn't. This was the damage that someone could inflict by interfering in a fight. If such interventions happened more, the perceived feeling of danger would vanish and, along with it, the pressure. With no feeling of pressure or danger, Gravis wouldn't be able to temper his will aura anymore. This meant that his path to power would be destroyed. Because of these reasons, it was absolutely imperative that Gravis could never allow anyone to interfere. "Commander Rhyme," Gravis said with icy killing intent, "by interfering in my fight, you have endangered my path to power. In order to keep my path to power as pure as possible, I'm required to kill you now as an example to everyone else and myself. I can't allow anyone to interfere." The squad was shocked and confused as they heard Gravis' words. Yes, tempering was important, but the fight had made Gravis understand another law. Wasn't that the only thing that counted? Additionally, Gravis would have won either way. In their mind, Commander Rhyme's intervention appeared pointless and harmless. It was completely inconsequential. The Badger could understand Gravis' reason and mindset, but he also believed that Gravis was taking this situation way too seriously. If Commander Rhyme had actually saved Gravis' life, this would be a different story. But he hadn't accomplished anything with his intervention. Just like the squad, the Badger thought of the intervention as inconsequential. Commander Rhyme shivered when he heard those words. "What are you saying?" Commander Rhyme asked calmly but in confusion. "I only wanted to save your life since you are such a valuable asset to us. I acknowledge that I shouldn't have interfered, but nothing happened in the end. I only wanted to save your life." "I know that," Gravis said coldly, surprising everyone. If Gravis understood, then why was he so filled with hatred? Why was he so hellbent on killing Commander Rhyme? The commander only wanted to help Gravis. "I know that you only wanted to protect me, but with your well-meant actions, you have taken a lot of the feeling of danger out of my fight," Gravis said with narrowed eyes. "My path to power must remain as pure as possible, and if I don't wipe away this stain on its purity with all my power, it will forever remain there. If I don't kill you now, the next time something like this happens, I might also decide not to kill the intervening beast, and I can't allow that to happen. This is a slippery slope, and as soon as I allow the first stain to remain, the next ones will follow and will become even harder to remove. Your intentions had been kind, but you are still responsible for the actions you have done. This is an unfortunate situation, but my path to power is the most important thing in my life together with my family," Gravis said coldly as he summoned his saber. Gravis Lightning agreed with his words. Commander Rhyme had stepped too close to it without its permission, which made it furious. After all, lightning lashed out at everything that came too close. The surroundings turned gray again as Gravis' will aura had become even more powerful than before. It was not only more powerful, but a full level of the level suppression had vanished. Right now, Gravis' will aura was powerful enough to suppress a level 4 king to a powerful degree. Even the Badger felt himself get suppressed, but not nearly as much as Commander Rhyme. "Gravis," the Badger said with a threatening tone, "I understand your feelings, but I can't allow you to fight Commander Rhyme for only this reason. Bzzzzzzz. A lightning bomb appeared and was absorbed by the saber. Then Gravis looked at the Badger. "My path to power is more important than anything," Gravis said coldly. "I don't like killing or mindless slaughter, but if something stands between me and my goal, I will eradicate it." "Gravis!" the Badger shouted again with anger in his voice. If you attack Commander Rhyme right now, you will be a traitor to the land beasts. There are rules that you need to follow. My path is more important than any camp or any rules. Commander Rhyme will die today, and if I am fated to be branded as a traitor to the land beasts, then so be it, Gravis said with a powerful voice that showed his conviction. The badger couldn't believe what he had heard right now. Did Gravis just say that he would turn traitor? Hadn't he just killed several traitors and unmasked even more? Was Gravis insane? These were not the thoughts of a rational beast. Commander Rhyme's emotions and mind were going crazy. He had never seen Gravis as his enemy. He even went as far as to bend the rules to interfere in one of his fights. Commander Rhyme had been prepared for any kind of punishment if that meant keeping such a valuable asset as Gravis safe. Yet exactly this beast was about to kill him? What was happening? Was this a nightmare? Error. The earth moved, and the badger appeared between Gravis and Commander Rhyme. I won't allow this, he shouted with power. If you decide to attack, I will declare you a traitor to the land beasts and will execute you right here. Gravis didn't want to become a traitor. His children's mother was the Empress of the Icy Pride Empire, who was part of the land beasts. Additionally, the Empress and the Grand Elder were beasts that Gravis considered as good friends. On top of that, the badger, the Empress, and the Grand Elder had helped him a lot. Yet, Gravis' path was more important than all the beasts in this world, except his children. Gravis' heart pained as he thought about having to kill the Empress, the Grand Elder, the badger, and many other beasts he knew in the future. If there were any other way, Gravis would take it. But if there were no other way, then Gravis would kill the Empress, the Grand Elder, the badger, and every other beast. His heart would tear apart, but he would do it regardless. This wouldn't be the first time he would kill someone that he didn't want to kill. Gravis had killed the squads from the Lightning Guild in the lower world after Gorn's death. He never wanted to kill them, but he had done it regardless. Gravis had also killed Wendy, even though he didn't want to. Another example was the group of Wind Disciples in the Heavens Trial. Gravis never wanted to kill any one of these people, but to continue on his path to power, he had done so regardless. Gravis readied himself to charge forward with cold eyes as the badger gritted his teeth due to the ridiculousness of the situation. Would he really need to kill one of their most valuable assets? As the fight was about to start, the tension and frustration in the air became thicker and thicker. There was no way out. The atmosphere became heavier and heavier. The squad was becoming increasingly nervous as beasts beyond their power were about to clash. Commander Rhyme obviously wasn't a traitor, and neither was Gravis. Yet, those two loyal beasts were about to kill each other, and Gravis would also be treated as a traitor. Wouldn't this be even worse than if the plans of the two dead traitors had succeeded? If the plan had succeeded, Gravis would be dead. But if Gravis won against the badger and Commander Rhyme, this powerful asset would join the sea beasts. I accept the duel, Commander Rhyme suddenly said quietly, eliciting shocked gazes from everyone. What are you saying, Commander? The badger asked with anger. You have only committed a small mistake. Yes, some kind of punishment should be issued, but that is not enough to execute you. Gravis is the irrational one here. Just because you don't understand my reasoning doesn't make it irrational, badger, Gravis commented icily. My path to power is more important than anything, and if you shared a similar sentiment, maybe you would have already become an emperor. How dare you? The badger shouted angrily at Gravis. I'm giving everything for our icy pride empire. I'm not as fragile and immature as someone who immediately kills a beast that wanted to save their life. Like you. That's exactly what I meant, Gravis said. If you put more importance on your own power instead of your contributions, you would already be an emperor. Don't stamp something as irrational just because you don't have the willpower to do the same. Stop, Commander Rhyme shouted. I've already accepted the duel. With this, Gravis will not be a traitor, even if he kills me. The badger gnashed his teeth in frustration. And you expect me to just watch as you're being goaded into a fight you can't win? If you really wanted to take this fight, sure, I have no issues there, but you have been forced into this fight. How can I be happy with myself when I let a comrade willingly kill themselves for such a stupid reason? Gravis only looked coldly at Commander Rhyme. Gravis understood very well that Commander Rhyme had only wanted the best. Commander Rhyme was so fiercely loyal to the land beasts that he had been willing to receive punishment for saving a powerful asset. Additionally, now, Commander Rhyme was even willing to lay down his life to allow Gravis to remain inside the ranks of the land beasts. Gravis hated the current situation. He didn't enjoy killing, and he also didn't want to kill Commander Rhyme at all. Commander Rhyme had only had good intentions by helping Gravis, so much so that the goodness in his intentions even became self-sacrificing. Such a powerful conviction to sacrifice one's life for a bigger purpose was something Gravis could respect deeply. Yet, even though Gravis didn't want this at all, sometimes it's necessary to do something that went against one's heart when trying to achieve a goal. Becoming powerful was inherently a very selfish act, even if the person or beast might have a selfless goal. In order to become powerful, the being in question needed to kill others and trample upon their dreams and desires. Gravis hated this part about becoming powerful, but he had long realized that doing such things was necessary to make his path to power as secure as possible. Were there other ways to supreme power? Of course. The Badger and Commander Rhyme had become powerful kings without having to do such things. Yet how long would that work? At some point, selfish beings would triumph over selfless beings. Gravis didn't like this reality, but that didn't change it. The more powerful one became, the more necessary it was to sacrifice things for power. If Gravis only had the goal to become an emperor, he wouldn't need to kill Commander Rhyme. Yet what of the higher world? What of the highest world? One had to remember the cruel fact that Gravis' power was still in the first half of all the available realms. He hadn't even reached the halfway point. Inquisitor, Commander Rhyme said slowly with a bitter smile, I have dedicated my whole life to the land beasts. Yet, my goal is not to make the land beasts powerful but to kill all the sea beasts. If, by sacrificing my life, I manage to keep a more powerful enemy of the sea beasts than me alive, I'm willing to do it. Inquisitor, Commander Rhyme said again as he looked at the Badger with conviction. Gravis will be able to kill more powerful sea beasts than me. If you really cared so much about the land beasts, you should be able to judge Gravis' worth in comparison to mine. The Badger gritted his teeth violently. The Badger was also fiercely loyal to the land beasts, and the main reason why he became an Inquisitor was to protect his comrades from traitors. Falling at the hands of your companion was the most bitter death the Badger could imagine. Because of that mindset, the Badger became so incredibly furious with Gravis. Gravis was their comrade. Yet, he would kill one of his companions without the companion agreeing to it. Yes, Commander Rhyme had accepted the duel with his words, but he obviously had been forced into the decision. If no one forced him, he would never give his life like this. How was Gravis any different from a traitor? This was where the morals of beasts clashed. Both of them had the same goal but different ways and mindsets to achieve it. Commander Rhyme thought about the cold reality and facts. Mathematically, Gravis was worth more to the land beasts than him. With his fierce loyalty and mindset, Commander Rhyme could accept giving his life for that. In comparison, the Badger thought more about the emotional impact that such a decision would have. One of their most outstanding and hard-working companions, an idol that every beast should aspire to be, would die to one of his comrades without having done anything with malicious intent. Who was right? Who was wrong? The answer was, no one. Morality and goals were all subjective. There was no objective morality that everyone could agree upon. Because of that, right and wrong, good and bad didn't exist. The worlds were only a conglomerate of different ideologies mixing and crashing together. It was impossible to discern any kind of objective morality from that chaotic swirl. You don't need to do this, the Badger said with compassion to Commander Rhyme. You are not the responsible one for this situation, and you should also not be the one to pay for it. I know, Commander Rhyme said, but I have made my choice. If I refused, we too would have a very high chance of defeating and killing Gravis. In a weird sense, instead of my life being in his hands, his life is actually in my control. I am the weaker one, but my decision can decide if he dies or lives. You should realize that I'm not the one without any power, but the one with all the power right now. And I decide to lay down my life for the land beasts, Commander Rhyme said. The badger's frustration broke through the roof. He had the power to prevent such injustice from happening, but he just couldn't do it. His morality said that what Gravis was doing was wrong, but his morality also said that it was up to Commander Rhyme to do with his life whatever he wanted. No matter what the badger chose, he would have to break part of his own morality. Gravis, Commander Rhyme said as he turned to Gravis. Today, I give my life for your path of power. Yet, I implore you to stay with the land beasts and fight the sea beasts. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Gravis closed his eyes for a bit, but his spirit still kept watch over his surroundings. Then he took a deep breath and opened them again. If there is a time in the future when the land beasts do something that would normally make me abandon them, I will give them a second chance. This is all I can do, Gravis said. Commander Rhyme sighed. It was not as much as he wanted, but it was something. At least, with his death, he would keep Gravis from defecting now and once again in the future. That's enough for me, Commander Rhyme said as he readied himself for a fight. You can come whenever you want. The badger wrung with himself but moved out of the way regardless. Goodbye, Commander Rhyme. I regret doing this, Gravis said as he readied his saber. I'm not that weak that I would simply fall over and die. You have to earn your victory, Commander Rhyme shouted. Gravis landed on the ground. The present beasts weren't sure what he was doing. Why did he suddenly land? Bang! Gravis used his pulse to increase his body's power while he moved all his remaining power into his lightning. This was the fastest Gravis could go. With him being a level 2 king now, his speed was even faster than a level 5 king. Commander Rhyme couldn't even react to such a ridiculous instantaneous acceleration. Gravis closed in and swung his saber. Boom! The fully powered lightning crescent hit Commander Rhyme on the head. In the end, Commander Rhyme had been able to react and evade, but Gravis' will aura suppressed his speed to such a degree that it didn't matter. The explosion shook the surroundings and bolts of lightning flew into the distance uncontrollably. It was pure destruction. Commander Rhyme had died in one strike. Meanwhile, Gravis gritted his teeth in frustration. I didn't want to do this, he muttered angrily as all the lightning gathered and transformed back to himself. Bang! The surroundings exploded as earth shot throughout the horizons. How dare you! The badger shouted in uncontrollable fury. You say that you didn't want to do this? You kill one of my companions and say that you didn't want to do this? You had a choice. If you genuinely didn't want to do this, you would have decided against doing it. Gravis remained calm as he turned his gaze to the Inquisitor. You are right, Gravis said. I had a choice. Some beasts might blame the circumstances and say that they were forced to do this, but that is not the case. I had a choice. The Inquisitor gritted his teeth as his frustration became so powerful that he even injured his gums by gritting them so hard. Then how dare you say that you didn't want to do this? Because I had to, Gravis said. I could have let him live and let bygones be bygones. In my opinion, Commander Rhyme didn't deserve to die for this. Usually, I judge situations based on the beast's intentions rather than their actions. If they intend to hurt me, it doesn't matter if they actually manage to hurt me or not. They are an enemy in my mind. Yet I haven't done that in this case, Gravis explained. Because it suits your selfish goal? The badger asked with disdain. Yes, Gravis said, surprising the Inquisitor. The goal to reach supreme power is inherently selfish. We kill others to become more powerful. Yet, this goal is more important to me than my morality. In order to achieve this goal, millions of innocents have died under my hand, Gravis said as he thought back to the apocalypse he had wrought when he had fought the lower heaven. I don't want to kill beings that have done nothing to me, but if that is necessary to become powerful, I will do so regardless. I avoid killing friendly and innocent beings, but to keep my path to power alive, I need to do so regardless. I have a choice, Gravis said. And the choice is to choose between killing no one and remaining weak or kill everyone that is a danger to my path. I have chosen power, and I am fully committed to this path. If it is necessary, I am even ready to kill my companions. My goal is more important than nearly everything else. Nearly? The Inquisitor asked with a cold voice. Yes, if I had to choose between my close family and supreme power, I wouldn't know what I would choose, Gravis said. You value your family more than your companions? The Inquisitor asked with confusion and disdain. To beasts, family was irrelevant. So what if they shared their blood? They hadn't fought together with them, and they had no feelings for each other. Companions have proven their loyalty by fighting alongside one for the same goal. That was why companions were more important to beasts than family. To me, my close family is just as important as my goal, Gravis said. Our values do not match and we won't find a middle ground, Inquisitor. Instead of continuing this discussion, we should return to the Empress. She will judge this situation, Gravis said. The Inquisitor furrowed his brows. You do realize that, even though Commander Rhyme has accepted the duel, you have still committed an act of betrayal? If you return to the Empress, you will be executed as a traitor. Though you don't have a choice. I will drag you to the Empress regardless. Gravis closed his eyes and shook his head lightly. Inquisitor, you don't realize the way the world of leaders works. These words made the Inquisitor angry again. And what, pray tell, is the way of the leaders? He asked with disdain. Sentient beings have created rules to serve the greater collective and their goal, Gravis said. The Empress has made the rules for our icy pride empire. Yet, in front of her, the rules don't matter. She has decided the rules based on her own mindset and goals. And if breaking the rules helps her to achieve that goal, she won't have an issue in breaking them. The Badger refused to believe something like that, but before he could answer, Gravis continued. Commander Rhyme has realized this truth. As his title says, Commander Rhyme was a commander, which is a position of leadership. He has realized this truth and knew that I wouldn't be executed. If he hadn't realized this truth, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. After all, if the Empress executed me, his sacrifice would become meaningless to the land beasts. You are not a leader, Inquisitor, so you can't see the world from the viewpoint of a leader, Gravis explained. That is wrong, the Inquisitor shouted. In the end, Commander Rhyme has sacrificed his life to uphold the rules. If he didn't accept the duel, you would be breaking the rules and would become a traitor. Breaking the rules is not what makes a traitor, Inquisitor, Gravis said. The intentions of the beast and its loyalty decide if someone is a traitor or not. I have no intention of betraying the land beasts, and I will continue to help them. There is a famous saying, Inquisitor, rules are dead, and beasts are alive. Even if Commander Rhyme hadn't accepted the duel, I would still not be branded as a traitor by the Empress. My reasoning is understandable, and she will be willing to accommodate it to keep me as an asset to the Empire. Of course, I will still receive some sort of punishment in the end, but it will not be anything like execution. As for your claim that Commander Rhyme wanted to keep up the rules, that is also incorrect. Don't forget that Commander Rhyme has broken the rules first by interfering in my fight. He knew fully well that he broke the rules and would be punished, but for the greater good in his mind, he decided to do this regardless. As a leader, he has seen that breaking the rules would do more good than bad for the land beasts if he managed to save my life by doing so. Sadly, in the end, his interference had been unnecessary, which made the gains void while making the consequences heavier. Yet, instead of backpedaling on his choice, he doubled down and gained something out of it regardless. Gravis looked evenly into the Inquisitor's eyes. He was willing to break the rules for the greater good, and that's what made him an outstanding leader. The Inquisitor was furious as he listened to Gravis. He saw sense in what Gravis was saying, but it was frustrating to acknowledge. Had his loyalty been incorrect? He had always followed the rules in the past and believed them to be the correct path. Yet, when Gravis said that the Empress made the rules, his conviction was shaken. The Empress had made the rules, and if she decided to, she could also change them. Surprisingly, after some seconds, the Inquisitor's mindset changed. Yes, he shouldn't follow the rules but act like Commander Rhyme. Commander Rhyme had broken the rules for the greater good. In the end, the rules only served the greater good, and this greater good was the survival of the Icy Pride Empire. Doing what is right for the Empire was more important than upholding the rules. "You are correct," the Inquisitor said with a cold voice. "I shouldn't follow the rules but do what I think would be best for the greater good of the Empire." Gravis remained silent. Bang! Shing! 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 An unreal amount of spikes came from behind Gravis and penetrated his entire body, making him spit out blood. "With your mindset, you will be a danger to the Empire in the future. Because of that, I will break the rules today and kill you," the Inquisitor shouted. Gravis only looked evenly at the Inquisitor as over 10 earth spears came out of his body. Instead of seeing the fear or shock that the Inquisitor had expected to see in Gravis' eyes, he only saw calm. This was not the look of someone that was about to die. This was the look of someone that was in control of the situation. "So that is your choice," Gravis transmitted calmly. "But it doesn't matter. I don't leave things open to chance. Just stay here. In 4 hours, I will return and kill you." Bang! Then, Gravis' body exploded into a bit of lightning. Yet, this wasn't nearly as much lightning as he should have had. This was only as much lightning as a level 1 king would have. The Inquisitor immediately exploded with anger. "Gravis!" he shouted into the horizons with fury. The Inquisitor had just made a difficult choice. He had decided to break the rules for the first time in his life for the greater good. Yet, just like Commander Rhymes' initial intervention, his gains had become void. However, he had already committed to his choice and he couldn't back out now. Gravis must die. The Inquisitor hadn't intended to fight Gravis directly. Fighting him directly gave Gravis a chance to survive and become even more powerful. The Inquisitor was sure that he was more powerful than Gravis, but he couldn't leave anything up to chance. He had to kill Gravis no matter what. It was for the greater good of the Icy Pride Empire. Yet, Gravis seemed to have already anticipated that the Inquisitor would attack him. The control of the situation had escaped the Inquisitor's grasp, and now, he either had to find Gravis or wait for him here. Then, they would fight under Gravis' conditions, not his. "How?" the Inquisitor said to himself in rage, making the watching squad fearful of the future. They had no idea what they should do. On the one hand, Gravis had been willing to go to the Empress and confess to his actions. This didn't make him a traitor. On the other hand, the Inquisitor had only wanted to protect the Icy Pride Empire from danger. Gravis' conduct and mindset didn't fit the usual beast and left a lot of room for uncertainty. The beasts weren't able to judge his personality based on their own experiences since Gravis simply didn't act like a beast. What were they supposed to do? None of the two beasts were in the wrong here. Without a leader among the squad, they couldn't decide on a course of action. Should they help the Inquisitor and inform the defensive line? If they did that and Gravis managed to kill the Inquisitor, they would be next. Should they help Gravis and report this to an emperor in one of the close empires so that they could intervene? If the Inquisitor saw them doing that, he might double down on his actions and kill them so that no one could stop him from eradicating the danger to the Icy Pride Empire. It didn't matter what they chose. Both choices could lead to their deaths. So, in the end, they made the only correct choice, which was to not choose at all. They would simply stay here and do absolutely nothing. This was the only way they could guarantee their survival. The Inquisitor looked with anger at the squad, making them fear for their lives. Yet, the Inquisitor quickly looked away, closed his eyes, and shook his head violently. "What have I just done?" the Inquisitor thought with shock and pain. "I have just considered killing these members of our empire to secure my opportunity to kill the traitor. They have done nothing wrong and have only been pulled into this situation. Killing them wouldn't make me any better than the traitor." The Inquisitor thought back to his interactions with Gravis over the past minutes. When had Gravis managed to escape? The Inquisitor had kept a close watch on him. So when had Gravis replaced himself with a copy of himself? The Inquisitor couldn't be faulted for not noticing how and when Gravis had left. The Inquisitor had seen that Gravis could transform into lightning, but he hadn't known about Gravis' ability to split into multiple versions of his. He couldn't have possibly anticipated something like that. The lightning bolts after the explosion, the Inquisitor realized with widened eyes. Back then, I only thought that this was part of his attack, but most of his power must have been gathered into one of the lightning bolts that shot into the distance. I don't have an affinity for lightning, so I can't judge the power of the lightning accurately. So that's how he managed to flee. The Inquisitor felt incredible frustration as he realized that he had never been in control of the situation. It didn't matter what he chose. Gravis would have survived anyway. Additionally, they had talked for so long that Gravis had easily escaped the range of his senses. Now it was all up to Gravis. He said that he would return in about 4 hours. Even though I despise him, I am certain that he wouldn't lie about something like this, the Inquisitor thought. Then, the Inquisitor's eyes narrowed as a cold gleam could be seen in them. Fine, I'll wait, he thought with battle intent. Meanwhile, Gravis was many kilometers away. Had Gravis known that the Inquisitor would attack him? No. According to Gravis's guesses about the Inquisitor's personality, he had judged that he probably wouldn't attack him. Yet, Gravis had felt a feeling of danger from the Inquisitor ever since Gravis had said that he would kill Commander Rhyme. In the minutes after killing Jesse but before confronting Commander Rhyme, Gravis had felt no such feeling from the Inquisitor. Yet, as soon as Gravis announced his decision, the Inquisitor started radiating an intense feeling of danger. Gravis had just understood the law of danger, and by understanding it, he also knew what it did. The law of danger would inform Gravis of any potential danger to his life, just like its name suggested. In order to judge something as dangerous or not dangerous, the law of danger took 2 criteria into account. First one was the power of the being or force. If someone weren't powerful enough to be a threat to Gravis' life, they wouldn't be a danger. The other one was the intent of the being or force. If someone had no malicious intentions towards Gravis, they also wouldn't be a danger. Only when the being or force was powerful enough to be a threat to Gravis and had malicious intentions would the law of danger inform Gravis. In his fight against Jesse, her copies had not been a danger to him since they were too weak. Because of that, the law of danger had only been triggered by her true body. In terms of combat usage, the law of danger would help Gravis locate his enemies and see through any feints. If an attack looked powerful but was only there to force Gravis to move in a different direction, Gravis would be able to know that now. Additionally, if the enemy appeared helpless but had a powerful trump card, Gravis would also know that. However, in comparison to the law of suppression, Gravis was sure that the law of danger wasn't nearly as rare. A law was the understanding of a concept, and to understand such a concept, one needed to have a lot of experience with it. Every being at Gravis level had had a plethora of encounters with danger. Gravis guessed that, besides elemental laws, the law of danger was probably one of the most common ones. For some time, this law will help me immensely in fights, but as my realm increases, more and more beasts will have knowledge about this law, Gravis thought. If they know how it works, they can probably also use my own law of danger against me. They could unleash an attack just barely powerful enough to injure me to make me evade, and then use an even more powerful attack. I need to be careful. Found it, Gravis suddenly thought as his train of thought had been interrupted by something he noticed with his spirit sense. A large vein of high-rank nascent nourishing or Gravis had already decided that he would fight the Inquisitor. This fight would probably be just as hard or even harder than his fight against Jesse, but it was still winnable, in his opinion. Yet, he needed a powerful set of armor and weapons first. That was why he had left. He wanted to find some powerful ore and upgrade his arsenal. Additionally, smelting and forging such powerful ore took up a large amount of energy from him. If he did that during the fight, he would undoubtedly die. To have a chance against the Inquisitor, he needed to forge his armor and weapons before the fight. After summoning the ore into his spirit space, Gravis quickly went to forging his equipment. There was no reason to waste any time. After nearly 4 hours, Gravis was finished with his preparations and back in his peak condition. He had used up all the ore that he had found and transformed it all into equipment. Gravis knew that this fight would be different from his fight with Jesse. Jesse had been a beast with a darkness affinity, which meant that she mainly used evasion, stealth, and hidden attacks as her weapons. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor was a beast with the earth affinity. Gravis' fight with Jesse had been a battle of detection, strategy, and evasion, while this battle would be a direct clash. Beasts with the Earth affinity were one of the slowest ones, and together with Gravis' law of suppression, the Inquisitor's speed would be even further lowered. Gravis definitely had the speed advantage in this fight. Normally, such an advantage would guarantee victory for Gravis, but the Inquisitor surely had an incredible defense. Gravis thought back to his fight with the Golden Dragon and realized that the fight would probably go similarly. Back then, Gravis had had huge issues with trying to injure the Golden Dragon, even with his lightning crescent. This time, it wouldn't be any different. Gravis' biggest issue would be to penetrate the Inquisitor's powerful defense. Right now, Gravis was a bit uncertain deep inside. He had barely won against an average beast 3 levels higher than him, but the Inquisitor was not an average beast. He was definitely one of the more powerful ones. Gravis quickly shook his head to regain his bearings. If I die, so be it. Not everyone reaches the peak. If I pull back from a winnable fight, I might decide to pull back from the next fights as well. If I do that, my path to power might come to an end, and I will remain forever in this world, Gravis said to himself with battle intent. Let's see how this goes. With that said, Gravis flew in the direction of the Inquisitor. Gravis was as prepared as he could be, and there was no reason to waste any more time. After a couple of minutes, Gravis entered the range of the Inquisitor's senses, who narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, he has kept to his word. Today you will die, traitor, the Inquisitor thought coldly. Instead of flying towards Gravis, the Inquisitor simply waited at his spot. Currently, the Inquisitor stood upon a mighty mountain that hadn't been there before. Obviously, the Inquisitor had prepared that mountain beforehand. Gravis was not the only one who could prepare for an upcoming fight. After some seconds, Gravis stopped a couple of kilometers in front of the Inquisitor and watched him with a severe gaze. This was no longer a companion but a powerful enemy. So you have arrived to, bang! Gravis shot forward with his full speed and attacked the Inquisitor immediately with his saber, forcing the Inquisitor to abort his speech. There was no reason to waste any time talking. Due to the speed difference, Gravis arrived at the Inquisitor's side so fast that he nearly couldn't react. Yet, the Inquisitor was not some greenhouse flower. He had been through his fair share of life and death situations, and he would never let his guard down. Bang! Hum! The Inquisitor immediately transformed into his true size, which was an incredible 50 kilometers long. This was the biggest beast Gravis had ever fought. After that, without any pause, some earth from the mountain below the Inquisitor rose into the air to surround him. In almost an instant, his whole body was encased inside a ball of hardened earth. Hum! Gravis' will aura destroyed the will upon the earth, making it unable to do anything else than defend. The Inquisitor became shocked when he realized that he had lost control over the earth shield. Arrrrrrr! Gravis' saber dug deep into the earth shield, creating an ear-grating sound that shook the surroundings. Even with using all his powers, Gravis only barely managed to get the tip of his saber through the earth shield, but that was all that he needed. The saber's tip inside the earth shield exploded with lightning as a lightning crescent shot out of it. The eyes of the Inquisitor widened as he felt the power of the approaching attack. Boom! The earth sphere exploded as chunks of it shot into the distance, breaking mountains, trees, and ground. Some chunks barely missed the watching squad, who immediately realized that they were still too close to the fight. The watching squad immediately retreated several more kilometers for safety reasons. Bang! Another explosion of lightning appeared immediately below Gravis as he shot towards the Inquisitor again. The shock wave of the lightning crescent had thrown him away, but he immediately closed the distance again. In no time at all, Gravis closed in on the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor had barely managed to turn his side towards the approaching lightning crescent. Thanks to his powerful defense, he managed to survive. This had been a fully powered lightning crescent that included Gravis Pulse. Only beasts with an earth affinity or metal affinity could survive such a direct hit. Yet, the Inquisitor had not escaped the situation without some major injuries. From his right front leg, only a bone and some shreds of flesh remained. His right back leg had a major part of it burned off and parts of his bones showed there. The right half of his torso was also exposed as the skin, and huge areas of flesh had been burned away. Gravis didn't want to give the Inquisitor any chances to recover. Gravis had been able to get him by surprise, and that tactic wouldn't work a second time. This was his best chance to win the fight. Bang! Suddenly, Gravis jumped to the side without warning. The dodge had been so abrupt that it couldn't possibly have been planned. Xing! A powerful force pulled Gravis to the ground, and at his old position, a thin spire of earth shot into the sky. This spire had appeared so incredibly quickly that Gravis hadn't even been able to keep track of its rise. To him, it looked like the spire had just appeared out of nowhere. Its speed had been absolutely terrifying. Gravis had aborted his attack and decided to dodge due to his law of danger warning him. It had told him that if he continued his attack, he would die. Due to the feeling of danger, Gravis dodged without even thinking about it, and that action had saved his life. The Inquisitor gritted his teeth as he realized that Gravis had managed to dodge his most powerful attack against all odds. The law of danger, he thought with anger. So that's how he managed to find Jesse's true body. This will be troublesome. Meanwhile, Gravis was circling the Inquisitor. The force of attraction has vanished, Gravis thought as he remembered the force that pulled him to the ground just now. It felt similar to gravity, but it didn't feel quite the same. I also doubt that a king would be able to gain insights into the laws of gravity. Such a thing is way too advanced for our realm. This means that this is some kind of law of attraction or connection or something like that. If it were a law of gravity, I would still feel the force now. This force probably only works as long as I don't touch the ground. Gravis quickly thought as he analyzed his opponent's powers. Additionally, that Earth Spire had been too fast to be just a regular law. Such an insane speed and power couldn't come from just one law, Gravis thought. Gravis was right. What made the Inquisitor such an outstanding level 5 king? Was it the number of laws that he understood? No, the Inquisitor had comprehended 5 laws, which was a slight bit above average for a level 5 king. So why was he so powerful? The reason for that was which laws he had understood. The opposer had told Gravis that laws could be categorized, and one needed to understand several smaller laws to combine them into a bigger law. The Inquisitor was so powerful because he had comprehended a low-rank law, which required one to comprehend several initial laws first. His law of earth movement, earth spire, and earth vibration combined into one single law, which was the law of the spire. This law increased his attacking power and attack speed to an insane degree. Additionally, using the law didn't use up as much energy as one would believe. This law was the Inquisitor's most powerful weapon, but he could use it several times, making it even more dangerous. Bang! Gravis immediately stopped and turned around as another spire shot out in front of him with ridiculous speed. He might be slower than me, but his attack speed is definitely much faster, Gravis thought. Earth rose again as it created another shield around the Inquisitor. Additionally, the shield blocked Gravis' spirit sense and made him unable to observe the Inquisitor. Bang! Gravis dodged to the side as another spire shot out of the Inquisitor's shield. The Inquisitor had taken Gravis' law of danger into account and wanted to unleash an attack from somewhere else. If Gravis had only paid attention to the ground, he would be dead right now. Gravis circled the earth shield as he tried to think of a strategy. Now I can't even get close to him. If I get too close to the earth shield, I won't have enough time to evade such a spire. Fuck. This really is like the Golden Dragon back then. Gravis continued to circle the earth shield with his superior speed. Acceleration took way more energy than stopping or keeping the speed going, which was why he didn't stop. Yet, Gravis was still continually using up some energy to keep the law of lightning speed going. He wasn't using it to its full effect, but he needed to use it to uphold his speed advantage. Additionally, he used the pulse to give his body a boost for every step. Time passed, and fewer attacks came from the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor saw that Gravis was using a law to keep his speed going, and he was sure that Gravis would run out of energy first. After all, there was a difference of 3 levels between them. Of course, the Inquisitor didn't know that Gravis was a human, which meant that his energy storage was way larger than a beast's. Yet, Even this advantage couldn't fully close the gap of 3 levels. The Inquisitor also didn't know that Gravis' pulse wasn't using up nearly as much energy as one thought. Yet, according to Gravis' calculations, he would still run out of energy first if this situation continued. The Inquisitor was only keeping his shield going, which was obviously also a law, while Gravis had to keep moving at high speed. Gravis was sure that he was using more energy than the Inquisitor. I need to change my approach, Gravis thought with a cold look in his eyes. If this continues, I will be a sitting duck. Bang! Suddenly, Gravis turned and shot directly at the Earth shield. Bang! A spire shot out of the shield, directly towards Gravis. Luckily, Gravis' law of danger didn't disappoint him, and he managed to dodge. Yet, due to that, the distance between him and the Earth shield increased again. Even though Gravis had to dodge diagonally backward, the spire was still there, and Gravis immediately cut it off with his saber. Then, he started circling the Earth shield again. You're growing desperate, the Inquisitor thought coldly. Why else would Gravis want to make such a risky maneuver? Did he want to waste the Inquisitor's energy? He was welcome to try that. There was a gap of 3 levels between them, and no matter what Gravis did, he wouldn't be able to close the distance with such a major disadvantage. Bang! Gravis did the same thing again, and everything repeated itself. Then it happened another time. More earth rose from the ground to supplement the Earth shield. As long as the Inquisitor kept using the earth on his Earth shield, he would need to refill it regularly. Otherwise, his Earth shield would become too weak to resist another all-out attack from Gravis. Gravis' eyes glimmered when he saw that. Sure enough, he refilled his Earth shield. Yet, this uses even more energy than simply keeping it going in a passive state. If this continues, I might be able to make him exhaust his energy first. This act of aggression happened again and again over the next hour. During that hour, Gravis managed to involuntarily increase his dodging capability even further. Every spire was incredibly fast and lethal, and he couldn't allow himself to get hit even once. Luckily for Gravis, his concentration was able to keep up with the stressful situation. If he hadn't trained his concentration with his father back then, he would feel incredibly exhausted right now. The battle strength of kings is definitely much higher than the battle strength of lords, Gravis thought. Without my powerful law of suppression, the spires would be too fast for me to react to. Additionally, without my law of danger, I also wouldn't be able to dodge. Sure enough, if I hadn't fought against Jesse, I wouldn't even have a chance in this fight. It was the correct decision to not waste a tempering opportunity. Gravis closed in again. Bang! A spire shot out of the shield, and Gravis dodged backwards. But suddenly, his law of danger screamed at him. Several spots around and below him radiated incredible danger at the same time. He was in the middle of a field of spires that were about to explode out of the ground, and Gravis knew that his speed wasn't fast enough to evade. The ground exploded with spires, but Gravis had been prepared for this situation. Right now, he no longer stood on the ground, but he was also not flying in the sky. Gravis stood upon a stacked pillar of shields, which he had summoned beneath him. The ear-grating sound of a spire rapidly tearing through the shields could be heard. The shields were powerful enough to withstand a powerful attack from a level 5 king, but the attacking power of the spires was just unreal. The spire destroyed a total of 13 shields, which was an incredible number. Gravis only had 21 of them prepared. This meant that this single spire had destroyed over half of his shields. Bang! The fragments of the destroyed shields shot into the distance, punching through mountains on the horizon as the pillar of unharmed shields shot violently into the sky. The formation arrays on them, which increased the backlash, stacked and shot Gravis into the sky faster than he had ever moved before. Gravis' insides shook, and his mind blanked with pain. The acceleration was so rapid and intense that some of his organs ruptured. Right now, Gravis was only alive because of his modified torso. After mere seconds, Gravis had reached a height of over 1,000 kilometers, which demonstrated the backlash's intensity. Gravis had never been so high in the sky before, but he couldn't waste his time watching his surroundings. The force of attraction has not acted upon me yet, Gravis thought in a rare moment of calm. This means that I have escaped the domain of the law. If I directly go down, the force of the law will pull me in with a ridiculous amount of force. Gravis quickly moved in an arc and shot diagonally to the ground so that he didn't enter the domain of the mountain. Yet, as soon as Gravis was 500 kilometers above the ground, he felt the force of attraction pulling him down. Gravis was shocked since he shouldn't be closer to the mountain than initially. Yet, this distance was barely enough for him to see what was going on below him. Gravis' eyes widened as he accelerated towards the ground. The Inquisitor had moved the mountain. Gravis had been sure that the Inquisitor had prepared that mountain beforehand, and moving such a huge manifestation of a law should cost an unreal amount of energy. Yet, the Inquisitor had decided to do that regardless. Apparently, he was no longer content with remaining passive. The Inquisitor probably realized that Gravis wasn't using as much energy as he had expected, which made him decide to commit to this attack. The force of attraction made Gravis accelerate to the ground rapidly. Luckily, the acceleration wasn't as abrupt as the backlash from his pillar of shields. Because of that, his body was able to adapt to the new speed. This force of attraction was generated by the law of Earth connection, which forced the user and others to keep a constant connection with the ground. As long as someone was in the air above the mountain, the law of Earth connection would pull them downwards with incredible force. Of course, there was a range limit. This law was the bane of beasts that felt most comfortable in the air. Gravis quickly came closer and felt his law of danger ringing. Bang! Sure enough, more pillars shot at him. Whoosh! Gravis barely managed to evade the spire, but it had been difficult. Changing directions while moving at such insane speeds cost a lot of power and energy. Bang! 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 More earth spires shot at Gravis, and the closer he got, the harder it was to evade. Bang! Suddenly, Gravis summoned one of his shields beside him and kicked it. The backlash from the shield allowed Gravis to dodge all the earth spires. Bang! 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 Yet, a lot more earth spires shot at him, and Gravis was forced to summon more and more shields in an effort to dodge the avalanche of attacks. Of course, after kicking every shield, he retrieved them back into his spirit space. Right now, Gravis was shooting towards the ground like an asteroid as he barely managed to change directions with his kicks. Bang! Suddenly, one of the spires created another spire that shot at Gravis horizontally. The law of danger warned Gravis, but this sudden change of attack had still caught him by surprise. Terror. The spire penetrated Gravis' right abdomen, easily punching through his armor and scales. Luckily, the initial spire hadn't offered enough space for another huge spire to form. Yet, this one was still a meter wide. If Gravis' body had been as big as a human's, he would have died. For once, the bigger size of his body had been an advantage. Yet, the spire was not powerful enough to stop Gravis, and Gravis felt his abdomen tear as his speed forced the spire to leave his body by tearing open a huge gash. Gravis gritted his teeth and used more shields to change his direction. More spires shot at him, and he barely managed to dodge as he closed in on the ground. Fuck! I wanted to use this to finish the fight, Gravis thought with frustration. But there is no other way for me to survive. His law of danger told him that the ground below him was about to shoot out a ridiculous amount of spires, and Gravis wouldn't be able to dodge them. So, he was forced to use the weapon he had planned on using later to finish the fight. The will in the ground below him was destroyed as Gravis summoned the spire-filled clump of earth into his spirit space. He had planned on using that to absorb the Inquisitor's shield for a finishing blow. Bang! 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 Boom! Gravis summoned several shields below him and kicked them all downwards with all his force to reduce his speed. Yet, in the end, he still created a huge crater as he hit the ground. The Inquisitor was shocked that Gravis had made his spires vanish, but he only hesitated for a moment. After that, he summoned more spires in the ground where Gravis should be right now. Due to the impact, his senses couldn't perceive Gravis' exact location, so he simply summoned the spires in a wide spread. Bang! 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 Over 10 spires shot out of the ground where Gravis should be, But the Inquisitor didn't become careless. He wouldn't become careless until he saw Gravis' corpse. The Inquisitor looked at the crater with all his concentration. He was 90% sure that Gravis was dead. But he couldn't become careless now. His energy was running very low since he had unleashed so many spires in an effort to kill him. He only had the energy for a couple more, but that would be it. After some seconds, space stabilized again, and the Inquisitor could finally see what was going on inside the crater with his senses. He couldn't use his eyes due to all the dust flying in the air. When the Inquisitor looked into the crater, he smirked. "Finally dead, are you?" the Inquisitor thought. Yet, he still wouldn't become careless. What did the Inquisitor see? Inside the crater, the Inquisitor saw Gravis' body, or at least what was left of it. Multiple spires had penetrated him at multiple parts. His arms were completely destroyed. One of his legs was destroyed, and 80% of his torso had been transformed into holes. Gravis was bleeding furiously as parts of destroyed organs were strewn all around him and hanging off the spires. No beast would be able to survive such an attack. Additionally, the Inquisitor was absolutely certain that Gravis hadn't replaced his body with another copy of himself. After all, his body exuded the correct amount of energy and had an appropriate hardness for his realm. Even if that were a powerful copy, it would have had over 80% of his power inside it. Obviously, Gravis couldn't have an infinite amount of energy, which meant that, if this were a copy, the real Gravis would be even weaker than a level 1 king. A level 1 king wouldn't be powerful enough to penetrate the Inquisitor's earth shield. The Inquisitor smirked victoriously, but he still didn't become careless. "I should make sure," he muttered to himself. Bang! Bang! 2 spires shot out from below Gravis' head and shot at him. But before they could reach him, something happened. BZZ! BZZ! Bang! Gravis' destroyed leg and his arms transformed into lightning and then transformed back again, healing them fully. Without wasting any time, some lightning below Gravis exploded as he charged forward. The Inquisitor's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible! No beast can survive such injuries," he thought. Even though Gravis' legs and arms were healed, all his organs were still completely destroyed, proven by the fact that they all laid around him in pieces. No beast would be able to survive such an attack. Gravis charged at the Inquisitor, allowing the Inquisitor to observe the world behind Gravis through the enormous holes. The part where the beast core should have been was replaced by a hole. His heart and lungs lay behind him. Additionally, a ridiculous amount of blood had seeped into the earth. All important organs of Gravis were entirely annihilated. He couldn't be alive. On top of that, Gravis had just healed his arms and legs, so why hadn't he also healed his torso with that technique? The Inquisitor felt like he was in a nightmare, as a beast that clearly couldn't be alive anymore charged at him with cold killing intent visible in its eyes. Bang! 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 But the Inquisitor quickly recovered and shot more spires at Gravis. Gravis exploded with more lightning than usual, but his speed was the same. The Inquisitor noticed that and narrowed his eyes. His arms and legs are no longer as powerful as before. They probably only have the power of a level 1 king. He's using more energy to compensate for his slower speed. The Inquisitor was right. Gravis had used up so much of his energy in the battle that if he transformed his entire body into lightning, he would fall to become a level 1 king. The Inquisitor realized that his energy was running very low, and he had to kill Gravis very quickly. Due to that, he used nearly all of his energy to fire one last attack. With this attack, he would only have enough energy left to keep his shield going. If this attack also failed, he could at least win enough time to regenerate his energy. Bang! 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 Several spires rose from the earth, while others shot at Gravis from the shield. Additionally, the Inquisitor used one spire to shoot at Gravis from behind. With this, he would be forced to meet the attacks head-on. Shing! Gravis evaded the spires that came from below, but to deal with the spires coming from his front, he used something else. The spires coming from his front easily penetrated Gravis' body, destroying even more of it. Gravis' body had been bisected horizontally at his chest due to the width of the spire. Any beast would long be dead. Yet, Gravis' eyes were shining with a crazy gleam. Urgh! An ear-grating sound came from behind Gravis as the last spire destroyed the remaining shields. Yet, there were not enough shields to halt the spire, so it still continued and penetrated Gravis' lower abdomen. But that didn't matter. That part had been cut off anyway. Whoop! Boom! A pile of armor appeared in front of Gravis' lower body just in time. The backlash from the shields gathered and exploded with incredible power. Gravis' lower body was turned into mush as it exploded forward, taking the pile of armors with it. Crack! 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 Like they were being shot out of a cannon, the destroyed armor's shrapnel shot towards the Earth shield. The force behind them was incredible, and they destroyed the entire front of the Earth shield. Due to the Inquisitor's large size, nearly all pieces hit his Earth shield. Bang! 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 Many pieces hit the Inquisitor's body, making him spit out blood. The force behind this attack was even stronger than if Gravis had used his entire power. Many of the Inquisitor's bones broke, and pieces of destroyed armor had been buried deep into his body. The sitting upper third of Gravis raised one of his arms and pointed at the Inquisitor with 2 fingers, a smirk on his face. Boom! Boom! One of the fragments of a destroyed piece of leg armor that had buried into the Inquisitor's torso shone violently with lightning and exploded with a powerful lightning crescent. When Gravis had designed his armor, he had created the same formation arrays on his legs as he was using for his sabers. This meant that he could also use them as a medium to unleash a lightning crescent. When had Gravis loaded his boots with a lightning crescent? He had done that after the Inquisitor killed him in the crater. Space had still been shaking at that time, allowing Gravis to gather all his power into one last attack. As for his healed arms and legs, they were only as powerful as a level 3 lords and were basically useless. They were only there to confuse the Inquisitor. All of his speed had been created by his law of lightning speed. The explosion of the lightning crescent vanished quickly after it had engulfed the surrounding kilometers. Splosh! What was left of Gravis' body landed on the ground that had been lowered a considerable amount by the lightning crescent's power. Pack, pack, pack. Then, Gravis simply lifted his body with his arms and walked forward. His arms were easily long enough that they could be comfortably used as legs now. As a matter of fact, Gravis wasn't even acting like he was missing some internal organs. Normally, beasts that had a significant chunk of their organs destroyed would become weak and exhausted, but Gravis was walking forward like he was a pair of healthy arms and head that wanted to take a casual stroll. So, how had Gravis managed to survive? When he had hit the ground after his fall, he felt nearly all his organs shatter on impact. Additionally, his law of danger warned him that danger was approaching from below. He had known that he wouldn't be able to survive this. Yet, why was Gravis so intent on fighting such powerful opponents? Wasn't it to understand a new law? Sure enough, when Gravis was confronted with his death, he finally managed to comprehend a law, and this law was part of a category that Gravis had wanted to understand for a long time. Finally, Gravis had comprehended a law associated with life. Watching the CMO for so many years and watching the creation of his children had finally paid off. Which specific law had Gravis comprehended? Gravis had comprehended the law of organ growth. With that law, Gravis had received the ability to sacrifice the power of his body to regrow organs instantly. Additionally, he could grow them wherever he wanted. So, Gravis regrew all his important organs at the same place, the back of his neck. If one looked closely, one would notice that Gravis' neck looked way bulkier than before, but that was only thanks to his reptile-like body. If Gravis had a human's body, his thin neck would seemingly burst at the seams. Luckily, since he had a longer and wider neck than a human, he had enough space to not make it immediately obvious that all his important organs were there now. Due to that, he also didn't care about his lower body being cut off. As long as he produced enough blood, that wouldn't be an issue. Gravis didn't know the law of blood growth, but he had pushed most of his blood into his neck anyway. He wouldn't run out anytime soon. After walking for a bit, the lightning finally fully consumed the Inquisitor's powerful and hard body. Then it entered Gravis' body. The lightning entered Gravis quickly as his body started to shake. Since Gravis hadn't transformed into lightning yet, his foundation hadn't become liquefied. He was still a full-blown level 2 king. Of course, there was still an issue Gravis had to deal with before he could evolve. Xing! Xing! Gravis summoned a saber and cut off both of his arms with his spirit. His arms were so weak that it wasn't hard for him to do that. His arms had fallen multiple realms since he had regrown them with his lightning, and if he didn't fix that, they would remain weak and eat up way too much of his power. It was better to cut them off and just regrow them. That wouldn't take more than 2 days. Now, Gravis was only a hovering head with half a chest attached to him. Gravis involuntarily remembered the time when he had arrived at the lower realm and acted as an earth spirit. Back then, he had only shown a single head that had been above some obsidian. Now, Gravis had actually become just a head. Gravis felt his realm increase as his head started to grow bigger. After some minutes, his head became quite big. Judging by the size of my head, I should have a body size of 50 meters. That means that my size will probably continue to quintuple after every level increase. After the evolution was finished, Gravis sighed, which felt weird since the air was coming from the back of his neck. Now that Gravis also had a calm moment to rest, his will aura became much more powerful. Sure enough, the battle has done wonders for my will aura. By now, my will aura should be around the middle law comprehension realm, which would be equal to a level 3 emperor. Gravis thought some more about his situation. How ironic, Gravis thought. I have promised Commander Rime that I would consider giving the land beasts a second chance in the future, and that chance had come right now. That meant that if he hadn't made that promise to Commander Rime, he would have defected to the sea beasts right now. Why? The main reason for that was the position and power an Inquisitor had. Inquisitors had the ability to declare any beast a traitor and execute them. They were representatives of the land beasts. That power sounded like it was very abusable, and it was, but this was also the main reason why Inquisitors went through such intense checks regarding loyalty and morals. One of these methods was to allow a beast that had some understanding of the functions of the mind to read theirs. Of course, without the soon-to-be Inquisitor's consent, such a task would prove to be nearly impossible. Having long legal procedures would allow potential traitors to deal more damage or escape. That was why Inquisitors had the power to declare anyone a traitor instantly. Ever since the land beasts had decided on the requirements and powers of Inquisitors, the problems with spies and traitors had become way more manageable. The Badger had been an Inquisitor and therefore had also been a representative of the land beasts. Legally speaking, right now, Gravis was considered a traitor to the entire land beast faction, and this wouldn't change unless a leader of a level 3 empire or higher declared him innocent. Even elders weren't able to revoke a traitor's status. After all, there had been precedent cases of elders also being spies. Since Gravis was now officially a traitor to the land beasts, he would have left right now. Every member of the land beasts had the authority to kill a traitor without asking anyone for permission. This meant that Gravis' travel back to the Icy Pride Empire could prove fatal. Yet, since Gravis gave the dead Commander Rime his promise, he would keep to his word and give the land beasts a second chance. Well, I shouldn't get ahead of myself, Gravis thought, self-satisfied with his joke as he laughed. First, I should get to the squad and leave for the Icy Pride Empire. There's no reason to wait. Then, Gravis floated over to the distant squad, which looked at him with horror. It wasn't his power that they were afraid of, but the fact that he was only a floating head. By all intents and purposes, he should be dead. How was it possible that a beast survived with only a head? Let's return to the Icy Pride Empire, Gravis transmitted to them. They were taken aback as they heard him. Gravis was considered a traitor now. The squad had expected to die or for Gravis to flee, but apparently he wanted to return to their empire. Seeing their reactions, Gravis only rolled his eyes. I have made the promise to Commander Rime that I would give the land beasts another chance, and I will keep to my word. So, don't hang your heads in despair, Gravis said with a smirk. Yet, instead of laughing as Gravis had expected, the squad only continued to look at him in uncertainty. Gravis felt a bit embarrassed when he didn't see anyone react to his joke. He decided to simply play it off like he had never said a joke in the first place. It was their loss for missing out on his amazing joke. "Let's just go. Follow me," Gravis said. "We're going to the closest empire to get an escort to the Icy Pride Empire. You all have seen with your own eyes what has transpired. Just tell the first empire we pass with honesty what you have seen. I'm sure it will be okay." Then, Gravis turned around and flew towards the west. The squad looked with uncertainty at each other, but after a while, they decided to follow him. Right now, their current position would have been the best place to kill them. If Gravis wanted to kill them, he could have done so here. The squad decided to believe in Gravis since he had saved their lives previously by unmasking their traitorous squad leader. After traveling for a couple of minutes, they arrived at the borders of the closest empire, and, sure enough, a level 5 king appeared in front of them. "Halt! What is your business?" he asked with aggression. The squad was unsure if they should speak up now, but Gravis took that choice from them. "I have been declared a traitor by an inquisitor and want to speak to my empress about getting that status revoked since it has been placed upon me unjustified," Gravis said directly. The level 5 king looked at Gravis with shock. He had just noticed that Gravis was only a head, which he hadn't noticed before. After all, in comparison to the average beast, Gravis was way too small. Additionally, what did he just say? Did Gravis just say that he was a traitor? The level 5 king needed some seconds to comprehend the entire situation. He had never come across a traitor that just announced that they were a traitor. What should he do? "Wait a second," the level 5 king said as he quickly contacted his emperor. This was a level 1 empire, which meant that they only had a single emperor. This level 5 king was already one of the most powerful beasts inside this empire, and he could only ask his emperor for guidance regarding this matter. Gravis nodded, which was very weird to look at. Some seconds later, a small, green lizard appeared in front of them. Judging by the power the lizard exuded, he was most definitely an emperor. "You say you are a traitor?" the emperor asked Gravis imposingly. Gravis nodded again, eliciting a weird look from the emperor. "Yes, an inquisitor has deemed me a traitor when I'm not. I request an escort back to my empress so that she may make a decision on the matter." "How are you still alive?" the emperor asked. All inquisitors were powerful level 5 kings, and a level 3 king, such as Gravis, shouldn't be able to escape from one of them. "I killed him," Gravis stated. "Killed him?" the emperor asked in shock but quickly noticed that he let his mask of royalty slip. "Explain your situation," the emperor demanded as his imposing tone returned. Gravis didn't mind the emperor's straightforward and direct words, and simply told him what had happened. After Gravis was finished, the emperor still looked at him with uncertainty. Then, he called the squad behind Gravis to come over to him. He did that so that if Gravis threatened their lives, that threat would lose its effect. After all, while they stood beside an emperor, Gravis couldn't possibly kill them. After that, the emperor asked the squad about what had happened, and the squad told him honestly what had transpired. Their testimony was nearly identical to Gravis. Only some details that they couldn't possibly know about were omitted. Yet, the emperor was still not fully convinced. After all, what if all of them were traitors? It could very well be that they wanted to claim an escort and kill the escort to weaken the empire. An escort had to be powerful enough to escort them, which would require a level 5 king at least to escort them. Such a beast was valuable. After hearing the description of the fight, the emperor remembered something. "What is your name?" the emperor asked Gravis. "Gravis," Gravis answered. The eyes of the emperor sparkled in recognition. Then he turned around and rubbed his chin in thought. He had heard of Gravis and had also heard about what he had done. Of course, his unreal battle strength was the main focus that all beasts talked about. Yet, Gravis' battle strength was so powerful that he could kill an inquisitor as a level 2 king? This really felt unreal. But hadn't the descriptions said that his battle strength was unreal? After half a minute, the emperor looked at Gravis again. "You want to go to the empress of the Icy Pride Empire, correct?" he asked. Gravis nodded. The emperor thought some more about the situation, and a deep desire awakened inside him. It was greed. The Empress was one of the most eligible mates in the entire world. If he managed to make a good impression on her, he might be able to meet her again and then offer himself up to her. Yet, on the outside, the Emperor seemed to think about the situation with seriousness. After another half a minute, he nodded and turned to Gravis. Replace the dead commander of the Eastern Defensive Line with one of our commanders until we find a suitable replacement, the Emperor said to the level 5 king beside him, who quickly nodded and flew into the distance. Then, the Emperor turned to Gravis and looked him in the eyes with severity. I will agree to your request for an escort to the Icy Pride Empire, but due to your power, I can't trust a level 5 king to keep an eye on you. Therefore, I will escort you personally. Gravis was a bit surprised that the Emperor personally escorted him to the Icy Pride Empire. Yet, his reasoning was rather solid. After all, Gravis had just killed an Inquisitor, and no average level 5 king would be able to keep him at bay if he decided to betray the land beasts. Gravis didn't have anything against the Emperor escorting them since he didn't decide to betray the land beasts anyway. He had already made his promise, and he would go through with it. After everything had been dealt with, the Emperor led the squad towards the Icy Pride Empire. Due to the squad's relatively slow speed, they took just as much time to return as they took to get here. Gravis and the Emperor could have finished the journey in a single day, but due to the others, the journey took several days. While they were traveling, the Emperor noticed Gravis' body healing. When he noticed that, the Emperor released a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was worried about Gravis, but that it would have been too weird if Gravis' body was actually just a head. How would he even fight? Would he simply float over to someone and bite them? While Gravis had still been a head, he tried to land several more of his jokes, but the other beasts never seemed to react. That was, until a fateful day when one member of the squad informed Gravis of something important. They all understood his jokes, but they just didn't react to them since the jokes were so bad. Gravis was thoroughly shocked when he heard that. Yet, Gravis decided to accommodate their poor sense of humor and didn't try to land more jokes. This whole situation was like playing the flute for a herd of swine. They just couldn't appreciate the talent and beauty of his jokes. On their travels, Gravis also snagged an ore vein that had appeared along their path. This ore vein was, of course, a vein of peak nascent nourishing rank materials. By forging this ore into weapons and armor, no level 5 king should be able to destroy it. Yet, when Gravis thought that, he started to become uncertain. By hardening this ore, it should be a whole level higher than a level 5 king. Only something like the all-out attack of a divine beast should be able to destroy it. At least, that's how it's supposed to be, Gravis thought with furrowed brows. The attacks of the Inquisitor had been so powerful that one of his spires would probably still destroy around 2 of my new shields. Just one of these spires had been as powerful as an all-out attack by a level 5 divine beast king. He really had been a terrifying foe. Gravis decided to reevaluate the actual strength of his equipment. Such insanely powerful beasts as the Inquisitor surely would become more prominent as Gravis became more powerful. Yet, if that were truly the case, why would such a classification for equipment still be prevalent in the highest world? The highest world had beings many, many times more powerful than the most powerful being in this world, but the classification still held up. Maybe it's the law comprehension materials? Gravis thought. It could be that their quality rises explosively when the material reaches that realm. Who cares? I need to be a level 5 king either way to forge such equipment. As they continued their journey, Gravis transformed all of the ore into more equipment for himself. Sadly, since he had become much bigger, he couldn't create as many sets as he wanted. How much ore would I even need when I'm a level 5 king? I would be over a kilometer tall then. What when I become an emperor? Gravis thought but then shook his head again, confusing the squad as they noticed his weird actions. Let's deal with it when the time comes. The journey was uneventful. No empire they passed through along the way stopped them. After all, a leader of an empire was leading the group. Yet, the group still had to make some turns to evade some territories. Gravis remembered that they were not always flying in a straight line, and he actually didn't know why they did that. So he decided to ask the Emperor. Those are private territories, the Emperor answered. What's that? Gravis asked. The emperor was a bit confused that Gravis didn't know about that. How was it possible that a level 3 king didn't know something as basic as that? Not every beast wants to create an empire or become part of the war. Some outstanding emperors decide that they would rather not involve themselves with the empires and simply live in their private territories. The territories are not very large since only these emperors live in them, but they are still there. If we pass over their territory, they might very well decide to kill us, the emperor explained. This all made a lot of sense to Gravis. And since they have the power to claim such territories while surrounded by empires means that they are powerful, right? Gravis asked. The emperor nodded. Yes, even the weakest has the power of a level 2 emperor. These private territories also exist for kings and lords, but obviously, they don't have the power to claim a private territory that close to the core of the continent. How do these emperors become more powerful? Gravis asked. After all, since no one dares to invade them, they wouldn't have any other beasts to kill. They submit an application for tempering, the emperor explained. All emperors want food very badly since it's difficult to find an enemy emperor in battle. As soon as such an emperor submits an application for tempering, the emperors in the surrounding empires get asked if they are interested in fighting them. After every emperor has been asked, a list with the interested ones will be sent to the emperor in the private territory. That emperor then chooses one of the emperors, and they fight to the death, the emperor explained. Interesting, Gravis commented. I'm guessing that the sea beasts don't have such emperors with private territories? He asked. The eyebrows of the emperor lifted in surprise as he looked at Gravis. How did you know? Well, their territory is way smaller than ours. Due to the size of their territories, they have probably a lower number of powerful beasts, which requires them to use all powerful beasts more efficiently, Gravis explained. The emperor nodded. Yes, that's exactly the case, but that only counts for emperors. Only for emperors? Gravis asked. Yes, the number of sea beasts varies greatly with every increase in realm, the emperor explained. Gravis thought about this for a bit and realized what the emperor was getting at. I think I get it, Gravis said. The ocean is vast, and the sea beasts probably have many times more beasts below the Lord realm than the land beasts. Not only that, the emperor interjected. They also have many more lords than us. In regards to kings, they have about as many as us, but when it comes to emperors, we have around double their number. Gravis thought some more about this situation and realized something. So, even though the sea beasts have shown incredible progress and countless victories in the last 10 years, all in all, the powerful elite of us land beasts don't care about their victories, right? The emperor smirked. Exactly. Lords and kings might die and have their territories consumed by the sea, but the core of the world is safe. If the sea beasts ever manage to threaten the core of the world, the 5 ultimates will get involved, the emperor explained. Gravis hadn't heard that word before. Ultimates? Judging by the name, the ultimates are probably level 5 emperors, right? The emperor chuckled a bit. Exactly. We have 5 ultimates, while the sea beasts only have 2. To be quite frank, us emperors are actually happy about the recent victories of the sea beasts. Gravis' eyes shone with recognition. Because if the sea beasts get more territory, they can make more kings, and with more kings come more emperors. With that, there will be more food available for you. The emperor chuckled some more. Exactly. That also explains why our ultimates don't attack their ultimates, Gravis said while scratching his chin in thought. If we kill the ultimates right now, the area of the sea beasts might shrink considerably, making it harder for more ultimates to rise. The emperor only nodded with a smirk. It's like rearing pigs, Gravis thought. After this conversation, Gravis had no more questions, and everyone returned to fly in silence. Nothing else happened along the journey, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the border of the Icy Pride Empire. The group passed the borders of the Icy Pride Empire without anything happening. Just like any other empire they had passed through on the way, no one bothered to stop a leader of an empire. Some hours later, everyone arrived at the base of the Mountain of Pride. The squad and Gravis were used to the mountain's imposing appearance, but the emperor felt intrigued. After all, he hadn't seen the mountain of pride yet. Truly impressive, the Emperor said with a sigh after a minute. No wonder the Empress is one of the most powerful level 3 emperors, he said. Gravis' ears perked up when he heard that. He hadn't known the specific power of the Empress in relation to her realm. Yet, somehow, it didn't surprise him that she was one of the most powerful level 3 emperors. Gravis had already guessed that the law of pride wasn't as simple as the normal laws. One could observe matter and elements, but it was difficult to observe pride. Just like Gravis' law of suppression, the law of pride was also a law that couldn't be easily observed. Gravis had already realized that his law of suppression wasn't simple. This law alone allowed him to jump an entire level in the nascent nourishing realm. If Gravis had understood no other law and had basically no fighting experience, this law alone would let him triumph over a king a full level above himself. One had to remember that a level 4 king knew around 4 laws. Yet, with only one law, Gravis would be able to jump an entire level. Using only one law to defeat someone that understood 4 laws one entire level higher than oneself seemed ridiculous. Gravis guessed that his law of suppression was about as powerful as the law that had allowed the Inquisitor to summon these powerful spires. It was simply on another level than the initial laws. Gravis was right in that regard. He didn't know much about the classifications of laws, but emotional laws and laws that didn't really physically exist, like the law of suppression, were generally considered low-rank laws. This was an entire rank higher than initial laws. One had to remember that one needed to understand at least 3 initial laws to understand a low-rank law. "Follow me," the Grand Elder said as he suddenly appeared in front of them with serious eyes. For the first time, the Grand Elder was looking at Gravis with a judging and severe look. Obviously, he had already been informed about what had happened by the Emperor. The Emperor and the squad lowered their head in a show of respect, while Gravis only raised a questioning eyebrow at the Grand Elder. When the Grand Elder saw that, he huffed and went upward. Even in this situation, Gravis didn't follow basic protocol. Some seconds later, everyone arrived at the peak of the Mountain of Pride. The squad immediately lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at the Empress. In comparison, the Emperor looked at the Empress with an intense stare. Since he was an emperor, he didn't need to show subservience to such a degree. A basic show of respect was enough. The Empress opened her closed eyes as she looked into the Emperor's eyes, who immediately started shivering. The pressure he was experiencing was unreal. It was almost like a god was looking at him that could kill him with just a thought. "I want her," he thought intensely, but didn't show any of that on the outside. On the outside, he simply lowered his head slightly in a nodding gesture, which was the basic show of respect. "Hi!" Gravis' words made every other beast become nervous and fearful. Did Gravis have a death wish? The Empress didn't seem to react to his words. It was like he had said absolutely nothing just now. The Grand Elder stepped forward and took his place beside the Empress as he looked neutrally at the gathered beasts. "Elite striking squad, come forward," the Empress commanded with an imposing and cold voice. The squad didn't dare to make the Empress repeat her order and took several steps forward. "In front of me, no one will be able to threaten your lives," the Empress said. "Tell us honestly what has transpired ever since the traitor joined your squad." Gravis rolled his eyes in exasperation as he heard the Empress refer to him as a traitor. Then, the squad told the Empress the entire story honestly. They wouldn't dare to lie in front of the Empress. When one of them said a vague statement that could be interpreted in multiple ways, the Empress commanded them to rephrase the statement. In order to feel the lie, the statements had to be direct. Half-truths were a known way to lie to a more powerful beast. The squad didn't intend to lie, but they were simply too nervous, which made them refer to things vaguely in fear of saying something that wasn't true. The squad told the Empress everything. They told her about their first meeting with Gravis and about what they had all talked about. Then, they told her about how they arrived at the defensive line and how their dead squad leader had lured them into an ambush. After that, it became a bit harder for them to explain everything. They didn't hear all the conversations, and they also didn't know how Jesse, Gravis, or the Inquisitor performed their attacks. Their power was simply too high for them to judge accurately. After over an hour, the squad was finally finished with explaining everything. The Empress allowed them to leave the mountain and go back to their homes. When a new squad leader was chosen, they would be informed. With that, the squad left the Mountain of Pride. Now, only the Emperor Gravis, the Grand Elder, and the Empress remained on the peak. "Traitor," the Empress said. "Excuse me, it's Gravis," Gravis interjected, making the present Emperor sweat in nervousness. The Empress didn't seem to react to his words. "Which laws have you comprehended in the battles?" "Against Jesse, I comprehended the law of danger. Against the Inquisitor, I comprehended the law of organ growth," Gravis replied directly. This confirmed the Empress' suspicions. She had heard the description of the fights, and those two laws fit the abilities that Gravis had used. This also explained how he had managed to survive as only a flying head. "Fill in the missing gaps of the earlier testimony," the Empress commanded. Gravis shrugged, seemingly not realizing the difficult situation he was in, and simply filled in the missing gaps. Those gaps were the conversations that the squad couldn't hear and a more detailed description of his fights. Gravis was very straightforward and just told it as directly as possible. Even if he could lie, there was no reason to. After all, Gravis believed that he was honestly innocent and not a traitor. It was just a streak of unfortunate events. After Gravis was finished, the Empress took half a minute to consider her options. By now, she had a very clear picture of what had happened, and she also knew that all of these things were just a series of unfortunate events. Yet, Gravis had still not acted correctly. Gravis had forced Commander Rhyme, who had only intended on helping him, into a life-and-death fight. Additionally, an Inquisitor had a very special status for all land beasts. Only a leader of a level 3 empire or higher was allowed to kill an Inquisitor. Otherwise, traitors might use a one-sided testimony that said that they only defended themselves. After all, the dead Inquisitor wouldn't be able to tell their side of the story. This meant that Gravis had to be punished. There was no way around that, even if Gravis had the best of reasons to kill the gone-rogue Inquisitor. "Coast Emperor," the Empress said as she looked at the present Emperor. "Yes, Empress?" the Coast Emperor answered. "We thank you for escorting the squad back to our empire. You can leave the mountain. An elder of mine will contact you shortly and will give you your just reward. One of my level 5 kings will be under your command for the next 10 years. "That is all," the Empress said. The Coast Emperor smiled and lowered his head again. "Thank you, Empress," he said. Then, he left the mountain without another word. The Coast Emperor was smart. He was only here to make a good impression. He wouldn't immediately burst through the door and offer to fuck. Today would only be the first step of his 11-step plan to get the Empress to mate with him. He was playing the long game. Now, only the Empress, the Grand Elder, and Gravis were left on top of the mountain. "You realize that you could very well be executed for what you have done?" the Empress asked. "Yes, but I won't," Gravis said. The Empress narrowed her eyes. "What makes you so sure?" she asked. Gravis pointed at the Grand Elder. "Because he's still here," he said. The Grand Elder rubbed his temples in annoyance while the Empress looked at the Grand Elder. Yes, if she decided to execute Gravis, he might very well make the Grand Elder explode immediately. If she honestly wanted to execute him, she would have sent the Grand Elder away. "Fair point," the Empress said as she turned to Gravis. "No, you won't be executed. I know you, and I can see the whole situation from your point of view. You're obviously not a traitor and don't deserve death. Yet," the Empress said with more power, "even though I understand your reasons and wouldn't have acted any differently from you, you have still coerced Commander Rhyme into a life-and-death fight and killed an Inquisitor. This can't go unpunished." "I know," Gravis said. "I can understand your position." The Empress nodded. "Gravis," the Empress declared imposingly, "you are hereby sentenced to a realm stop for 100 years. Realm stop? Gravis hadn't heard that word before, but he could guess what it meant. Additionally, did the Empress just say 100 years? That was twice his age. Gravis took a deep breath. "What is a realm stop?" he asked. The Empress leaned back in her throne. "That means you are not allowed to kill, fight, or consume another beast for the next 100 years. Gravis' body shuddered. He couldn't fight anyone for 100 years? Just the thought of it felt harrowing to him. He always felt stressed out when he wasn't constantly fighting, fearing that everyone else would overtake him. Yet he had to stop for 100 years now. Why did you decide on such a harsh sentence? Gravis asked. He first needed to know all the details before he jumped to conclusions. Right now he felt shocked, angry, and suppressed again. He thought that this punishment was way too severe. Several reasons, the Empress said calmly. But before we go into these reasons, we have something else to decide. Something else? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. The Empress nodded. With that sentence, you are no longer considered a traitor. The sentence has been passed down with the committed crime in mind without considering anything else. Now let's get to your rewards, the Empress said. Gravis' head moved back in surprise. Rewards? He asked. You have managed to father 3 offspring that have already reached the power of a lord. This is a major accomplishment, and such an accomplishment warrants a reward, the Empress said. Additionally, your actions in the Eastern defensive line have resulted in the defensive line moving without us having to send a striking squad. Then, you have killed several traitors in our ranks in the defensive line that had all been kings. After that, you had uncovered more traitors when the enemy wanted to take you from the southern defensive line. In the law comprehension area for punishment lightning, you managed to uncover a traitor with the power of an emperor. This is, by far, the most outstanding of your accomplishments. Lastly, you have killed the traitorous squad leader of the elite striking squad and another traitor from a defensive line, the Empress said. All of these accomplishments warrant rewards. Gravis, the Empress said, I hereby grant you free access to every law comprehension area available to my empire for the next 100 years. Yet, your sentence of a realm stop will still have to be completed. The reward and punishment will be given to you simultaneously. This means that for the next 100 years, you're not allowed to fight, kill, or consume any beast, but you will have free access to any law comprehension area. This is my decision on this matter, the Empress said. Gravis was shocked, and his mind was going wild. The reward and punishment were given simultaneously? So, you are saying that I can increase my law comprehension and battle strength in the next 100 years, but I'm not allowed to rise in realm, Gravis commented. Exactly, the Empress said. Now, let's speak about the reasons for my decision. After the Empress said that, she made herself more comfortable on her throne. Additionally, her oppressive aura receded until she only sat casually on the throne. The Grand Elder wasn't the biggest fan of that, but he understood that official business was over. Gravis, you can't go on as you are now, the Empress said with a sigh. What do you mean? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. Think about it. Why are you the only king or lord able to fight 3 levels above yourself? What's the main reason for that? She asked. Gravis thought about this but actually wasn't really sure. I would say everything, he said. The Empress shook her head. It's your punishment lightning, the Empress said. My punishment lightning? Gravis asked. The Empress nodded. Exactly. You have told me how you managed to comprehend the punishment lightning, and you obviously didn't understand it yourself. This understanding has basically been forced upon you. This means that you have basically been granted a weapon that you shouldn't have had any access to. Gravis looked to the ground in thought. It was hard for him to accept, but the Empress was right. Gravis hadn't understood the law of punishment lightning himself. By now, you should have seen the different powers of laws, the Empress said. We generally categorize laws by levels. We have 3 levels of laws that are known in this world. The first level is the laws that some lords manage to comprehend. A rare few lords manage to comprehend 2 of these, but most of the lords never even understand a single law until they become kings. All of these laws are laws of the first level. The second level is the laws that require a certain combination of level 1 laws. Only very few kings manage to comprehend these laws. Special laws like the law of pride and law of suppression also count as second-level laws. The third level is the laws that only very few emperors manage to comprehend. If an emperor manages to comprehend a third-level law, they have a good shot at ascension. Without knowing a level 3 law, the emperor won't be able to kill a strider and therefore also won't get enough food to ascend. The empress pointed at Gravis. Your punishment lightning is a law on the 3rd level, she said. Gravis thought about his punishment lightning, but the empress continued before he could say anything. With just your punishment lightning, you have the ability to kill beasts 2 levels above you. You wouldn't even need to use your lightning crescent. You can injure them, and if you're able to injure them, you can kill them. Now, if you would actually win in this situation is another discussion, but at least you have a shot at victory. This means that just your punishment lightning increases your battle strength by 2 entire levels. Without your punishment lightning, you wouldn't even be able to really injure a beast 2 levels above yourself. By using your lightning crescent, you might be able to injure them a little bit, but you can't use that attack many times. Gravis simply listened to the empress and reflected on his previous fights. He thought about his fights and imagined him not having access to punishment lightning. Fighting a beast 3 levels above oneself is impossible for every other beast, the empress explained. It's not a matter about how much they have fought in their lives or how many laws they understand. Fighting a beast 3 levels above themselves is straight up absolutely impossible. As you might know, the main reason for that is that their attacks simply won't be powerful enough to injure such an opponent. With enough laws, they might be able to become faster, but they will never be able to injure such an opponent, and without being able to injure someone, you can't win. Do you agree so far? The empress asked. Gravis sighed. You're right. Without my punishment lightning, I wouldn't be able to even injure a beast 3 levels above myself, let alone actually kill them. The gap is just too wide. The empress nodded. Now, let me tell you something that you don't know. Gravis listened intently. In order to become a king, you need to understand a law. Heaven grants this law at the breakthrough, but some kings that are not able to make use of that opportunity will die. So, to become a king, you need to have understood a level 1 law. In order to become an emperor, you need to understand a level 2 law. Yet, in comparison to the breakthrough to become a king, you are not granted an opportunity. Without having understood a level 2 law first, no matter how much you eat, the evolution will just never arrive. That is why we have a lot of level 5 kings but so few emperors. Lastly, to be able to ascend, you must have understood a level 3 law. Otherwise, you won't be able to find enough food to ascend since you can't kill the striders. Do you realize what I'm getting at, Gravis? The empress asked. Gravis nodded. You're saying that the Inquisitor, a level 5 king that has understood a level 2 law, would be only average as a level 1 emperor. The empress nodded. Yes, the dead Inquisitor only fulfilled the basic requirements for becoming an emperor. If he had become an emperor, his battle strength would be very average. The empress leaned her head on one of her hands. Now, let's talk about the ramifications of your understanding of punishment lightning. Gravis listened intently. If you continue going like this, you will become an emperor without an issue. Even as a level 5 emperor, you would still be outstanding and powerful enough to ascend. Every other emperor in this world would see no problem with this situation. But, the empress said loudly, you have told us about the higher world and highest world. So, as you are now, you will be outstanding as an emperor, but what about the realm after that? At that point, every beast will have managed to comprehend a level 3 law by themselves. Meanwhile, you, who have relied on only your punishment lightning, might not understand an additional level 3 law in a long time. On the other hand, the beasts that have already managed to comprehend one level 3 law will find it easier to understand more of them. So, to summarize, the empress said, as a king, you are untouchable. As an emperor, you are outstanding. As an immortal, you are above average. And on the realm after that, you will be average at best. And to stop that from happening, you need to spend more time comprehending laws. That's why I have decided not to counteract your punishment by taking away your rewards. You need to spend a lot of time comprehending laws now so that your future path will be stable. This is not a punishment, the empress said calmly. This is me helping you in a healthy way. Gravis thought about the empress' words and realized several things. Yes, if his goal were only to ascend, there would be no problems for him, but the Empress knew that this wasn't his goal. Gravis wanted to become the strongest, and with that, he had to approach cultivation from a different standpoint. What was the most important aspect of power when one had the goal to become the strongest? The foundation and battle strength. What decided battle strength? That depended on the realm of the person or beast. As a lord or lower, the being's combat experience would be the most important, but starting at the king realm, the laws became more important. After all, at some point, everyone would have basically reached the peak of what they could do with their body or with the weapons they had at their disposal. So, when one already had a 100% mastery of their abilities, the only way to become more powerful was to get more powerful abilities. That's where the laws came into play. Gravis knew that as soon as he lost his advantage in battle strength, it would be difficult for him to regain it. It would not only take a lot of time, but it would also be very dangerous. After all, suddenly, nearly every being crossing his path might be a danger to his life. Additionally, sometimes one needed to push themselves to understand a law. If someone only understood one more initial law, the understanding of another initial law would allow someone to close the gap and triumph. Yet, if every opponent understood an additional low-rank law, understanding one more initial law wouldn't make much of a difference. This meant that if one didn't have the ability to resist someone on the same level, even an additional breakthrough might not guarantee their survival. If one reached that point, becoming more powerful became nearly impossible. That was why it was important to always be above average in comparison to others at one's level. Because if you were above average, you would become average with an increase of realm. Yet, if you were average, you would become weak with another increase of realm. That's when one's path came to an end. Right now, Gravis was the most powerful king. Just with his law of suppression, he would be able to slow a level 5 king by over 50%. Then, by using his punishment lightning, he would be able to kill them. Yet, what if he was an emperor and he met another emperor that also understood a level 3 law? Gravis had witnessed the power of a level 2 law when he had fought the Inquisitor, and he had needed to evade every single attack. He had tried to block one spire once with his pillar of shields, but that had nearly killed him. One had to remember that Gravis relied on speed and attacking power. His fighting style was very explosive and aimed to kill the opponent with a single attack. Yet, what if an emperor understood a level 3 law regarding speed and a level 2 law regarding attack? If Gravis were a level 1 emperor, a level 2 emperor that managed to comprehend these things would be able to kill Gravis without him being able to resist. Gravis sighed. I haven't thought that far ahead. Ironically, even though I have the most knowledge about the more powerful worlds out of anyone in this world, I was the one that failed to see this truth. Half true, the Empress said. It's not like we don't have any examples or comparisons in this world. Have you heard of the Ultimates? Gravis nodded. Why are the Ultimates still in this world? The Empress asked. The answer to that is that none of them understand a level 3 law. Understanding a level 3 law is very difficult. I, for example, haven't comprehended one yet. Put yourself in their situation. You have no one available that is a level above yourself, while the Striders are basically 2 levels above yourself. This means that you can only fight someone that's at the same level as you. Yet, there are so incredibly few of these opponents that you can't even find them. To understand a level 3 law as an emperor, you need a real life and death fight. Sadly, you can't find a life and death fight if you were in their situation. Because of that, you are stuck. I knew this, the Empress said. And you didn't. That's why I was able to see what you haven't been able to see. The existence of the Ultimates is not something to look up to but something that you should fear and lament. Fear that you will never end up in their situation. Their existence is a clear example of what you shouldn't do. Gravis nodded. Even if one of them manages to kill all others and ascend, they would still be the weakest possible beast that could ascend from this world. In the next world, where everyone has managed to comprehend a level 3 law, they would be nothing more than fodder. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. Wait, fodder? He thought. Didn't the higher world also require fodder and tempering for others? Then how was it possible that every beast in this world needed to understand a level 3 law to ascend? Ah, I get it. Gravis thought. It's not that there are more powerful middle worlds and weaker middle worlds. It's not that there are better and worse ones. It's simply a matter of fulfilling one's assigned job. In the lower worlds, quantity is more important than quality. Yet, in the middle world, heaven can already discern the future potential of beings. After all, laws will be the main focus for at least a very long time. So, when heaven can see the good and bad seedlings already, it can gather the good seedlings in one place to make them even better while the other places are responsible for fodder. Logically speaking, this means that this world is a world made to create as many outstanding seedlings as possible, while many other middle worlds are just there to create average fodder. It's a chain. There are places that create the weakest fodder, which will be used to feed the weak fodder. The weak fodder will be fed to the powerful fodder, and the powerful fodder will be fed to the cultivators. This is a cycle of refinement. Put 10 weak fodders together, and you might create one powerful fodder. That powerful fodder will then be fed to the powerful cultivators. Gravis' eyes shone. So this middle world has been specifically created to produce beasts that can reach the highest world. The higher world will have many beasts that only understand level 2 laws, so that their lives may be used to create beasts strong enough to reach the highest world. The Empress looked at Gravis, who was lost in thought. Gravis had probably understood something important, but the Empress wouldn't ask. Gravis had already shared more about the workings of the world than nearly anyone else would have done in his situation. A lot of beings in his situation probably would keep their origins a secret. Gravis didn't want to share this secret with the Empress. Telling her that the purpose of her entire existence was to become mere food for humans would do way more damage than good. Not everyone was ready to oppose heaven like he did. Gravis, the Grand Elder said as he took part in the conversation for the first time. Gravis perked up and looked at him. I should tell you something that will make it easier for you to accept your realm stop. I know that you are only around 50 years old, and 100 years feels like an infinitely long time to you, the Grand Elder said. Gravis sighed and nodded. It feels so incredibly long. I have managed to become so powerful in 50 years, but in the next 100 years, I won't be able to take a single step forward. The Grand Elder also nodded. If there wouldn't be the mandatory procreation, the average age for beasts that became kings would probably be around 50 years. Yet, due to the mandatory procreation, the average age is more along the lines of 150 years. Now, what do you think is the average age for becoming an emperor? The Grand Elder asked. Probably around 250? Gravis asked uncertainly. 100 years to go from being a king to being an emperor was already more than he actually thought. It was a very generous estimation. It's over 1,000 years, the Grand Elder said, shocking Gravis. A full millennium? Gravis asked. The Grand Elder nodded. You need to understand the right laws in order to comprehend a level 2 law. Due to that, the average level 5 king has comprehended way more laws than the average level 4 king. Level 4 kings have understood about 4 laws on average, while the average level 5 king has understood about 8. Gravis' eyes widened when he heard that. Yet, due to the vast differences of level 5 kings, you can find level 5 kings with only 4 laws, but you can also find level 5 kings that have understood 12 laws. The gulf in power between level 5 kings is vast, the Grand Elder explained. That is also why the Inquisitor was only above average for his realm, even though he understood a level 2 law. One level 2 law might be worth about as much as 5 level 1 laws, but against someone that has understood 12, even that won't be able to close the gap. Now, think of the average emperor. If a level 5 king already managed to comprehend 8 laws on average, a level 1 emperor would, on average, have at least 8 laws plus a level 2 law. The gulf between a level 5 king and a level 1 emperor is incredibly vast. Up to now, you have been fighting beasts that have lived for maybe up to 200 years. Yet, as soon as you're fighting an emperor, you are fighting against someone that has had over 1,000 years to hone their power. So, the Grand Elder said, don't think that a mere 100 years is too much. You need these next 100 years to reach the same average level of comprehension as the other level 5 kings. After all, the opponents able to threaten you now are all already emperors. Remember, the more laws you understand, the easier it becomes to understand even more of them. Your punishment lightning has given you a shortcut to this level. The others had enough time to get a lot more practice in understanding laws. While you are just about to understand another level 2 law as a level 3 emperor, the other level 3 emperors might comprehend another 3 level 2 laws since they have more experience in comprehending them. Take this time to learn as much about laws as possible. You need it for your future, the Grand Elder said. Gravis closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he sighed. Suddenly, Gravis bowed to the Empress and the Grand Elder. Thank you sincerely for your guidance. The Empress was a bit confused by Gravis' bow. She wanted to say that he was acting weird again, but after remembering that Gravis technically didn't count as a beast, she decided not to comment on his behavior. Instead, she acted like he had not said anything and simply continued with her agenda. Empress, Grand Elder, a new arrival said as he appeared before the Empress in a bow. Gravis had barely been able to see this new beast arriving, but at least he managed to notice it this time. This was an elder, an emperor. For the first time, Gravis was able to follow the movements of an emperor. He was closing in on their power. This is the one, the Empress said as she gestured to Gravis. Proceed as ordered. Yes, Empress, the new arrival said. This new beast was a red wolf. Obviously, he had an affinity towards the fire element. Right now, he was only 2 meters tall, but his true size was way bigger. The red wolf turned to Gravis and smiled. Hello, Gravis, he said with a friendly tone. I'm Elder Ferris, and I will be your guard and guide for the next 100 years. Gravis nodded with politeness. Hello, Ferris. I'm Gravis. Thank you for your help, he said. Ferris wasn't the biggest fan of Gravis not calling him an elder, but he had noticed that Gravis even talked to the Empress and the Grand Elder like this. Due to that, he just let it slide. Additionally, Gravis had an incredible battle strength, and Ferris felt him worthy enough to call him by simply his first name. You can go now, the Empress said. If there's anything that proves to be an issue, simply inform Ferris or another elder. They will report it to me. Will do, Empress, Gravis nodded. See you later, Grand Elder Empress, Gravis said. Good luck, Gravis, the Grand Elder said with a smile. Luck, huh? Gravis thought but decided just to accept the well wishes. Then Ferris and Gravis left the Mountain of Pride but stopped at its foot. What did the Empress offer you that you're willing to follow me for an entire century? Gravis directly asked Ferris with a voice transmission. Emperors had a different status to kings, and sending an emperor to keep watch over a level 3 king would definitely be beneath them. If the Empress recklessly commanded these elders, they might decide to join another empire. This meant that he had to have been offered something for his services. Ferris simply smirked. To follow you around, I get the reward of following you around, Ferris said with a joking tone. Gravis furrowed his brows and looked at Ferris with confusion. Could you elaborate? Ferris chuckled a bit. Simple. You have access to every law comprehension area for the next century. This means that you will obviously spend the next century in these law comprehension areas. After all, you wouldn't let such an opportunity slide. So, since you have access to all law comprehension areas and I need to follow you, I, by proxy, also have access to all law comprehension areas for the next century. Of course, that only counts for those that you are interested in. Nevertheless, that's still quite the privilege, Ferris said. Gravis nodded. That makes sense. Hey, Gravis, Ferris said as he came closer. Let me just be direct and honest. You have the choice of all areas we go to, and I won't object to any of them, but it would be nice of you if you visited one regarding fire. It doesn't have to be for long. Of course, if you don't want to, that's also okay. Gravis had expected that Ferris had had an ulterior motive when he decided to follow him. But surprisingly, Ferris simply told Gravis his motive directly. You're in luck, Gravis said. I wanted to stop by a law comprehension area for fire anyway, but not right now. So, sure, we'll go to one later. Ferris nodded with a smile. That's all I can ask for, he said. Then, Gravis told Ferris where he wanted to go first. Gravis' decision confused Ferris a lot, but his job was only to stop beasts from angering Gravis and to stop Gravis from fighting any beasts. In the end, It was Gravis' decision where he wanted to go. Ferris had no idea why Gravis wanted to go there, but he led him there anyway. The two of them traveled for over a day, leaving the Empire far behind. One shouldn't forget that the majority of law comprehension areas were in the territories of affiliated kingdoms. Soon, Gravis and Ferris arrived in front of the law comprehension area. The area looked absolutely wild and chaotic. On one spot was a dry and deadly desert. Some bones of some dead, weaker beasts littered the grounds while humongous sand dunes nearly reached the cloud layer. Yet, just around 100 kilometers further away, was a grand and powerful river that somehow felt way more imposing than just a normal river. It was almost like the water inside the river was a more powerful kind of water. 100 kilometers in a different direction were some powerful and sturdy mountains with many kinds of metal and stone. In yet another direction was a hill with a lot of powerful spirit plants on them that created a kind of forest. Gravis could see different kinds of crystals present in every biome. These crystals were also a kind of material, but it was different from normal metal. What kind of law comprehension area was this? Which law could one observe here? This was the law comprehension area for the composition of the earth element. Why would Gravis want to visit a law comprehension area associated with the earth element? Ferris had no idea. Silt, sand, and gravel in the rivers. Fertile and infertile earth in the forest. Different kinds of stone and metal in the mountains. Sharp and weathered sand in the desert. All kinds of relatively soft and medium-hard materials can be found here. That's exactly what I've been looking for, Gravis thought. Do you want to know why I've chosen this area? Gravis asked Ferris. I do, Ferris answered. I just felt like it wasn't my place to ask. It's all right, Gravis said. I'll see you as one of my companions for the next 100 years. If you have questions, you can simply ask them. After all, I will also ask you if I want to know something. Ferris furrowed his brows, but he nodded anyway. Accepting someone as a companion simply because they would spend some time together felt weird to him, but that would truly make this whole situation easier. All right, Ferris said. So, then tell me, Gravis, why are we here? He asked. Whoop. Gravis summoned his armor and weapons, surprising Ferris. What are my armor and weapons made of? Gravis asked. Ferris hadn't seen a polished and tempered version of metal before. No beast had ever wanted to polish, forge, or temper different kinds of metal, so the shiny exterior confused him for a bit. Yet who was Ferris? He was an elder and an emperor. He had enough experience to discern the materials. Some form of metal, right? Ferris asked. Gravis nodded, his armor creating a clanking sound. Exactly. Now, which affinity do I have? Gravis asked. Lightning, Ferris answered. Yes. So why do I have metal around myself? Gravis asked. For some reason, that question surprised Ferris. Yes, why did Gravis, a lightning beast, have metal around himself? He shouldn't be able to manipulate metal since he didn't have the metal element. Honestly, I don't know, Ferris said. Clank. Gravis punched his armored chest with quite some power. This metal is harder than my scales. So, it offers better defense than my body, right? Ferris nodded. Shing. Gravis slashed with his saber. This saber is harder and sharper than my teeth and claws. So, it offers better offense than my body, right? Ferris nodded again. So, why wouldn't I use metal? Gravis asked. Ferris thought about it and found no counterargument. Over 10 seconds passed in silence. Huh, Ferris said. Why didn't I think of that? He asked himself as he noticed all the advantages. Gravis simply smiled. Since I don't have a metal affinity, I can't just summon metal. I need to search for metal in the surroundings and use that. When I find some appropriate metal, I simply melt it down and change it into a usable form for me, like weapons and armor. So, Gravis said as he looked at Ferris, while I can't summon metal, I can still use parts of its power via naturally occurring metal. In order to manipulate metal to this degree, I've needed to comprehend a composition law regarding metal first. If there were no naturally occurring metal, That law would be absolutely useless to me since I can't transform my energy into metal. Yet, since there is naturally occurring metal, I can still make use of a law of a different element than my own, Gravis explained. Ferris' eyes shone in recognition. That's genius, he exclaimed. Of course, it wasn't really genius. After all, basically every human used and refined different kinds of resources. It was not special in human worlds, but in this beast world, something like this was unprecedented. So why are we here? Can you guess? Gravis asked. This was a new concept for Ferris, but he had plenty of experience with laws. If there is a law regarding the composition of metal, there should also be a law regarding the composition of earth, right? Gravis nodded. And? He asked with a smirk. Ferris continued. And since both laws have something to do with composition, you might be able to comprehend a level 2 law about composition by combining them, Ferris answered. Gravis nodded with a smirk. Then, he turned to the law comprehension area with fervor in his eyes. Exactly. With that said, Gravis immediately got to work. Surprisingly, even Ferris seemed to have become inspired by Gravis' words, and he also started looking at different stuff in the area. Gravis' first stop was the mountain range. He already had quite the knowledge about metal, but this mountain range had more than simple metal. Especially these crystals on the mountain range looked different from everything Gravis had seen. Gravis went to one of the crystals and took one into his hands. After that, he simply stared at it. Gravis had a lot of experience regarding pure metal, and he had also learned a lot about different kinds of alloys. Sadly, Gravis wasn't able to manipulate alloys. He knew how he could create them, but his understanding regarding their composition was lacking. There were a lot of alloys that were harder than the pure kinds of metal, but without being able to compress them while forging, these alloys would be even weaker than his current equipment. Out of interest, Gravis used some of his lightning on the crystal. He expected the crystal to melt, but, surprisingly, it simply broke apart and started smoking. After some minutes, instead of melting, nearly the whole crystal transformed into a kind of smoke. Interesting, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. These crystals feel like metal, but when I use my lightning on them, instead of melting, they act more like living matter and burn away. Yet, Gravis thought as he saw the black ash remaining in his arms. Not all of the crystal burns away. Some parts of it remain in my hand. If the crystal were made of only one material, all of it would have vanished. This means that this crystal is not a pure material, but a complex material like alloys. Gravis grabbed some more crystals and burned these too. After he was done with that, he took the ash he had created and tried to manipulate that with his lightning. Gravis used more and more lightning until, finally, even the ash started to vanish into smoke. Then, he grabbed more crystals and created another usable pile of ash. After that, he used some metal he found in the mountains and combined it with the ash. It took several hours and a lot of crystals until Gravis managed to find the right temperature and correct manipulation to make the ash fuse with the metal. Clank! Clank! Gravis flicked the new sheet of alloy sometimes to test its hardness. Crack! A small crack appeared as Gravis used more strength. The hardness of the alloy is about the same as the pure metal I have used, but if I'm right, something else should be different. Bzzz. Gravis used a lot of lightning until the alloy started to melt again. Sure enough, it can withstand more heat now. So, if I'm correct, this ash should be pure fire ash. Then, if this is pure fire ash and I have just used Mountain's secret metal, this alloy must be Mountain's fire alloy. Gravis had learned everything about metals and alloys, but nearly all alloys needed some materials that were not metal. So, because of that, Gravis knew the names of the non-metal materials he needed but didn't know their properties. Due to that, he couldn't search for the non-metal materials. He had to discover them by himself. I know how the energy creates hard pure materials, so I should be able to extrapolate the workings of this medium pure material by using the energy makeup of the hard pure materials as reference, Gravis thought. Gravis thought about the makeup of hard pure materials, but this pure fire ash acted way differently from metals. Instead of melting and becoming liquid, this ash directly became a gas. I wonder how that works, Gravis thought. Gravis grabbed another crystal, but this one just melted down. which surprised him quite a bit. Interesting, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin in thought. This crystal looked the same as the other one, but it is obviously very different. Additionally, this crystal doesn't fit any of the hard pure materials I know about. This means that it is not a hard pure material. Yet, the crystal is most definitely hard. This makes it impossible for this crystal to be a medium pure or soft pure material. So, it can only be a hard complex material. Yet, if it's a hard complex material, it shouldn't act like one single material when put under a lot of stress or heat. The whole thing liquefied evenly and at the same time, like it was only one material. As Gravis looked at the molten crystal, he also turned his head to look at the crystal-filled mountain range. Then he sighed. I might have bitten off more than I can chew, Gravis thought. Soft pure, medium pure, hard pure, soft complex, medium complex, hard complex, Gravis thought. These are already 6 different laws. Yet, I can't know which materials correspond to which law without experimenting on them first. This means I can either try to find the corresponding materials for one of the laws and only look at them, or try to comprehend 5 additional laws at once since I've already understood the hard pure law. This is way harder than I had anticipated, Gravis thought with a sigh. Additionally, I don't know how the laws combine. Could be that soft pure, medium pure, and hard pure combine into pure, but it could also be that soft pure and soft complex combine into soft. So, there could be 2 or 3 level 2 laws in this law comprehension area. Either we have the pure and complex law or we have the soft, medium, and hard law. Gravis furrowed his brows as he tried to think about a way to find out which laws he should try to comprehend first. Father has told me the full name of one of the laws, which is the hard pure law. The full name of it was the middle-tier hard pure material composition law. Every word further specifies the law I know, so I should try to remove some words. I obviously can't even attempt to remove the middle-tier part. Material refers to dead things, and to remove material I need to comprehend the composition of living matter, which means that I need to make some headway in the life laws. Composition is the last word and shows the major category of the law. I don't even need to think about attempting to remove that. So, this only leaves the hard and pure words. If we ignore the hard and pure parts, we would be left with middle-tier material composition law. This should be a level 3 law. This encompasses the knowledge of every dead material in all the middle worlds. Now, in order to understand that, I first need to find out what counts as a material. Gravis looked into the surroundings. Metals count as hard pure. Coal, sand, and different kinds of stone should be medium, but I don't know which ones are pure and which ones are complex. Earth is probably a soft material, but that can't be the only thing. So what else is dead? I should be able to find out what is dead by simply looking at everything and checking if it has a will, Gravis thought. Gravis stretched out his spirit sense and only used a minuscule amount of his will aura to check everything. Then he started looking at everything. Yet, the more he looked, the more nervous he got. Fuck, he thought. What was dead? Earth was kind of dead, if one ignored the small living beings. Mountains were dead. Sand was dead. Crystals were dead. Yet what else was dead? Water was dead. Air was dead. Fire was kind of dead but also kind of alive. Gravis wasn't even sure if that counted as dead or alive. Did light count? Did darkness count? Did light and dark also have a composition? Lava was dead. Clouds were dead. Different kinds of gases and liquids were dead. Was space dead? Was time dead? Did space and time also have a composition? Did gravity have a composition? Scales and bones could be used as materials for weapons. Did that mean that some living matter also counted as a form of material? What about dead wood? It counted as living matter when it was alive, but when it died, would it count as a dead material? Houses could be built with wood, and wood would most definitely be considered a material in that regard. What about wind? What about oil? Salt? Gravis no longer concentrated on anything and simply stared into space. Why is so much stuff dead? Gravis had arrived here with grand plans in mind, but everything just kept crashing down as soon as he realized how hard it actually was to comprehend a more powerful law. He had managed to comprehend a level 2 law, the law of suppression, but that was a law that didn't require any level 1 laws to understand. Gravis hadn't attempted to understand a proper level 2 law yet, and just thinking about the level 3 law made him nearly despair. There was so much from so many different aspects to understand. He was sure that not everything he had considered would be part of the law, but some of that stuff surely would. Gravis sighed and looked at the ground with a troubled expression. Where do I even begin? He thought. Now, Gravis could understand why so many level 5 kings never managed to become emperors. He didn't even know what he needed to understand in order to comprehend even some initial laws. It was like he was completely blind. I'm lucky that Father gave me an initial direction with the hard pure law, Gravis thought as he remembered his conversations with his father. Wait a second. Gravis thought as he remembered something specific. Hadn't Father said that he didn't want to tell me the categorization of laws so that I don't try to only go in one direction? He also said that the initial laws are more important than the later ones. Suddenly, Gravis chuckled bitterly. I get it. So that's why you have told me about the composition law but not the others. Gravis sighed again. I've been truly stupid. His father had said that the composition law was one of the most powerful laws in existence. Such a powerful law obviously wasn't easy to comprehend. What was composition? It was the law that explained how energy transformed into different matter and forces. All matter was made up of energy, and by understanding the composition law, one understood how an entire world was created. I have tried to understand how to create an entire world, Gravis thought with a bitter smile. I am pretty sure that is way beyond my ability at the moment. Father told me about this law because it's absolutely impossible for me even to attempt to understand it. He also said that I shouldn't aim for any specific, more powerful law, but just try to gain understanding with as many initial laws as possible. I shouldn't set such a powerful law as my goal but should just aim to understand one law after the other. Gravis punched himself in the forehead to regain his bearings. If I understand 10 laws, I might not have the fitting laws for a low-rank law. Yet, if I understand 100 laws, the chances are high that I have enough for several low-rank laws. As long as I understand as many initial laws as possible, the low-rank laws will come naturally. Gravis' gaze turned back to the crystals on the mountain. I shouldn't aim for a law but aim for understanding. As long as I look at everything I see one at a time, I will comprehend a law at some point. Let's start with these crystals, Gravis thought as he randomly grabbed another crystal. Right now, he wasn't aiming for a specific kind of crystal but just grabbed one at random. And with that, Gravis properly started his 100-year-long journey to understand as many things as possible. It took Gravis 3 entire months to understand and categorize all the crystals on the mountain range. After he was done with that, he nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the mountain range itself. Parts of the mountain range were so powerful that not even he was able to destroy them. Yet, there were also parts that were made up of weak stone that even a lord could destroy. As soon as Gravis started experimenting on the mountain, he became fascinated. He had never even seen such a wondrous mountain. Most mountains were made up of only one or two materials, but this one had many different kinds of stones all over. Additionally, the mountain also had a lot of different kinds of metal inside it. No wonder this is a law comprehension area, Gravis thought. If this mountain range weren't so special, it probably wouldn't constitute as a law comprehension area for the earth element. 2 weeks into trying to understand the mountain range, Gravis got interrupted. Hey, I managed to comprehend a law, Ferris said with a smile as he looked at the concentrating Gravis. Gravis' ears perked up when he heard that. Already? He asked in shock. Ferris nodded. I'm an emperor, and I have already comprehended a lot of laws. I can learn a lot of the hidden concepts by finding similarities from other laws. Gravis nodded. That makes sense. What did you manage to comprehend? He asked. Ferris laughed loudly. I learned the law of steam, Ferris said with pride. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. How? He asked. You have the fire element. Isn't steam part of the water element? Ferris nodded a couple of times. I also thought that learning this law was a bit too easy, But when I thought about it more, it actually makes sense. You see, I've fought a lot of water beasts in my life, and naturally, a lot of them have the water element. So, it happened quite often that my fire clashed with their water, creating steam in the process. Without me knowing, I have learned a lot about steam during these fights, Ferris explained. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Huh, that actually makes a lot of sense, he commented. Ferris smiled. It does, doesn't it? It's been a while since I've managed to comprehend a new law, and this one came way easier than most of the others. Ferris also scratched his chin as he looked with thought to the sky. I think it's because I've been too hellbent on learning more about fire. I've ignored a lot of the level 1 laws and only looked at fire, which made it harder than necessary. Funnily enough, Ferris was wagging his tail in excitement. You know what's even funnier? By comprehending the law of steam, I managed to understand something about fire that I hadn't managed to comprehend in the past 50 years. It's not a full law yet, but it's progress. Gravis thought about these words for a bit. So even seemingly opposite laws can allow someone to comprehend something about the other one. Then, Gravis looked at the mountain with furrowed brows. That means it's also possible that understanding more about this mountain won't make me understand more about the crystals. So, Ferris suddenly said, you explained to me the usage of learning different kinds of laws. The law of steam won't help me at all in combat as long as my opponent doesn't use steam. Yet, this law gave me insights into a law that is very useful to me. Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. Ha! He simply uttered. If you put it like that, it sounds like there is no wrong law to comprehend. There isn't, Ferris said. The more you understand, the more you learn about the world, and the more you learn about the world, the more powerful you become. There is no useless law. Gravis nodded. Exactly, he said, and then turned back to the mountain. I will continue with my experiments. Ferris realized that Gravis didn't want to talk right now and simply waved him off. No problem. I'll also continue. Just tell me if you want to go somewhere else. But I honestly don't mind. Staying here has proven quite fruitful to me already. Will do, Gravis said with a nod as he continued probing the mountain. Then, Ferris flew away. The mountain proved to be way more complex than the crystals. There were simply way more materials in it. There were even other kinds of crystals inside the mountain that Gravis hadn't seen yet. It seemed like the crystals he had already understood were literally just the tip of the mountain. 6 months passed as Gravis looked more at the mountain with interest. The more he looked at it, the more interesting the mountain became. Hey! I managed to comprehend another law, Ferris suddenly said as he flew to Gravis. Another one? Gravis asked in shock. Ferris nodded a couple of times in excitement, his tail wagging wildly. Yes! He shouted with excitement. This time, I learned something about wind. I noticed how my fire made the wind move, and that allowed me to understand a lot about it. That's really great, Ferris, Gravis said. I still haven't understood even one law. I'm trying to understand the materials in this mountain, and it is rather difficult. Ferris turned to the mountain with interest and grabbed one of the crystals. Then he looked at it, used some fire, and melted it. After that, he grabbed another one and did the same thing. But when he tried out the third crystal, the crystal suddenly split apart into 2 different kinds of materials. One of Gravis' eyebrows twitched with annoyance. That crystal has taken me 27 tries to understand, he thought with frustration. That's also interesting, but I'm more interested in something else, Ferris said. See you later. And with that, he was off. Another 6 months passed in which Gravis understood more and more about the mountain. He guessed that he had already gone through about 80% of its materials, and he felt delighted with his progress. Gravis! I comprehended another law. Gravis heard the shout and gritted his teeth. This fucking guy. Was Gravis angry at Ferris? No. Was Gravis annoyed by Ferris? A little bit. Was Gravis envious of Ferris? Hell yes. This guy managed to comprehend 3 entire laws in just a bit more than a year. Was this normal for an emperor? Was this what the Empress and the Grand Elder meant with that emperors had way more experience with understanding laws? Was the gulf between Gravis and an emperor truly that vast? Gravis had been delighted with his progress, but when compared to Ferris, his progress was laughable. This guy picked up laws like they were some coins lying on the road. How are you comprehending so many laws, Ferris? Gravis asked helplessly. I don't know, Ferris said with a heartfelt smile of excitement, his tail wagging. I just look at everything and realize that I have seen similar things in the past. Then, everything comes just naturally, and I know what I should pay attention to. Gravis felt helpless when he heard that and sighed again. It sounds like you have experienced a lot of things, Ferris? Gravis said. Ferris fell into thought. I guess I did, he said. I've been a level 1 emperor for over 3,000 years by now. I guess it's normal for me to have seen a lot of things. Gravis nearly dropped the stone he was holding. You've been a level 1 emperor for over 3,000 years? He asked in shock. Ferris nodded. Yep, he said with a smile. I've fully committed myself to fire for the past 3,000 years and have not comprehended many other laws. Man, in just the last year, I managed to comprehend more laws than in the past 500 years. My talk with you has helped me immensely. 500 years with only 1 or 2 laws. Gravis thought with sympathy. This must have been hard for Ferris. No wonder he's so excited. So, all the laws he has understood in the past year were due to an accumulation for nearly 3,000 years. Gravis looked at the sky with a forlorn expression. I can't even imagine not comprehending a single law for over 100 years. This must be horrible. Ferris noticed Gravis' forlorn expression and cocked his head to the side. Why are you looking at the sky so heartbroken? He asked innocently. Gravis sighed again when he heard Ferris. To be honest with you, I imagine myself in your shoes. Not understanding a single law for 100 years sounds terrifying. It would be like my path forward was cut off. PSH. Ferris made a sound like thinking about something like that was idiotic. How is that terrifying? It's normal. Well, maybe not that long, but long times are normal. Emperors want to become more powerful, so they try to understand the relevant laws to their battle strength. Learning one thing deeply is harder than learning the basics of new things. Ferris commented. I'm not so sure about that, Ferris, Gravis answered. What do you mean? Ferris asked with curiosity. Didn't you say that you learned something about fire by understanding another law? Gravis asked. Isn't learning a deeper law just more knowledge? Some of the knowledge is probably harder to decipher, but that may only be so because some of the knowledge is less prevalent in the category associated with it. Ferris furrowed his brows in thought. Could you explain? He asked without thinking for long. Take this rock, for example, Gravis said as he showed one of the rocks in his hands. It's made up of over 4 different materials. I can try to understand the rock, but it's harder for me to learn everything about this rock when I only look at it in its pure form. Wouldn't it be easier to learn the workings of the materials that make it up and then try to understand the rock? Oh, you meant that, Ferris said. Yeah, I mean that's how laws work. A level 2 law needs level 1 laws. Gravis nodded. Yes, but what if this rock represents a level 1 law? Now Ferris was confused again. Gravis saw Ferris' confused expression and continued his explanation. Think about the law of steam. It's a level 1 law, right? Gravis asked. Ferris nodded with enthusiasm. It should be part of the laws of water, but it requires fire to create steam. Therefore, to understand the law of steam, you need to understand the fire and water components, just like this rock is made up of different components. If you only look at steam from the standpoint of water, you miss the parts that require fire. Boom! Ferris' eyes widened as fire suddenly widely burst out of his body. Gravis was thrown into the distance as parts of his scales melted down, burning his flesh. If Ferris had directed that power directly towards Gravis, he would be dead right now. Ha ha ha! A powerful and exhilarated laughter came from the middle of the gigantic fire pillar. I understand. I finally understand. Ferris shouted into the horizons. Gravis had been thrown away a couple of kilometers as he created a crater in the mountain. Yet, instead of dealing with his situation, he looked towards Ferris in the middle of the imposing fire pillar. At first, Gravis had been confused, but then he understood that Ferris must have comprehended an important law. Had his words made Ferris realize a new law? He could do that? After half a minute, the fire pillar vanished, and Ferris arrived in front of Gravis with an even more excited smirk. "Wow!" Ferris shouted with excitement. "Man, you're really a lifesaver, Gravis." Gravis smiled bitterly. "I guess you've understood another law?" Ferris nodded excitedly. "Yes, and not just any law. I've been at this law for the past 2,500 years. This was exactly the law that has stumped me for such a long time," Ferris said. "Is it a level 2 law?" Gravis asked. Ferris nodded again. "Exactly. I've wanted to understand another level 2 law before I try to become a level 2 emperor. After all, if I had advanced without understanding another one, I would have become a bit below average in terms of battle strength. The emperor of my old empire says that's a bad thing, so I followed his orders and didn't advance." "What law is it?" Gravis asked with interest. "Level 2 laws were something special. I tried to upgrade my fire manipulation for a long time," Ferris said. "Having fire just shoot out in a straight line seems too predictable. Additionally, controlling fire takes a lot of energy. In my harder fights, I've never had an issue with offense or with speed but with energy. I run out of energy way too fast, which always forces me to retreat. So, I thought that there might be a method to make fire manipulate itself without me needing to control it," Ferris said. "Making your element control itself?" Gravis asked. "How would that even work?" "That's exactly the thing," Ferris shouted. "How would that even work? I tried a lot of things and I've understood some laws that increased my control, but that was not what I was going for. I had no idea what I should do." "Then," Ferris said, his excitement back as he smiled at Gravis, "you said your words and boom, I immediately knew what I had to do. And it just so happened that the law I've understood just before that was the key." "Oh right," Gravis said. "I haven't asked about which law you managed to comprehend." "Oh," Ferris uttered. "Right, you don't know. Some weeks ago I just started looking at everything with interest, and one thing has interested me specifically. What makes things dead and alive? Wasn't that exactly what I was thinking about previously?" Gravis thought. "So, then I started looking at living stuff. These plants are a huge help. Additionally, I looked at some weaker beasts. Then, at some time BM I found the answer." Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. "You found the answer to why things are alive or dead?" Ferris nodded. "Yep. It's the soul." "The soul?" Gravis asked as he furrowed his brows. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Ferris scratched himself behind one ear with one of his legs. "Well, I've been pretty bored the last 3,000 years, so I might have had some offspring. Nearly all my offspring are dead by now. But who cares? I can always just make more," he said casually. Gravis was still a bit uncomfortable with how beasts viewed their children. "I have often asked myself what makes life and what makes death. Today wasn't the first time. Yet, with your words, I managed to look at it from a different perspective. So, I managed to comprehend a law regarding the soul. I don't think I've ever heard of this law, but I would call it the law of soul infusion or something," Ferris said in thought. "Soul infusion?" Gravis asked with furrowed brows. "This doesn't seem to be a simple law. Such an ethereal concept like the soul shouldn't be that easy to understand. It seems more similar to my law of suppression." Then, Gravis looked at the excited Ferris. "But it has to be a level 1 law. After all, he has obviously combined this law with the law of fire manipulation. So, I guess he managed to infuse his fire with a soul. Like that, his fire would become alive, would have its own will, and would, therefore, also control itself. That's an ingenious idea. So, you comprehended something along the lines of the law of living fire?" Gravis asked. Ferris grimaced when he heard that. "It's no fun if you guess it," he grumbled. Gravis laughed when he saw the grumbling Ferris. Ferris also quickly got back his positive spirit and laughed too. "So, anyway, what is the other level 2 law that you know?" Gravis asked. "You mean the one I comprehended before I became an emperor?" Ferris asked. Gravis nodded. I already told you. It's the law of fire manipulation, he said. Suddenly, Gravis stopped laughing and looked at Ferris with confusion. But you said you tried to comprehend that for the past years. Yeah, but I already knew it, Ferris said. I've already understood it. But I wanted to make it even better. Wow, 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 Gravis said with raised arms as he took some steps back. Wait a second here. What? Ferris asked. Is it even possible to combine a level 1 law with a level 2 law? Gravis asked. Ferris furrowed his brows in thought. I don't think so. That wouldn't really make much sense. And you combined your level 2 law of fire manipulation with the law of soul infusion? Gravis asked with nervousness. Ha! Ferris said as he suddenly stopped moving. Now that you mention it, this does sound weird. Doesn't something as ethereal as soul infusion sound too powerful for a level 1 law? Gravis asked. Ferris scratched himself again. I guess so. So, it could be that the law of soul infusion is a level 2 law, right? Gravis asked with urgency. Now, Ferris also stopped moving as he realized something. It does feel quite powerful, actually, Ferris said quietly. So, when you combine 2 level 2 laws into 1 law, what would that make? Gravis asked, agitated. Now, Ferris looked with widened eyes at the horizon. This can't be real, can it? Ferris asked no one in particular. Ferris, Gravis said, making Ferris look at him. I think you managed to comprehend a level 3 law. Show me, Gravis said with intensity. Ferris was a bit taken aback. What? I want to see the living fire, Gravis said. Okay, Ferris said, still feeling uncertain. A small fireball appeared beside Ferris and hovered in the air. Additionally, the small fireball moved around a bit and circled Ferris in interest. It even flew over to Gravis to inspect him but quickly lost interest. Gravis' eyes were filled with intensity as he studied the floating fireball. This is beyond powerful, Gravis thought with seriousness. The fireball itself is only a bit weaker than my punishment lightning, which means that it is already stronger than the spires from the Inquisitor. My punishment lightning and this living fire are both level 3 laws, and my punishment lightning is a bit stronger. But this only means that this living fire has another advantage that should make it equal to my punishment lightning. As Gravis continued inspecting it, he found out something terrifying. I've never seen anything like this. With this, Ferris might even be able to win against me when he's only 1 or 2 levels above me. He might be the only beast in this entire world that can honestly kill me with only a 1 or 2 level advantage. What did Gravis find out? It was rather shocking but also logical. Gravis couldn't delete the will on the living fire with his will aura. This meant that Ferris was the only beast in this world that could remotely control their attacks after they had been fired. Ferris could obviously summon many of these flames, and these flames would chase Gravis until they got destroyed. This meant that Gravis wouldn't have the ability to dodge or parry these flames. He could only destroy them by blocking or attacking them. This meant that Gravis would be forced into a head-on clash. Dodging and parrying had always been Gravis' most reliable defensive methods. Yet, if he fought Ferris, he would be forced to block. With a 2-level advantage, Gravis was sure that such an intense fire would kill him very quickly. If Ferris had a 1-level advantage, the fight would be up in the air. At that point, Gravis' armor would be powerful enough to withstand the fire without problems. Then, it depended on how many of these flames Ferris could summon. So, why was Gravis not able to delete the will upon the living fire? It was actually rather obvious. Anything that a body touched would receive its will, but as soon as it left the body, no new will could be put upon the thing or attack without touching it again. At least not when it was a beast attacking. A human spirit was like an extension of the being, which meant that a new will could be imprinted on an attack as long as it was inside the spirit sense's range. The difference between normal attacks and this fire was that this fire was its own living thing with its own will. Trying to delete the will on the fire was the same as trying to delete Ferris's will on his own body. It just didn't work like that. The spirit and will aura was the greatest advantage that humans had over beasts. With this living fire, if Ferris fought a human, He would take away his opponent's biggest advantage while still keeping the advantages of a beast. Ferris had become a human killer. Ferris looked with interest at his own fire and even played around with it, while Gravis looked with intensity at the fire. Ferris has no idea that he's only alive because of me right now, Gravis thought. What did Gravis mean? Heaven's goal in creating beasts was to serve as food for cultivators. Yet, Ferris, as this food, had basically become poisonous. He had an incredible advantage over every single human, and killing him while being in the same realm as him as a human would prove to be nearly impossible. Keeping poisonous food around in the house was something only irrational people did. Gravis was sure that, under normal circumstances, Heaven would have killed Ferris right then and there. Ferris' existence was too dangerous to humans. Beasts were supposed to die to humans, not kill them. Yet, Gravis and his father had already realized that the highest heaven had a plan in mind for Gravis. Ever since that incident when Gravis had newly become a spirit-forming cultivator, Heaven never took away any karmic luck from any of his friends. In actuality, the opposite was true. Heaven even increased their karmic luck to unforeseen levels. Was it an attempt to mend its relationship with Gravis? Was it a fail-safe plan to keep his friends alive and use them as hostages if Gravis ever became too dangerous? Both his father and Gravis didn't know which one it was. The only truth was that Heaven wanted all of Gravis' friends to become as powerful as possible and to survive. Gravis and Ferris hadn't talked to each other for much and hadn't gone through any fights together, but their personalities clicked. Gravis acted like Ferris annoyed him, but Ferris' earnest, friendly, and exciting demeanor basically forced Gravis to like him. It was almost like Ferris was an excited dog instead of an emperor wolf. Ferris just radiated positivity without showing any kind of naive ideology. Ferris had already shown that he liked Gravis very much, but Gravis was sure that Ferris would become terrifying if an enemy appeared. After all, he was an emperor and managed to live for over 3,000 years. He was definitely not naive. This positivity played off rather well on Gravis' cold and logical directness. Instead of thinking that Gravis was a cold dick, Ferris found Gravis' words interesting. Because of that, even though they hadn't interacted so much with each other, there was already a bond forming between Gravis and Ferris. Additionally, Gravis had a high standard for friends. Only after someone had proven themselves with their power would he consider them as companions. Gravis hadn't cared about Joyce until she proved that her ideology was not as naive as he had believed. Gravis hadn't cared about Manuel until Manuel proved to be very mature and very powerful. Gravis hadn't cared about Nero until Nero proved to be powerful and caring. Ferris was more powerful than Gravis, and he had comprehended a level 3 law now, making him even more powerful. Additionally, Ferris was very positive and honest with Gravis, and Gravis just couldn't be mad at him. "Hey, Gravis," Ferris said after looking at Gravis's troubled expression for a while. "Why are you looking so troubled?" he asked. Gravis shook his head for a bit. "Sorry, I was just lost in thought." "You sure?" Ferris asked with concern. "You looked like something horrible happened to you." "That again?" Gravis thought with annoyance. Gravis sighed. "No, that's just my thinking face. I have been told that I look like someone killed my parents when I think," Gravis explained. Ferris looked confused. "No, you don't. You look like you were troubled, not like your parents died." Gravis sighed again. "Yeah, guess what? When the parents of humans die, they often than not feel rather troubled," Gravis thought. "Forget it," Gravis said. "Anyway, your fire is very impressive. I'm certain that it is a level 3 law now." Ferris smiled widely when he heard that. "It is? Wow, I almost can't believe it. This is great," he shouted with glee as if he could only believe it now. "Does that mean that I no longer need to comprehend any new laws?" Ferris asked Gravis. "Do you think the next world is some paradise?" Gravis asked. "The next world isn't any different than this one. It just has more powerful beasts. So, if you don't comprehend new laws, you will become average and then below average in that world. You can never comprehend enough laws." Ferris scratched his ear with his back leg again. "Okay, if you say so." Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. "Wait, You're not asking how I know that or why I'm so sure? Gravis asked in surprise. No, why should I? Ferris asked honestly. Your words have already allowed me to comprehend a level 3 law. It has worked great up to now, so why change it? Huh, Gravis uttered. That makes sense, I think. But are you not afraid that I might betray you? No, Ferris said directly. You don't feel like the sneaky kind. Additionally, why would you explain so many things about laws to me if you wanted to harm me? That makes no sense. This reasoning felt way too simple for Gravis, but it was also pretty solid. He wondered, was Ferris way too trusting, or did he have a very developed feeling about whom he could trust? Gravis wasn't sure, but he tended to believe that the second one was more likely. After all, if Ferris' trust were easily gained, he probably wouldn't have become an emperor. Hey, Ferris, Gravis said, eliciting a questioning look from Ferris. I want to continue learning. Ferris was a bit taken aback. Oh, right. Forgot about that, Ferris said with a bit of embarrassment. I'll look around some more. I think I've grown addicted to learning new laws. See you soon. And with that, Ferris was off. Gravis sighed when Ferris left. An emperor with a level 3 law. This is incredibly terrifying. I wonder how the Empress and the Grand Elder will react when Ferris returns. Right now, Ferris should be more powerful than even the Grand Elder. The Empress should be able to win against Ferris, but it would probably be a real fight, not a one-sided slaughter. After thinking that and sighing again, Gravis went back to probe the last bits of his surroundings. He was nearly done with the mountain. Gravis spent the next 2 months understanding the remainder of the mountain. After he was finished, he felt like he knew a lot more about the different kinds of materials on it. Additionally, he had developed a feeling that allowed him to assign different materials to different laws. Just by looking at a new material, he could already see to which category it belonged. The mountain had everything except soft materials. This meant that Gravis had already learned an incredible amount about medium pure, medium complex, and hard complex materials. When Gravis was done, he looked at the mountain while thinking. This mountain has nearly all the hard pure materials. I can say that for certain since I already know the hard pure composition law. Yet, does it have all the hard complex ones? It definitely has a lot of them, but there are a lot more alloys left that I could create. Gravis' eyes shone with motivation. I think I should aim for a specific law now instead of just generally understanding. I think I should first aim for the hard complex law. After all, my father has already shown me the information on all the alloys I could create in a middle world. After thinking that, Gravis went to work. He collected samples of all the hard pure materials he could find on the mountain. After that, he gathered a lot of hard complex materials and split them up into different materials. Sometimes, alloys needed components that were not hard pure, and Gravis could create a lot of these components by splitting the hard complex materials on the mountain. After finishing his preparations, Gravis looked over all the materials and sighed. This will take forever, Gravis thought, but quickly shook his head to distract himself from the negative thought. Time to start. Then, Gravis started to combine all the materials with each other. Sadly, the number of different materials was truly gigantic. At least, he already understood all the present materials, which made fusing them rather easy. Over 2 years passed. After over 2 years, Gravis was very good at fusing materials. By now, he managed to create a new hard complex material with only 2 tries. Gravis guessed that the progress on the hard complex law was probably similar to how he had progressed on the hard pure law in the past. Back then, Gravis' goal had been to forge a new material in only 1 try. When he had achieved that, he had understood the hard pure law. After all, in order to perfectly forge the material in 1 try, Gravis had had to know the workings behind the material, which required him to understand the law. Gravis also tried to create hardened edges when he used the alloys to create weapons. That had proven impossible without understanding the law. Compressing these edges always left imperfections that would prove fatal for the weapon. After all, a weapon was only as powerful as its weakest point. If a weapon were put under a lot of stress, the weakest part would break. As time progressed, Gravis found it harder and harder to make progress, and after these 2 years, Gravis completely stopped. He had realized something. This is way harder than it should be, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. Since I already have understood the hard pure law, the hard complex law should come to me even easier than the hard pure law. After all, Father has already given me all the information on alloys. It feels like I'm really close, but after learning multiple laws, I know that this is just an illusion. I'm pretty sure that I'm not close at all. I also don't feel like I'm about to understand it. The Red King, the Empress, and the Grand Elder had developed the ability to see if a beast was about to understand a new law. By now, Gravis also had developed this ability. Gravis was very sure that he wasn't even close to the hard complex law. His progress gave the illusion that he was about to understand it, but thanks to his experience, Gravis was sure that understanding the hard complex law was impossible for the time being. Something was missing. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. Something is missing? He thought. It feels like I'm missing a lot of understanding, but the hard pure law has already basically fully integrated into the hard complex law. Then Gravis narrowed his eyes. Fully integrated? Gravis thought. How can one level 1 law be fully integrated into another level 1 law? Additionally, I have learned so incredibly much about hard complex materials. This is not the complexity of a level 1 law. Is the hard complex law a level 2 law? Gravis thought and then remained unmoving for a long time as he thought about many things. There are way more hard complex materials than hard pure materials. Additionally, the rules and complexity of hard complex materials are also way more diverse than the hard pure law. I think the hard complex law might actually be a level 2 law. This changes everything, Gravis thought. If the hard complex law were a level 2 law, then the medium complex and soft complex laws would probably also be level 2 laws. As Gravis thought more about it, he realized that this made much more sense. In order to properly control and create hard complex materials, Gravis had to know hard pure materials and medium pure materials. Some of the alloys even needed soft pure materials. I think that's about it, Gravis thought. I first need to understand these 3 laws until I can even attempt the hard complex law. It also makes sense strength-wise. Some alloys are definitely more powerful than pure materials. This would mean that the hard complex law is superior to the hard pure law since it can exhibit a way higher power. Then Gravis turned his gaze to the river in the distance. What laws do the medium complex and soft complex laws need? Gravis thought. I have created some medium complex materials by mixing some materials, and I see the same requirements for them. Hard pure materials can also be made into medium complex materials. How could all this work? Gravis thought. Luckily, he came to an answer rather quickly as he realized a possibility. I think I may have been blinded by the classification of laws in this middle world. Father hasn't told me how laws are classified or how higher-ranked laws are composed. All my understanding regarding their workings comes from this world. If I think outside the box, I can see a very reasonable explanation. There are not 2 ways to create a more powerful law, but 3 ways. The first way was to combine 3 or more laws into 1 law. The second way was to understand something very complex all at once, like the law of suppression or the law of pride. The third way, which Gravis had just found out, was a combination of the 2. It required the understanding of some initial laws and then learning something additional that exclusively belonged to the low-rank law. The knowledge one required to learn for these laws could be described with land in an empire. There could be an association or organization of 3 kingdoms that work together closely. Together, they could be powerful enough to count as an empire. Yet, the territories didn't fuse into one. They were still 3 kingdoms with 3 different leaders. This represented the first way, creating a level 2 law by understanding 3 level 1 laws. If there were only a single empire with only a single leader, one could liken it to the second way of understanding laws. It was one cohesive thing. Yet, there could also be a mixture of both. This was if an association or organization between 3 kingdoms were created and one of the kingdom's leaders became an emperor. The area of the emperor's empire would grow until it was bigger than the associated kingdoms. Yet, the kingdoms might still exist and still have their association with the empire. This meant that one could see all of this as 2 empires or 1 empire. One empire would be the powerful emperor and their territory, while the other empire could be that empire plus the other two kingdoms combined. I see, Gravis thought as motivation returned to him. The soft complex, medium complex, and hard complex laws all need the full understanding of soft pure, medium pure, and hard pure laws. Then, I need to learn some additional knowledge that these laws don't have. But then, what about the classification of the full law? Gravis thought. If I understand the soft complex, medium complex, and hard complex laws, I could probably combine them into a level 3 law, which would be the complex law. Its full name would probably be the middle-tier complex material composition law. Gravis took a deep breath. Then that means that the middle-tier material composition law, without the complex, is probably not a level 3 law but a level 4 law. Gravis looked at his surroundings. If the complex law is one component of the level 4 law, there must be other components as well which are just as powerful. I think I can categorize everything better now with my increased experience. Water, metal, wood, earth, air, fire, and lightning are probably part of this overarching law. Maybe even darkness and light. I think fire and lightning don't fit water, metal, wood, air, and earth. Fire and lightning are some form of matter, but a little different from the other 5. Gravis' eyes shone more as he finally saw a categorization that made sense. The composition laws of water, air, wood, and earth probably combine into a level 2 law. Metal is probably already inside the complex materials. The composition laws of the other 4 probably create another level 2 law. Then, by combining these two, I would probably get something like the elemental material composition law, another level 3 law. Then, I probably also need to learn the composition law of all living matter. Composition of organs, blood, bones, muscles, and skin probably makes the living body, or animal composition law, which would be level 2. Then, I probably also need to learn about the composition of plants, which would make the plant composition law, which would also be a level 2 law. Another thing would probably be the composition law of microorganism. I'm powerful enough to see these small things that make mortals sick, but I can't assign them to animals or plants, which probably means that they are their own thing. The composition law of animals, plants, and microorganisms probably fuses into the composition law of living matter. Then, the composition laws of living matter, complex materials, and elements probably fuse into the middle-tier material composition law, which would be a level 4 law. Gravis smirked. Finally, I know what I need to learn. Finally, Gravis knew what he needed to learn in order to understand this level 4 law. He still remembered how he had nearly despaired as he looked at all the scattered, dead things that could have been a prerequisite of understanding the law. He had had no idea what he should comprehend. Now, all these scattered forces had been categorized by him. He was pretty sure that he might have missed some prerequisite for the level 4 law, but it was a start. Yet, the sheer number of initial laws Gravis had to understand was already astounding. I need to comprehend at least 22 level 1 laws in order to even have a shot at understanding the level 4 law. Then, I need to understand many level 2 laws and at least 3 level 3 laws. This is obviously way beyond my level at this point. I'm not so arrogant that I believe I would be able to understand a level 4 law while still being in a middle world. I can only attempt that when I'm in the higher world, Gravis thought. Gravis looked at the mountain and at the forest. The metal composition law should be the hard pure composition law. Wood is partially already in the medium pure law, but wood probably has something else as well. Wood composition is probably half material and half plant composition. I won't aim to understand the full material composition law, but I've already started with the material laws. I think I should first finish the hard complex material law since that would increase my battle strength a lot. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes shone in realization. Wait, that's the answer I've been looking for. Gravis thought as he remembered the thoughts he had had after killing the Inquisitor. Back then, I wasn't sure how it was possible to block the attacks of emperors with weapons made out of pure materials. Of course, the hard pure law is a level 1 law. How would a level 1 law be able to block the attack of a level 2 law? If the enemy emperor only attacks with the force of a level 1 law, my equipment should be able to withstand that, but not if they attack with the force of a level 2 law. And since every emperor has understood at least one level 2 law, Equipment made with the hard pure law won't be able to withstand their attacks. So, in order to keep my equipment advantage, I need to understand the hard complex law. Gravis looked at the mountain with fiery eyes. If I hadn't been forced into this realm stop by the Empress, I would have never realized this. Then, I would have continued fighting against emperors without knowing that my equipment didn't allow me to block an attack even 2 levels above myself. This means that my battle strength would have fallen, at least, an entire level without me even noticing. Gravis sighed. The Empress might have actually saved my life. Sure enough, even though my horizon is wider than anyone else's in this world, the wisdom accumulated with thousands of years of experience can't be underestimated. Different experiences give different insights. I thought I've already understood this lesson in the lower world, but I have forgotten it so quickly. This time, I need to remember, Gravis thought while feeling frustrated at himself. Gravis had understood the Empress' reasoning previously, but his feelings hadn't truly accepted it. According to his feelings, his battle strength had always increased without a need for a pause. But now, even Gravis' feelings finally realized that he might have dodged a bullet there. Gravis nodded with motivation. All right, hard complex material law it is. First, I need to understand the medium pure and soft pure material laws. Luckily, I'm at the perfect place to comprehend them. Let's start. With that thought, Gravis left the mountain. He had already categorized and comprehended all the materials that he could find and create on the mountain. Now, he needed to change his area and go to a place with other materials. First, silt, earth, gravel, and all the other stuff that counts as medium pure materials. I have already made quite the headway in these laws, so it shouldn't take that long, Gravis thought as he reached the river. Gravis looked at the river with interest. This water feels way more powerful than normal water. By now, I'm also pretty sure that I know what kind of water that is. With the realizations of how the level 4 law worked, Gravis had realized several other things about the elements. His thought had been if he needed to understand the composition of the elements, which elements did he have to understand the composition of? If we take lightning as an example, what kind of lightning would be the fitting one? Destruction lightning? Life lightning? Natural lightning? Punishment lightning? Which was it? By knowing what level the law of lightning composition should be, Gravis could deduce what he needed to know. Gravis also hadn't thought about which kinds of elements the beasts used. For example, the Silver Wolf, the traitorous squad leader of the elite striking squad. Which kind of lightning had he used? The answer was destruction lightning. Gravis thought back to other lightning beasts he had met in the past and categorized their lightning. Every lord and stronger uses destruction lightning. Spirit beasts and weaker use natural lightning. This means that the elements of beasts upgrade as soon as they become lords. I'm pretty sure that natural lightning is not a law. It is simply an amalgamation of destruction lightning and life lightning. So, in order to understand the middle-tier lightning composition law, I need to understand the composition of life lightning and destruction lightning. Gravis looked back at the river. So, logically, this water should be the upgraded version of the base water. This should be the same kind of water that waterlords and stronger use. I'm pretty sure that this water isn't the equivalent to punishment lightning since I don't feel any danger from it. The Grand Elder said that naturally occurring punishment lightning could kill even emperors. This means that the water equivalent to punishment lightning should also be able to kill emperors. If this were this kind of water, I would see many more emperors around here and would also feel a lot of danger from it. Gravis put his hand into the water and felt its icy temperature. This water is colder than the freezing temperature of normal water. Yet it is still liquid. This is probably the reason why it is more powerful than normal water. Additionally, it feels denser, he thought. The water was icy, but Gravis' body was powerful enough that the water didn't prove to be an issue. Gravis simply jumped into the river and swam to the bottom of it. The river was several kilometers deep, but that also wasn't an issue for a king. Then, Gravis looked at the ground of the river and saw several materials. There were a lot of different kinds of silt, sand, and crystals. He grabbed one of the crystals and tested its hardness. Crack. Quite fragile, Gravis thought. This is probably a medium complex material. Even though I don't plan on learning the medium complex material law anytime soon, understanding the makeup of this medium complex material may increase my understanding of medium pure materials. Gravis nodded and used his spirit to grab parts of all nearby materials. Then, he inspected them one by one and even used his lightning to experiment on them. The fact that he was underwater didn't matter to his lightning. It took Gravis about 3 months until he understood all the materials he could find inside the river. The river didn't have even nearly as many materials as the mountain range. Another reason why Gravis only took 3 months to understand all the materials was that he had already seen a lot of them on the mountain range. Yet, he spent an additional 6 months inside the river to look at the water. This was already the more powerful kind of water, which meant that this became relevant to the soft pure law. He didn't manage to comprehend the water composition law, but he was sure that he knew enough about the water to fulfill the water requirement for the soft pure composition law. Splash! Gravis came out of the river and hovered above it as he threw one last glance at it. Sure enough, there are a lot of medium pure materials at the bottom of the river, but basically no soft pure materials. By now, I'm also pretty sure that I know what constitutes a soft pure material. It's gas and liquids, Gravis thought. This means that the soft pure law probably has parts of the water composition and air composition laws. But there are still more liquids and gases that I haven't seen yet. I might need to go to a law comprehension area for wind to understand that one since I've already taken care of the water requirement. Then Gravis looked at the desert and the forest. Let's first finish the medium pure materials I can find here. The earth part of the medium pure law should all be here while the wood part isn't. The forest only has spirit plants, which means that to find the correct wood, I probably need to visit a place with unity or nascent nourishing plants. After planning his future stops, Gravis went to the desert and checked out the different kinds of sand he could find. The desert was way hotter than Gravis had expected. It was so hot that probably no spirit beast or weaker could survive there for more than some minutes. No wonder he found so many skeletons. The energy and spirit beasts had probably seen the river in the distance and tried to get there. Sadly, they didn't manage to survive the journey through the desert. Gravis immediately went to experimenting. He even inspected the different kinds of bones he found. Right now, it didn't matter to him that these bones were not part of the law that he was trying to understand. He only wanted to learn as much as possible. At some point, he had to learn the laws regarding bone anyway. It made no difference to him if he learned about bones now or later. Understanding all the materials in the desert only took Gravis around 3 weeks. A lot of the materials had already been on the mountain range and the river. Sure enough, the more he learned in other places, the faster his progress became. After that, he went to the forest and checked the different kinds of earth and stone he could find. It only took Gravis 1 week to go through all materials he could find. Yet, Gravis spent another 2 months checking out the plants inside the forest. They weren't unity plants, but understanding weaker plants might help in understanding stronger ones. Gravis flew high above the law comprehension area and looked at it. Right now, the law comprehension area looked completely different to him. He saw the forces and workings of all the present materials just by glancing at them. Gravis remembered the time he had reached the Unity realm and how he had just looked at the world. As soon as he had reached the Unity realm, his spirit had become powerful enough to actually take a glance at laws. Back then, everything had seemed new and interesting to him. Right now, Gravis felt very similar to back then. Gravis looked at the area for a full hour until he had his fill. I've been here for over 4 years. The passing of time had felt so fast that I almost can't believe it. It feels like I came here just yesterday. Well, about 96 more years to go. Gravis searched for Ferris with his spirit and quickly found him looking at some butterflies with interest. Ferris, I'm done with this area, Gravis transmitted. Oh hey Gravis, Ferris said happily as he appeared in front of him. I didn't want to disturb you. You looked so engrossed. Gravis smiled. Yes, the more I learned, the more engrossed I became. Did you manage to understand more laws? Ferris scratched his ear with one of his hind legs. One more, but my understanding has slowed down significantly. I think I've also learned as much as this area can give me. Another one. Huh? Gravis thought. If this is a level 1 law, Ferris has managed to comprehend 3 level 1 laws, 1 level 2 law, and 1 level 3 law in just 3 years. Meanwhile, I've not comprehended even a single one. Comparing myself to him feels depressing. Yet, Gravis smiled. But I've made a lot of headway. Ferris is over 3,000 years old and has experienced more than I can even imagine. I guess this is the difference between all these old emperors and me, experience. I need to consciously search for comprehension while they have seen a lot of that stuff on accident already. Ferris didn't know why Gravis was smiling to himself without saying anything, but he also smiled. Gravis looked happy, and Ferris felt happy for him. So where to next? Ferris asked. Gravis' goal was the hard complex law. The missing components were wood and air. Wood was relevant for the medium pure law, and air was relevant to the soft pure law. He decided to finish the medium pure law first. Is there a law comprehension area for wood or powerful plants? Gravis asked. Ferris was a bit taken aback. Wow, no matter how much I try to anticipate your next goal, you still take me by surprise. Why do you want to understand plants so suddenly? He asked with interest. Gravis explained to Ferris his goal of comprehending the composition law of hard complex materials and told him that he needed wood and air for the remaining 2 level 1 laws. Ferris was incredibly interested in what direction Gravis had chosen. Ferris obviously already understood the composition law of fire, but he would have never thought that the understanding of different elements could be combined like that. It was incredibly weird to him that 2 entirely separate elements, like earth and wood, could be combined into one law. No beast had ever attempted to combine elements like this. Why? Because it made no sense. Fire was fire and water was water. How could one combine water and fire? How would that even work? Yet, after Gravis' explanation, Ferris saw that it made a lot of sense. He even asked himself how he hadn't noticed such now seemingly obvious connections before. Well, to be fair, Gravis probably also wouldn't have realized the connection between the elements if he hadn't already known about the composition law. One could say that it was thanks to his father's teachings that he was able to make the seemingly obvious connection. That sounds awesome, Ferris said with excitement. But I can see the advantage. If you make your armor and weapons even harder, it's like your claws and scales become harder. This hard complex material law sounds like it's part of the metal element, but you're using that to make your body more powerful. So, you want to learn more about wood? Gravis nodded. Wood is a bit weird for beasts, Ferris said. There are so incredibly few beasts with the wood element that I have maybe only seen 15 of them in my entire life. The wood element can normally only be found in plants. So, logically, there is basically no law comprehension area for wood. Gravis furrowed his brows. So, that's a no? Gravis asked. Ferris muttered as he fell into thought. Not entirely. Oh, Gravis uttered as he perked up again. We don't have a law comprehension area, but we can use something else, Ferris said with a smile. What is it? Gravis asked. We can travel to the bulwark. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. What's that? Gravis had never heard of the bulwark before. By definition, a bulwark was a defensive wall or just a very fortified position. It sounded more like a bulwark would refer to the defensive line, but apparently it didn't. It's a defensive line made out of plants, Ferris answered. Gravis blinked a couple of times. I was wondering why I saw so few powerful plants. Are they all in this bulwark? Gravis asked. Most of them, yeah, Ferris answered. Plants can't really move, which makes it hard for them to survive in most areas. Beasts that fight a plant and feel like they would lose simply run away and the plant can't do anything about it. That makes it hard for plants to get food and become more powerful. Then, how did this bulwark form? Gravis asked. Our ancestors created it, Ferris answered with his usual excitement. We have been fighting the sea beasts for forever, and keeping the defensive lines working takes up a lot of beasts. So, they decided to create a defensive line with only plants. With that, we can send more beasts to other places. Gravis nodded. Makes sense. Where is that bulwark? He asked. At the core of the world, Ferris answered. A third of our area near the Grand Lake is being protected by the bulwark, with us taking care of the remainder. Grand Lake? What's that? Gravis asked. Ferris was a bit taken aback. You don't know what the Grand Lake is? That's weird. Everybody knows, Ferris said. Gravis sighed. Just tell me, Ferris, Gravis said helplessly. Sure thing, Ferris answered with a smile. The Grand Lake is the very core of the world. It's about 200,000 kilometers wide, encompassing the entire core of the world. Gravis furrowed his brows. I thought us land beasts were more powerful than the sea beasts. How come the most important territory is completely underwater? Shouldn't it be like 75% land and 25% sea? Gravis asked. After you leave the Grand Lake, the land and sea are distributed like that. Yes, but it doesn't include the Grand Lake itself, Ferris answered. Why don't we simply transform this territory into land if we're more powerful? Gravis asked. The Striders live there, Ferris answered simply. They like water. Now everything made sense. Gravis remembered the imposing and impossibly powerful cows he had seen from the Mountain of Pride. In fact, when Gravis looked to the north, he could even see them from here. These Striders were all so powerful that it needed a level 5 emperor with a level 3 law to kill even one of them, and there were 10. Gravis was way farther away from the core of the continent than when he had been on the Mountain of Pride. Yet, the Striders were simply too gigantic. This distance only made them appear a bit smaller. Obviously, if the land beasts tried to do anything to the Grand Lake, a Strider might take offense and simply kill them. Do sea beasts live in the Grand Lake? Gravis asked. It's full of them, Ferris said. It's their headquarters, and their ultimates live there as well. The Striders don't mind? Gravis asked. Nah, they don't care about any of that. As long as you are not a threat to them, don't touch their water or don't attack them, they simply ignore you. Theoretically, you could even sit on one of them, but no one has the guts to play with their lives like that, Ferris explained. The Striders sound rather passive, Gravis thought, though it makes sense. After all, the Striders aren't there to kill beasts but to be killed by beasts. If they were aggressive, it would defeat the entire purpose. The bulwark must be powerful if it can defend such a powerful territory, right? Gravis asked. Super powerful, Ferris answered with a frantic nod. One of our ultimates is a plant and lives there. One of our ultimates is a plant? Gravis asked in shock. Yeah, but since the plants are on our side, that ultimate counts as one of ours. The bulwark is her empire, Ferris said. Her? Plants have genders. Gravis thought. Maybe they assign themselves genders as soon as they become lords or something like that. I don't know. I know nearly nothing about plants. Speaking of, how do plants even learn laws? Gravis asked. If the plant empress was an ultimate, it meant that she didn't know a level 3 law yet. Did plants also need to comprehend laws? They kinda do and kinda don't, Ferris asked with an uncertain voice as he scratched his ear again. Could you elaborate? Gravis asked. Well, Ferris said. Plants don't go out and comprehend laws. They kinda learn their laws automatically with age and enough nutrition. Comes automatically. That's interesting, Gravis said as he scratched his chin. How long has the plant empress lived to become so powerful? He asked. Like 50,000 years or so, Ferris answered. Gravis' eyes widened. But emperors only have a longevity of 10,000 years, Gravis said in shock. Now it was time for Ferris to become shocked. We do? I didn't know that, he exclaimed. What beast could possibly live to be 10,000 years old in a natural world? Because of that, nearly no beasts knew how long the longevity of emperors was. Gravis only knew it because Orpheus had told him. Is the plant empress truly so old? Gravis asked. Ferris forgot his thoughts about his own longevity as he got distracted by Gravis' question. Yeah, but don't phrase it like that. The empress doesn't like it if you call her old. But she is literally the oldest thing in the world, Gravis said. How is she not old? She is, but she doesn't like hearing it, Ferris said. You should be careful with your words when we get to the bulwark. Gravis groaned at the situation. This made no sense. The oldest being in the world didn't like to be called old. "Sure thing, Ferris," Gravis said helplessly. "Great," Ferris said with excitement. "Let's first return to the Icy Pride Empire. The bulwark doesn't count as our law comprehension area, so we should ask the Empress first." Gravis smiled, but not for the reason one thought. Gravis smiled because of Ferris. Ferris had comprehended a level 2 and a level 3 law in the last 4 years. This meant that his actual power was probably even higher than the Grand Elder's power. He would even be able to fight with the Empress. Yet, it didn't even cross Ferris' mind to become arrogant or aggressive towards either of them. He simply accepted that he should ask the Empress first. This showed a lot about Ferris' personality. "Sure thing," Gravis said. "Let's go." And with that, Gravis said goodbye to the law comprehension area he had been in for the past 4 years. He learned a lot about materials here and also managed to uncover the categorization for a powerful level 4 law. This was the first law comprehension area where Gravis actually had fully focused on understanding more laws. Back in the law comprehension area for punishment lightning, Gravis hadn't focused on laws at all. He had been busy strengthening his will aura. Yet, this was only the first of Gravis' stops. Next stop, the bulwark. Gravis and Ferris traveled back to the Mountain of Pride. Before they went to the bulwark, they needed to ask the Empress for permission. After all, Gravis was still under the realm stop. After they arrived at the Mountain of Pride, they didn't stop and simply flew up to the top of the mountain. Currently, only the Empress was on the mountain with the Grand Elder nowhere in sight. He probably also had things to do. The Empress was surprised that Gravis returned so quickly. Had he caused trouble again? It had only been 4 years. Yet, the Empress' eyes quickly turned from Gravis to the now serious-looking Ferris. First, her eyes squinted like she needed to take a closer look. Then, her head moved backward in surprise. After that, she closed her eyes and shook her head a little, and after opening her eyes again, she looked at Ferris again with an intense gaze. Ferris felt a bit uncomfortable when the Empress looked at him like that while Gravis only smirked, but inside he was laughing. Beasts could feel the pride and superior power of other beasts. Additionally, the Empress had probably also understood the law of danger since it was so common. She had surely been in her fair share of dangerous situations to become so powerful. After some seconds, the Empress shook her head slightly like she couldn't believe what she was feeling. "Elder Ferris, what happened to you?" she asked with her usual cold voice. "I comprehended some laws," Ferris answered neutrally and respectfully. His positive and excited demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Right now, he acted like a respectful elder in front of their emperor. "How many?" the Empress asked. 5, Ferris answered. The Empress' eyes widened in shock. Gravis noticed her reaction and managed to discern several things. Apparently, Ferris' rapid progress was not usual for emperors. Gravis hadn't been sure if it was normal for emperors to understand so many laws in such a short amount of time, but judging by the Empress' reaction, it wasn't. "Which ones?" the Empress asked. She appeared calm and prideful on the outside, but Gravis knew that she was agitated deep inside. Ferris probably felt completely different to her. The last time Ferris appeared in front of her, he had only been a level 1 emperor that was a tiny bit above average. Now, with a level 3 law, he was probably the most powerful level 1 emperor in the world. After all, how many level 1 emperors managed to understand a level 3 law? "Steam, wind move dash, steam?" The Empress interjected with shock. Elder Ferris had a fire affinity. Where did that law of steam suddenly come from? "Yes, steam," Ferris answered with a serious voice. "Why?" the Empress asked, truly confused. "Learning more is better, and Gravis has taught me that it's bad to only focus on laws that increase my battle strength," Ferris answered. The Empress couldn't believe what she had heard just now. Increasing one's battle strength was bad? How was that bad? Additionally, if Ferris didn't concentrate on his battle strength, how did he suddenly become so incredibly powerful? The Empress' icy gaze turned to Gravis. "Explain," she demanded. Yet, before Gravis could answer, the Empress' gaze suddenly snapped back to Ferris with shock. Right now, Ferris was looking at the Empress with a threatening stare, which shocked her to no end. What was going on? Ferris, calm down, Gravis said from the side. The Empress isn't threatening me. Immediately, everything calmed down as Ferris looked like he had realized that he had made a mistake. Oh, okay, he said with his usual, excited self. But he quickly remembered that he was supposed to act respectfully in front of the Empress and composed himself again. Apparently, he had completely forgotten that he had just looked at the Empress with a threatening stare. The shocks just didn't end for the Empress. One of her own elders, who had been with her for over 1,000 years, was ready to attack her after spending 4 years with Gravis. Where did all his usual loyalty suddenly go? Anyway, Gravis said, making the Empress look at him again. Specialized laws often require knowledge from completely different sources that don't seem connected to the law in any way. Gravis lifted his index finger. For example, steam. To make steam, you need fire. So, in order to learn about steam, you need to know a bit about fire. You don't need to know a lot, just a little bit. The same thing is true for level 2 and level 3 laws. The Empress had never heard such a thing. One element was one element, and another one was another one. Yet, Gravis' explanation also made sense. How do you know that? She asked. Because when my father told me about laws, he had given me an example of a law to explain it better. This entire law is a gigantic amalgamation of laws from different elements. Then, after Ferris had understood the law of steam, I realized that the same thing was true for the smaller laws. Ferris, could you please explain to the Empress how you comprehended the law of steam? Gravis said. Ferris looked with respect at the Empress again. I have realized that I have known more about steam than I had thought after looking at it. In my fights against beasts with the water element, I had seen a lot of steam from when our elements clashed. So, my understanding of the fire element has helped me to understand steam, which is a part of the water element. The Empress fell into thought. Yet, she was not evaluating if that claim were true or not. Right now, she was only trying to come to terms with the fact that she hadn't seen such an obvious connection before. To her, it appeared so incredibly obvious. How hadn't she noticed that before? After a while, the Empress sighed, which was a rare show of emotion from her. I see, she said silently, mainly to herself. So, if our more powerful laws can give us insights into other weaker laws, the weaker laws can give us insight into our more powerful laws. Exactly, Gravis said with a nod. You've given me a lot to think about, Gravis, the Empress said. Then she turned back to Ferris. What were the other laws? Wind movement, earth hardening, soul infusion, and living fire, Ferris said. The Empress furrowed her scaly brows. Wind movement made sense since fire made air move upwards. Earth hardening also made sense since fire could harden clay and similar materials. Yet what about the remaining two? What is this soul infusion? The Empress asked. Apparently, even she didn't know of such a law, which showed how rare it was. The soul is the thing that differentiates dead from alive things, Ferris explained. With soul infusion, I can take my energy and infuse a dead object with a soul. The Empress took a deep breath when she heard that. Such a concept sounded very ethereal and powerful. Such a power almost felt like it shouldn't exist. Transforming something dead into something alive sounded like something that only a god could do. I presume that's a level 2 law? The Empress asked. Ferris nodded. And you have created the living fire by combining your law of fire manipulation with your law of soul infusion? She asked. Ferris nodded again. The Empress took another deep breath. She knew what that meant. Ferris had managed to comprehend a level 3 law, something even she hadn't been able to comprehend. Ferris' status had shot up violently. From a normal elder, he had risen to become a pre-ascender, a beast that was only missing food to ascend. All of this had happened way too suddenly. One of her elders had become a pre-ascender. Yet, due to something else that had happened, the Empress now knew the reason. The Empress looked at Gravis intensely, making him raise an eyebrow. You have a powerful influence that allows us beasts to comprehend powerful laws. Gravis squinted his eyes. My talk with Ferris had some impact. Sure, but don't you think you are overreacting? Gravis asked. The Empress simply continued to look at Gravis. No, I'm not, she stated. What makes you think that? Gravis asked. Elder Ferris had comprehended many more laws. The Grand Elder managed to comprehend another level 2 law regarding lightning after talking with you. The Inferno Emperor managed to comprehend a level 3 law after coming in contact with you, and I have just comprehended another law after talking with you, the Empress said. The only connection is you, she said. Gravis was taken aback. The Grand Elder learned another level 2 law after talking to him? The Empress just comprehended another one? Also, what was that other thing? I don't recall ever meeting the Inferno Emperor, Gravis said. Yes, you did, the Empress said. His title when he had been a king was the Red King. Gravis' eyes widened in recognition. The Red Hawk that had kept Gravis inside his kingdom for 5 years. He was also the one that brought Gravis to the Empress. Gravis' eyes shone coldly. He didn't forget his enmity with the Red King. He still wanted to kill the Red King for his year-long suppression. Yet, that goal seemed to be even more distant than Gravis had thought. He has comprehended a level 3 law? Gravis asked. The Empress nodded. After the meeting, he entered the law comprehension area for Inferno, which is the fire equivalent to your punishment lightning. He exited as an emperor and immediately attacked the sea beasts. He fought a level 2 emperor evenly for hours. The Empress narrowed her eyes. You should know that this was before he comprehended the law of Inferno, she said. Gravis also narrowed his eyes. This meant that as a new level 1 emperor, the Red King had already been powerful enough to jump an entire level as an emperor. When he had been a level 5 king, the Red King had probably been even more powerful than an inquisitor. During that fight, the Empress continued, the Inferno Emperor managed to understand the law of Inferno and killed the enemy emperor. Shortly after, he killed another level 2 emperor. Right now, the Inferno Emperor is a level 2 emperor that can even fight a level 4 emperor. He might be even more powerful than me. Gravis took a deep breath with closed eyes. Is he still part of the Icy Pride Empire? Gravis asked. No, he left the empire as soon as he exited the law comprehension area. He also left his kingdom behind, and it doesn't seem like he's interested in creating his own empire. His goal is the higher world. Gravis' eyes shone coldly. So, he's up for grabs, right? The Empress looked into Gravis' eyes. Yes. Gravis fell into thought after he got the go-ahead to kill the Inferno Emperor. Of course, Gravis wasn't so stupid that he would search for him now. The Inferno Emperor had already had the ability to fight a level above himself as an emperor even before he had understood his level 3 law. Gravis could also infer how powerful the Inferno element was. Since it was the equivalent to his punishment lightning, it meant that the Inferno element would be just as powerful. Even if Gravis managed to comprehend the hard complex law and created a new armor, his armor would need to be around 2 or 3 levels higher than the Inferno Emperor to withstand such an attack. Gravis' most powerful weapon was his will aura and his law of suppression. With that, he would be able to slow the Inferno Emperor by over 80% if he were only 1 level higher than Gravis. This would allow Gravis to securely kill him if there were only a 1-level difference. Yet, that was considering if Gravis' will aura continued to grow at the same rate as it had been up to this point. If his will aura didn't increase, the Inferno Emperor would only be slowed by about 50%. That might prove to be an issue since Gravis couldn't allow himself to get hit. Additionally, I don't intend to increase my realm for the next 96 years, Gravis thought. The Inferno Emperor has a straight path to the next world now, and it's even possible that he will ascend in the next 96 years. Gravis sighed as Ferris looked at him in confusion. If I immediately increase my realm, I might be able to catch up to him and kill him, but that would sacrifice this opportunity to understand more laws, which is more important for my future path. Gravis took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't like this decision at all, but it was better this way. My path is more important than revenge, Gravis thought. Understanding more laws is more important than revenge, Gravis said. The Empress nodded. That's the correct choice. As long as you become more powerful, you can always take your revenge. Gravis nodded back, but inside he was thinking something else. I already have an idea to get my revenge anyway, but I need to ascend first, he thought. Ferris looked at Gravis with interest as Gravis shook his head to push the thoughts of revenge out of his mind. It was time to ask the Empress something much more important. "Are there any news regarding our kids?" Gravis asked nervously. The Empress felt that it was a bit weird that Gravis said, "our," but she ignored it. All of them are still alive and doing well. In actuality, their battle strength has become rather impressive. "Oh," Gravis asked, excited now. His kids were impressive, even for the Empress standards. They are all less than 10 years old, but they have all managed to comprehend a law already. "That is quite impressive," the Empress said. Gravis' eyes widened. All of them had already understood a law at their age. That was truly impressive. When Gravis heard that, he felt incredibly proud of them. "What laws did they comprehend?" Gravis asked. "I don't know," the Empress said evenly. "Why not?" Gravis asked in surprise. "Because I don't care and didn't ask," the Empress said with a cold voice. Gravis sighed again. He knew that beasts didn't care about their offspring, but he also couldn't fully empathize with that mindset. Well, at least he had something to look forward to now. The news that his children were doing well encouraged Gravis more. His children were outstanding, and as their father, he couldn't allow himself to fall behind. "Empress, we came here for a reason," Gravis said. "What is it?" the Empress asked. "I am currently in the process of understanding a level 2 law that will allow me to make even more powerful equipment," Gravis said. "For that law, I need to learn about the composition of wood and maybe even other plant materials." The Empress narrowed her eyes. "You want to go to the bulwark?" she said directly. Gravis nodded. The Empress remained silent for a little bit as she thought about that proposal. "As long as you don't fight anything, I don't have a problem with that, but you need to be careful. The bulwark is not under my control, and I won't spend any resources to convince the Empress of the Bulwark Empire. You need to negotiate with the plant ultimate by yourself." Gravis nodded. "That's all I needed to hear." The Empress turned to Ferris. "Ferris, your status is changed. Your new status is no longer fitting to keep watch over Gravis. I will call another elder to keep watch over him." Ferris looked like he had just heard that he would die. "What?" he asked in shock. "What have I done wrong?" he asked, almost fearful. The Empress blinked a couple of times in confusion. This wasn't a punishment. A preascender's time was valuable, and keeping watch over a king would be a waste of time for a preascender. "You didn't do anything wrong," the Empress said with furrowed brows. "Your status is different now, and you should think about increasing your realm and ascending to the next world. Keeping watch over a king for nearly a century is a waste of time for you." Ferris wasn't sure what he should do now. On the one hand, the Empress was right, but on the other hand, Gravis was the one that allowed him to reach his current power. Not knowing what he should do, Ferris turned to Gravis. "What should I do?" he asked helplessly. Gravis snickered a bit when he saw Ferris like this, while the Empress would have groaned if she hadn't had to uphold her royal demeanor. A preascender was asking a king what he should do. This was not how a preascender should act. "Sharpening the axe doesn't take away time from cutting wood," Gravis said, eliciting confused looks from Ferris and the Empress. Gravis groaned. "They don't know what an axe is," he thought helplessly as he realized that his smart words had fallen on deaf ears. "What I mean is that learning more about the world now won't take away any cultivation time in the higher world," Gravis explained to the Empress. "Isn't he in my exact situation? He has just barely reached the qualifications for an ascender, which would make him one of the weakest ascenders from our world. So, learning more will only benefit his future." "He might not share your goals, Gravis," the Empress said. "Nearly everyone is only interested in ascending. He may not be interested in becoming stronger than everyone." Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Then he turned to Ferris. "What's your goal in life, Ferris?" Gravis asked. Ferris was a bit taken aback by that question. His previous goal had been to increase his fire manipulation, but he had achieved that goal now. What should he now pursue? "What's your goal, Gravis?" Ferris asked. "To become the most powerful," Gravis answered immediately. Ferris nodded. "Then, my goal is also to become the most powerful," he said with newfound motivation. The Empress massaged her temple with her hands in frustration. One couldn't decide on their life goal just like that. Yet, the Empress just couldn't bother anymore. Ferris was even older than her, so if he wanted to decide his goal just like that, it had nothing to do with her. Fine, the Empress said with annoyance. I take it that you still want to follow Gravis? Ferris nodded excitedly. Yes, can I? The Empress sighed in frustration, no longer bothering to keep up her royal demeanor. Sure, but remember that Gravis isn't allowed to fight, kill, or consume another beast. Ferris excitedly waved that comment off. No problem, he said with excitement. If anyone threatens him, I will just kill them, he said with an excited smile. The Empress felt even more frustrated when she heard that. If he just killed anyone, this would become a political nightmare. Yet, she just couldn't be bothered to deal with Ferris anymore. With a wave of her hand, she showed the two that they could leave. Gravis smiled and felt great when he saw the frustration on the Empress' face. He still remembered the frustration he had felt when Ferris came to him, proudly telling Gravis how he had understood another law. It was nice to see someone else suffer under Ferris. I don't know where the bulwark is, Gravis said as he looked at Ferris, still smiling. Sure. Just follow me. Ferris shouted with excitement as he rudely shot off the mountain with his full speed, creating a powerful sound of an explosion. A strong wind hit the Empress and her throne, but she just didn't react. She just didn't care anymore. Bye, Gravis said to the Empress and followed after Ferris, but with less force. Now it was time to go to the bulwark and talk to the plant ultimate. Gravis and Ferris traveled for around 2 days to the north. The Empire was relatively close to the core of the continent, but not that close. The fact that they took 2 entire days proved as much. The closer they got to the bulwark and the Grand Lake, the bigger the Striders seemed. Their sheer size was incredibly breathtaking. From the top of the Mountain of Pride, they hadn't appeared as gigantic, but when they arrived at the bulwark, the Striders simply appeared massive. Even though they were still over 200,000 kilometers away from them, the closest Strider already seemed so massive that Gravis couldn't even see its head anymore. Its closest leg looked like a bridge that led to an entirely new world, which was its torso. The closer Gravis got, the more he could feel the sheer power of them. We're nearly there, Gravis, Ferris said with excitement. I've already announced our arrival to the guards of this place. They know me, so we have no issue with entering. Don't attack anything, and don't release any of your power. The plants are not fans of slaughter and battles. No problem, Gravis said with shining eyes. He had some things that he could offer the plants, but he hoped that they would allow him to comprehend them without any payment. The reason for that was that paying a plant or a beast was difficult. Paying a human was not an issue since Gravis would only need to hand over some treasures or currency. But plants and beasts were not interested in that. They were more interested in tempering and food. After some more seconds, Gravis noticed that the environment had changed. A towering and wild forest appeared with trees several kilometers tall. That size surely was impressive, but Gravis had seen trees just as big in the lower world. Could plants also control their sizes? Right now, Gravis was just 2 meters tall. After all, every king could freely control their size, and most of them were always in their smallest possible size. It was just easier to travel like this. Ferris passed the line of trees and entered the massive forest without being stopped as Gravis followed him. Where are we going, Ferris? Gravis asked. To the Empress of the Bulwark Empire, the Plant Ultimate, Ferris answered. We first need to discuss everything with her. We can meet the Empress just like that? Gravis asked. Sure, Ferris answered directly. The Plant Ultimate is a nice and welcoming being. I talked to her once before. Gravis was a bit surprised at how easy it was to meet an ultimate, but he accepted it. This surely would make things easier. After around a minute, the two of them reached a several-kilometer-wide clearing in the forest. The only thing present in that clearing was a humongous bed of flowers. Gravis looked at the bed of flowers and, for some reason, felt peaceful. Some kind of harmony radiated from this place, which surprised him. Is this a law? He asked himself in his thoughts. Ferris landed before he entered the clearing, and Gravis did the same. Ferris knew better how to act in the presence of an ultimate. Keep the weight of your body as light as possible, but don't fly, Ferris transmitted to Gravis as he took the lead. Then, Ferris stepped into the meadow onto the field of flowers. Gravis watched him closely and saw that Ferris was only barely lifting his feet. Instead of walking forward, it was more like he shuffled forward. Like this, he didn't step on any flowers but pushed them to the side instead. Of course, some of them couldn't avoid the destiny of being stepped on. But Ferris' body was very light right now. Even a mortal flower would survive a step from him. Gravis copied what Ferris was doing and moved similarly. With the help of his spirit, he was able to move more flowers out of the way than Ferris, but even with that, he still had to step on some of them. Without flying, this couldn't be avoided. Their speed slowed down significantly due to their new method of moving, but it still only took a couple of minutes for them to arrive in front of the plant ultimate. Ferris lowered his head, and Gravis followed. Showing his respect to someone much older and much more powerful than him was not something to be ashamed about. Strength had to be respected, and even though Gravis will undoubtedly be more powerful than her in the future, right now the plant ultimate deserved his respect. What were they bowing to? It was a 30-centimeter-tall yellow daffodil. It was surrounded by other flowers, but interestingly, all the flowers had their heads turned away from the daffodil. Even if one didn't know that this was the plant ultimate, one's eyes would still be drawn towards this particular flower. It just seemed special. It didn't look any different from a normal daffodil, but it somehow just felt different. Do you understand what moving through my domain means? An ethereal voice appeared inside Gravis and Ferris' minds. It sounded like nature itself was speaking, and Gravis felt like he saw the whole forest speaking to him via this one voice. It almost felt like this was not the voice of only one being. Gravis looked back at the path he had tread through the field of flowers. His footsteps were still there, and even if he hadn't stepped on the flowers with any weight, their bodies were still bent. His stroll to this position had left behind footprints, even though he had done his best to avoid that. Gravis' eyes were even and neutral as he looked at his footprints. Then he turned to the daffodil and looked at it. In our journey to gain something we desire, we involuntarily leave behind a path of destruction. But as long as we try to minimize the destruction, new life will grow. After some time, it will be as if we have never stepped through this field, Gravis said. Ferris' eyes widened in realization. Yes, this field of flowers was a very good analogy for the path of cultivation. Reaching the plant ultimate was impossible without stepping over plants, but they could still try to minimize the damage. If they had recklessly stepped over the flowers without paying any attention to them, the flowers would die, and it would take a long time until new flowers grew. The plant ultimate remained silent, so Gravis continued. To achieve what we desire, we are forced to step over others. Yet, as long as we are careful, everything will recover. If I hadn't paid attention to these flowers while walking, I might have killed many of them. That would have been unnecessary since I managed to reach you without killing any of them regardless. Suddenly, Gravis smiled and bowed to the plant ultimate again. Thank you for the lesson, Plant Ultimate, Gravis said sincerely. The plant ultimate remained silent as Gravis waited for more of her words. Whack! Suddenly, Gravis was smacked by a green root that shot out of the earth. He couldn't react to the attack and was flung to the distance until his flight was halted when he hit a mighty tree. The tree didn't even receive a dent while Gravis felt his back hurt. The fuck are you on about? The same voice from before said in the same harmonious tone. I'm not trying to teach you some useless ass, morally superior, pacifistic herbivore ideology, you dumbfuck. I meant that you better have a good fucking reason to disturb my cultivation. Gravis wasn't really injured since that strike wasn't aimed to injure him. Yet, his mind went wild with shock and confusion as he heard the words from the plant ultimate. Right now, the daffodil was quickly swaying around, like it was mad, which looked rather comical to him. The plant ultimate saw Gravis' stunned look. What? Didn't expect that, did you? You think I'll go, oh great talented youngster, you have seen through my wise and holy teachings. I shall grant you one wish? Oh, shut up. What's stepping carefully on your way to power? What is this weakling shit? You think just because I'm a flower, I'm some naive-ass, weak-willed pacifist? Are you mocking me? She rapidly said all of this with her melodious and harmonious voice, which was in stark contrast to the actual words she spoke. During all of this, her head bopped left and right in anger. Meanwhile, Gravis only watched the plant ultimate with shock and horror. Gravis looked with shock at the plant ultimate. Hadn't Ferris said that plants were not fans of slaughter? Also, hadn't he said that the plant ultimate was a nice being? How come Gravis was not able to see any of these things? So, you didn't intend for me to learn this stuff, Gravis said. Fuck no! The plant ultimate transmitted with her calm and harmonious voice. Everything that stands between you and your path to power must be eliminated with everything you have. Everyone just doesn't want to anger me by stepping on my body with all their power. Wait, Gravis said as he looked at the flowers. This is also your body? I thought you were only this flower. Who do you think I am? The plant ultimate said with her melodious voice. I'm an ultimate. I am not only this meadow of flowers, but this entire fucking forest. Gravis took a deep breath when he heard that. He had expected that this was the bulwark, but in actuality it was just the plant ultimate. Ferris, I thought we were at the bulwark. Gravis shouted to him. Ferris tilted his head to the side in confusion. I didn't say that. I said the bulwark is close, which it is. This guy, Gravis thought. Anyway, Gravis said as he stood up again. Our main goal is to understand the composition of wood, but if you allow us to understand more, that would be even better. The plant ultimate remained silent for a bit. Why the fuck would you want to understand wood without having the affinity for it? That sounds retarded. Hearing a calm and harmonious voice say the word, retarded sure felt weird to Gravis. Because comprehending other laws might give insights into our main laws. How? The plant ultimate asked directly and flatly. For years ago, Ferris had only comprehended a single level 2 law. Yet, after gaining insights into steam, wind, soul, and earth, all elements that have nothing to do with his fire, he managed to comprehend a level 3 law, Gravis said. The flower's head turned to Ferris. Gravis wasn't sure what she was thinking, but she must be shocked right now. I have felt the level 3 law before, but you're saying that he achieved all that in only 4 years? Are you trying to fuck with me without giving me some food first? I have to tell you that I don't appreciate being fucked, the plant ultimate said. It's the truth, Ferris said with several nods. I've been stuck for over 3,000 years, and after looking at something else for a change, I managed to understand more about my own element. But those laws are not useful to your battle strength, the plant ultimate said. They're not, right, Gravis said. But understanding them gives you more experience in understanding laws and might give you insights into laws that increase your battle strength. After all, by looking at something that isn't fire, Ferris managed to learn something that mixed very well with his fire. Ferris, please show her. Show what? Ferris asked in confusion. Your living fire, Gravis shouted back. Oh, that. Sure, Ferris said. Error. 3 small balls of fire appeared around Ferris as they circled him. They also started inspecting several other things. One of them even came too close to the ground and started burning the flowers. No, bad fire. Come back, Ferris shouted with authority. The fireballs shrunk a bit and swirled closely around Ferris now. The plant ultimate remained silent as she watched the fire. She had never seen anything even remotely like this in the entire 50,000 years she had lived. As you have seen, Gravis said, gaining the attention of the plant ultimate again. Ferris has combined his law of fire manipulation with his law of soul infusion. Soul infusion should be part of the life laws, something that is very different from such a destructive element as fire. Yet, Ferris managed to combine a life law with his fire law, creating a more powerful fire law. The plant ultimate remained silent for several more seconds. Fuck! She cursed with her pleasant voice. How have I not seen this obvious shit? Am I the retarded one? Saying anything might be dangerous for Gravis, so he simply didn't say anything. No, you're not retarded, Ultimate, Ferris said, eliciting a nervous glance from Gravis. I would have never been able to see this without Gravis' words. Gravis is filled with wisdom, and staying with him has helped me immensely. The flower turned to Gravis again. We need to talk, she commanded. Gravis narrowed his eyes. What about us understanding the laws of wood? Gravis asked. Oh, come on, fuck you, the plant ultimate said. We're only talking. Why are you so greedy for advantages? Gravis didn't avert his gaze. Weren't you the one that said that I should eliminate everything on my path to power? Doesn't that mean that my gain should be more important to me than yours? He asked. The earth started shaking violently. Obviously, the plant ultimate wasn't happy about having her own words thrown at her. Oh, you think you're a smartass, eh? She asked with her harmonious voice. You think you can fuck with this flower, eh? You think I'll go, oh, you are right. Here, take my thick flower pussy as your reward? Dude, your head's in the shitter if you expected that. The ground below the flower parted as something emerged. Gravis' eyes widened when he saw it. It was a green, hulking, muscular body. It looked incredibly human, but it was just way too bulky. It was almost like the plant ultimate had created a body of an earth cultivator. What the fuck was going on? The hulking body didn't have a head. Instead, the flower simply grew out of the chest of the muscular body, basically replacing the head. Yeah, guess what? The plant ultimate said. You're right. Your gain is more important to you than my gain, but my gain is more important to me than your gain. You've fucked enough with me. Now, it's time for me to fuck with you, little shitstain. The body gestured for Gravis to come at it. Then, it started lifting its arms in some sort of martial arts pose. Gravis almost couldn't comprehend the current situation. Bang! The earth exploded as the green giant exploded forward. Surprisingly, Ferris didn't care. Ferris had acted aggressively towards the Empress when she had looked coldly at Gravis. But this time, he simply watched. Another surprising fact was that the ultimate didn't shoot at Gravis with a lot of speed. Sure, she was still about as fast as a level 4 king, but as a level 5 emperor, she should be able to move way faster. Additionally, Gravis felt no feeling of danger from her. Her body is as powerful as a level 3 king divine beast. She probably wants to show the difference between her and me by fighting me while being at the same realm, Gravis thought. I wonder if she knows that I have created my body to specifically counter humans, Gravis thought with a smirk. Oh, this will be fun, Gravis thought with glee as he also shot at the green giant. Right now, since Gravis' body was shrunk to a size of 2 meters, his power had been halved. With this body, he was only double as powerful as a level 2 king. With the plant ultimate having created a divine beast body, her body was 4 times as powerful as Gravis' body. Gravis pushed all his power into his body, making it 3 times as powerful. With this, his opponent's body was only 33% more powerful, a gap that wasn't hard to overcome. All these thoughts had happened in an instant, and the plant ultimate was still charging at him. Bang! Gravis shot forward, but he didn't use his spirit, will aura, or lightning. This would be a purely physical fight. The plant ultimate closed in on Gravis and punched forward. Gravis simply caught the punch with his left hand. Then he jumped a bit and grabbed her other hand as well. CRSH. Gravis rammed his 2 feet downwards, right at the plant ultimate's feet. The claws on his feet easily dug into her feet. With this, Gravis had caught all her appendages. She couldn't move anything anymore. Gravis smirked and used his long mouth to bite the flower on top of the body. CRK. Gravis' teeth broke as he bit the hardest thing he had ever come into contact with. Yet, instead of feeling helpless or angry, Gravis simply jumped back again. If you were a level 3 king, you would be dead right now, Gravis said with a smirk. Again! The plant ultimate shouted as she charged forward again with another punch. Whoop! Gravis easily evaded the attack with his flexible waist. I know why you're doing this, Gravis said. Enlighten me! The plant ultimate said again as she performed a kick, which Gravis also dodged. He simply had way too much experience with fighting humans. You've probably seen that Ascenders can transform into humans, Gravis said as he easily dodged more attacks. You know that you will also be able to transform into that body when you ascend, so you're using me to gain combat experience with your future body. The plant ultimate stopped attacking. Fuck. How did you know that? Only I have seen the last Ascender. No one else should know that they can transform their bodies. Also, what the fuck is a human? She asked. Gravis only smirked. I know a lot of things. Haven't you heard Ferris say that I'm filled with wisdom? He asked with mirth. You're filled with shit is what I think, the plant ultimate said. Now stop dodging. Gravis didn't comply. I want something in return, Gravis said between dodges. Oi! Can't you just enjoy the fight? What's with your greedy-ass attitude? She asked as she continued attacking. How about this, Gravis said. Every time you would die, I will get 1 year of wood comprehension. The plant ultimate continued attacking for a full minute as Gravis dodged. Ferris simply watched with interest. Hey, Ferris, Gravis transmitted to him. Didn't the Empress say that I'm not allowed to fight any beasts? You're not. She's a plant, Ferris said. Also, this is not even a fight since no one is in danger of dying. It's more like a scuffle or playing. Additionally, she is an ultimate. Her command outweighs the Empress' command. Well, okay, Gravis thought. After another 5 minutes, the plant ultimate became incredibly frustrated. Fine, she shouted with her melodious voice. 1 year for every victory you get. We have a deal, Gravis said with a smirk. Bang. Gravis used one of his dodges to turn around. Using the power of his turn, his tail smacked right into the plant ultimate's abdomen, throwing her away. Her body was stunned for a bit, and Gravis used that moment to bite a huge chunk out of her abdomen. Bang! Then he bisected her with his claws. After that, he simply jumped back. 1 year, Gravis shouted. Arr! Her body instantly regenerated. Then she charged at Gravis again. She unleashed another punch, which Gravis evaded with his waist. Crack! Gravis' claws shot into her chest, destroying everything inside it. With another kick, he threw her body away again. 2 years. Her body healed again as she continued charging at him. Over the next hour, a lot of fighting happened, with Gravis always emerging victorious. 23 years, Gravis shouted. Yet he didn't sound confident anymore. The plant ultimate was becoming more used to her body with frightening speed. In the beginning, Gravis only needed 1 or 2 exchanges to kill her, but now he needed more than 10. Another hour passed. 28 years, Gravis said with an icy but concentrated voice. He couldn't take her lightly anymore. Her growth was absolutely astonishing. Another hour passed. 30 years, Gravis said. Another hour. 32 years. Another hour. 34 years. Another hour. 36 years. Another hour. That's 38 years, Gravis said. Surprisingly, the last 4 hours had the plant ultimate losing at precisely the same frequency. This could only mean one thing. The plant ultimate was no longer growing more powerful. What was the reason for that? The reason for that was that her fighting style with her body had already reached its absolute peak. She was using 100% of her body's potential. She was no longer just attacking directly but also used feints. Additionally, she was very good at using her waist and legs to evade. Gravis had taken many years and many fights to become that good at using his body, but the plant ultimate achieved this in just a couple of hours. Gravis guessed that this was thanks to the incredibly long lifespan she had. She had probably seen more beasts fighting than Gravis had seen humans in total. Surprisingly, after this death of hers, she no longer charged at him. Gravis couldn't read her expression since she was a flower, but he guessed that she was probably making a decision right now. After some more seconds, she finally said what was on her mind. Consider yourself a smartass, she shouted. So, tell me, why can't I win against you anymore? Gravis relaxed. It's your body, he said. You are just as good at using your body as me. Yet, your body is not as combat-oriented as mine. My waist is more flexible. My hands and feet have claws. My tail protects my back and is an additional appendage that isn't in my way. My head has teeth as a backup weapon. My legs can accelerate faster than yours. The only reason why you can fight with me for an entire half an hour is that your body is 33% more powerful than mine. If our bodies were just as powerful, your losing speed would rise by over 10 times, Gravis explained. The plant ultimate remained silent for a bit. Fuck! She shouted in frustration. So, as long as I remain in this body, I can't win against you physically. Gravis nodded. Exactly. Yet, the body of a human has a power that you haven't realized yet. The plant ultimate wasn't convinced by Gravis' words. And what, pray tell, is that? She asked. Gravis retrieved his saber and showed it to her. The ability to use a weapon. The plant ultimate looked at the weapon, and if she had a human face, she would probably furrow her brows. I don't get it, she said. Let's fight again, and I will show you. No worries, I won't count this towards my comprehension time, Gravis said. If she hadn't lost to Gravis so many times, she wouldn't even entertain that thought. Yet, Gravis had proven very powerful for his level. Maybe there was something to his words. Bang! She charged at him again. With her increased combat experience, she also managed to use her muscles better, making her faster. Shing! Gravis easily split her body in two with his saber. Zrrr! The body regenerated. Hey! That stick is above the level of a level 3 king. That's cheating, she said. No, it isn't, Gravis said. This is a natural material that's just as powerful as a level 3 king. Additionally, I didn't use any laws when I made this. If I used a law, it would be even more powerful. I simply gave the saber an edge. Here, let me show you. Bang! Gravis punched the side of the saber, breaking it into 2 pieces. By punching its side, I was able to destroy it. It's not harder than our bodies. Yet, by creating an edge, it's even more powerful than teeth or claws. Bzzz. Gravis summoned the destroyed tip and reforged the saber. Such a soft material didn't take much lightning at all to reforge. You see this? Gravis said as he showed the reforged saber. I can simply make more of these. It's an easily replaceable, powerful weapon. The plant ultimate remained silent for a couple of seconds. Fuck! How is that shit even allowed? She shouted with frustration. That's way too useful and powerful. Gravis smirked. That's the power of the human body. Look at your body. You don't have any claws or powerful teeth. Using just your body as a weapon would make you weaker than nearly any beast. Yet, if you create a weapon and use it with your hands, your body will be incredibly powerful. The plant ultimate remained silent for a while. Some roots came out of the ground and transformed into the same shape as Gravis' weapon. Yet the edge wasn't nearly sharp enough. The plant ultimate used her hand to grind off the wood on one side of the saber, creating a sharp edge. Then, she did some practice swings and even swung at her own arm, easily cutting it off. Why the fuck didn't you say that earlier? Now, all my previous combat experience becomes useless since I now use a completely different weapon, she said. Gravis only smirked. I guess because I wanted to fuck with you, he said. The plant ultimate remained silent for some more seconds. Then her body drooped. At least invite me to dinner first, she said, defeated. If she had reacted like this a couple of hours ago, Gravis would be surprised. Yet, by now, he had a pretty solid grasp on her personality. Her direct way of saying things wasn't meant in aggression. Gravis guessed that she probably meant these things half-jokingly and half-serious. He also guessed that the plant ultimate was probably bored of all the beasts groveling at her roots. Everyone was coming to her with reverence, and seeing that conduct all the time probably bored her to death. Gravis could empathize with that mindset. All right, the plant ultimate said, calmer now. You can comprehend all you want, but I want more combat experience with a weapon first. Gravis smiled and nodded. That sounds good. But before we begin, I first need to show you all the possible weapons that humans use. The plant ultimate wanted to know how Gravis knew all these things, but if he didn't want to tell her, she wouldn't ask. Gravis had proven his power, and she could respect that. Over the next day, Gravis showed her many different kinds of weapons and how to use them. He had the most experience with a saber, but he had still learned how to use the other weapons in his homeworld. Additionally, he had seen all kinds of weapons while fighting other humans. Gravis also learned the plant ultimate's name during all of this. Her name was Meadow, and she preferred that Gravis called her that. Plant ultimate just sounded way too distant and formal to her. Meadow felt most comfortable with a spear and a shield. Plants were very in tune with the earth, and maybe that's why she also felt most comfortable with the weapon combination that earth cultivators used. Then, Meadow and Gravis fought for several hours. In the beginning, Gravis won the battles very quickly, but just like their previous fights, Meadow's combat experience with her weapons was growing at an astonishing rate. In the end, the fights took even longer than their purely physical battles, but Gravis still always won. Even if they used weapons now, one couldn't forget Gravis' other weapons. A fight between weapon users involved more than simply the weapon. Kicks, punches, shoving, and similar attacks were also relevant, and when it came down to these attacks, Gravis could fall back on his claws. When Meadow asked why she just wasn't able to win against him, Gravis decided to tell her his backstory. Meadow had proved to be quite straightforward and honest. Additionally, Ferris had a talent for finding trustworthy beings. Ferris had said that Meadow was a nice being, and that had proven true, even though her way of being nice was not the usual way. After hearing an abridged version of Gravis' story, she realized why she couldn't win. Gravis had basically created an upgraded version of a human's body. His body that the same strengths as a human's body but eliminated all the disadvantages. His body was simply better. If they only used physical combat, there was no way for her to win with an equally powerful body. That was when laws came into play. Every being would reach their maximum potential with their body at some point, and it simply wasn't possible to push a body beyond 100% of its ability. That was why laws became so important. Meadow didn't require any combat experience with her laws. Because of that, they didn't start fighting with their laws. Yet, Meadow was pretty happy with all her gains. If they had still been spirit beasts or weaker, such an extended period of sparring might have dulled their sense of danger. Yet, both Gravis and Meadow had fought so many times with their lives on the line in the past that this sparring session had no adverse effect on them. If someone did something for an extended period of time, they would never lose their edge. "All right, that should cover everything," Meadow said. "You've been a huge help, and you're not such a huge pussy as all the other beasts. I like that. You can learn all you want about plants and wood." Gravis nodded. "Thanks," he said. Then, another discussion broke out about why Gravis said thanks, and it ended with Gravis saying that he liked thanking others. Meadow simply said, "EW, don't infect me with that pussy shit," and went back to her usual spot, her hulking body buried into the ground, and now only the flower was visible above ground. Gravis only smiled and turned to Ferris. "All right, we can start now." "Oi, you deaf or something?" Meadow suddenly asked. "I said you can comprehend the laws, but not your overexcited boy toy." Gravis groaned and turned to Meadow again. "Really? You really want to do me like this?" he asked, his speech obviously having been influenced by Meadow. "Yeah, Imma, do you exactly like this? What you gonna do about it?" Meadow asked smugly. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. "Gravis, it's okay," Ferris said. "I don't need to comprehend plants." "Ferris," Gravis said with slight aggression, "you are using up your time by following me. I can't have you wasting your time like this. You need to comprehend something, at least." Ferris scratched his ear in discomfort, but he decided to remain silent. "Hey, Meadow," Gravis said. "Sup?" she asked. "I've got something you might be interested in," Gravis said with a smirk. "Oh? What could you possibly have that will interest me?" "You're a fucking weak-ass level 3 king," she said. "How about a lord plant that you have never seen before?" he asked. "Dude, I don't know all the fucking plants in this world." "That's not hard to do," Meadow answered. "I do not mean the specific plant," Gravis said with a smirk. "I'm talking about the kind, as in a kind of plant that you have never seen before." "Pfft," Meadow uttered. As if you have something like that. Bitch, I ain't fast, but I've been all around the world. I've seen all the kinds of plants in the world. Peddle your cheap shit somewhere else. Gravis only continued smirking. This plant isn't from this world, Gravis said. Wait, what? Meadow asked. Does that mean that this plant is from your homeworld? She asked. It sure is, Gravis said. Huh? Meadow simply uttered neutrally. Well, if I truly haven't seen the plant before, your furry boy toy can also look at my stuff. Boom! The clouds parted as something truly gigantic appeared. This thing was nearly 1,000 kilometers wide, way bigger than any beast Gravis had ever seen, except for the striders. What was this? This was the common fungus. Ever since Gravis dissolved the river tribe, the common fungus had become irrelevant. Gravis couldn't feed it since he needed all the food for himself, and he also didn't need to dig more rivers. Due to that, the common fungus simply grew wildly inside his life ring. Gravis kept the common fungus flying above the forest since it couldn't fly by itself. Plants were different from beasts and humans. Flying only became possible for them when they managed to reach the immortal realm. After all, that's when they could create human bodies. Gigantic roots came out of the forest as they took hold of the common fungus. Then they pulled it into the ground and buried it fully. That's neat, Meadow said. Gravis simply smiled. It's called the common fungus since it's the most common fungus in my homeworld. Quite the straightforward name. It's currently under the control of my artifact. I will release it from its control so it might decide to attack me as revenge. If you don't want it to die, don't let it touch me. Whoop! Gravis released his control, but nothing happened. Gravis blinked a couple of times. It doesn't want to attack me? Gravis asked. Oh, it's trying its best to attack you, Meadow said. I'm simply not letting it. I don't want you to break my new toy. Anyway, Meadow said, your little friend can also comprehend plants and wood. A quarter of the forest vanished but was quickly replaced with a different forest. There were all kinds of different trees, flowers, and all kinds of plants in that area. Additionally, they all felt way weaker than before. I replaced that quarter of the forest with all the plants and wood I know. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that part. Knock yourself out, but don't expect me to blush like some maiden if you keep staring at me with your lusty eyes. Meadow said. Pfft, you wish, Gravis said. You think I'm interested in having splinters in my dick? You asshole. After all I have done for you, Meadow answered in mock anger. Gravis only smiled and gestured for Ferris to follow him. Ferris' tail wagged happily in excitement as he followed Gravis to the newly created forest. Time to understand some plants, Gravis said. Gravis and Ferris walked to the new forest and looked at it in wonder. All kinds of trees and plants could be seen. The trees had different forms, colors, and they even felt different. It was almost like all plants in the world could be found here. Gravis immediately realized how valuable such a place was. Understanding living things was way harder than understanding dead things. It wasn't that the laws were more complicated, but that one had to experiment a lot. Nothing dead would be able to resist someone touching and destroying it, but something alive would have a lot of objections. Additionally, living things often walked around and became more powerful. If Gravis wanted to understand the laws regarding life without this place, he would need to hunt and enslave many beings, and Gravis didn't want to do that. He wasn't a huge fan of killing beings that hadn't shown hostility towards him. Luckily, this whole forest was only a single being, Meadow. Meadow was incredibly old, and she had probably comprehended an unreal amount of laws regarding life. Plants naturally understood more and more powerful laws as time passed. Yet, they could also comprehend additional laws, but it wasn't a necessity. All other ultimates had their paths nearly completely severed, but Meadow as a plant simply had to wait. This meant that Meadow was the only ultimate that would become an ascender, but that wasn't everything. Since Meadow had lived for such a long time, she had probably understood even more laws than all other ultimates. This probably made her the most powerful ultimate out of all of them. Nothing but heaven or a vengeful ascender could kill her in this world. Who knew? Maybe she had already comprehended so many level 2 laws that she could actually kill a strider but just didn't want to. Gravis guessed that Meadow had probably already comprehended an incredible amount of Level 2 laws. She probably understood nearly all Level 2 laws regarding plants. One had to remember that there was more to a plant than simply its composition. Gravis didn't know the specific laws, but there were probably also laws regarding more powerful versions of wood. Maybe there was a Level 2 law for each part of a plant? There might also be a Level 2 law regarding roots alone. "Hey, Meadow," Gravis said. "Can you choose which laws you want to comprehend?" he asked. "What's with that stupid-ass question? I'm a living being, you fucktard. Of course I can choose which law I want to comprehend." Her melodious voice appeared in Gravis' mind. "And since you have been in this world for over 50,000 years, you've probably decided to first understand as many Level 2 laws as possible, right?" Gravis asked. "Of course," she answered. "I don't want to get fucked up as soon as I reach the next world. I can live for 10 times longer than you weak-ass bitches, and I'm gonna use all of it in this world. My longevity will increase anyway when I ascend." "Quite smart," Gravis commented as he scratched his chin. Oh wow. The small king boy finally managed to realize that not everyone has their heads as far up their own ass as he. Truly. What a marvelous step forward. Maybe you won't understand a law regarding plants next, but a law regarding your own widely stretched asshole, she said, her harmonious voice somehow showing her sarcasm very well. Gravis actually had to laugh at that comment. He obviously didn't mean it like that, and he most certainly did not look down upon the older beings in this world. He had just recently gotten a reminder of the wisdom of his seniors. Yet, he didn't engage in the conversation. He had plants to comprehend. Meadow's answer had cleared Gravis' mind. Since she could choose which laws she wanted to comprehend, it probably meant that she aimed to understand as many Level 2 laws as possible. The number of Level 2 laws she had managed to comprehend was probably higher than any other beast in this world. This also explains the huge variety of plants in this new forest, Gravis thought. Obviously, all of these plants are part of Meadow's body, yet they all feel like they are their own beings. This is not something that just anyone can do. Gravis went to the first flower he saw and plucked it. Meadow didn't make a sound, which probably meant that she didn't care. After all, she had said that he could do whatever he wanted in this forest. The flower floated in front of Gravis, and he looked at it with intense interest. First, he looked at its outside and then also used his spirit to look at its inside. He looked at it for several minutes in interest. Gravis looked at the forest again and noticed that an identical flower had already grown at the same spot. Meadow is probably giving me an endless supply of flowers, which wasn't part of our deal. Sure enough, she's actually a kind soul deep inside, Gravis thought with a smile. Gravis didn't decide to confront Meadow with his thoughts. If he did that, she might say that this was only an accident and would stop producing more flowers. Bzzz. Gravis summoned some weak lightning and looked at what happened to the flower. A lot of smoke appeared as the flower burned away. Additionally, with Gravis' excellent control, he managed to make the lightning just powerful enough to burn one material at a time. Gravis looked at the different kinds of gases that were being produced by him burning the flower. By now, he had enough experience to accurately judge what kind of materials were left behind and what materials transformed into gases. This burning and stopping repeated multiple times, and Gravis harvested samples of all the materials to experiment further. Keeping them isolated was no issue with his spirit. After that, Gravis plucked the same flower another 10 times, repeating the process. Since the burning was very slow and gradual, this whole process took over 5 minutes. Yet, Gravis managed to understand a lot regarding the composition of flowers. Then, Gravis simply studied the same flower but didn't pluck it. Gravis couldn't waste such an incredible opportunity. This was a paradise when one wanted to comprehend all kinds of laws regarding life. Comprehending only the composition of wood would be a gigantic waste. Gravis planned to understand much more. His father had said that Gravis shouldn't concentrate on only one thing. He had also said that the initial laws were more important than the more powerful ones since they opened the doors to other, more powerful laws. The composition of wood, referring to the material, was not its own law. The composition of wood, referring to the material, was part of the medium pure material law and the elemental wood composition law. The element of wood could take many more forms than natural wood. Additionally, the wood element was also related to the soul. Gravis hadn't forgotten his fight with the high priest and how he had appeared in Gravis' spirit space. After seeing this incredible forest, Gravis decided to understand much more than just the composition of wood. This time, I will understand the elemental wood composition law, which should be a level 1 law. When I know that, I should also be able to understand the medium pure material law. Yet, this will only be a small part of what I'm here for, Gravis thought. I have comprehended the organ growth law, which should be part of the organ law, which should be a level 2 law. The same thing should hold true for muscles, bones, blood, and skin. Then, these 5 level 2 laws should combine into the law of the body, which would be a level 3 law. Plants should have something similar. There are probably laws associated with the roots, wood, stem, leaves, and maybe even petals. All of these parts should have at least 3 level 1 laws associated with them, which would then combine into a level 2 law. Then these level 2 laws would probably create a level 3 law, which would be the law of the plant. Of course, my goal isn't that grand. There are multiple ways to combine laws, and one level 1 law can go into multiple level 2 laws. I can combine all the laws of organs into a level 2 law, but I'm sure that I can also combine all the composition laws of a body into another level 2 law. So, this time, my goal is not only to comprehend the medium pure material law but also to comprehend the entire plant composition law, which should be a level 2 law. Additionally, by seeing the plants regrow, I might also understand more general life laws like growth or something similar. Also, my knowledge about plants is not as superficial as I have thought, Gravis thought with a smirk. I totally forgot that I have looked at the CMO for a long time, and it also produces plant materials from time to time. Gravis' eyes shone as he looked at the entire forest. So, my minimum goal is to comprehend at least 7 level 1 laws and maybe even a level 2 law. I think I'm experienced enough to comprehend the level 1 laws without going through a life and death fight. But the level 2 law probably can't be completed until I'm able to temper myself again. Gravis' smirk intensified as he threw a glance at the excited Ferris, who was currently sniffing a flower. Watch out, Ferris. This time, I'm the one that's going to annoy you to death with new laws I managed to comprehend. Contrary to what one might believe, Ferris didn't immediately understand another law as soon as he arrived here. He probably also didn't have much experience with plants, which was why he was also taking a long time to understand any laws related to them. Gravis looked at all the plants surrounding him and observed them based on their position, not their kind. Gravis wanted to understand a lot of laws anyway. Concentrating on only a single kind might actually be harder than looking at all of them. By now, Gravis knew very well that a lot of knowledge about one topic might cross into another. Trying to understand the whole thing would be better than understanding only a part of it. Due to that, Gravis started the long track of understanding laws. 2 years passed. Hey Gravis, I managed to understand a law, Ferris said as he arrived beside Gravis. Instead of lamenting his own progress, Gravis only smirked. He knew that he wouldn't understand any new laws for quite a few years since he wasn't concentrating on anything in particular, but that would change in the future. This situation could best be described with the proverb, sharpening one's axe didn't take away time from cutting wood. Gravis was preparing himself. That's great, Ferris, Gravis said with a smile. What did you understand? Ferris looked incredibly excited with his tail wagging crazily. I think I managed to comprehend one of the laws that you want to understand, Ferris said. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Oh? What is it? It's the composition of wood, Ferris said. I haven't nearly seen as much wood as I have seen other elements in my life, but I have seen the bulwark fight a couple of times. Additionally, with my fire, I have seen how wood breaks down. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Ferris had just managed to comprehend the composition law of another element. Had any beast ever even tried to do this in this world? That's indeed one of the laws I'm interested in, Gravis commented. Hey, Ferris, could you show me what you can do with that law? Gravis wasn't entirely sure if these composition laws had any kind of benefit towards one's battle strength when they came from a different element. By understanding the composition law of one's own element, one would be able to summon their element with less energy cost. Yet, if one wasn't able to use the element, that advantage would become useless. "Sure thing, Gravis," Ferris shouted with excitement. Then he touched a tree with one of his claws. SSSHHHH. The wood on the tree quickly turned into dust, which was blown away by the wind. Only the leaves, roots, and water canals inside the tree remained behind. Bang! The remainder of the tree hit the ground as it collapsed without the support of the wood. Gravis watched this happen in interest. "Hey, Meadow, could you summon a tree more powerful than Ferris so he can try the same thing on that one?" Gravis asked. The tree had been far weaker than Ferris, and Gravis doubted that the same thing would work with a more powerful tree. Hoopty-fucking-do, the furry boy is now a full-fledged gardener. Sadly, he doesn't know that he's supposed to nurture plants and not turn them into dust, Meadow said with sarcasm. Truly, a great loss to the plant community, but a great gain to the beast community, Gravis said with a smirk. There, a new tree appeared at the spot of the old one, but this one was way more powerful. What about world peace, you cold, unfeeling brute? Where has your love for all things living gone? Meadow asked in mock anger. The banter between Meadow and Gravis continued for a bit, and when they were done, Gravis told Ferris that he should try the same thing again. Ferris touched the tree, and it shook a bit. Yet it was still in one piece. Gravis looked at it while scratching his chin in thought. What were you able to do, Ferris? Gravis asked. The tree is at the level of a level 4 emperor, Ferris said. That's far beyond my power, but I managed to weaken the wood. Right now, the tree should only be as hard as a level 3 emperor. Gravis nodded. If you ever fight a plant or a beast using wood as a weapon or shield, this will be incredibly useful. Yet, against any other opponent, this law won't make any difference. Ferris scratched his ear. I guess so, he said. Yet, Gravis only smirked. If every element were distributed with the same likelihood, 10% of your opponents would be weakened by you. After all, there are 9 elements and beasts without any elemental affinities. But, Gravis said loudly, weakening one's opponent is an entirely different power scaling than strengthening yourself. Your own strengthening always takes your base power into account. For example, if I use everything I have and put it into speed, I would be able to move around 50 times faster for an instant while using up a ton of energy. Pushing that to 51 times is basically impossible for me. If I would fight a beast 3 levels above myself, their body would be around 64 times more powerful than mine. If their speed is a bit above average for their level, they would be a slight bit faster than me since my speed is very fast for my level. Yet, if they had the wood element, by simply weakening them by an entire level, they wouldn't be 64 times as powerful, but only 16 times. In that sense, I would be many times faster than them. Gravis said these things half to Ferris but also half to himself. Gravis often talked to himself when he was thinking. This is a very specialized counter-law, Gravis said. If I don't fight someone with a wood element, it is totally useless, but if I fight one, it's about as powerful as a level 2 law. What an interesting power dynamic, Gravis said. Ferris only scratched himself. Yeah, but you have to touch the enemy first, Ferris said. Chances are that, if you touch your enemy to weaken them, they would directly kill you if they are so much more powerful. Instead of confirming Ferris' words, Gravis' smirk only widened. Oh, fuck! Meadow suddenly interjected. That's fucking unfair. Did you suck a god's dick or something to be born a human? Meadow asked with frustration. Gravis had told Meadow his backstory, so she knew his powers. Gravis only had to laugh when he heard Meadow. That's right, he shouted. I have a spirit. This means that I don't have to touch the enemy to use it. Any enemy that comes close to me with that element will be weakened. Ferris' eyes widened as he finally understood why Gravis smirked. Yes, he didn't have to touch the enemy since he had a spirit. For the first time, Ferris felt envious of Gravis a bit. Yet he was also happy for him. Suddenly, Gravis' laughter halted as if he had been frozen. Then his face turned into a grimace. "Fuck!" he said in frustration. "My body is lightning, and if I fight another human that knows the lightning composition law for my kind of lightning, wouldn't they also be able to weaken me?" Ha 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 ha. Meadow was laughing crazily as she heard that. "Serves you right. Hey, ever heard the phrase, advantages can have disadvantages? It's quite an accurate phrase," she said. Gravis only looked with disgust at his surroundings as Meadow continued laughing. "Honestly, I might start hating this phrase if this continues," Gravis muttered. Ferris was only scratching himself as if nothing of importance was happening. "So what?" Ferris asked. "Your body is made of punishment lightning. As far as I know, punishment lightning is a level 3 law that you have to understand in one single go and isn't comprised of weaker laws. This means that there is no composition law for punishment lightning. So, your enemy literally has to understand the law of punishment lightning and be a human to do that to you," Ferris said. Gravis wasn't encouraged by these words because he remembered something his father had said in the past. "Punishment lightning is a pretty popular element," was what he had said. Additionally, Gravis also remembered that Ferris had managed to weaken a more powerful tree than him. The tree before that had been turned into ashes. If someone a level or realm above Gravis understood punishment lightning, suddenly this conversation was no longer funny. If someone understood punishment lightning, chances were very high that they were a lightning cultivator. Wasn't Gravis the perfect counter to lightning cultivators? Yes, but not in the way one might think. Gravis could absorb and control their lightning, but in comparison to beasts with a lightning affinity, humans weren't filled with pure lightning. They had energy inside their dantians and transformed that energy into lightning. At most, Gravis could make the converter which converted energy to lightning explode. Sadly, that converter probably wasn't powerful enough to kill the user. The cultivator would lose their lightning element, but they would still be alive, and being alive was everything they needed to be to turn Gravis into nothingness. Of course, their power had to be above him first. The question was, how far above him? Suddenly, Gravis' eyes shone. "The will aura," he concluded. "They are using their spirit and will as a medium to scatter and destroy my will. So, logically, if their will aura after the level suppression is more powerful than mine, I will die. If we are about the same, I will probably be severely weakened." Slowly, Gravis realized that his situation wasn't as bad as he had thought. Additionally, others are not able to feel that my body is comprised of lightning. As long as they don't know that my body is made of lightning, they won't just randomly try to scatter it with the punishment lightning law. Gravis sighed again. "This means that I actually need to keep my powers a secret in the next world. I'm not a fan of that, but sure, I can deal with that. Also, I should probably increase the priority of my will aura even more." With this brief intermission over, Gravis returned to understanding more about plants and life in general. Yet, there was one last thing that he had noticed about his situation. Heaven can use lightning, and I know for sure that it has a will aura and a spirit. If it didn't have a will aura, the heavenly pressure of the heaven-born in the lower world wouldn't have worked. This means that my fight against heaven might actually be more dangerous than I had initially thought. Gravis thought. I need to increase my will aura to a point where heaven can't weaken me anymore. Otherwise, I might die in our fight. Yet, that's a problem for when I increase my realm again. Right now, I need to concentrate on the laws in front of me, Gravis thought as he looked at the forest. Gravis threw everything else out of his mind and only looked at the plants in front of him. 6 years passed. Right now, Gravis had been at his current level for about 12 years, but it didn't feel like it. Sure, the beginning of trying to understand a new law always felt long, but the more he concentrated on something, the faster the time passed. During these 6 years, Ferris managed to comprehend another law. By now, Gravis knew a lot more about plants than before. Now, he was also sure what laws were part of the plant body. Roots, flowers, wood, leaves, and the organs were what made plants. The organ part referred to the water canals that moved nutritions and water from point A to point B. They also served as a storage for the wood element and energy. These 5 parts should each have a law of composition associated with them in addition to some other laws that Gravis wasn't interested in currently. Gravis looked at the forest again, noticing that he had barely seen 10% of its total. There were 90% more to go. The variety and size of this forest were insane. 8 years passed. By now, Gravis had been in this forest for 16 years in total, and he had seen about 25% of it. His progress was becoming faster as he managed to understand more. Another 8 years passed. After 24 years in total, Gravis managed to understand about 50% of the plants in this forest. Ferris had also understood another law during this time. Of course, obviously, his progress had slowed. Just wait, Ferris, Gravis thought with burning eyes. Another 8 years passed. After 32 years total, Gravis understood around 96% of all the plants in this forest. By now, he felt like he was about to understand several laws. The feeling of being on the cusp of understanding another law was as powerful as never before. Gravis was feeling it. He was so incredibly close to understanding all the underlying principles. Yet, Gravis didn't concentrate on trying to understand the laws. First, he wanted to understand every single plant in this forest. Theoretically, he might be able to force a comprehension with his current knowledge, but he wanted to know as much as possible before doing it. This way was safer. Another 2 years passed. It had been 34 years since Gravis had got here. This had been his longest session of comprehension he had ever done. Inside this forest, it almost felt like time wasn't passing. No beasts came and no one was fighting. It was like this forest was completely cut off from the outside world. Gravis put down the last flower he hadn't seen yet and closed his eyes. Then, he went through everything he knew about these plants over the next hour. Inside his mind, he was listing the attributes and workings of all the plants one by one. Even with his incredibly fast spirit, he still required a full hour to do that. After Gravis was done, his head felt like it was about to explode. It wanted to think about the connections of the different components so badly. Now it was finally time. Gravis opened his eyes and looked at the forest as a whole. His eyes darted over all the plants and also looked at how they were connected to each other. Some of the plants were in a symbiotic relationship with others. With his new knowledge, he knew exactly how these symbiotic relationships worked. Boom! Suddenly, Gravis felt his mind go wild as all his scattered understanding about the organs of plants fused together into a single concept. This is not the end, Gravis thought as he looked at the roots with his spirit. He saw how they all absorbed water and how they acted upon the surrounding earth. He saw how some more powerful roots were able to absorb water from weaker roots. Beneath the calm surface, a great war for resources was taking place. Boom! Gravis understood another law as the scattered knowledge about the roots fused together into a single concept. Next, Gravis looked at the leaves of the trees and flowers and noted how the provided nutrients by the roots and organs got transformed into energy. Plants were not only absorbing energy from the surroundings but were also converting water and nutrients into energy. Beasts and humans weren't able to do that. Boom! The law of leaf composition appeared in Gravis' mind. Then, Gravis looked at the flowers and fruits growing on the trees. He saw the exact workings of how a flower slowly transformed into a fruit. Yet, not all the flowers transformed into fruit. Some flowers worked similarly to leaves, but instead of producing energy, they produced the wood element. If the plant needed to fight, the saved-up wood element and energy would fuse to become an attack. Boom! Gravis understood the law of flower composition. This was his 4th law that he managed to understand in only a couple of minutes. His long time of preparation had not gone to waste. Now it was time for the hardest part. Wood was special since it crossed over into a different element. The other components of plants were purely physical, while the wood crossed over into the elemental category of laws. Just understanding the wood on a plant wasn't enough. Gravis looked at how the saved-up wood element inside the trees fused with the energy to increase the power of their barks. The composition of the bark was partly made up of nutrients and the composition of the wood element. Boom! Gravis understood something, but it was different than what he had thought. This was not the composition of the wood element, but the composition of the bark. The bark of the trees was not the same as the composition of the wood element. This surprised Gravis since he had thought that it would be the same. Sure enough, the composition of an element is different from the composition of a physical material, Gravis thought. I can't stop now. I need to use my momentum to get the composition of the wood element too, Gravis thought with burning eyes. Gravis fully concentrated on how the wood element acted when it transformed into physical wood. Gravis also thought back to the time when the high priest had invaded his spirit space. The soul was also part of the wood element. He had to keep that in mind. No wonder Ferris managed to understand the composition of the wood element that quickly. He already has managed to comprehend the law of soul infusion, Gravis thought. Gravis kept staring at the trees for several hours. By now, his eyes were bloodshot, and he felt an incredible pain in his mind. He was straining his concentration to the breaking point. Suddenly, a new tree quickly grew out of the ground. Gravis hadn't seen this kind of tree before, which surprised him. He saw the tree rapidly sucking in an unreal amount of resources and energy. It produced an incredible amount of wood element and energy in just a short amount of time. Then, all the saved-up wood element and energy seemingly vanished into nothingness. The bark of the tree wasn't growing harder or anything. All the wood element and energy seemingly simply vanished. Gravis noticed that the trees closest to the new tree started growing more bark. Yet, their energy and wood element expenditure didn't fit the amount of new, powerful bark being produced. This tree, Gravis thought with burning eyes. This tree is somehow able to transfer its own wood element to other trees without even touching them. Yet it doesn't have a spirit. This shouldn't be possible. Gravis' mind was going wild again as he looked at the display before him. What was this connection that allowed the tree to seemingly teleport its own wood element to others? What is this connection? Gravis thought. This should also be how the high priest managed to invade my spirit space. He forcefully connected his spirit with my spirit. Yet, what does this connection have to do with the wood element? I can't see how it has anything to do with this kind of connection. If I had fought with the high priest on the outside, I might have been able to see how he summons wood to attack. Yet, I have never seen him summon any wood. Gravis thought as he tried everything to make the connection. Actually, I have seen some plants fight, but they always only fight by manipulating their own bodies to create powerful and flexible appendages. Yet that is not the element of wood. That's the element of wood transformed into bark. There is a huge difference. So how would they use the wood element to fight? They can't heal others with the wood element. Additionally, they always combine the wood element inside their bodies with nutrients to create weapons for themselves. Then, they attack physically, but that doesn't mean that they're attacking with the wood element. The only way of attacking I have seen is how the high priest managed to connect our spirits. It's almost like the wood element is only this connection, Gravis thought with frustration. Yet, suddenly his eyes opened wide. Wait, why not, actually? Maybe the wood element doesn't refer to actual wood but to the ability to connect with something. Yes, that's it. Boom! The wood element had nothing to do with actual wood. Its main usage was to create actual wood, which was why it was named the wood element. Yet, in reality, the wood element wasn't wood at all. The wood element was simply the ability to harmonize and connect with something else. Gravis realized all of this now, and he managed to comprehend the composition law of elemental wood. Gravis took a deep breath, but he felt like he was about to explode with happiness deep inside. He managed to understand the hardest law that he wanted to understand, except for the level 2 law of plant composition. Gravis closed his eyes in peace and reset his mind. Now, for the last thing, he thought. He thought back to all the materials he understood. Then, the composition law of bark appeared inside his mind, which was more than enough to supplement the wood component of the medium pure material law. Gravis smirked. Boom! And with that, Gravis also understood the medium pure material law. 38 years had passed since Gravis had comprehended his previous law, which had been the law of organ growth. 38 years had passed, and Gravis hadn't understood a single law during that time. Now, Gravis had managed to comprehend 7 laws in only a couple of hours. Gravis felt incredibly satisfied. In the last 38 years, he had watched as Ferris understood one law after the other, while he hadn't understood even a single law during that time. It had been very frustrating at the start, but as Gravis came closer to his goal, he realized that his progress wasn't slower than Ferris. Well, as long as he ignored the level 2 and level 3 laws Ferris managed to understand. By now, Gravis understood that one's knowledge about the world couldn't fully be defined by the amount and levels of laws one understood. Ferris had lived for way over 3,000 years, yet he hadn't been very powerful for a level 1 emperor. Did that automatically mean that he knew less about the world than more powerful level 1 emperors? No. Ferris had an incredible amount of scattered knowledge, which he had involuntarily learned just by living so long. Gravis guessed that Ferris was probably one of the oldest beasts in this world. How many beasts managed to die of old age? Nearly none of them. Gravis was certain of that. As long as someone became a king, they had shown that their goal of supreme power was incredibly important to them. This meant that other kings were way more likely to hunt other kings to become more powerful. Gravis remembered the guild master of the Lightning Guild in the Middle Continent in the lower world and all his elders. This guild master, as well as his elders, had said that they were wasting away and that they had given up on the path to power. Even the elders in the Lightning sect acted like that. Gravis had met some lords in this world that were not very interested in supreme power. Silva and his following were an incredible example of that. As Gravis thought back to Silva, he wondered how he was doing right now. Did he get his peaceful territory? So, with all of this said, how many kings had Gravis met that gave up on their path forward? Not a single one. All the kings he had met wanted to become more powerful and become emperors. This meant that they would kill someone if they got the chance. After hearing all of this, one should now realize how impressive it was for Ferris to live for over 3,000 years. For a beast, according to the standards of this world, he was inconceivably old. Had the 3,000 years of understanding nearly no laws been a waste of time? Certainly not. If Ferris hadn't had so many experiences, he wouldn't have been able to create his level 3 law. So, saying that more powerful emperors than Ferris knew more simply because they understood more laws was false. In comparison, there was Gravis, someone that wasn't even 100 years old. How could his experiences compare to someone over 30 times his age? The fact that Gravis managed to keep up with such an incredible beast showed that his progress was astounding. He had learned far more than just these 7 laws. By understanding the composition law of roots, Gravis managed to gain more insight into water and earth. By understanding the composition law of bark, Gravis gained insights into the wood element and medium pure materials. By understanding the composition law of leaves, Gravis gained insights into sunlight, which was part of fire and air. By understanding the composition law of flowers, Gravis gained insights into the wood element and, surprisingly, organs. The conversion of energy, water, and air into wood element was similar to how the organs of beasts provided nutrients. By understanding the composition law of plant organs, Gravis gained insights into water and blood. The water canals inside a plant transported nutrients from point A to point B, which was identical to how blood worked. By understanding the composition law of the wood element, Gravis gained insights into earth, water, and soul. Lastly, by understanding the composition law of medium pure materials, Gravis gained insight into the hard complex, medium complex, and soft complex materials. Gravis' gains were not only the laws he managed to comprehend but all the other insights as well. The more laws he knew, the more scattered knowledge about other laws he received. This would speed up the process of learning laws by a significant margin. The perfect example was his comprehension of the composition law of the wood element. Had Gravis looked at the wood element before? No, he hadn't. Gravis hadn't even known what the wood element was before he had realized the truth. Yet, was knowing something the same as understanding something? Obviously not. So, wasn't it weird that Gravis managed to understand a law that he hadn't even properly looked at? Previously, this would have seemed almost impossible to Gravis, but after seeing all the connections, he managed to realize how connected all the laws were. My comprehensions of bark, life, materials, and the other plant components have all shown me different facets of the wood element. I hadn't paid any particular attention to the wood element. Yet, by watching all the other things, I have accidentally observed nearly all possible abilities of the wood element. I haven't looked at the wood element directly, but I have still seen it in its full glory, Gravis thought. The more I learn, the faster my future progress will be. This is the law comprehension experience that the Empress and the Grand Elder have talked about. Suddenly, Gravis smiled. Yet, I won't become arrogant and say that all this is only thanks to me. The Grand Elder and the Empress have managed to open my eyes to this way of spending my time. Ferris has given me great insights into possibilities. Lastly, Meadow provided me with this incredible law comprehension area. If I hadn't had this area, would I have comprehended all of these laws? No. I would have needed to wander and search for all the different plants and maybe even kill them. Even when ignoring the problem of me not wanting to kill beings like that, I would still need to spend a ridiculous amount of time searching for them. Gravis looked at the forest. Every plant from this middle world is present here. I was able to completely concentrate on comprehension without being interrupted, and I had everything at my disposal. Yet, even with everything neatly laid out before me, it still took me 34 years. If I hadn't had access to this forest, understanding these 7 laws might have taken me several hundred years. Gravis thought. However, Gravis thought as his smile transformed into a smirk. If I didn't have a lot of knowledge, a lot of power, and some things worth trading, Meadow would have never given me access to this area. Every land beast can try to get in this area, but they better bring something that Meadow is interested in. Gravis also remembered the wondrous tree that had suddenly appeared at the crucial moment, allowing him to comprehend the composition law of the wood element. Obviously, this tree didn't appear there without reason. Gravis took a deep breath and released it. "Thank you, Meadow," Gravis said with sincerity. "Miss me with that shit." Gravis only had to laugh when he heard Meadow's answer. "Come on, just accept the thanks. You have helped me, and I won't forget that." "Oh wow." The harmonious but sarcastic voice returned. "Your sincerity nearly made me give a fuck. Congratulations. Sadly, you're still a bit off the mark. That sure sucks." Gravis only shook his head with a smile. Then, he searched for Ferris with his spirit and found him looking at a tree. Gravis wanted to ask Ferris if he was ready to return to the Empire, but a different thought appeared in his mind. Gravis turned to one of the trees. SSSHHHH. The entire tree completely vanished into nothingness. It started at its leaves and bark and didn't stop until the entire thing stopped existing. Only when Gravis' spirit reached a connected root more powerful than all the others did he know that this was the spot where Meadow's actual body began. "Look at that," Gravis said with a smirk. "I can turn plants into dust with only a thought." Surprisingly, no snark remark came for several seconds. "That's actually pretty impressive," Meadow answered. "If a part of a plant is destroyed, it can regenerate that part with its life energy. Yet, by annihilating the entire thing, all the life energy in the world won't help." Gravis was a bit surprised when he heard that. "Does that mean that you hadn't paid attention to the composition of plants yet?" Gravis asked. "I never saw a reason in doing so. I can comprehend the composition of plants anytime I want. I'm paying more attention to the general life laws. I was planning on understanding the composition of plants a couple thousand years from now," she answered. "Speaking of," Gravis said as he smiled again, "I want to tell you some theories I have." Meadow knew that some of these theories might help her immensely. As a human, Gravis had shown a unique perspective regarding laws. It was like he was looking at them from a different angle. "Why?" she asked directly. Gravis laughed a bit. "For the same reason why you created that particular tree earlier. I see you as a friend, and helping friends should be natural." Meadow thought back to when she had created that tree. At that time, she felt like helping Gravis. She hadn't had any particular reason in doing so. She simply did it because she wanted to, which was weird and new to her. Due to Meadow's incredible power, it was hard for her to create genuine connections with beasts. Every beast was always insufferably deferential in front of her, which automatically made her despise them. Didn't these beasts have any backbone? Meanwhile, the very few beasts that were powerful enough to reach her level couldn't deal with her unique way of expressing herself. In their eyes, Meadow was speaking and acting like some brute. Her aggressive jokes angered them, and her refusal to take anything serious made them look down on her. In truth, Meadow hadn't had a friend in a very, very long time. But now, Gravis considered her his friend, and based on her own actions, she probably also saw him as a friend. For the first time in a long while, Meadow actually didn't feel bored or apathetic. Whack! Suddenly, she used one of her roots and slapped Gravis away. Fuck! Your pussy shit has infected me. Are you trying to attack me with your level 3 law of being a little bitch? Gravis only laughed loudly as he sat at the bottom of a powerful tree. Obviously, the attack had only been playful and wasn't nearly powerful enough to even hurt him. Ferris perked up and looked at Gravis. After realizing that Meadow and Gravis were only bantering, he continued to look at more trees. I'll take that as a yes, Gravis said while chuckling. Meadow didn't say anything. Anyway, Gravis started. As you probably already know, one level 1 law might open the path to several level 2 laws. For example, there might be a law related to how trees often use their branches as whips or something. Is there such a law? Yes, there is, Meadow answered curtly. Gravis nodded. You have probably already combined that level 1 law with other level 1 laws to create some kind of level 2 law related to the offensive plants, right? Yes, I did, Meadow said. Then, Gravis smirked. Yet, is that the end? He asked smugly. There is nothing left in the plant world that I can combine with that particular level 1 law. So yes, I'm pretty confident that this is the end, Meadow answered. You're right, Gravis said. You can't combine it with any more laws related to plants? But what about other categories of laws? What do you mean? Meadow asked. Surprisingly, she hadn't made one of her offensive jokes in a while now. What about fire whips? What about concentrated water beams? What about wind? There could be laws in these elements that are used similarly to your law. If something is similar, chances are high that they can be combined into a new law, Gravis said. Meadow remained silent. Whips might not be the best example, Gravis said as he scratched his chin in embarrassment. Let's take something more obvious, spires. Earth can make spires. Wood can make spears. Icicles are spires. A concentrated fire beam might be a spire. Metal can become a spear. Gravis smirked. Doesn't that sound like it could be combined into one thing? Imagine a spire with the hardness of metal, the durability of earth, the explosiveness of fire, and the flexibility of wood. That sounds like a level 2 law to me. Meadow still remained silent as she fell into thought. Just like bark, earth, and other materials from different elements can create the composition law of medium pure materials, different element-specific attack or defense laws might also be combinable. Look at Ferris, Gravis said as his head gestured to Ferris. He combined soul with fire. If I hadn't seen that, I wouldn't even have imagined something like this to be possible. Just try to imagine what you could create. With these words, Meadow now looked at the world differently from before. What Gravis had said made a lot of sense, and Meadow might need to change her plan in understanding laws. She hadn't made much progress in the last couple of thousand years, and it might actually help her if she tried to concentrate on laws from completely different elements. You have given me a lot to think about, Meadow said. Gravis only smirked. I'll take that as a thanks. Surprisingly, Meadow didn't disagree. Gravis had already noticed that Meadow had started acting atypical ever since she had realized that she actually cared for Gravis. This whole situation was probably new and uncomfortable for her, making her uncertain on how to act. All right, I'll let you think in peace. It was great staying in your domain, but I need to leave now, Gravis said, trying to make the awkwardness disappear. You have helped me with your words, Meadow answered. So I guess that it was nice of you to be here? She asked, her voice becoming more and more unsure with time. She probably wasn't used to saying such words. Gravis only chuckled a bit. Don't worry. Before I leave this world, I will visit you again. We can chat all we want then. Meadow seemed to hesitate since some seconds passed without her saying anything. Gravis didn't mind it and simply believed that Meadow was probably thinking about how to answer in the least offensive way. Gravis walked over to Ferris. "You ready to go?" Ferris perked up. "Oh? Yeah, since like 15 years or so. I didn't want to disturb you, so I simply waited," Ferris said with quite some excitement. By the looks of it, he had truly been pretty bored for the last couple of years. Gravis nodded. "Sure. Then let's go." Ferris nodded with excitement. "Sounds great." Gravis turned to the flower in the middle of the flower field. "We're off now. See you later, Meadow." Meadow remained silent for some seconds. "You too, Gravis," she said quietly. Gravis only smiled. Apparently, Meadow had many sides to her personality. Who knows, maybe Meadow was actually a sweetheart deep inside. With that said, Gravis and Ferris flew into the distance. After a while, they left the forest and Meadow behind as they flew back to the Icy Pride Empire. "Hey, Ferris," Gravis said with a smirk. "Yes, I've comprehended 7 laws." Ferris looked with widened eyes at Gravis but then only smiled. "That's awesome, Gravis. These laws might not increase your battle strength, but by understanding so many of them, you should have gained a ton of experience in understanding other laws." Gravis smiled. Would he have felt better if Ferris were annoyed by him understanding so many laws? Maybe a little bit. Yet, the fact that Ferris was genuinely happy for him without growing envious just proved how great of a guy Ferris was. Then, Gravis told Ferris about all the laws he had understood. "Wait, so I didn't understand the composition of the wood element, but the composition of bark?" Ferris asked in confusion. Gravis nodded. "The wood element is not the material but the ability to create a connection with others." Ferris hummed for a bit. "That sounds a bit like my soul infusion law," he said. "Yep. The soul and the wood element are very closely connected. You might be able to understand the wood element in a short amount of time if you put your mind to it," Gravis explained. Ferris shrugged. "Sure, why not, but that can wait. Where do you want to go next?" he asked. "I want to return to the Empress first to show that I'm still alive. Additionally, I also want to know if there are any news about my children. After that, I intend to visit some law comprehension areas for other elements," Gravis said. "Why?" Ferris asked. "I thought you wanted to understand this hard complex law or something." "Well, staying in the forest and learning about plants has changed my mind a bit. In order to learn the soft pure law, I only need some insights into air and other gases. Yet, wouldn't it be a waste of time to just stay there to comprehend the small bits I need for the soft pure law? Why not just try to understand the whole element?" Then, Gravis smirked. "Additionally, I've also realized that the elements themselves have connections." "Oh," Ferris uttered in interest. "Learning about the wood element has given me insights into earth, water, and air. So, for example, understanding something like the composition law for earth might give me insights into metal and water. I don't know yet, but if one element is connected to the others are probably also connected." Ferris nodded. "That makes a lot of sense." "Sure. Count me in. I'm also interested," he shouted with an excited smile. "I would advise you to concentrate more on how the other elements attack," Gravis said. "How come?" Ferris asked with confusion. "I just explained to Meadow that there are probably also attack laws that can be combined with laws from different elements. You can make fire spears, earth makes spears, icicles are spears, metal can make spears. These abilities appear so similar that they might combine into a level 2 law, and even if they didn't, you only spent some time to learn more about the world," Gravis explained. "Ooh!" Ferris exclaimed. "That sounds great. Why didn't I think of that?" Gravis only had to laugh when he heard Ferris, and they continued talking until they arrived at the Mountain of Pride. "Oh hey, the Grand Elder is back," Gravis said to Ferris as he saw the white ape again. Last time he hadn't been present. "You've been gone for quite a while, Gravis," the Empress said neutrally as always. "I assume that you have gotten some gains?" "Dude, you would be jealous of my gains," Gravis said with a smirk. The Grand Elder looked with a bit of shock and confusion at Gravis. What did he just say? Meanwhile, Ferris didn't feel like this was out of the ordinary. Gravis had talked like this for the last 30 or so years. The Empress blinked a couple of times as Gravis realized what he had just said. He hadn't thought about what he was saying. He had been talking with Meadow like this for years. "I see you've met the plant ultimate," the Empress said neutrally, allowing the Grand Elder to finally realize why Gravis had said that. Gravis rubbed the back of his long neck in embarrassment. "Sorry. I've been talking with Meadow like this for over 30 years. I didn't mean any disrespect," he said carefully. "I understand," the Empress commented. "But I would advise you to think about what you say. Not everyone knows the plant ultimate and her unique way of expressing herself." Gravis nodded to show that he had understood. "Any news about our kids?" "No," the Empress answered. Gravis became a bit nervous. 34 years was an incredibly long time compared to the age of his kids. No news in such a long time? "Is that bad?" Gravis asked nervously. "No," the Empress answered. "If they had died, I would have been informed. It's a major event if a divine beast lord or king dies from my empire. This means that they are still alive." Gravis had seen the proof of how beasts saw their offspring time and time again. Yet, no matter how often he saw it, he always felt a little bit shocked when the Empress talked about her children with such apathy. Gravis might never understand such a mindset. Gravis sighed again and shook his head. At least his children were still okay. 62 more years to go, right? Gravis asked. "Yes, but it might be better to extend the time until you understand another level 2 law." "Of course, that will be up to your decision," the Empress said. Gravis only smirked. "Oh, extending the time won't be a problem. I haven't understood another level 2 law yet, but I have made incredible progress with understanding level 1 laws. Guess how many I managed to learn in the last couple of years." The Empress looked at Gravis without saying anything. Her unamused expression made the atmosphere become more and more awkward as the seconds ticked by. "It's 7, Gravis said weakly after the atmosphere became too awkward for him. The eyes of the Grand Elder and the Empress widened. 7 laws? That was way too much. Suddenly, the Empress' eyes narrowed. "You might have a frightening talent for understanding laws," she said. Gravis shook his head slowly. "Honestly? I don't think so. Do you remember what you told me when I have asked you why you have chosen your current upper body? You said that this shape increases your connection to the laws. It's very possible that humans have a stronger affinity towards laws than beasts. That would also allow them to close the strength gap against beasts." Now the Empress furrowed her brows. "This might be possible. We can't make a conclusion yet." Then, the Empress nodded. "It seems like that your law comprehension experience is outstanding for a king. Finish the last 62 years, and everything should be okay." Gravis nodded. "Sure thing. I'll be inside different law comprehension areas for these last few years. See you later," Gravis said casually. The Empress only nodded. Gravis and Ferris quickly shot away again to get to their next destination. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder rubbed his chin in thought. "He didn't notice," he muttered. "Apparently not," the Empress answered. Gravis and Ferris first decided to go to a law comprehension area regarding wind. This wasn't a law comprehension area for the powerful kind of wind that was the equivalent of punishment lightning. This was a law comprehension area for all different kinds of wind laws. Gravis' goal in coming here was to understand the composition of wind and air. With his new knowledge about the difference between the wood element and bark, Gravis had already anticipated that the composition of air was probably a different law to the composition of wind. Wind was an element while air was a material. Yet, by now, Gravis wasn't sure anymore if he actually needed to understand the composition law of wind to get the middle-tier material composition law. There was a high possibility that he only needed to understand the specific materials instead of the elements. Maybe the elements were part of the middle-tier composition law, without the material word. That law would be a level 5 law probably. The level 4 law was already vastly beyond his current ability to comprehend. How powerful would a level 5 law be? Would he even be able to understand a level 5 law in the higher world? Yet, The power of the middle-tier composition law was probably awe-inspiring. The name of this level 5 law showed that Gravis would need to understand the composition of an entire middle world. Just imagine the entire composition of a whole world. Since the word material was missing, it probably meant that this might even include living beings, including the soul, spirit, will, body, and energy. If Gravis managed to understand such a law, he could probably eliminate an entire middle world. This probably also included gravity, space, and time. Of course, all of this was only a dream right now. Gravis was way too far off. Right now, he only needed to concentrate on understanding one law at a time. All of this would be far in the future. After a day of flying, Gravis and Ferris arrived at the law comprehension area. They could see a lot of mountains and cliffs piercing the cloud layer. There were also deep and mighty rivers going through the mountains. Even erupting volcanoes could be seen. Some parts were beneath the light of the sun, while other parts were shrouded in darkness. This seemingly chaotic environment created a wide variety of different kinds of wind. Additionally, some of the winds were incredibly fast and violent. Some of them were so powerful that even Gravis would only barely be able to keep himself stable in them. With one glance, Gravis noticed that there was only a tiny variety of gases. Nearly everything was made of air, and only some different gases from the volcanoes could be seen. I won't be able to finish the soft pure law here, but that doesn't matter. One thing at a time, he thought. Gravis could also see a lot of other beasts trying to comprehend different laws about wind. Of course, these beasts completely ignored the arrival of Gravis and Ferris. Beasts constantly came and went, and none of them would care about any new arrivals. Gravis and Ferris quickly split up. As always, I have my work cut out for me, Gravis thought. Understanding the composition of wind was understanding how all the winds worked. Wind wasn't some kind of physical material but a force that made air move. This made this whole thing way harder for Gravis. Gravis began by going to one area after the other to feel the wind and air. He watched how the air acted and how its composition changed when being moved by the wind. Yes, apparently the composition of air changed when wind got involved. It was almost like air became wind and stopped being air. This made it even harder for him to understand. Gravis stayed in the first valley for nearly 5 years. He had had some minor insights into air and wind before, but trying to differentiate the two was incredibly hard. There wasn't just some spot where air became wind, and wind became air. The change of composition was a fluid transition. After having stayed in this valley for 5 years, Gravis went to the next one. Gravis stood in this one for a bit over 4 years. Even though his goal was only to learn 2 laws instead of 7, like before, understanding wind and air was way more challenging. Gravis remained in the third valley for a bit less than 4 years. Slowly, he was starting to see a pattern. The next valley took him about 3 years. The one after that took him a bit more than 2. The last one took him a bit less than 1 year. After 19 years, Gravis was finally done with the valleys. Now, it was time to look at the mountain peaks and crevices. Gravis spent about 8 years on the mountain peaks and then about 5 years on the crevices. 32 years had passed since Gravis had arrived here, and he felt that he was close to understanding both air and wind. He had experienced all kinds of wind and air, and he knew that he was very close to understanding them. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to take the last step. He knew that he was incredibly close to understanding both of them, but he also felt like something was missing. This feeling frustrated him to no end. There was something crucial missing. There was some kind of concept that Gravis just couldn't grasp. Meanwhile, Ferris managed to understand 2 laws related to wind. I'm stuck, and tempering won't help, Gravis thought. Sure, if I have a life and death fight, my mind might be pushed to the limits. In that case, the chances are pretty high that I would understand both of them. The problem with that is that I would need to be in a situation where I am required to make a breakthrough to survive. Yet, when I understand the composition of wind and air, my battle strength won't increase. In that case, I would probably die. That's why I can't use tempering to understand these laws. I can only try to understand them on my own. The crucial concept that's missing is the border between air and wind. The transition is just way too fluid. Gravis thought. Then, he remained silent and began to think about a new plan. I need to change law comprehension areas. The phenomenon of the fluid transition can probably also be found in other things. Seeing something from a different element might give me the last push I need to understand the composition of wind and air. Gravis made his decision and met up with Ferris. Ferris also had no intention of staying here anymore, so they quickly left for the next area. By now, a total of 70 years had passed since Gravis' realm stop had started. He had 30 more years to go. Their next stop was the law comprehension area for fire. Gravis had said to Ferris that they would make a stop here anyway. Additionally, the different kinds of fire broke down and transformed one kind of matter into another. Gravis should be able to find a lot of different kinds of gases in here. With that, he might be able to understand the soft pure law. After that, he would only need to comprehend the exclusive knowledge of the hard complex law. If he managed to achieve that, his first goal would be complete. Fire, here I come. Gravis looked at the law comprehension area for the different kinds of fire. Its appearance could only be described with the word apocalyptic. Volcanoes exploded every couple of seconds, shooting an unreal amount of different kinds of toxic and black gases into the atmosphere. Other places had some violently burning kinds of trees, which just didn't seem to stop burning. It was almost like these trees could burn forever. Brutal storms of fire raged over the mountains while rivers of lava ran in the crevices. Gravis could only see the law comprehension area's true appearance with his spirit, since everything was just filled with black gas. There were even some kinds of different yellow and purple gases. Eyes basically became useless in this area. Some spots were brightly illuminated by the firestorms, while others were utterly dark compared to the bright spots. Gravis guessed that any kind of beast weaker than a lord would probably not be able to survive in there for more than some seconds. Finally, some fire! Ferris shouted with excitement as his tail wagged crazily. Gravis smiled. So, do you see a difference after learning a lot of other laws? Ferris remained silent for some seconds as he looked closely at the law comprehension area. A little bit. There are some things that haven't made sense to me before. A good example would be the gases. Previously, I didn't know enough about wind or air to accurately judge what these gases do. Great, Gravis said. So, get to it. Sure thing, Ferris shouted as he charged into the law comprehension area. It was almost like he was a child in a toy store, which made Gravis smile. Ferris was just too genuine. Gravis also flew to the first area, which was a volcano at the edge of the law comprehension area. Instead of flying right into it, Gravis only looked at it as he was lost in nostalgia. This reminds me of the time when I entered the lower world for the first time, Gravis said to himself with a sigh. The start of my journey in the lower world was one of the worst times in my life. I had been constantly suppressed. Yet, when I see this volcano, I somehow miss that time. Gravis thought back to his adventures in the lower world. Heaven had constantly schemed against him, trying to stop him from getting any enemies trying to kill him, and many different kinds of hidden schemes. His memories also made Gravis think back to a person he hadn't thought about in a long time. Gorn, Gravis said to himself. Gravis was now over 100 years old, and he had learned much more. The situation with Gorn was not as simple as it had appeared at that time. Yes, Gorn had given him nearly everything, but he also hadn't truly cared if Gravis remained who he was. He had used all his resources to allow Gravis to increase his power, but also hadn't seemed to care about the lightning changing him. This showed that Gorn hadn't cared about Gravis for Gravis, but because of his potential and power. Yet Gorn had still done a lot of things for him. He had provided a lot of help to Gravis while risking his life. Were the intentions behind an action more important than the action itself? If Gravis were younger, he would have said yes, but now he saw that it wasn't that simple. Gravis thought about what had happened and also thought about what he was feeling. Then Gravis looked at the sky. If you hadn't known about the temperament of lightning, I would still regret your death heavily. Yet, you knew about the dangers of the temperament of lightning. You knew what could happen and have decided to take the risk. You have committed to that bet, fully knowing what could happen. Because of that, I don't regret your death, But I regret that it was me doing it, Gravis said to himself. Gravis thought some more about what he had gone through in the lower world. After some minutes, he also took out the pictures that his mother had gifted him on his birthday. He looked at the pictures of his old friends for a long while. Yet, his emotions weren't nearly as strong as before. Time was kind and cruel at the same time. Time allowed people to heal emotional scars, but it also made connections appear more obscure. Gravis had last seen his friends from the lower world when he had been 23. Now, he was around 110 years old. He still remembered them, but it felt less like they were still alive and more like they were dead. They hadn't been a part of his life forever. I have changed drastically, Gravis said as he looked at the pictures and also at his new, inhuman appearance. I'm not that cold and emotionless husk anymore. I even have 3 beautiful children now. You have probably also all changed tremendously. I wonder if we are still compatible? Or have you become scheming people that I would despise? Gravis narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter, he said. The you from the past doesn't exist anymore. If we ever see each other again, we can get to know each other again. Until then, I will remember you as you were back then. Of course, Gravis wasn't referring to everyone when he said that. The reason for that was that not all of his friends had been young and impressionable. Joyce, Nero, and Manuel had been relatively young, and their personalities could still change drastically. Meanwhile, Ion and Old Man Lightning had already lived for long enough that their personalities were basically set in stone. Those two wouldn't change much, and Gravis was sure that if he met those two, it would be like nearly no time had passed. Sky probably also wouldn't have changed since she was a beast. Beasts were very straightforward in general. Meeting her again would probably also be like they had never left each other's side. Suddenly, Gravis chuckled a bit. Well, it's not like I don't have any friends in this world, Gravis thought as he looked at Ferris, who was currently sniffing the air with curiosity. Gravis also thought about the Empress, the Grand Elder, and Meadow. These were 4 close friends that Gravis could meet whenever he wanted. Then there were Orthar and Silva. Gravis didn't know if Silva was still alive, but Gravis hoped he was. Orthar was probably having the time of his life right now. Was he also understanding laws like crazy due to Gravis' influence? Of course, Gravis also wouldn't forget about his 3 kids, Eris, Sarah, and Yursi. As soon as Gravis would be done with his realm stop, he would search for them. He couldn't wait until he could meet them again. Yet, Gravis didn't only feel good emotions. As he continued thinking about his friends and family in this world, he started thinking about the time he would leave this world. He had stayed in this world for over 80% of his entire life. His emotions told him that this world felt more like home than his actual home. His homeworld and his original family just felt so distant to him. Gravis had felt like he was a father to children longer than feeling like a child to 2 parents. The last time he had talked to his father, Gravis felt more like he was still a young child, but now he felt like an adult. Back then, he could empathize way more with his friends and other young people, but now he could empathize way more with his brother Orpheus. Orpheus felt much closer to Gravis now, mainly because he was also a father and had decided to put family before his cultivation. When he had last talked with Orpheus, Gravis couldn't have imagined himself stopping his cultivation for any reason. Yet, hadn't he paused his cultivation because of his children? Due to these experiences, Gravis felt like he was closer to Orpheus than ever before. I want to talk to Orpheus more when I return, Gravis thought. Gravis continued thinking about his family and friends and about how everything had probably dramatically changed by now. His old life appeared so distant and unrelated to him. Returning to that life almost felt like it would never happen. Suddenly, Gravis violently shook his head. All right, enough of this sentimental shit. Then Gravis looked at the volcano below him. I've got laws to comprehend. Gravis didn't concentrate on anything specific. He simply looked at the gases, the stones, the lava, the fire, and basically everything he could find. As long as he saw that he didn't understand something, he started looking at it closely. Other beasts and maybe even humans might think this was a waste of time, but Gravis didn't think so. His goal was the peak, and to reach the peak, he probably needed to understand everything either way. Understanding it now or later made no difference. Additionally, he couldn't know if something would be necessary for another, more battle-relevant law before knowing it. Gravis remained inside the first volcano for 3 years. Even though he only had 26 years remaining now, he didn't mind his slow progress. Everything would fall into place later. The second volcano only took Gravis 2 years to thoroughly check out. He had learned most of the things he could learn in the second volcano already in the first one. Then Gravis went to one volcano after the other, and when he was finished with looking at all the volcanoes, another 3 years had passed. During that time, Gravis not only learned about fire but also about the different kinds of gases. Additionally, he also learned a lot about the earth element during that time. There were a lot of different kinds of stones he could find here. Then Gravis went to the lava rivers and checked all of these out. Yet, after only 3 years, he got interrupted. Boom! Because he suddenly managed to comprehend a law. Which law was it? The composition law of the earth element. Gravis had learned a lot about Earth when he had been in the first law comprehension area. He had paid attention to the mountain, the materials on the mountain, the sand, the dirt, the silt under the river, and all different kinds of earth. Then, he had learned a lot about Earth when he had stayed in Meadows Forest. After all, Earth was an integral part of how plants worked. Gravis smiled in excitement when he suddenly understood this new law. Then, he put his hand on the ground. SSSHHH. And the ground turned to ash. When he saw that, he smirked. Individually, these laws only give me a very specific and specialized advantage over certain opponents. Yet, if I learn all of them, I cover all my theoretical opponents with these laws. My laws regarding plants already give me a ridiculous advantage against any plant opponent. Then, I counter wood element cultivators with the wood composition law. Now, I also counter earth cultivators. When I learn the soft pure law, I will even counter all the metal cultivators. My lightning is a counter anyway. Gravis only continued smirking. There are 10 kinds of opponents. Either they have an affinity towards one of the 9 elements or no affinity at all. Lightning, earth, metal, and would already counter 40% of all my opponents. If I meet a fitting opponent, these level 1 laws can exhibit the power of a level 2 law. So, even though my battle strength hasn't increased overall, it has still increased tremendously against these kinds of opponents. Then, Gravis looked at the lava beneath him with fire in his eyes. Let's go for fire next. With that, Gravis continued learning more about fire, and it took him a total of 6 years to get through all the crevices. Yet, before he went to the next spot, he got distracted by something. By now, Gravis had continued looking at a wall for several hours now. He knew everything about the wall, and if one looked at it, one couldn't see what Gravis could learn about it. Why was he looking at that wall? The wall was at a particular spot where only one series of volcanoes could illuminate it. The chaotic outbursts and calming down of the volcanoes created quite a light show on the wall. Gravis was intrigued by this light show. He didn't know why, but he felt like this was something he should pay attention to. It's so interesting. I don't know much about light and darkness, but this light show is just so weird. It's difficult to see where light ends and darkness begins. All the spots have a different kind of illumination. When is light light and darkness darkness? Gravis continued scratching his chin in thought. I mean, darkness is just an absence of light. So, there are not actually 2 things, but only one thing that has 2 sides. It's a gradient. Wait! Gravis suddenly thought as he stopped scratching. Where have I seen that before? Gravis thought back and tried to remember where he had seen something like this happen before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Boom! Boom! Gravis immediately comprehended 2 laws. What were these laws? They both had nothing to do with light and darkness. In actuality, these laws were completely unrelated to these 2 elements. Gravis had comprehended the composition law of wind and air. Of course! Gravis thought with excitement as his body shook. Air and wind are just like light and darkness. Air is the absence of wind. It's just like the light and darkness on this wall. Then Gravis laughed loudly. It was the right decision to go somewhere else. I wonder how long it would have taken me to understand this if I hadn't gone somewhere else. Gravis smirked. Anyway, Now I counter 50% of my opponents. This just keeps getting better and better. Let's continue. I've already managed to comprehend 3 laws here in only 17 years. Sure enough, the more I learn, the faster my progress will be. Gravis left the wall and looked at the firestorms raging in the air. With his new comprehension of the composition of wind and air, Gravis felt like this was the perfect next location. With his new knowledge, he would be able to filter out the knowledge he needed, which made trying to understand everything much less confusing. Due to that, Gravis managed to go through the biggest territory, which was the firestorms, in just 5 years. Now, only the fires on the forever burning plants remained. Gravis went over to the burning forest and looked at the fire and gases it produced. And after 2 years, boom! Finally! Gravis shouted. He had managed to comprehend the soft, pure material composition law. Man, that seemingly took forever. Yet he wasn't done with looking at the fire. 1 more year passed until Gravis was finished with looking at the law comprehension area. Trying to understand the composition law of fire would have been very difficult. Yet, by seeing how wind and air worked and how the wood element wasn't really a physical thing, Gravis managed to make the leaps in logic to understand fire. Boom! And that's the composition law of fire done. Now I counter 60% of my opponents, he thought with a smirk. Now, I'm only missing light, darkness, and water. Light and darkness are their own thing, and I don't have enough time to learn their laws probably. I think I should check out water next. But first. Then, Gravis started standing motionlessly in the air. He was just not doing anything. It was like he was unconscious. 2 months later. Boom! Composition of lightning done. Gravis thought. He didn't need to understand the composition law of lightning to counter lightning cultivators, but to make the set as complete as possible, he decided to look at it anyway now. Understanding stuff about lightning didn't take long for him. After all, he only needed to look at himself. Water time, Gravis thought. Then, he quickly went over to Ferris, who told Gravis that he managed to understand a level 2 law regarding fire. Now, Ferris understood 3 level 2 laws and 1 level 3 law. With these laws, he might even be able to fight level 3 emperors as a level 1 emperor, which was very impressive. Ferris told Gravis again how helpful all his words and teachings had been to him. Ferris didn't specifically tell Gravis that he would risk his life for him, but Gravis was absolutely sure that Ferris would do that. Gravis could almost feel Ferris' loyalty physically. After that, they quickly went to a law comprehension area for water. And only 2 years later, boom! Gravis learned the composition law of water. Now I counter 70%. Yet, I don't have any time for light and darkness anymore. Additionally, I won't have any access to any other law comprehension areas anymore in 5 years. Wow, 97 years have already passed. It somehow doesn't feel that long. For their last stop, Gravis and Ferris went back to the first law comprehension area. There were a lot of materials around, and Gravis would use these materials to try to understand as much about the complex laws as possible. Differentiating the different complex materials was difficult, and Gravis wasn't sure if he would manage to learn enough about them in his remaining time. And like this, the last 3 years passed. Gravis hadn't managed to learn a complex material law, but he already had a lot of knowledge about them. Additionally, he couldn't find all the relevant materials here. There were many complex materials that could only be found in the absolute core of the world. The materials here only went to around the late nascent nourishing realm. Gravis was missing an entire realm of materials above these. Hey Gravis! Ferris shouted. Time's up. We need to return. Gravis flew up and looked at the law comprehension area one last time. My 100 years are up, and I should be about 160 years old now. But, hey, I managed to comprehend a total of 13 level 1 laws in these 100 years. By now, my experience in law comprehension shouldn't be lower than a level 1 emperor, Gravis thought. Then, he looked in the direction of the Icy Pride Empire. It's time to become more powerful. The time was up. Gravis' realm stop was over. Gravis threw one last glance at the law comprehension area and then left towards the Icy Pride Empire with Ferris. It was time to meet the Empress again. Yet, Gravis felt nervous. 100 years had passed since he had last seen his children. There was a genuine chance that one or all of them could have died during that time. Tempering was dangerous, and a lot of his friends had passed while tempering themselves, even though they all had an incredible amount of karmic luck. They were on their way to the Mountain of Pride, but before they could reach the mountain, they were interrupted. Eris, you disrespected and killed my comrade. Today, no one will be able to save you. A violent shout suddenly came from the side. Gravis grew excited when he heard that. Eris was here? Gravis looked around but couldn't find him anywhere. He found the source of the voice, which was a long green snake. Surprisingly, that green snake was a level 5 king. Even more surprising was the fact that the green snake was looking at Gravis with hatred. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion as the snake charged towards him. Then he pointed at himself. Me? He asked. Don't play dumb, Eris. Today, I will put you in your place. Your arrogant strutting around has come to an end. The green snake shouted violently. It doesn't matter that you have already become a level 3 king. You might be able to fight a level above yourself, but 2 levels are between us. Apparently, Eris has caused some trouble, Gravis thought. He wasn't sure if he was annoyed or proud of Eris at the moment. Hey, you got the wrong guy, Gravis said. Eris is my son. These words seemed to take the winds out of the green snake's sails, and it stopped in shock for a second. But then, it only sneered in disdain. How weak! You see that you can't deal with me and try to fool me. Your father wouldn't have remained a level 3 king for such a long time. Gravis scratched his cheek in confusion. Yet, he could understand the green snake. Staying 100 years as a level 5 king or level 5 lord was normal, but generally, beasts shot rather quickly through the levels in between. Gravis groaned. Ferris, could you resolve this misunderstanding? He asked. Huh? Ferris asked like he hadn't paid any attention. Oh yeah, right. Then, Ferris turned to the green snake. This is Gravis, not Eris, he said directly. The green snake became even more shocked. Wait, this wasn't Eris? Was this truly the elusive Gravis that nearly no one had seen in forever? Then please show me proof, the green snake said, now much politer. Bzzz. Gravis summoned some punishment lightning on his hand. This should be proof enough. The green snake looked with shock at the lightning. It had never felt any element even remotely as deadly as this one. Even it felt a great danger coming from this element, even though the snake was 2 levels higher than Gravis. Suddenly, the green snake became fearful as it felt like a death god stood before it. Eris? That shouldn't be a problem for the snake. But Gravis was something entirely different. Gravis had killed an Inquisitor as a level 2 king. An Inquisitor was more powerful than the green snake, and on top of that, Gravis was a level 3 king now. If it had decided to attack immediately, it wouldn't have known how it died. Yes, geniuses like Eris were terrifying, but Gravis' battle strength was unreal. Gravis was probably the most powerful king in existence. There was a gigantic gulf between the first place and someone that was just very good. Okay, you're not Eris, the green snake said politely. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. It's all right, Gravis said as he waved the snake off. So, you have news about my son? What has he been up to in the last century? The green snake released a nervous breath it had been holding for a while now. Your son, Eris, has been going around challenging every genius he could find. He never targets average beasts but always only goes for the most powerful ones. Some years ago, Eris has convinced one of my companions to a life and death duel and then killed him. If this had been a normal duel, I wouldn't care. Yet, Eris has used the mindset of my companion to his advantage and convinced him to accept the duel. This is not true tempering, the green snake said. Gravis scratched his chin. But if a mindset is exploitable, isn't it a weakness? If Eris was able to convince someone into fighting him when they obviously had no chance of victory, wouldn't that fit the style of the world? A weakness is a weakness, after all. The green snake took a deep breath. That may be true, but it is still my choice to avenge my companion. I have lost one of my companions, and, in my opinion, I'm entitled to retribution. Of course, only as long as I'm powerful enough. Gravis continued scratching his chin. Sure, why not? Gravis said with a shrug, surprising the green snake a bit. Enmities are enmities. There is no right and wrong in this world. If you want to do something, do it. Yet, keep in mind that just because you can do something doesn't mean that you can do it without any possible retribution. The green snake nodded. I know the danger, it said. Gravis also nodded. All right. Thank you for telling me about Eris, Gravis said with a smile as he waved. I'll be going now. Bye. The green snake was confused about Gravis thanking it. Why was Gravis thanking it? One more thing, the green snake said suddenly. Gravis uttered as he looked at the green snake again. If you see your son, could you please tell him that he should return to the Icy Pride Empire so that I may properly stab him with my fangs? The green snake asked. Gravis nodded. Sure, will do. With that said, Ferris and Gravis continued traveling towards the Mountain of Pride. While they were flying, Gravis smirked. Oh, Eris, I wonder, have you created this enmity on accident or on purpose? I don't know how powerful you are now, but a level 5 king should still be incredibly dangerous towards you. Has your blind arrogance returned? Or have you done this on purpose to put yourself under more pressure? Gravis thought, if you've really done this on purpose, I disagree with your methods. Killing someone weaker than you just to create a more powerful enemy is something I would never do. Yet, contrary to what Gravis was thinking right now, he smiled. However, you are you and I am I. You don't need to act like me, and you don't need to share my morals. There is no right and wrong. So, if you want to become a monster that mindlessly slaughters the innocents, go ahead. Yet, I want you to accept any potential repercussions coming your way. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. My children are now over double as old as I have been when I had fathered them. They are old enough to decide their own course of actions and morals. However you want to live your life, you can do so. Yet, if your bad decisions ever come back to bite you in the ass, I won't protect you, Gravis thought. Gravis felt horrible when he thought these things. In truth, he actually wanted to protect his children no matter what they did. Yet, that wouldn't be true to his own path and morals. If one of his children died, Gravis' heart would break into pieces. If, by some scheme, one of them died without even being able to fight back, he would not rest until the offending party would die. Yet, if they died during regular tempering or due to the repercussions of their earlier choices, he would only watch as one of his children died. This was Gravis' bottom line. If such a situation ever occurred, Gravis wouldn't know if he could ever recover from the pain and guilt. However, his life was not all about his children. He also had to follow his own path, and this was the best compromise he could find. I hope they're all still alive, Gravis thought with worry as he saw the Mountain of Pride in the distance. Gravis arrived on top of the Mountain of Pride without any fanfare. Right now, only the Empress was present, but Gravis could feel the Grand Elder a couple 100 kilometers away. He was apparently busy with something else. So, you have returned, the Empress said as she looked at Gravis. How much have you gained? I've managed to comprehend a total of 13 level 1 laws in the last 100 years, Gravis said victoriously. That should be enough experience for now, right? If the Empress hadn't already heard about Gravis understanding 7 laws previously, she would have been shocked right now, but thanks to Gravis' earlier pit stop, she had been prepared for something like that. No level 2 laws? She asked. Gravis scratched the back of his neck in a bit of embarrassment. No, but I'm on the verge of understanding 2, which should be the composition law of all plants and the composition law of physical elements. Sadly, both of these laws won't increase my battle strength as long as I don't fight any plants or beasts with the specific elements, Gravis said. The Empress nodded. Understandable. You don't have enough experience regarding laws to understand level 2 laws without sudden enlightenment or a tempering opportunity. Yet, your current experience should be enough. However, I would advise you to take at least one more break as an emperor. Gravis nodded. I think so too. At some point, I will meet emperors that know more than 1 or 2 level 2 laws. If I don't manage to retain my lead in understanding laws, I will fall behind faster than I can notice." Then, the Empress looked at Ferris with narrowed eyes. "Elder Ferris," the Empress slowly said, "I feel a bit of danger from you. I presume that your gains have also been bountiful?" she asked. Ferris nodded respectfully. When he was in front of her, he always acted like a subservient elder instead of his usual excited self. "Since the last time I have come here, I have managed to understand another level 2 law regarding fire." "Another one, huh?" the Empress commented. "Remaining at your current realm would only be a waste. I would advise you to search for tempering. It is time for you to ascend." Ferris nodded solemnly. "Yes, Empress. I agree with that assessment. I have stayed a level 1 emperor for far too long," Ferris said. "Then we are in agreement. Which route do you wish to take?" she asked. "Route?" Gravis asked. "You don't know?" Ferris asked, back in his usual excited self. "Oh, right. I forgot that you aren't an emperor." "Anyway," Ferris said as he started explaining, "there are 4 ways that emperors can go about increasing their realm. The first way is to stay under another emperor leading an empire. The beasts that choose this path follow the orders of the emperor. Of course, due to their power, they are treated rather well and will be sent on fitting missions. This is for the emperors that don't want to bother with all that political stuff and potential land beast enemies that may suddenly attack them. After all, they would still be part of the land beasts. The second way is to create your own empire. If you decide to do that, you need to fight another emperor for their territory. The loser dies, and the winner eats the loser and rules the new territory. The advantage is that you can choose what you want to do, and you're also still part of the land beast camp, which means that no random emperors way more powerful than you will attack you. Of course, you still need to manage the entire empire. The third way is to create a private territory. These territories are tiny, and you don't need to fight another emperor for them. Most emperors have no problem with just giving you a mountain or something. The advantage is that no land beast will bother you as long as you remain in your territory. Yet, the disadvantage is that you can only temper yourself with the agreement of the land beast camp. This option is mainly for emperors that want to live in peace. The fourth way is to go completely solo. You don't join any camp, but also don't have a private territory. This gives you the most freedom, and you can also attack any emperor from any camp without the whole camp going after you. Yet, you are also not protected by the camp. This means that every emperor can also go after you. This is the fastest way to the top, but also the most dangerous one, Ferris said as he finished his explanation. Gravis nodded and thought about it. Every way had its advantages and disadvantages. All 4 of them were viable to reach the top. Yet, it depended on how willing someone was to put their life in danger. Creating a private territory was the safest way since one wasn't required to fight anyone and could simply live their lives out to the end. Leading one's own empire was the second safest way, at least after one managed to kill another emperor for their territory. After all, one would have complete control over what they wanted to do then. The third safest way would be to stay in another empire. Sure, the empire wouldn't mistreat them, but one would still have to follow orders in the end. The most dangerous way was obviously the last one. With that way, one basically would have no friends but a ton of potential enemies. "So, what will you choose?" Gravis asked with interest. "Well, I like to make my own decisions, but I also don't want to bother with managing an entire empire. On top of that, I want to ascend and not just remain here forever. So I will choose the fourth way. I want to become a wild beast," Ferris said to the Empress. The Empress nodded. "Good choice. You don't need to take any breaks for law comprehension anymore, so this truly is the best choice. I will inform the ultimates of your decision, and whatever happens, happens. However, keep in mind that if you require a safe place, you can come back to the Icy Pride Empire. I can't accept you back into the land camp, but I can decide not to attack you." "Thank you, Empress," Ferris said respectfully. "Ever since you've taken over this empire, my life has been good. You allowed me to spend a long time comprehending laws and never forced me to fight without my consent. I will remember this. And if the Icy Pride Empire ever has a problem, I will help." The Empress only looked neutrally at Ferris. You've spent too much time with Gravis. You should know that you don't need to tell me that. Ferris laughed a bit in embarrassment. I know, he said. Also, the Empress said, I'm not your Empress anymore. Now I'm only Azure to you, she said. Azure, Gravis thought. So that's her name. Quite fitting for someone that has the water element. Ferris nodded. Yes, Azure, he said. It was great being here, and I will leave now. Azure nodded. You will ascend, she said. I will, Ferris answered. Then he turned to Gravis. Well, Gravis, this is where we part ways. Gravis smiled. I'm going to miss you, Ferris, he said as he patted Ferris on the shoulder. Ferris only laughed. I'm going to miss you too, but don't worry. With your mindset and power, I'm sure we will meet each other again in the highest world, he said. Gravis also laughed. I'm sure we will. Take care, Ferris. Ferris nodded one last time and left without saying another word. It was time for him to jump into danger and become truly powerful. Gravis sighed as he saw Ferris leaving. Ferris had been a constant companion to him over the last century. Ferris was, by far, the being he had spent the most time with. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had only spent about 17 years with his true family in the highest world. In comparison, Gravis had stayed with Ferris for an entire century. Yet, Ferris was his own being and he needed to follow his own path. On the path to power, different paths crossed and then split again. There was no way around that if one put their full commitment to achieving supreme power. After some seconds, Gravis turned to Azure again. How are our children? Gravis asked. Azure looked neutrally at Gravis. Gravis always felt nervous when he asked the question of how his kids were. They've become kings about 50 years ago and are currently stationed at a defensive line, the Empress said, making Gravis release a gigantic sigh of relief. They were still alive. Also, they were already kings? Well, they are over a century old, so that was probably to be expected. So, this means I'm a grandfather now? Gravis asked. Azure only nodded. Yes. Gravis had no idea how to feel about that. A massive mix of emotions appeared inside his mind as he made several decisions. I can't come into contact with my grandchildren, Gravis thought. My 3 children are already binding me to this world, and feeling a strong attachment to them can't be helped. Yet, as soon as I start getting attached to my grandchildren, this world might become too attached to me to the point that I might not leave. Gravis felt guilty when he decided that. Grandchildren were obviously still family. Yet, due to his own selfish goal, he had to keep his love for them to himself, even though they fully deserved this love based on his outlook and morals. If I get too attached, I will end up like Orpheus. I can't allow that to happen, Gravis thought. After a while, he turned to Azure again. Which defensive line? I want to see them, he asked. The Empress remained silent. She was probably asking some random elder about the information. After some seconds, a map appeared in Gravis' mind with one spot marked. This was probably the defensive line they had been assigned to. Thank you, Empress, Gravis said. I will go there now. Gravis, Azure said before Gravis left. After you're done, return to me. I have a special task for you. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. Oh? Okay, I will return quickly. It shouldn't take me more than a week. That's fine, Azure said. Gravis nodded one last time to Azure and then flew towards the east. By now, Gravis was no longer unknown in the land beasts camp. Additionally, there were now also several other beasts that looked like him. Due to these reasons, he didn't require a guide or escort anymore. It wouldn't take long for him to get to the marked defensive line. A day perhaps. Yet, Eris, today you will die. Gravis got interrupted just a couple of hours after he set off. Apparently, he was being confused for his son again. Again? Really? Gravis thought in surprise. Eris is really creating a lot of trouble, apparently. This time, it was a level 4 king. Additionally, Gravis felt that this level 4 king even understood a level 2 law. That was quite impressive. I'm not Eris. I'm Gravis, Gravis said simply as he summoned some punishment lightning to prove his identity. The king received a shock but quickly calmed down again. Oh, okay, he said as he returned to the Empire again where he had come from. Convincing this one was way easier than the last one. With that short interruption over, Gravis continued on his journey. You dare come back here, Eris? And another beast interrupted Gravis' journey. Okay. This is becoming annoying. I'm Gravis, not Eris. Gravis shouted in annoyance as he demonstrated his punishment lightning again. This king also quickly returned to his empire. Prepare for your death, Eris. And another one. Alright, seriously, what the fuck did you do, Eris? Gravis thought. Starting at that point, Gravis only traveled as a lightning bolt. Like this, no one would confuse him with his son anymore. Finally, he managed to reach the relevant defensive line. Gravis transformed back and flew straight towards the defensive line. Halt! A huge, red fox shouted as she appeared in Gravis' path. Surprisingly, this one was a level 4 king. Gravis stopped, and the red fox examined him with judging eyes. I don't see a commander of a striking squad or a recruiter beside you, so you can't be a new recruit to our defensive line. What's your business here? Finally, someone that doesn't confuse me with Eris, Gravis thought with a sigh. Hello, I'm here to visit my children. They should be stationed in this defensive line, Gravis said. First, the fox was confused, but then she narrowed her eyes. Your children are not here, she said. Now it was Gravis' turn to become confused. But the Empress said that they should be here. Which Empress? The fox answered. The Empress of the Icy Pride Empire, he said. For some reason, the fox fell into thought when she heard that. That's weird. Yes, we have some beasts from the Icy Pride Empire here, but I don't know of any children of yours that are here. Maybe the Empress misunderstood you? Because at least one of your parents should be here. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. He kinda doubted that the opposer or his wife would be here. But then, Gravis' eyes widened as he realized something. Oh, he exclaimed. Are there 3 of them and do they look like me? He asked. The red fox nodded. Yeah, those are my children, Gravis said. Now it was the red fox's turn again to be shocked. What? But your realm is lower. How can they be your children? She asked. Oh, they already became level 4 or level 5 kings. That's great. Can I see them? He asked. Gravis' genuine reaction surprised the red fox, but based on his reaction, he was probably speaking the truth. How weird it was that the parent was weaker than their children. Wait, weaker? Then, the red fox remembered who the father of her 3 comrades was. Gravis weaker than a level 5 king? Then, she also realized why Gravis was still being a level 3 king. He was concentrating on understanding laws now since he couldn't find any tempering anymore. So, it made no difference if he became a level 4 or level 5 king. You're Gravis, right? The red fox asked. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, Gravis said as he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. When it concerned his children, Gravis acted like the usually embarrassed father instead of his normally cold self. The red fox nodded. Wait here. I'm going to inform them. Thank you, Gravis said, confusing the red fox a bit. Yet the red fox left anyway. After waiting for some minutes, Gravis saw his 3 kids enter his spirit sense. When he saw them, he felt incredibly proud. All 3 of them had the aura of a level 5 king on them. His kids had already become so powerful. Eris nearly looked identical to Gravis. The only difference was that his chest was even wider than Gravis in relation to his size. That also explained why everyone was confusing Gravis for Eris. They simply looked too similar. Sarah looked very different from before. Her standing position had changed, and she now walked on 4 legs. She still had her hands, and her arms definitely looked different from her legs, but her arms had changed so that they could assist in running. On top of that, she had 2 additional long and thin claw-like arms growing out of her back. Gravis saw the potential in this setup and nodded. Sarah could run faster by using more limbs. Additionally, she could still grab her enemy with her arms. As soon as she grabbed them, she could use these flexible spikes on her back to attack them. Xianxia also looked very different. Her neck was several times longer, and Gravis could sense venomous fangs hiding inside her mouth. Her 2 hands had also transformed into spikes filled with venom. She was now basically a venomous snake with deadly limbs. Gravis could see their fighting styles reflected in their appearances. Eris was still going for a dominating fighting style that he used to clash with his opponent openly. Sarah's body was set up to come close to the opponent and keep raining attacks on them without a pause. She was basically a meat grinder. Xianxia fell back into her one-shot kill fighting style. With her body, she risked injuries, but she would only need one good hit to kill the opponent. Gravis was so incredibly proud when he saw them. If he were still a level 2 king, one of them could have proved to be a real danger to him, well, as long as they wouldn't have the lightning element at least. The 3 arrived in front of Gravis. Gravis smiled at them happily. Yet, his 3 children only looked at him with confusion and even a bit of disgust. Eris, Sarah, and Xianxia looked at Gravis with cold eyes. Gravis noticed these cold eyes and could already take several guesses at what these meant. "You don't seem as impressive as everyone makes you out to be," Eris said coldly. "So it's that, huh? Sometimes, I simply can't get beasts," Gravis thought. Saying that he didn't feel anything when he heard these words would be a lie. To humans, as long as a family member didn't prove to be a dick, feeling familial love would be natural. Yet, to beasts, even familial love needed to be earned. To Gravis, it didn't feel very pleasant that his children would only care about him as long as he proved himself to be powerful. This kind of felt impure to him. Yet what could he do? They were beasts at heart, and that was just how beasts were. Does it really matter if I'm impressive or not? If I were the weakest level 3 king, would you simply despise me? Gravis asked. Gravis watched his kids to see their reactions. Eris didn't show any reaction, just like Sarah. Yet Xianxia appeared to be a bit unsure. So they are not pure beasts. At least Xianxia still seems to hesitate. Interesting. If you were so pathetic, you wouldn't have any right to be our father, Eris said coldly. Sarah also agreed with that. Xianxia kept silent. Ouch, that stings, Gravis thought. Well, it doesn't matter much. They are still my kids. If every parent immediately stopped loving their kids just because their kids said once that they hated them, no one would have any parents left. It's not great, but that's just how it is. So, Gravis said, you're saying that I need to beat some sense into you? Eris narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gravis. No one jumps levels against me. Instead, I'm the one jumping the levels. I haven't fought an emperor yet, but I'm sure that I can fight one. Gravis believed Eris' first statement, but the second one was just pure nonsense. Starting at the law comprehension realm, every beast was a divine beast. This meant that a level 1 emperor had a body 16 times more powerful than Eris. This wasn't impossible to beat, but the true power of an emperor was their laws, not their body or realm. Even Gravis doubted that he could take down an emperor, even if that emperor was one that would be countered by one of his composition laws. As for Eris, Eris wasn't even a bit dangerous to Gravis right now. Have you fought anyone yet that managed to comprehend a level 2 law? Gravis asked. No, but I want to, Eris said. Do you want to feel the power of a level 2 law? Gravis asked with a smirk. Gravis released his will aura, as well as his law of suppression. Their 3 bodies seized when they felt the incomparably domineering pressure. Moving their bodies became incredibly difficult under Gravis' will aura. Eris looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes. He had definitely underestimated his father. Yet, this suppression wasn't enough to stop him. He was still several times faster than his father. This is the power of a level 2 law, Gravis explained. Yet, the power of this level 2 law on average is a bit weaker than an average level 2 law. Of course, that weakness is being cancelled out by its other advantage. Keeping this law going costs me absolutely nothing. I can keep this suppression up for years. Eris' eyes glowed coldly. It's powerful, I have to give you that. But it's not enough to overpower me. Gravis only chuckled a bit. Don't forget that I'm a level 3 king. Now, imagine if I were a level 5 king. Do you think you would still be able to move? Eris was no longer an inexperienced child. Due to that, He could judge very well how powerful this law would be if Gravis were a level 5 king. In the beginning, it didn't seem like Eris had changed at all. Yet that wasn't true. Instead of doubting Gravis' words, he accepted them. Eris had accepted that he had been mistaken and that if Gravis were a level 5 king, Eris would be helpless against him. Back then, Eris would have denied this fact, but now he accepted that he had been wrong. It seems like fighting a level 5 king that has comprehended a level 2 law is still too difficult for me, Eris admitted. I concede the fact that I would be helpless against you if you were a level 5 king. Yet you're not a level 5 king, Eris said. Gravis smiled. I'm happy to hear these words. You're finally able to accept when you're wrong. In the beginning, I had thought that you fell back into your mindlessly arrogant self, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm proud of you, Eris, Gravis said. Eris didn't want to admit it, but he felt something when Gravis said that he was proud of him. Something deep inside of him felt happy when Gravis said these words. Yet, his mindset as a beast still took priority. Father and son were not two equal positions. If Gravis were only Eris' brother or companion, Eris would have no issue with accepting Gravis. Yet, by Gravis being his father, Gravis needed to prove that he was more powerful than Eris, and not just on his same level. Suddenly, the pressure disappeared. Actually, Gravis said with a smile, I've never had the opportunity to truly show you my power. Back then, you all were still too weak. So, this time, let me show the true difference between us both. Gravis' smile transformed into a smirk. I'll show you that I don't even need this law to completely suppress you. I also won't use my special affinity towards lightning. I won't even use my will aura. I'm not using my 3 most powerful weapons against you. Yet, I'll also show you that I don't need them to suppress you, someone who is 2 levels above me. Eris' eyes sparkled coldly. If he still were back in his youth, he would have thought that Gravis was disrespecting him, but now Eris knew that Gravis was just very confident in his power. Sarah and Xianxia moved to the side to let the two fight. Eris immediately returned to his true size, which was over a kilometer tall. Meanwhile, Gravis only became 50 meters tall. Bang! Bang! Lightning exploded behind Eris as he shot forward with incredible speed. Then he punched Gravis with his full power. Yet he didn't hit Gravis but something hard. Gravis had summoned his shield and armor. These were created with peak nascent nourishing rank materials and crafted with the hard pure material law. As long as Eris wasn't able to release the power of a level 2 law, they wouldn't break. Gravis got shot to the distance, but he quickly righted himself again. Meanwhile, Eris was shocked that Gravis didn't even receive an injury. Additionally, he hadn't seen the armor before. He almost couldn't recognize his father anymore. Quite fast, Eris, Gravis said from a distance. Do you want to see true speed? He asked. Bang! Gravis used his full speed. He put all his power into his body to kick himself forward. At the same time, he also used his pulse to increase his lightning to the maximum and made it explode behind him. Shortly after that, he took all the power out of his body and shoved it into his lightning. This made his body incredibly light. Then, he used the law of lightning speed to its full effect. Eris' eyes widened when he saw Gravis. If Gravis hadn't been so far away, Eris would have barely been able to react. One had to remember that Gravis was only a level 3 king. Yet, Gravis had shown that he was just as fast as Eris, a level 5 king divine beast that was very proud of his speed. Bzzzzz. Eris released a tremendous amount of lightning, which quickly created some kind of net around him. Gravis knew that this was a law, but he hadn't seen that one yet. Was this some kind of law regarding lightning's defense or something? Nevertheless, Gravis moved in. SSSHHHH. The lightning net was reduced to energy, which simply vanished into the surroundings. Gravis had used his composition law of lightning. His will was many times stronger than Eris, which allowed him to not only weaken his lightning but make it disappear entirely. Eris' eyes widened in shock as he saw his lightning net vanish. How did his lightning suddenly vanish? Eris had expected that his lightning net would, at least, slow Gravis down. Yet, for Gravis it didn't even exist. He didn't even need his special control over lightning to do this. This was just the suppression that the composition law of lightning had over lightning. Eris readied himself for a counterattack. There was no way for him to dodge or block Gravis' attack since it was already too close. So, he decided to just take the hit and deliver a powerful counterattack. His powerful scales would protect him. Shing! Gravis' saber entered deeply into Eris' torso, which was to be expected. What could these scales do against such a powerful and sharp saber? This saber was basically a realm higher than Eris. Eris gritted his teeth but punched downward at Gravis' head. Bzzz. Gravis simply summoned a shield on his back and quickly fused it to his armor. Now it was like he was wearing a turtle shell. On top of that, Eris' fist was too big to only target Gravis' head. This meant that Gravis only needed to lower his head, and the fist would hit his back first. Bang! Gravis was hit on the back, and he felt his insides shake. Yet, his body was specifically designed to resist blunt force attacks. Due to that, he only got some minor bleeding, which would be healed in a matter of minutes. Shiiraing. Gravis kept his hands at his saber and used the downward force from the strike to slice up Eris' entire side. This created a gigantic gash, and the resistance of the cut also made Gravis slow down before he hit the ground. Eris felt incredible pain as his organs nearly started falling out. Yet he wouldn't drop his guard. Bzzz. Except that he had dropped it for just a minuscule moment when he tried to deal with the pain. Gravis immediately used his acceleration again and shot at Eris. In that short time, Gravis arrived at the previous cut and entered it. Eris was many times bigger than Gravis, and this allowed Gravis to enter the cut. Eris felt horrified when Gravis entered his body through the cut. Eris had never had an opponent enter his body. Yet that was only natural. After all, if someone managed to enter his body, Eris would undoubtedly die. Eris felt a burning pain going through his body as Gravis shot upwards through it. His organs and muscles were not powerful enough to resist him. Did you know that we humans associate love with the heart? Gravis transmitted to Eris. I'm currently touching your heart. Does that mean that I now also have your love? He asked smugly. Eris was fearful as he felt something touching his heart. He had never felt so close to death before. If Gravis wanted, Eris would be dead right now. I concede. You're more powerful than me, Eris said slowly. Plop. Gravis came out of the cut he had entered from and cleaned himself off the blood. Then, he floated in front of Eris and looked him deep into the eyes. Eris, you need to learn several things, Gravis said. Eris only remained silent as he listened to Gravis' words. In actuality, you have made the same mistake I did. Eris, Sarah, and Xianxia were surprised when Gravis said that he had also made a similar mistake. Just like you, I had charged through one realm after the other. I thought that everything would continue working out for me as long as I continue tempering myself. Yet that is not the truth. Why am I still a level 3 king after such a long time? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Do you think I'm just not able to become more powerful? Gravis asked. Eris took a deep breath. In the beginning, yes, but I don't believe that anymore, he said. Gravis nodded. Everything changes when you become an emperor. The Empress and the Grand Elder have explained these things to me, and now I will explain these things to you. By now, their mindset had completely changed again. Gravis had shown that he was still much more powerful than them. This meant that his words were worth their weight in gold. Gravis explained to them how old the average emperor was and how many laws they had managed to comprehend in that time. He also explained to them how many more laws an average emperor would be able to learn with their law comprehension experience in comparison to them. In short, if you continue going at this speed, you will sooner or later become weak in comparison to others in your realm. You must take long breaks to comprehend laws between fights. Otherwise, your law comprehension will continue to fall in comparison to your realm, Gravis said. In the last 100 years, I have fully concentrated on only understanding laws. I didn't do this because I couldn't get any more powerful. I did this in order to keep my foundation solid. If we ignore my punishment lightning, I would know enough laws to reach the average of a level 2 emperor, and that's after spending a full century on them. Just think about it, Gravis said. If we ignore my punishment lightning, I would still be able to kill every level 5 king in this world. I had no problems in defeating you while not having used my 3 most powerful weapons. Yet, that is only the average for a level 2 emperor. The most powerful king in existence only knows as many laws as a level 2 emperor. Quite the contrast, isn't it? The 3 kids thought about these things and grimaced. Everything that Gravis said made sense, and that was why they didn't like it. They thought that they could continue just like they always had. Looking at Gravis' monstrous battle strength and knowing that this would be the average battle strength of a level 2 emperor felt terrifying. Every opponent of them at that realm would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Of course, that was not entirely true. Gravis had not used his 3 most powerful weapons in the fight, after all. One shouldn't forget that he could still use his punishment lightning, which also included the lightning crescent, and his will aura with the law of suppression. If he used these things, his battle strength would be insane, even for an emperor. Emperors are terrifying, Gravis said. I haven't fought one before, but I now know that they are very terrifying. A level 2 law is incredibly powerful, and if you don't know at least double the laws of such an opponent or a level 2 law yourself, you will die. Keep in mind that every emperor knows at least 1 level 2 law and a ton of level 1 laws. You can't even think about fighting someone like that as you are now. All 3 of them remained silent as they listened to Gravis' words. Now, Gravis said, on to your next mistake. You are not trusting and listening to other beasts on your level. I trust my companions, Eris said with power, not happy that Gravis said that he didn't trust them. Gravis shook his head. That's not what I meant. What I mean is that you should trust in their experience and judgment. You are no longer young, but in comparison to other level 5 kings, you are still young. They have seen a lot more than you or even me. When you had been lords, you should have met a lot of inexperienced and stupid lords. Yet, that is no longer true for kings. Every king has managed to comprehend at least 1 law and went through the mandatory procreation. They have remained in this realm for hundreds of years, and in that time they have seen a lot. Have you ever seen the power of an inquisitor? Gravis asked as he looked at the 3 of them. All 3 of them shook their heads. This is what I meant, Gravis said. Every experienced king has seen an inquisitor go into action at least once. Additionally, why are there so few inquisitors? Is it because no one wants to be an inquisitor? Gravis asked. No, Xianxia said as she said her first word ever since meeting Gravis again. Everyone wants to be an inquisitor, including us. It's the best position for tempering and also the safest. We can move around as we want and fight whom we want. And why were you not able to become an inquisitor? Gravis asked. Xianxia looked to the side. We were told that we were not powerful enough, she admitted. Gravis nodded. That's right. To become an inquisitor, you need to have comprehended either 1 level 2 law or at least 10 useful level 1 laws. You need to be in the top 10% of level 5 kings. Now, Gravis said as his eyes narrowed. All of these things I have said are connected. You do not have enough experience. Yet, that is not so bad if you are able to rely on your companion's experiences. If you lack experience, you can simply trust the judgment of someone that has the experiences. Then, you will still be able to make the right decision. You didn't know how powerful an inquisitor is. Yet, instead of listening to the words of your companions who have seen an inquisitor, you decided to ignore their words. You believe them to be beneath you when that is not the case. Yes, their battle strength might be weaker than yours, but their experiences are still very valuable. So, think about how you have acted just now, Gravis said. I have met quite a few powerful kings on my journey to here since they kept confusing me with you, Eris. When I showed them that I was Gravis, how did they react? Gravis remained silent for several seconds as he looked angrily at his children. It was imperative that they realized the error of their ways. I'll tell you how they reacted. After realizing that I'm Gravis, not Eris, every single one of them immediately fled, and I could even feel the nervousness inside them. All these level 5 kings didn't dare to disrespect me even a little bit, and that's because they know how powerful an inquisitor is. And they know what it means when someone manages to kill an inquisitor as a level 2 king, Gravis said. So, instead of listening to your companions, you decided that an Inquisitor couldn't be as powerful as everyone says. After all, a level 2 king managed to kill one. If I were an enemy, you three would be dead right now, and why? Because you didn't trust in the experiences of your companions. Gravis' eyes narrowed. Never forget, an Inquisitor is more powerful than you, and I've managed to kill one when I was half your age. Even if I just scratched my balls for 100 years, I would still be more powerful than all three of you at once. I killed an Inquisitor when I was 60. You are all now around 110 years old and can't even fight one. Yet, you have the audacity to look at me with disdain? I'm not angry that you looked at me like that. I'm angry at how stupid you would have to be to run headlong into danger that could be easily avoided by listening to your companions. You were lucky that it was me, Gravis shouted. By now, he was pretty upset with them, and he needed to rectify this fatal weakness of theirs. Imagine that you would have seen an Inquisitor of the sea beasts in battle. You would have attacked them, thinking yourself to be so superior, and then that Inquisitor would have destroyed you like some flies. This wouldn't have been a death due to tempering, but a death due to stupidity. Learn what you can fight and what you can't fight. By now, the three of them felt scared in front of Gravis' tirade. Where had their always happy and loving father gone? They had never seen him so angry. I don't want you to die such stupid deaths, Gravis shouted, but his voice was less angry now. You are my kids, and I love you. I don't want to lose you because of such a stupid reason. I want you to become powerful, and if your destiny is to die, I want you to die a normal death while tempering. The three of them didn't know what they were feeling right now. Something deep inside of them felt bad for Gravis. They also felt incredibly sorry and guilty. They had no idea what these feelings were, but these feelings told them that they should listen to him and rectify their mistakes. Bzzzzz. Suddenly, the lightning inside their bodies pulled them forward. Yet, for some reason, they didn't feel afraid. Pack. They all flew to Gravis, and he pulled them all in a group hug. Luckily, they were all back in their shrunken forms. I don't want to lose you, Gravis said quietly. Xianxia was the first that returned the hug. Then, surprisingly, it was Eris. Sarah took some time since she wasn't sure what she was feeling, but seeing her siblings returning the hug, she just went with it. A lot of new emotions they had never felt before appeared inside their mind. These emotions were not emotions that beasts felt. These were human emotions. The hug continued for several seconds. Father, this is getting embarrassing, Xianxia said. Oh, sure, Gravis said as he let them go. Sorry, I just missed you so much. Seeing the way that you acted made me fear for your life, and I just wanted to hug you. It's okay, Father, Xianxia said again. It also felt nice? To me, Xianxia said, though she felt a bit uncomfortable saying it. Eris wrestled with himself. He felt like he should also say that it felt nice, but he just felt too embarrassed to say it. Meanwhile, Sarah appeared unsure. Gravis noticed all of their reactions. Interesting. Xianxia and Eris seem quite susceptible to human emotions, but Sarah isn't. Maybe the beast part in her is more dominant than the human part. Well, I can't force her to feel like a human. It's her decision. Now, tell me, how have you been? Gravis asked with a smile. Father, we first need to return to the defensive line, Sarah said. We can't remain here for long. After all, we're subcommanders. Oh? Subcommanders, Gravis said with pride. That's quite surprising. None of you three are the commanders of this defensive line, even though you are all level 5 kings. The commander must be powerful. Yes, she is definitely more powerful than us, Eris said with a serious look. If she wanted, she could become an Inquisitor. That sounds cool. Introduce me then, Gravis said with a smirk. The three kids felt a bit embarrassed by their father's conduct, but what could they do? Fathers were often embarrassing to their children, and Gravis was no different. All four of them returned to the defensive line, and Gravis was quite surprised at what he saw. There were over 200 level 4 kings stationed here. There were also 5 level 5 kings in total. One of these level 5 kings was probably another subcommander, while another one was the commander. This defensive line was way more powerful than all the other ones Gravis had seen. However, as Gravis thought about the map he had received from Azure, he could guess why. This defensive line was rather close to the core of the continent. The power of the defensive lines probably increased the closer they got to the core of the continent. Gravis enthusiastically greeted every beast he saw on his way, surprising and shocking quite a few of them. The ones that didn't recognize him were confused that this level 3 king was here, while the ones that did recognize him felt shocked that someone of Gravis' caliber was saying hello to them. In Gravis' mind, these were all the colleagues of his children, so he needed to appear friendly. He only meant well, but his 3 kids were still embarrassed by his friendly and forthcoming attitude. Couldn't he act appropriately for his status and power? After some flying and a lot of greetings, Gravis stood before the commander. Surprisingly, she looked quite similar to another beast Gravis had seen in the past. She was a cheetah with an incredibly long tail. Additionally, with Gravis' new knowledge about the elements, he could feel the wind energy deep inside her. Gravis thought back to the invasion he had taken part in when he had been a level 4 lord. The king that had led the invasion back then had looked just like this commander. Sadly, she had died to the Moray-eel. The commander saw Gravis and stood up from her lying position. "You are Gravis, correct?" Gravis nodded with a smile. "Greetings, Commander." "Yes, I'm Gravis." "It's an honor to meet you," the commander said politely, surprising Gravis' 3 children. Their powerful commander was so nice to Gravis? Their commander was normally so incredibly strict. She only acted like this towards visiting emperors. "Relax, Commander," Gravis said. "I hope my 3 children have not caused you any issues." The commander relaxed a bit and threw a cold glance at her 3 subcommanders. "Their work is impeccable and their battle strength powerful. It's just that they seem to take some enemies too lightly." The 3 of them felt nervous when they heard that. This was their boss, and their boss could take all 3 of them solo. By now, their commander had put a lot of discipline and respect into their heads, which made them respect the commander very much. "I know, but I think I managed to show them the error of their ways after they wanted me to prove my power," Gravis said. The commander's face morphed into a grimace of disgust as she looked at her 3 subcommanders. "They wanted you to prove your power?" she asked. Gravis waved his hand nonchalantly. "Yes, but that's understandable. After all, they haven't seen me in a century." "Arrogant and pathetic," the commander commented as she glared at her 3 subcommanders. "Have all my words fallen on deaf ears?" The 3 of them felt a bit fearful and ashamed in front of their commander. Then the commander turned back to Gravis. "Gravis, I have a small request," she asked. "Yes," Gravis asked. "I haven't felt danger in a long while. I miss the feeling of danger, and I feel like I need to remember it. Otherwise, I might get overwhelmed in a fight. I have comprehended the law of danger, and I would request you to trigger it," the commander said respectfully again. Bang! Gravis exploded at the commander with his full speed and summoned a saber that had a fully preloaded lightning crescent in it. Then he swung it. The commander's eyes widened in shock, and an explosion of wind appeared between Gravis and her, shooting them both away from each other. Then, Gravis only stopped and smiled. "Happy?" he asked. The commander breathed heavily with shocked eyes. She hadn't expected Gravis to attack immediately, and she hadn't been prepared for such an attack. Yet, wasn't this exactly what she had requested? Right now, her law of danger had screamed at her that she would die if she didn't do something. Felt like her life was about to end. She hadn't felt that feeling in forever. Gravis' 3 children had been shocked when their father suddenly burst forward like this. Additionally, they became even more shocked when they saw fear appear for a split second in their commander's eyes. Their exalted commander had shown fear in front of their father. The commander slowly relaxed from her battle stance and took a deep breath with closed eyes. "Oh, I've missed this feeling. This is the feeling of becoming more powerful," the commander said slowly as she savored the remaining feeling of fear. "When will I ever feel this feeling again? I miss it," she said in melancholy. "I don't get it," Gravis said. "Well, you haven't lived as long as me. You are still going forward while I'm remaining at this level." the commander said. No, that's not what I meant, Gravis said. I can understand the feeling of missing danger, but I don't get what you mean with wanting to feel this feeling again but not being able to. Now, it was the turn of the commander to become confused. What do you mean? She asked. You have a defensive line right here, and the enemy also has a defensive line, Gravis explained. You want to feel danger, right? Why don't you just attack the enemy's defensive line? We don't know the power of the enemy's defensive line, the commander said. By attacking, we could be running into a force way more powerful than us. Then, there would be nothing but death. Yeah, but isn't that normal? Gravis asked. If you only take fights that you're sure of you can win, how could that be considered tempering? Sure, if you know for certain that you can't win, you shouldn't fight, but you don't know that, do you? It's an unknown. The commander remained silent as she wrestled with herself. Gravis' words went against everything she had done in the past centuries, but they also made a lot of sense. When she had become powerful, had she always only taken the fights she was sure she could win? Of course not. So, it wasn't the world that didn't allow me to temper myself, but myself, the commander said with a melancholic voice. I have wasted years of my life. No, you didn't, Gravis said, surprising the commander. I have a friend called Ferris. He was an elder of the Icy Pride Empire, and he had been a level 1 emperor for over 3,000 years. According to your logic, these 3,000 years were wasted time. Yet, Gravis said, just recently he managed to comprehend 2 level 2 laws and a level 3 law as a level 1 emperor. For 3,000 years, he had only been a slight bit above average. Yet, in just 1 century, he became probably the most powerful level 1 emperor in this world. 3,000 years of experiences have exploded forward, making him incredibly powerful. Just because you didn't manage to increase your realm doesn't mean that you haven't learned a lot during that time. Look at me. I'm still a level 3 king. Yet, has my power stopped progressing? No, definitely not. All of this waiting is accumulation, ready to explode forward in a fight, Gravis said with an encouraging voice. The commander took a deep breath. You're right, she said as her eyes became steely. I have not wasted my time, and I have a lot of laws ready to comprehend. Today is the day I rise. We will attack the enemy's defensive line, and if I manage to survive, I will become an emperor to seek more tempering. Your words have opened my eyes, Gravis, she said respectfully while Gravis only smiled. Then the commander turned to her defensive line. Ready yourself. We will attack in 5 minutes, she proclaimed to the defensive line. The defensive line was shocked. They had remained here for many years without anything happening. No enemy had been attacking, and they also hadn't attacked. This defensive line was too powerful for a simple striking squad to make a difference. These core territories were just way too important, and no one dared to recklessly attack. Yet, wasn't this what they were doing right now? Usually, the closest empire gave the permission for a defensive line to attack, and then they would ready themselves for several days. After all, the input of the closest empire was important. Why was the input of the closest empire important? The main reason for that was that the conquered territory would transform into a new defensive line. This meant that the space that the previous defensive line had stayed at would be given to the closest empire to expand. Of course, such a thing didn't come for free. The empire had to pay for the new territory. This meant that the empire had to reward the victorious defensive line out of their own pockets. Such a thing wasn't cheap. Yet, every empire would still be happy if their empire became bigger. Such a payment was demanding for an empire, but the gains easily made up for the losses. Normally, a defensive line didn't decide when to attack. Yet, the commander of a defensive line still had the option to do that regardless. This was to protect against a traitorous emperor that didn't want them to attack. With this setup, both the commander and the closest emperor would need to be traitors to stall a defensive line. The beasts in the defensive line had remained relaxed and calm for so many years, but everything suddenly ended. They were going into battle. Some of the beasts were fearful. Others were nervous, but most of them were excited. Most of the beasts had felt stifled for so many years. Staying in this defensive line gave them contribution points towards their empires, which allowed them to enter law comprehension areas. Yet, after such a long time, they all craved tempering. Eris, Sarah, and Xianxia were shocked that their father had made the entire defensive line move with just some simple words. They had often talked to the commander and wanted her to attack, but she always refused, saying that it was too risky. Yet, with just some simple words, Gravis managed to convince her. "I will only get involved if there is no way for you to win," Gravis said to the commander. "This is your fight, not mine." Yet, when Gravis said that, a crafty glint appeared inside his eyes. The commander nodded. "It's better this way. You are right. This is our fight," she said with battle intent. All beasts readied themselves and waited for orders. After 5 minutes were up, the commander appeared in front of them. "We will attack," she shouted as she shot into the distance. "R'ea!" A chorus of battle cries echoed throughout the horizons, shaking the earth. All beasts immediately returned to their normal sizes and charged forward, following their commander and subcommanders. Then the entire defensive line moved as over 200 beasts, several kilometers tall, charged towards the northeast. The speed of the defensive line was incredibly fast. After all, even the weakest beast was a level 4 king. In no time at all, the ocean appeared in front of them. A kingdom with a level 4 king as their leader was here, serving as an outpost. Normally, an invasion with a weaker force would appear here to destroy this outpost, but this was not the case today. Today, the whole defensive line ran over this kingdom. "Slaughter them all," the commander said to her subcommanders. The subcommanders looked at each other to decide which one should give the order. In the end, the 4th subcommander accepted the order and sent some level 4 kings into the kingdom. For this kingdom of the sea beasts, the apocalypse had come. 5 level 4 kings, each one as powerful as their king, had come to kill every sea beast. The king of this kingdom felt fearful as they knew that death had come for them. One of the level 4 kings engaged the king while the remainder slaughtered all sea beasts they could find. No one was spared. Kings, lords, spirit beasts, and everything weaker were mercilessly slaughtered. This was a war between 2 camps, not a duel. Everyone that wasn't a land beast needed to die. Gravis wasn't the biggest fan of that, but that was just how war was. Innocents died, and that couldn't be stopped. Sure, if he wanted to, he could stop the slaughter, but why would he? It had nothing to do with him. Well, if he hadn't been here, these beasts wouldn't die, but that was normal. By now, Gravis had accepted that his actions on his path to power would involuntarily destroy the lives of countless innocents. This was just how the world was, and he wasn't some hero. The slaughter below the defensive line commenced brutally as they all still charged forward. After around a minute, they saw the first powerful enemies. When Gravis saw the enemies, he smiled victoriously. "I knew it," Gravis thought. What enemies did they see? 2 level 5 kings and 10 level 4 kings. Was this just an outpost? No, this was the entire defensive line. Gravis knew a lot about human warfare, and Gravis also knew that Orthar was the strategist for the sea beasts. This defensive line of the land beasts hadn't moved in forever because of their commander. The indecisive attitude of the commander had been noticed by Orthar. Because of that, they only stationed enough beasts in the defensive line to appear strong. Yet, in reality, the powerful beasts that showed themselves from time to time were actually the entire defensive line. Meanwhile, the beasts that would have normally been assigned to this defensive line were sent somewhere else. Like this, they would have more kings for the truly endangered territories. Sadly, accidents happened. Orthar knew that Gravis could see through a lot of his careful planning, but he couldn't outfit every single defensive line with a counter for Gravis. Also, Orthar was still Gravis' friend. They might be in different camps, but neither of the two wanted the other one to die. Gravis wouldn't teach the land beasts warfare, and Orthar wouldn't send overpowered enemies at him. Even if Gravis destroyed 10 defensive lines, their dynamic wouldn't change a bit. Neither of the two had the goal to make one camp victorious. Both of them only wanted to ascend to the next world. Victory or defeat for either of the camps made no difference to them. The enemy's defensive line was shocked and became fearful. They couldn't possibly resist such a powerful force. Weren't they supposed to be safe? When the commander saw the weak defensive line, she felt disappointed initially, but then a smirk appeared on her face. In order to appear powerful enough to contest with this defensive line, they also had to show a powerful commander. This meant that a mighty level 5 king was at the weak defensive line. Sure, her defensive line wouldn't get much tempering, but the commander would get hers. Eris, Sarah, and Yersi looked at each other, deciding who should take the remaining level 5 king. Yet, surprisingly, none of them took the initiative. Usually, they nearly fought each other for opponents, but this time no one wanted to. Apparently, Gravis' words had shown them that they needed to comprehend more laws first. So, in the end, the remaining level 5 king fell to the last subcommander. The subcommander had only sent some level 4 kings to annihilate the kingdom they had passed over, but they were still here. Seeing that the other 3 subcommanders didn't mind, the last subcommander shot forward. The enemy's defensive line wanted to flee, but they couldn't. Among 200 beasts, there were bound to be some beasts with incredible speed. Because of that, the fastest beast of the defensive line got dibs on the opponents. In no time at all, every enemy beast had an opponent. The other beasts just stood around the fighting arenas, looking on. This was tempering, and they wouldn't waste it by piling onto an opponent. The watching beasts looked with envy at the fighting beasts, wishing they were them. They had come here, expecting to meet a powerful force, but they only saw this pitiful display. None of the sea beasts managed to escape to warn the closest empire. They were all caught, and the sea beasts didn't even know that their defensive line had fallen. Before engaging the enemy, the commander informed several level 4 kings to inform their closest empire. The enemy didn't know that their defensive line had fallen, which gave them a prime opportunity to also take out an entire empire of the sea beasts. Defensive lines didn't move often, but they moved from time to time. Yet, the falling of an entire empire was truly rare. The main reason for that was the spies among their ranks. The sea beasts knew when an attack would come, which allowed them to protect the closest empire and defensive line. Yet, with Gravis' arrival, all of this had changed. The attack had come out of nowhere, and the sea beasts didn't even know about it. After several minutes, the fighting had ended. A couple of land beasts had died, but that was to be expected. When a land beast died, another land beast would just take its place until all sea beasts were annihilated. The commander and subcommander also emerged victoriously. Rhea! A victorious cry echoed throughout the surroundings, and some minutes later, the closest emperor of the land beasts also arrived here. And when he saw the defensive line, he became visibly very angry. I fucking knew it, Gravis thought. When Gravis saw the emperor's reaction, he immediately contacted the commander with a voice transmission. When the commander heard Gravis' voice transmission, she first became shocked, but then her eyes narrowed. After that, she gave orders to the entire defensive line. Shortly after that, nearly all the corpses vanished into thin air. What is the meaning of this? The emperor shouted. The emperor was a bright red lizard, only 3 meters long. I haven't given an order for an attack. Explain yourself, commander. The commander looked at the emperor coldly. I have the right to call an attack without your permission. If you don't want to pay for the territory, an empire beside yours will be glad to accept. Suddenly, all subcommanders and over 15 level 4 kings scattered as they traveled to the land of the land beasts. Halt! The emperor shouted. You will remain here. Yet the beasts didn't stop. No worries, the commander said. I've sent them to contact the 5 closest empires and a judge. A judge? What is the meaning of this? The emperor shouted aggressively. What was a judge? A judge was the equivalent to an inquisitor but for emperors. There were 5 of them in total in the land beasts camp. Inquisitors killed traitorous kings, and judges killed traitorous emperors. Of course, judges were all very powerful for their realm. The weakest of them was already an outstanding level 2 emperor. Inquisitors also only followed the orders of judges. If you're not a traitor, nothing will happen, emperor, the commander said. Just let them go, and nothing will happen. The emperor gritted his teeth and looked with fury at the commander. Yet he let all the beasts escape. He didn't stop a single one of them. As you've seen, I didn't stop any of them. Now, tell me, what was the reason that made you decide to attack so suddenly? He asked. That would be me, Gravis said with a smirk. For the first time, the emperor noticed that inconspicuous tiny level 3 king. When he saw Gravis, he got confused. You? Who are you? The emperor demanded. My name is Gravis, Gravis said with a smirk. You might have heard of me. The emperor was shocked, but then his eyes narrowed. The traitorous beast that killed an inquisitor but didn't get prosecuted due to nepotism, he said coldly. Gravis only laughed. I have received my punishment, which was a realm stop for a century. The Empress of the Icy Pride Empire gave me this punishment. The emperor huffed. The Empress of the Icy Pride Empire doesn't have any right to pardon you. Sure, she can revoke your status as a traitor, but the punishment for killing an inquisitor still has to be decided by a judge, and she isn't a judge. Gravis' eyes shone a bit. This was new. Is that true? Gravis asked the commander with a voice transmission. He's speaking the truth, she answered. A level 3 emperor can declare you not to be a traitor, but the punishment for the killing of an inquisitor is still something that is up to a judge to decide. Interesting, Gravis thought. Apparently, Azure isn't as simple as it seems. Every beast knows about me killing an inquisitor. Yet, no judge has ever appeared to punish me. Gravis turned back to the furious emperor. Yet here I am, Gravis said with a smirk. Every powerful land beast knows of what I have done, but no judge has ever appeared to give me punishment in the last century. I wonder why that is. As I've said, it's due to nepotism, the emperor said with disdain. If you had gone to any other emperor, you wouldn't be alive anymore. Yet, you just had the luck to go to the Empress of the Icy Pride Empire. Of course your punishment would be so lenient. So, what does that change? I'm here right now, and I'm responsible for this defensive line moving, Gravis said with a smirk. A judge will come shortly, as will all the closest emperors. The emperor frowned when he heard these words. On the outside, he appeared annoyed, but Gravis knew that the emperor was very afraid and panicked deep inside. Right now, he was probably deciding what he wanted to do. Should he keep up the disguise, or should he openly flee to the sea beasts? Gravis had expected this emperor to be a traitor before the defensive line even moved. He couldn't be sure about it, but it made a lot of sense. It took 2 beasts to make a defensive line stop moving. One of them needed to be the commander of the defensive line, while the other one needed to be the emperor of the closest empire. Gravis hadn't known that this defensive line hadn't moved in forever before he arrived. Yet, as soon as he heard the commander request Gravis to trigger her law of danger, he knew that this defensive line hadn't fought in forever. Usually, Gravis wouldn't care much about any traitors as long as they didn't attack him or belong to the Icy Pride Empire. He was a member of the Icy Pride Empire, not the land beasts. Yet his kids were here. He couldn't cultivate in peace as long as there was a possibility that they were serving under a traitor. His kids were not powerful enough to do something about this, but he was. So Gravis went on and talked to the commander. He told her that she could temper herself as much as she wanted. She just had to declare an attack. In the end, the commander realized that it was herself that didn't allow her to temper herself and immediately declared an attack. This proved to Gravis that the commander was not a traitor, and that left only one beast remaining, the closest emperor. Yet, even with all these suspicions, Gravis couldn't be sure, which was why he made the defensive line attack without informing the closest emperor. If they first informed him, he might find several excuses to stop the attack or delay it. Such an action couldn't prove that he was a traitor. Yet, after the attack had already succeeded, it wouldn't be difficult to see if the emperor was a traitor or not. Gravis only had to see the emperor's reaction to see if they were a traitor or not. Of course, even if a judge arrived now, it might still not be enough to convict the emperor. Gravis was sure that this emperor was a traitor, but he didn't have enough evidence. So, Gravis said slowly with a smirk as he flew closer to the emperor. The commander looked in shock as Gravis slowly closed in on the emperor. What was Gravis' plan? What will you do? Gravis asked as he came even closer. Will you wait? Will you flee? Will you kill me? What is it? Gravis asked. By now, Gravis was just a meter in front of the Emperor. From this distance, the Emperor could kill Gravis without him even being able to react. There were 2 levels between a level 5 king and a level 1 Emperor. This meant that a total of 4 levels were between Gravis and the Emperor. As a level 3 king, Gravis would be absolutely helpless in front of such a powerful Emperor. The fact that he knew a composition law that countered the Emperor's element didn't make a difference. Gravis would die with 1 attack. The Emperor looked coldly at Gravis. Come on, take the bait, Gravis thought as he looked the Emperor into the eyes. If the Emperor killed Gravis, he would receive incredible rewards from the sea beasts. Boom! Gravis exploded and burned into nothingness as the Emperor suddenly unleashed fire upon him. The whole defensive line was shocked as Gravis seemingly died in front of them. Yet, even until the bitter end, Gravis only smiled viciously. Then, something came out of Gravis' falling life ring. A 250-meter-tall version of Gravis escaped out of the fallen life ring. This had been a gamble because if the Emperor's attack had been a wide-range attack, the life ring might have gotten destroyed along with Gravis' weaker body. Fortunately, Gravis had judged the personality of the Emperor correctly. What exactly had happened? How was Gravis a level 4 king suddenly? When the Emperor appeared, Gravis told the commander that he would confiscate all the corpses and consume them to become a level 4 king. If the Emperor were a traitor, Gravis would fight him and buy time for the defensive line to retreat. If the Emperor weren't a traitor, Gravis would pay the corpses back in the future. As soon as that happened, Gravis put half of his being into the life ring and consumed the corpses, becoming a level 4 king. Gravis was sure that the Emperor was a traitor, which was why he didn't even hesitate to consume the corpses. The long talk he had with the Emperor previously was enough time for him to finish his evolution. Additionally, the new Gravis was not naked. He was currently wearing a red-black suit of armor. Since he had already seen the element of his future opponent, he created a suit of armor suitable for the fight. Of course, Gravis wasn't powerful enough to manipulate materials at the law comprehension rank, which had been an issue. Well, it would have been an issue if Gravis didn't already know a lot about hard complex materials. By mixing some materials together, Gravis managed to create a material that was stronger than peak nascent nourishing rank but weaker than initial law comprehension rank. These materials didn't exist naturally, so Gravis had to create them. Of course, since Gravis didn't know the full hard complex material law, he couldn't fully take advantage of the material. He was only able to manipulate it with his hard pure and medium pure material laws, which meant that the armor and weapons weren't any stronger than a half-step law comprehension rank material that had been forged with a level 1 law. Yet, this still allowed him to create the suitable material he needed. Gravis also infused the armor and weapons with purifier ash, which increased its resistance to fire. Usually, such armor would melt very quickly when it came into contact with a fire emperor. Yet, with the purifier ash, Gravis' armor was powerful enough to resist the usage of a level 1 fire law. Only the level 2 law that the Emperor knew would be able to destroy his armor. Gravis was fully prepared for his fight with the traitorous Emperor. Everyone flee and inform the surrounding empires, Gravis shouted as the Emperor still looked with shock at Gravis. Gravis should be dead. Why was he still alive? After around a second, the Emperor narrowed his eyes. He had made his choice, and now he needed to commit to it. Brrrr. Bang! Fierce fire came out of the Emperor's right front claw, and he attacked Gravis with it. Gravis immediately blocked with his shield, and the fire exploded violently. Bang! Gravis shot into the water below them, creating a massive fountain of steam. The explosion had increased the heat of Gravis' armor and shield to insane levels, which made all the water in the surroundings boil. About 20 level 4 kings from the defensive line died due to the explosion. Run! The commander ordered to the defensive line, which quickly recovered. Then all the kings scattered in all directions. No one will escape today! The Emperor shouted with cold eyes as 200 fire spears shot out from his body. Even such a scattered attack would kill every king in the vicinity. All the fleeing kings felt their lives flash before their eyes. A lot of them managed to comprehend laws in this time of crisis, but that wouldn't help them. Whoosh! Yet, instead of chasing the kings, the fire spears continued shooting in a straight line, only killing another 25 of the kings. The emperor's eyes widened in shock. Why couldn't he control his fire remotely? Meanwhile, the surviving kings almost couldn't believe that they were still alive. Yet, they only fled even faster. They couldn't think about what was happening right now. Only their survival was important now. Seeing the fleeing kings, the emperor tried to shoot more spears after them. But before he could release the spears, he had to redirect his attack. All the summoned fire spears angled towards Gravis, who was charging at him. As soon as the fire spears shot at Gravis, he destroyed the will upon them and activated his will aura as well as his law of suppression. The attacks were scattered attacks, and each one of them only had enough power to kill a level 4 king. SSSSHHHH. The law of suppression weakened the attacks immensely, and when Gravis used his law of fire composition, all the fire spears vanished into nothingness. These fire spears were simply too weak. Gravis closed in on the emperor with his full speed and loaded his saber with a lightning crescent. He hadn't had enough time to preload a lightning crescent, which forced him to create a new one. Then, Gravis shot the lightning crescent directly at the emperor. Brrrr. The emperor felt the power of the lightning crescent and knew that he had to use everything to defend himself. A gigantic pillar of fire appeared in front of him, destroying all the water below him. Fire wasn't good in defense, but its attack could exhaust the energy of its enemy's attack. This fire pillar wasn't as weak and scattered as the spears. Gravis' law of suppression only weakened it as much as the emperor himself, which was around 20%. Then Gravis' law of fire composition weakened it by another 50%, making the fire pillar only a bit more powerful than the fire defense of a level 5 king. Gravis' lightning crescent shot through the fire pillar, but it had been weakened quite a bit. The traitorous emperor saw the lightning crescent closing in on him and curled into a ball as fire came out of his body in an effort to defend himself. Boom! The lightning crescent exploded with a violent explosion that took out the surrounding 10 kilometers. If the defensive line hadn't fled by now, every beast in the surroundings would have died. The explosion vanished just as quickly, and the emperor appeared before Gravis again. A lot of his scales were cracked, and some small bits of blood came out of his skin. Yet, that was only a slight injury that could be healed in about an hour. Boom! Suddenly, an even more powerful lightning crescent hit the emperor. Before shooting out his first lightning crescent, Gravis had gathered the scattered parts of corpses that had survived the emperor's attacks. This was also a reason why Gravis hadn't stopped the emperor's initial attack, which had been targeted at the fleeing defensive line. Gravis needed the corpses. Yet, instead of feeling great, Gravis only narrowed his eyes further. Before the second lightning crescent had hit the emperor, something had appeared in front of him, blocking the lightning crescent and making it explode prematurely. Something powerful enough to make a fully powered lightning crescent explode had to be the emperor's level 2 law. As the explosion vanished, the emperor appeared in front of Gravis again. This time, nearly all his scales were gone, and the muscles that showed were blackened severely. His whole body had been burned beyond recognition. This was a severe injury for an emperor, but not a lethal one. BRK. Crack. The burned muscles were pushed away as new muscle tissue replaced them. Then, a new layer of skin and scales quickly appeared. This whole regeneration had only taken less than a second. Now, the emperor had a fully recovered body again. Yet, his breathing was heavy, and Gravis could feel that the emperor's life energy had lessened severely. The emperor had used 2 laws to transform life energy directly to physical health, and Gravis knew of both of these laws. He hadn't comprehended them yet, but he knew that they existed. The law of muscle growth and the law of skin growth, Gravis thought. Healing such an insane injury probably cost him nearly 80% of his life energy. Yet, if he wants to keep living, he can't allow himself to use much more, maybe 10% more, but that would already be risky. Life energy was responsible for keeping the bodies of beings alive. If the life energy went to 10% or lower, their body would slowly start to break down and get injured with time. To heal these injuries, the being would then need to use more life energy. At that point, the usage of life energy would become greater than its regeneration, which meant that death was not far off. If life energy were reduced to 0%, the body would simply stop being alive. At that point, the body would fall apart like it had never been connected before. Yet, the Emperor had a fully healed body now. This meant that his battle strength was not hindered in any way. Additionally, since this regeneration cost life energy and not normal energy, he still had a lot of energy left to fight. The Emperor glared with hate at Gravis, while Gravis glared back with his raised saber. Even now, the Emperor hadn't returned to his actual size, but that also wasn't necessary. Lords could shrink their bodies by 10 times. Kings could shrink their bodies to anything between their true size and a small fixed size. So what could emperors do? Emperors could shrink their bodies like kings, but in comparison to kings, their power didn't decrease. This meant that an emperor was just as powerful in their miniature form as they were in their big form. Meanwhile, Gravis was 250 meters tall, towering over the tiny lizard. Yet, the tiny lizard was the more powerful and more dangerous one. Oftentimes, sizes were deceptive. "Everyone is gone," Gravis commented. The Emperor had also noticed that every beast had fled, but that didn't interest him right now. Right now, only Gravis was inside his eyes. Gravis readied his saber. "All corpses are used up. My lightning is down to 20%, as is my spirit. I don't even have enough power to injure him right now. This means that I have to survive until everything recovers again. As I am right now, I wouldn't be able to survive for so long. This means that I need to comprehend at least one new law to survive. If I can't comprehend one, I will die today." Outside, Gravis looked solemn, but inside, he was smiling crazily. "That's exactly the situation I wanted. Comprehend or die. There is no third choice," Gravis thought as he watched the Emperor prepare something powerful. Now it was the Emperor's turn to attack. Brrrr. Fire came out of the Emperor, and after a second, it split off of his body. Yet, instead of charging forward, the fire stopped beside the Emperor and took the Emperor's form. In no time at all, a perfect fire copy of the Emperor flew beside him, also looking at Gravis. "This is the thing that blocked my lightning crescent previously," Gravis thought. "This should be his level 2 law. He can probably fight with this copy just as well as with his own body. This ability is incredibly useful in a fight, but it doesn't fully concentrate on attack. Either its attack is not as powerful as the spires of the Inquisitor, or it costs a ridiculous amount of energy. I would have never thought that I would need to use my level 2 law of fire forming to fight a level 4 king. You're really as powerful as everyone says," the Emperor said coldly. Gravis didn't answer. If he wanted to waste time for himself to recover, he would have engaged in this conversation. Yet, as soon as Gravis regenerated everything, the fight would become too easy. Sure, as the fight was right now, he would still get tempering, but not nearly enough for his liking. He wanted to genuinely be in danger. Seeing that Gravis didn't answer, the Emperor readied himself. Whoosh! Yet, his fire copy suddenly started falling down uncontrollably, shocking the Emperor. For some reason, he had suddenly lost control over his fire copy. Obviously, Gravis has used his spirit to destroy the will on the copy. Without anyone controlling the fire, gravity became active and pulled it down. The Emperor recovered quickly and narrowed his eyes at Gravis. "So, the reason why I couldn't control my fire spears was you. You can cut the connection between me and my element. I don't know what law that is, but I don't need to know." Another copy appeared beside him, but there was a distinct difference this time. The difference wasn't in its appearance, but in what it was doing. The tails of the lizard and its copy were intertwined. Like this, the copy wouldn't leave the Emperor's side, making it impossible for Gravis to destroy the will on it. Then, the Emperor charged at Gravis with his full speed. Even fire came out of his legs, which allowed him to accelerate to insane speeds. Usually, Gravis would have no issues evading such an attack, but he had to conserve his lightning. If he used the law of lightning speed or his explosive acceleration method, he would use too much lightning. He needed to recover. Otherwise, he would never win this fight. Bang! One of the Emperor's claws exploded on Gravis' massive shield while his copy attacked from the side. Gravis could only block one attack since he needed both his hands to hold the shield. If he only used one hand to block the attack, his arm would break. Due to that, Gravis was shot in the distance. Whoosh! Yet, the attack of the copy had missed, surprising the Emperor again. The Emperor had enough experience to judge something as basic as backlash correctly. So, why had Gravis shot into the distance faster than he was supposed to? Of course, this was due to the formation arrays on Gravis' shield, which increased an attack's force. Some of Gravis' bones cracked while some of his muscles tore, but that was nothing major. Such injuries would be healed in a minute. Error. The Emperor summoned another 3 copies. Now, one copy was at his right, one was at his left, one was below him, and one was above him. All their tails intersected behind the Emperor. When Gravis saw that, he became nervous. He couldn't block so many attacks. Bang! The Emperor shot at Gravis again. Gravis had no choice but to block the attacks since he couldn't afford to use up his lightning. Boom! The Emperor, as well as all his copies, attacked Gravis' shield at the same time. Gravis was many times bigger than the Emperor right now. Thus, the Emperor thought it would be easier to concentrate all his attacks onto a single point. After all, he was much more powerful than Gravis. The 4 copies exploded at the same time, completely destroying Gravis' shield. This was an attack that was truly on the level of a level 2 law, and Gravis violently shot backward as his arms broke. Yet, thanks to the makeup of his torso, his organs only received some minor damage. Starting at the spirit beast level, air was no longer important, as were most organs' functions. Yet, instead of being less important, the organs actually became even more important. The reason for that was that organs transformed into life energy generators at that point. Where did a beast or a human get their life energy from? Life energy was produced in the organs, while blood transported life energy. If an organ were destroyed, the generation of life energy would plummet. The body required a set amount of life energy to keep operating, and if too many organs were destroyed, all the life energy inside the being would be used up. That was why the organs were vital. Even though Gravis hadn't been majorly injured in the clash, his only shield had been destroyed. Creating and forging such powerful materials cost a lot of energy, and creating a new shield would cost Gravis around 10% of his lightning and spirit. Now, Gravis stood in front of an Emperor without a shield. He also couldn't evade his attacks. This meant that he had to block them with his armor. He wouldn't even be able to use his saber since he hadn't upgraded his saber. After all, the power of the lightning crescent wasn't determined by the quality of the saber. The saber only needed to be able to resist the lightning crescent while it was inside it. If Gravis had also upgraded his saber, he would have even less lightning right now. Error. For seconds passed in which the Emperor summoned another 4 copies. His old ones had exploded with the last attack, forcing him to create new ones. Sadly, Gravis couldn't interrupt the Emperor since he couldn't unleash an attack that would actually be a danger to his enemy. It was better to wait. Bang! The Emperor shot at Gravis again. Yet, this time, the copies stretched until they all came from different angles. Gravis immediately swung around and used his tail to destroy the copies. Bang! One copy was destroyed, and the armor on Gravis' tail became incredibly hot as it started fusing with his scales. Yet the tail didn't stop. Bang! Another one was taken out as the armor on Gravis' tail nearly became liquefied. Bang! A 3rd copy was punched by Gravis' hand, and the armor on his right arm also started fusing to his body. Bang! The last copy exploded as the sweep of Gravis' tail finished. One tail swipe had taken out 3 copies of the Emperor. Yet, this didn't come without damage. All muscles on Gravis' tail had burned black, and even the bones started becoming black. There was simply too much heat. 1 attack will only burn my skin. 2 attacks burn my muscles, and 3 attacks burn everything. I can only block 1 attack safely and 2 if I'm in desperate straits, Gravis thought quickly. He had used his most expendable body part to test how much damage he would take from attacks. With this new knowledge, he could plan his blocks better. Gravis was already using his law of suppression and his law of fire composition to weaken the copies as much as possible. Without these two things weakening the copies severely, only one explosion would have completely destroyed Gravis' tail and right arm. Yet Gravis was only so fast. He had unleashed 2 blocks at the same time, but he couldn't unleash a third one to block the body of the Emperor. So, Gravis had to resort to creativity. Bang! The Emperor evaded the burned tail and attacked Gravis back, but suddenly, a powerful chunk of ore appeared between them. This was the remaining peak nascent nourishing rank or that Gravis had inside his spirit space. Boom! The ore exploded, and fragments of the ore hit Gravis back. Luckily, since Gravis wore an armor even harder than the armor only got dented slightly. The fragment's force also threw Gravis into the distance again, which protected him from a follow-up attack from the Emperor. Whoosh! Suddenly, in front of Gravis, a concentrated fireball appeared. This was a fireball that had been created with the law of fire explosion. Gravis was shooting right into it since it had spawned right in front of him. Additionally, Gravis was so fast that he couldn't even react. Boom! The fireball exploded on Gravis' chest without being weakened by any of Gravis' laws. The explosion was massive, and Gravis was thrown back as all his forward momentum had been stopped by it. The armor on Gravis' chest started melting, burning the scales and muscles touching it. This was a huge issue since these muscles and scales were essential to protect his organs from blunt force. With their current burned state, if Gravis got hit again, his organs might break through his flesh and skin and shatter on the liquefied armor. Regrowing organs took up a lot of life energy. Yet Gravis had an even bigger issue. Since Gravis' forward momentum had been stopped, the Emperor could now unleash a follow-up attack. Boom! The burning claw of the Emperor hit Gravis back, melting and destroying the armor on it. Additionally, Gravis' spine broke into pieces and also became burned. Splinters of his spine destroyed parts of his organs as he got shot into the distance again. Error! Another fireball immediately appeared in front of him, but this time, Gravis was prepared. He immediately used his law of suppression and the composition law of fire to weaken the fireball as much as possible. Then he kicked it. Boom! The fireball exploded, but Gravis' leg was only minorly injured since it had been weakened this time. The force of the explosion didn't shoot him backward but downwards into the water. SSSSSSSS. A massive cloud of steam exploded out of the water as the water came into contact with Gravis' hot armor. Additionally, the sudden stop that the fireball had forced on Gravis made his lungs break out of his body. Gravis quickly regrew his damaged organs at a different spot, his waist. His waist was relatively uninjured, and it could still give a lot of resistance towards blunt force. Bang! The Emperor didn't let up and chased after Gravis, unleashing another explosion onto Gravis' blocking right arm. The bone in Gravis' right arm broke, but his skin had only received minor burns. Yet, the force of the Emperor's attack forced Gravis deeper into the ocean. Bang! The Emperor just didn't stop and kept close to Gravis. He immediately unleashed another explosive claw, which had been blocked by Gravis' left arm. The ocean surface far above them boiled violently as the Emperor unleashed incredible heat. Apparently, the Emperor had stopped trying to kill Gravis with his level 2 law. Instead, he was now unleashing one physical attack after the other. This had the advantage that he wouldn't use nearly as much energy, and that approach had also shown promising results. So, before Gravis could even stop or ready himself again, the Emperor already unleashed his next attack. Bang! Crack! Gravis barely managed to move his tail with his spirit to block. His tail had become immovable after he had destroyed 3 fire copies with it, but with his spirit, Gravis could still move it one last time. The burned tail broke into burned pieces that scattered into the surrounding water, and Gravis was further pushed into the deep. Gravis couldn't block with his arms again. If he did, the lack of a solid bone in them would make them break off. Yet, the Emperor kept close to Gravis and unleashed another attack, targeted at his head. Seeing that he had no other choice, Gravis blocked again with his right arm. Crack! The burned arm broke into pieces, leaving Gravis only with his left arm. Bang! Gravis hit the ground of the ocean, creating a violent wave of sand and dirt that swept into the distance. Steam and sand clouds were huge hindrances for lords, and maybe even for kings, but the senses of emperors were just too sharp. This cloud made no difference to them. The emperor easily pinpointed Gravis' new location and unleashed the same attack again. Crack! Gravis had to block with his last remaining arm, which also quickly got broken into fragments. The molten pieces of armor fell off of Gravis' body. Sadly, he couldn't use these pieces to create a new shield or armor set, since they had mixed with water. Additionally, forging new armor would cost him too much lightning. If he wasted his lightning now, he would definitely die. By now, Gravis was several kilometers below the ocean floor. The attacks of the Emperor were simply too powerful, and they kept pushing him deeper. Additionally, even if he wanted to evade, it would prove challenging with this limited space. The Emperor appeared again and attacked Gravis' head. Do or die. I must comprehend something now. Gravis thought crazily as his mind went into overdrive. Bang! Gravis' head was burned to a crisp. Fortunately, he had created a second brain in his waist and had already moved his spirit to that place. This cost him an insane amount of life energy, but he had survived. Sadly, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything. Bang! Brrrr! Gravis broke through a hard layer of stone, and a fountain of violent magma blew out from underneath him. Yet, the natural elements wouldn't make a difference to a fight in this power range. The Emperor closed in again and unleashed another attack on Gravis' torso. If that attack hit, all of Gravis' organs would be turned to mush. Bang! The Emperor's attack hit Gravis' chest, but his eyes widened. Before he had hit Gravis' chest, he had seen a thick layer of scales appearing at the spot. The scales burned, but nothing else had been injured. Finally! Gravis thought crazily. Gravis had just comprehended the law of skin growth, which had allowed him to use his life energy to create a temporary barrier. The Emperor saw this and stopped attacking. Error! Some seconds passed in which the Emperor created over 10 clones that all had their tails intersected with his body. The Emperor knew that if he continued attacking like this, Gravis could just create several strands of scales. He needed more power with a single attack. During that time, Gravis' armor managed to cool down a lot. Yes, he was currently inside a vast pit of magma, but that magma wasn't nearly as hot as the Emperor's fire. Without hesitation, the Emperor charged at Gravis again. The copies also all charged at him. Shing! Boom! Suddenly, a lot of hardened fragments appeared around Gravis and shot at the copies. Gravis had taken the destroyed and molten pieces of armor and shot them at the copies. 3 copies managed to evade, but the other 7 exploded at a distance. There goes that trump card, Gravis thought as he saw the remaining copies and the Emperor charge at him. Shing! Boom! 3 thin tentacles of scales grew out of Gravis' body and destroyed the last 3 copies. Without muscles, these tentacles wouldn't have been able to move, but Gravis could still use his spirit to control them. Yet, the main attack of the Emperor couldn't be blocked like that. The fire copies would explode if they were hit hard enough, but the Emperor would just ignore such a weak tentacle. Gravis had to deal with this attack another way. Bang! Suddenly, a long bone grew out of Gravis' torso and hit the Emperor's claw, which quickly exploded. The new bone in front of Gravis' chest got pushed back violently and shot out of his back, leaving a huge hole. Luckily, Gravis had already relocated his organs previously. Gravis had just comprehended the law of bone growth. The Emperor noticed that Gravis had learned multiple defensive laws in a short amount of time and narrowed his eyes further. He had to end this fight quickly. I've got no time left, Gravis thought urgently. He's growing desperate. Come on, the organs of plants work similarly to blood. Quick! Think about it. Boom! Gravis managed to comprehend the law of blood growth in this short time frame. Yes, Gravis thought crazily. During that time, the Emperor had created another 10 copies, which now charged at Gravis. Boom! All 10 copies, as well as the Emperor, exploded onto Gravis' chest, turning his whole body into chunks. Yet, the Emperor didn't relax one bit. Why not? Because behind Gravis' destroyed body, a new, fully healed Gravis had appeared. Yet there was a huge difference. This Gravis was literally made out of only skin, bones, organs, and blood. There were no muscles inside this body. When the Emperor's attack had arrived, Gravis had quickly created a new body without muscles, which grew out of his back. By knowing these laws, Gravis could survive in his new body. Gravis could also achieve this with his lightning fork. But there was a considerable difference between these two methods. As injured and exhausted as he was right now, a new body that had been created with the lightning fork would have fallen a level. At that point, Gravis would only be a level 3 king. Then, there was really no way for him to win anymore. Yet, by simply using up nearly all his life energy, Gravis could create a new body without muscles. Like this, he didn't fall an entire level. 5% life energy left. Seems like I have no other way anymore, Gravis thought. Bzzzzzzz. Suddenly, some green lightning appeared around Gravis' body and filled up his life energy again. Yes, this was life lightning. When Gravis had learned the composition law of lightning, he had also learned to summon life lightning again. Yet, entirely healing himself took a total of 20% of his lightning reserves. Gravis had just recovered to 40% of his lightning when he had been forced to refill his life energy. So, right now, Gravis only had 20% lightning left. He was basically back at the beginning but without any armor or muscles. As long as the expenditure of his life energy didn't outspeed his regeneration of lightning, Gravis had a way to survive. The Emperor glared at Gravis while gritting his teeth. He had to end the fight now. He couldn't waste more time here. Error. 5 more fire copies appeared around him as he charged at Gravis again. Error. Shing. Bang. Several bone spikes grew out of Gravis' skin. Then, he broke them off with his spirit and launched them at the copies, which quickly exploded from a distance. The Emperor grew enraged when he saw this. He couldn't use his fire copies anymore with this new defensive technique. Bang! The Emperor attacked Gravis with his claws, and Gravis used his spirit to move an arm into his way. The arm immediately exploded since it wasn't powerful enough to resist such an attack without muscles. Bang! The attack also broke through the other arm, but when the tail came between them, the attack had been weakened to the degree that it became nearly useless. Gravis was thrown into the distance again as the Emperor continued chasing. Sir. Gravis' limbs regrew, but he narrowed his eyes. Regrowing these limbs still takes around 20% of my life energy. This is too much. I need muscles, he thought. The next attack arrived, but before it could hit Gravis, one of his arms suddenly thickened and blocked the attack. He had finally learned the last law regarding body growth. Gravis had watched the CMO for a long time, and he had been on the cusp of understanding the growth laws regarding the body for quite a while now. This fight allowed him to learn all of them since he needed them to survive. Bang! Gravis was thrown back, and the bones in his right forearm broke. Yet, since he had just filled his right forearm with muscles, it didn't get completely destroyed. Gravis could still block another time with this arm before he had to regrow it. At least, that would have been the case in the past. Sir. Gravis used his new laws and completely fixed the arm. 5% life energy to block one attack. I can deal with that. The Emperor grew enraged and nervous as he continued violently assaulting Gravis with everything he had. Thanks to Gravis' law of suppression and his law of fire composition, the attacks never managed to completely destroy his blocking arm in one hit. This allowed him to fix them for a much smaller cost every time. Gravis fixed his blocking right arm many times between attacks, and several minutes passed. By now, Gravis' usage of life energy was just a bit below his regeneration of lightning. As long as nothing unforeseen happened, Gravis could kill the Emperor in the next hour. He only had to survive. Yet something unforeseen did happen. Something happened that Gravis would have never expected. The Emperor stopped attacking and only glared at Gravis for several seconds. Then he took a deep breath. I give up, the Emperor said. Gravis was shocked when he heard that. Was this some kind of trick? The fight wasn't over yet. The Emperor couldn't possibly know that Gravis was out-regenerating him. What? Gravis asked, shocked. I give up, the Emperor said again. Why? Gravis asked. Look around you, the Emperor answered neutrally. For the first time, Gravis had time to pay attention to his magma-filled surroundings. So that's why, Gravis thought as he realized the reason. What did Gravis see? In the surrounding 500 kilometers, Gravis saw a total of 4 different emperors watching the fight. These were all emperors from the land beasts camp. Several minutes had passed, which was enough for the scattered defensive line to inform the surrounding empires. The emperors immediately charged to this location and had been watching the fight. Of course, none of these emperors were as stupid as Commander Rhyme. They all kept themselves out of the fight since this was Gravis' tempering experience. Yet, if the traitorous emperor decided to flee or if Gravis died, they would charge him. Gravis' death was only worth something if the traitorous emperor could claim the reward. Yet, with all these emperors around him, he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to survive. This had also been the reason why the emperor had been so desperate to finish the fight so quickly. He had gambled on the fact that he could kill Gravis before the emperors arrived. Sadly, he had lost the gamble and now it was too late. The fight was over. "And you don't want to kill me out of revenge?" Gravis asked coldly. "What's the point?" the emperor asked neutrally. "My goal is supreme power, not your death. You were only a treasure that I wanted to obtain to make me more powerful." Gravis sighed when he heard the emperor. What a disappointing end to a fight. Instead of fighting to his death, his enemy had simply given up. On top of that, he had missed the perfect opportunity of killing Gravis due to his indecisiveness. What opportunity? Every emperor counted as a divine beast, which meant that they also all had the all-out attack of divine beasts. If the emperor had used that attack at the right moment, Gravis would have died. Yet, the emperor hadn't been willing to fall an entire realm. This had been his undoing. "Go ahead, end it. I won't defend myself," the emperor said neutrally as he just stood there motionlessly. "I don't have enough energy to kill you yet. First, I need to regenerate," Gravis said. The lizard nodded. "Then hurry up and make it quick." Gravis still felt awkward about the anticlimactic end of this fight. None of his opponents had given up like this before. This was something entirely new for him. Several minutes passed in which nothing happened. Gravis had calmed down by now, and his will aura had already finished increasing. Gravis had been at the edge of death multiple times during this fight, which made this fight supreme tempering for him. Seeing that the fight had ended and that the lizard had truly given up, the emperors came closer. They looked coldly at the traitorous emperor, who simply ignored them. Yet, when the emperors looked at Gravis, they all smiled at him encouragingly. They all started talking with Gravis as they had all witnessed his power. Gravis had the power of an emperor now, which made him equal in their eyes. A new emperor had been born. It had been over a year since the last emperor had appeared. The rise of a new emperor was always worth celebrating, especially one as outstanding as Gravis. After around 10 minutes, Gravis had fully regrown his entire body. Additionally, his lightning and spirit had also recovered to about 80%. Thanks to his pulse, the regeneration of energy could be expedited. Now, Gravis had regenerated enough to kill the emperor. Yet, as Gravis looked at the emperor, an idea sprung into his head. What would the death of the emperor accomplish? Yes, Gravis would consume him and become a level 5 king, but was this the best use for such an emperor? Of course, Gravis wasn't so soft-hearted that he would just let this emperor escape. Even if he were that soft-hearted, his lightning would vehemently disagree. Yet, Gravis found an interesting solution. "I have a method for you to survive," Gravis said to the lizard. The emperor only sneered. "Even if you decided to spare me, the other emperors and the judge wouldn't. It's not up to you." Whoop! Gravis retrieved the life ring and showed it to the present emperors. "This is an artifact. As long as you do not resist, this artifact will put undying loyalty towards me in your mind. You will still be yourself, but with the difference that you won't ever be able to betray me." "So I would be a slave," he said coldly. This was Gravis' solution. In Gravis' mind, becoming a slave was worse than dying. Gravis and his lightning wanted the emperor to pay, which would typically mean killing him. Yet, since slavery was even worse in his mind than killing, his lightning would have no issues. Additionally, Gravis wouldn't force him into slavery. The emperor could also decide to simply die. If the traitorous emperor also saw slavery worse than death, he would choose death. Yes, but isn't following a more powerful beast the same as slavery basically? Gravis asked with a smirk. Additionally, I think I will need a helper or servant when I return to my homeworld. I can't deal with everything myself. On top of that, Gravis said as his smirk intensified, as I become stronger, I don't have any use for an emperor anymore. So, to let you remain useful, I would also need to make you stronger. After all, I'm not about to discard a valuable helper. In Gravis' mind, having a servant with undying loyalty would be way more profitable in the long run. He couldn't always rely on his father for everything. When he inevitably returned to his homeworld, he would probably spend an extended period of time there to comprehend laws. The highest world was the best place to comprehend laws. There surely was a mountain of unique resources in his homeworld that would help him comprehend laws. Yet, his homeworld was filled with humans, and when dealing with humans, one needed money. Having a powerful servant would help immensely with earning money. The lizard could do a lot of menial tasks that Gravis didn't want to waste time on, such as advertising, dealing with customers, finding people, or something similar. The lizard looked coldly at the ring and remained silent. He was unwilling to give up his path to supreme power, and Gravis had shot through the ranks at insane speeds. The lizard knew that Gravis was only around 160 years old, and he was already as powerful as an emperor. If he died now, he would never achieve his goal, but he still had a chance as long as he followed Gravis. Additionally, the lizard expected that if Gravis died, the artifact would stop working. Wouldn't he regain his freedom then? In the end, the lizard valued his life over his freedom. I agree, the lizard said without hesitation. Gravis smiled. Good. Wait, one of the emperors to the side said as he interrupted Gravis. This has not happened before, and we can't let you do anything unusual right now. Gravis looked with cold eyes at the emperor. So, what do you want? He asked. We wait for the judge to arrive, the emperor answered. I personally have nothing against this development. You have won against the traitorous emperor, which means that you can do whatever you want with him. But he is still a traitor, and the punishment of traitors is under the jurisdiction of the judges. If the judge agrees, no one will stop you, but if he disagrees, the emperor will die. Gravis also looked at the other emperors to see if they agreed with this proposition. The other 3 emperors also agreed. Gravis put the life ring away again. Fine. We'll wait for the judge, he said. Great. Now I have to tell my entire life story again. Otherwise, the judge won't believe me at all. Gravis thought with annoyance. After all of this had been decided, all the emperors escorted Gravis and the traitorous emperor back to an empire of the land beasts. The ocean above them was violently steaming due to the magma coming out of the ground. It would only be a matter of time before a passing sea beast found this anomaly and contacted a sea beast empire. After arriving at the empire, everyone waited for several hours. The judge was a level 2 emperor, and he wouldn't take more than some hours to arrive. And then the judge arrived. Everyone noticed the arrival of the judge and stood up with respect to him. Every judge was outstanding for their realm, and this judge was a level 2 emperor that could even put up a fight against level 3 emperors. When Gravis saw the judge, his eyes widened in shock. It's you? The judge looked at Gravis with solemn eyes. Every time, he said slowly. Why is it you every time? We have more traitors than before, but there are still not that many. So, why is it that it's always you stumbling into them? Gravis smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his neck. I just didn't want my children to be under potential traitors. It's not my fault that there actually was one, he said. The judge sighed. I know, he said helplessly. Tell me how all of this happened. Who the judge was should be obvious by now. It was the Grand Elder of the Icy Pride Empire, the White Ape. This explained several things. The traitorous emperor had said that only a judge would be able to punish Gravis for his offense of killing an inquisitor. However, no judge had arrived to punish Gravis in the last century. Why was that? That was because the Grand Elder had been present when the Empress gave him his punishment. The two of them had probably decided on the punishment together. Like this, Gravis had already been punished by a judge. Additionally, only judges could order inquisitors around. Hadn't the Grand Elder said that he had sent the Badger to the southern defensive line to check for traitors when Gravis had been part of the invasion force? On top of that, it had also been the Grand Elder that had sent the Inquisitor with him when Gravis had his brief run-in with the traitorous squad leader of the elite striking squad. Everything had pointed to the Grand Elder. Sadly, Gravis hadn't been able to make the connection since the Grand Elder always took a backseat to the Empress. Yet something else also interested Gravis. Based on how powerful a judge had to be, the Grand Elder would need to have the ability to fight a level 3 Emperor. Was he truly so powerful? So Gravis checked the Grand Elder out again, and what he found shocked him. "You've comprehended punishment lightning?" Gravis asked in shock. The Grand Elder huffed. "You've finally noticed, huh? I've already comprehended it when you returned from the plant ultimate. To be honest, I was a bit disappointed when you didn't notice the punishment lightning inside me." "I mean," Gravis said awkwardly, "I have no reason to keep inspecting you every time we meet. You're not an enemy." The Grand Elder sighed again as he rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. "Just tell me what happened," he said helplessly. Gravis told the Grand Elder everything that had happened as soon as he had left the Icy Pride Empire. He told him that he had found it quite suspicious that this defensive line hadn't moved in forever, and that he had also suspected the commander of being a traitor, which had turned out not to be true. Then, he narrated how he had started to suspect the Emperor and how he had prepared himself for the fight. After telling the Grand Elder everything about the fight, he finally arrived at his proposition. When the Grand Elder heard Gravis' proposition, he stroked his beard in thought. "I presume that this life ring of yours is from your homeworld?" he asked. Gravis nodded. "Can I see it?" he asked. "Sure. Go ahead," Gravis said as he threw the life ring over. The Grand Elder inspected the life ring, but he just couldn't make any sense of it. Things like artifacts and formation arrays didn't exist in this world. To the Grand Elder, something like this appeared way too magical to be real. How could someone use this tiny ring to control another beast? If Gravis hadn't already proven to be anything but normal, the Grand Elder would have had immense doubts. Yet, if it was Gravis, everything he said was most likely true. After inspecting the life ring for a minute, the Grand Elder looked coldly at the lizard. Surprisingly, the lizard looked rather nervous and afraid now. Earlier, he had had no hope of survival, which was why he had been able to remain calm. But this time, there was a genuine chance of survival. He didn't want to die. "I need to test its validity," the Grand Elder said as he threw the life ring back to Gravis. "How do you plan to do that?" Gravis asked. Proving something like this was difficult. The lizard could simply act like he was under Gravis' control if the life ring didn't work. True loyalty couldn't be found out that easily. "Simple," the Grand Elder said. "As a judge, it is also my responsibility to find new inquisitors, and for me to do that, I need to have comprehended the law of the mind." Gravis remembered that inquisitors had to go through an invasive investigation of their minds to see if they were spies. Initially, Gravis had thought that there were some beasts out there that were responsible for this, but it made more sense that the judges themselves had this ability. Gravis gestured for the Grand Elder to start. Then, the Grand Elder turned to the lizard. "If you want to survive, you have no other option but to consent to a mind search. Are you willing?" the Grand Elder asked. Instead of being fearful about someone digging around in his mind, the lizard felt relieved. It looked like he would be able to survive. "Yes, Judge," the lizard said as he lowered his head. The Grand Elder flew closer but never dropped his guard. After all, the lizard was a traitor. Then, the Grand Elder put his hand on the lizard's head and instructed him to not resist. The mind was the most intimate and most protected place of a living being. Even with a level 2 law, one couldn't forcefully read someone's thoughts. The lizard did as instructed, and some minuscule strings of lightning came out of the Grand Elder and entered the lizard's head. After around 5 minutes, The Grand Elder retrieved his hand and stroked his beard again. A traitor rarely allows us to search their thoughts, the Grand Elder muttered. We have gained a lot of valuable intel with this. Gravis, the Grand Elder said as he turned to Gravis. You have not only found a traitor but also allowed the land beasts camp to learn a lot about the sea beasts. You will probably receive another 50 years of access for law comprehension areas. Huh, that's nice, Gravis said as he scratched the back of his neck. To be honest, there are a lot of things that I wanted to learn but couldn't due to time constraints. This is quite useful. The Grand Elder nodded. Use the life ring. After that, I will take another look at the mind of the traitor, he said. Gravis nodded and turned to the lizard. You will feel something enter your mind. If you resist, it won't work. At that time, you have no chance of survival anymore. The traitorous emperor had enough time to get his thoughts in order while they had waited for the judge. By now, he had already accepted the fact that, in the future, his life would be fully under Gravis' control. Go ahead, the lizard said. Gravis activated the life ring. Since the effects of the life ring were invisible, the present emperors saw nothing happening for several seconds. Yet, as they were watching, an incredibly complex formation array entered the lizard's mind. 10 seconds later, the lizard opened his eyes again. Then he bowed before Gravis. Morris greets master, he said deferentially. Gravis nodded. Allow the judge to inspect your mind one more time, Gravis ordered. Yes, master, Morris said as he lowered his head towards the Grand Elder. The watching emperors were still skeptical about all of this. To them, it seemed like nothing had changed. 10 silent seconds had passed, and without anything happening, an emperor was already entirely under Gravis' command? This was hard to believe. The Grand Elder put his hand on the lizard's head again and looked at his mind one more time. Initially, he didn't see anything different from before, but as soon as the Grand Elder looked at Morris' loyalty and his opinion of Gravis, everything had changed. The Grand Elder saw an undying loyalty and worship towards Gravis. It was impossible for a beast to fake the thoughts in their mind, which was why this method of mind reading had proven quite effective. The Grand Elder had never seen anything like this. It was like Gravis was the most important thing in the entire existence for Morris. The Grand Elder retrieved his hand and released a shaky breath. This life ring is truly terrifying, Gravis. It warps the personality of a beast to the point that they aren't themselves anymore. As far as I'm concerned, the traitorous Emperor Morris has died. This is no longer Morris. This is simply a selfless tool that will sacrifice itself for its master. To be honest, I would rather die than ever live like this, the Grand Elder said. A beast with no ambition is no beast anymore. Gravis nodded. I told him what would happen, and he has decided to rather live like this than die. He has chosen life over freedom, and that is his own decision. Also, it's not like he will remain like this forever. At some point, I will probably give him his freedom back. Of course, that won't happen before I have left this world. The Grand Elder nodded. True, this is his choice. So, Gravis' official business is over. Do you want to return to the Icy Pride Empire for the special task that the Empress has for you? He asked. Gravis only smiled. No, I want to spend some time with my kids first. I will be back in about a week or so. The Grand Elder nodded. All right, I will distribute the knowledge we have extracted from the traitorous emperor and take action. Then, he looked at the present emperors. Do not attack the sea beasts right now since the empire behind this defensive line is too powerful for this lineup. Reconstruct a new defensive line in the conquered territory, and I will deal with everything else. Yes, Judge, the emperors said with respect. Then, they all scattered to plan the new defensive line. The Grand Elder threw one last look at Gravis, nodded, and then flew back to the Icy Pride Empire. Meanwhile, Gravis smirked happily as he found his children with his spirit sense. Without waiting for a second more, Gravis flew towards them as Morris followed respectfully behind him. There was no sense in keeping Morris inside the life ring space. After all, Morris was powerful enough to fend for himself. Then, Gravis spent a happy and jovial week with his children, Eris, Sarah, and Xianxia were astonished when they saw the deferential Morris following behind Gravis. Their father had managed to enslave an emperor. If this had happened before they had met Gravis again, they wouldn't have thought that this was so impressive. Yet, when they have felt the power of the emperor and had seen the power of the level 2 law that Gravis had unleashed, they fully realized the gulf between them and an emperor. Emperors were truly powerful. An inquisitor, a level 5 king that was more powerful than the 3 of them combined, only had the battle strength of an average emperor. Additionally, an emperor was 2 levels above an inquisitor. Emperors were the true elite of this world, and their father now counted as one of them. In the days they spent together, Gravis taught them every concept about laws he had found out. He told them about how different laws could be combined and how combinations were even possible across elements. The composition law of lighting especially interested them. If they could comprehend this law, they would be able to regenerate themselves to their peak while only spending some lightning. Something like this was a massive advantage in a battle. Gravis also told them about his fight with Morris and how he had been able to use the body growth laws to use up his life energy and then refill it with his life lightning. Together with their powerful scales, such an ability would give them a supreme defense. After talking with Gravis for several days, they no longer wanted to become emperors as quickly as possible. Now, they also understood why Gravis hadn't bothered to become an emperor yet. Right now, their battle strength was above average, and this was the perfect time to comprehend laws. One had to remember that the 3 of them were divine beasts, which meant that their bodies were twice as powerful as average level 5 kings. Yet, that advantage would vanish as soon as they became emperors. After all, every emperor counted as a divine beast. After around a week, Gravis said goodbye to his 3 children again as he returned to the Icy Pride Empire. The 3 of them would continue staying at the defensive line until they had enough contribution points for 100 years of law comprehension area access. This meant that they would need to stay here for an additional 150 years. The access to law comprehension areas was expensive, and it wasn't easy to gain it. One had to remember that Gravis only got 50 years for finding and killing a traitorous emperor. Additionally, his actions had also brought a lot of intel about the sea beasts to the land beasts. Other beasts didn't have it as easy. The easiest way for kings to gain access to law comprehension areas was becoming an inquisitor. Sadly, the 3 of them were not powerful enough for that job. On top of that, it wasn't even certain that their mindsets were fit for the position of an inquisitor. They had to gain access the hard way, which was spending a long time in service of the land beasts or donating corpses of their slain enemies. Yes, that was right. Beasts could also donate corpses to gain contribution points. Why was that? Because the bulwark required food. The sea beasts attacked the bulwark incredibly rarely. The reason for that was the power of the bulwark. Yet, to keep the power so high, the bulwark needed a lot of food, which came in the form of corpses. Yet, finding enemies was not up to the beasts. As long as they didn't infiltrate the sea beast's camp, they couldn't just randomly find an enemy sea beast. So, the 3 of them were stuck with wasting time in a defensive line. But that was their story, not Gravis. Just as promised, Gravis had returned to the Icy Pride Empire in a week. Without doing anything else, Gravis directly went to the Empress on the Mountain of Pride. As always, the Empress sat on her throne. Gravis really wondered what she was doing here the entire time. He had never seen her leave the Mountain of Pride even once. "I'm back," Gravis announced cheerfully as he arrived in front of the Empress. This time, the Grand Elder was also present beside her. The Empress looked at the silently following Morris behind Gravis in an interested manner. Then, she nodded towards Gravis. "You receive another 50 years of unrestricted access to the law comprehension areas," she said, unceremoniously. Gravis only smirked when he heard that. This would be useful for comprehending the composition laws of light and darkness. Additionally, he could visit a law comprehension area for the metal equivalent to punishment lightning. That place would surely have all the necessary materials for Gravis to comprehend the hard complex material law. Gravis didn't forget that his armor had only been able to resist Morris level 2 law because of Gravis' comprehension of the fire composition law. This law had weakened Morris fire by a total of 50%. Additionally, Morris Level 2 Fire Law wasn't even a fully attack-oriented one. Its most powerful strength had been the ability to fight alongside him, which had been severely countered by Gravis Will Aura. Gravis couldn't count on the fact that he would only fight emperors that he perfectly countered. If he had fought someone that had comprehended a defensive level 2 law, Gravis wouldn't even be able to injure them with his lightning crescent. He needed more level 2 laws. So, I've heard you've got a special job for me? Gravis asked. Even the Grand Elder had reminded me of this task when we met about a week ago. It seems rather important. The Empress leaned back on her throne. Usually, the Grand Elder would have objections to that, but he had grown used to it when it involved Gravis. He didn't even attempt to keep up any form of formality in front of Gravis. I hadn't expected that you would have a run-in with a traitorous emperor when you visited your offspring, the Empress said as she threw a glance at Morris. The task would have been perfect for you as a level 3 king, but with your increase in strength, it lost parts of its impact for you. So, you say that I'm too powerful for this task? Gravis asked, confused. You were already more than capable of taking care of this task when you were a level 3 king, but it would have still had at least some excitement. Yet, as you are now, there won't be any excitement, the Empress said. Gravis raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that you want me to fight kings? That's the only possibility I can think of, Gravis said. The Empress nodded. Exactly. Every 250 years, the 5 ultimates gather to exchange their comprehension of laws. For 50 years, all 5 ultimates will reside in the same place in the core of the world and release the comprehension of their laws for the other ultimates to understand. As you might have already guessed, an area where 5 level 5 emperors release all their comprehension would become the best law comprehension area of this entire world. This also means that every beast would want to go there and watch. Of course, the ultimates have their pride, and they won't allow just anyone to watch. Only the level 4 emperors are allowed to watch, and only in shifts of 10 years each. We can't let our territories remain defenseless, after all. Yet, there are 2 more spots, and these 2 spots are for the most powerful king of this world and their respective emperor. So, 2 years before the ultimates meet, every empire will send their most powerful king to battle with the other kings. The winner will then be declared as the most powerful king, and will be allowed to watch the meeting of the ultimates together with their respective emperor for its full duration. You see what I'm getting at, right? The Empress asked after her long explanation. Ha! Gravis uttered. I can't say that I'm not interested in this meeting. What are the elements of the ultimates? The 5 ultimates are the plant ultimate, the lightning ultimate, the metal ultimate, the water ultimate, and the life ultimate. You can guess the elements of the first 4 ultimates. The life ultimate doesn't have an elemental affinity, but has incredible knowledge in life laws, which allows her to keep regenerating herself in a fight. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. This means I can probably learn about the hard complex and medium complex materials. Additionally, I should look more into life laws. Alrighty then. Well, I guess it's time for me to beat up some kings, Gravis said as he cracked his knuckles. This special task from the Empress truly was special. Normally, Gravis wouldn't be interested in fighting such weak beasts at all. Every fight was a precious tempering opportunity, and if he increased his realm by eating weaker beasts, he was basically throwing away the advantages he had built for years. Yet, Gravis didn't have to consume the beasts. Everything was up to him. Usually, Gravis wasn't the biggest fan of wasting food, but if there were no other way, he could do it either way. When it concerned his path to power, he was morally flexible. Gravis also remembered something else. What had been his goal in making his incredible foundation and battle strength? What was the driving factor for creating such a powerful battle strength in the first place? It was to make it easier for him to find resources relevant to his current cultivation level. This was very basic and the whole reason why Gravis was so hellbent on having a powerful battle strength. For example, emperors generally wouldn't care about resources that kings needed, like the corpses of other kings. The corpse of a king did nothing for an emperor, after all. Wasn't this exactly such a situation? Every king desired to win this incredible opportunity of staying in the world's best law comprehension area. Yet, emperors couldn't directly participate in this opportunity. Because of that, The battle strength of the king was what would decide if they managed to take hold of this opportunity or not. Gravis also desired this opportunity, just like every other king. Yet, if he had decided to waste some of these tempering opportunities, he wouldn't have understood nearly as many laws. On top of that, he might have never met the Empress if the Red King hadn't taken note of him. Maybe he also wouldn't have comprehended the law of suppression. The most powerful kings in the world surely all understood a ton of laws and maybe even several level 2 laws. Undoubtedly, some of them could easily become level 2 or level 3 emperors with their battle strength but decided to wait for precisely this opportunity. If Gravis hadn't been so hellbent on tempering, his will aura alone would maybe only weaken them by 30% or so. Then, they could still attack him with level 2 laws. These kings were so powerful that there wouldn't be any certainty of Gravis receiving this opportunity. Yet, all of Gravis' preparations had paid off in a major way. As he was currently, no king in this world could even defend against him, no matter how many laws they had comprehended. His law of suppression and will aura suppressed every level 5 king by over 90%. If Gravis used this combination, he wouldn't even need to use his lightning. He could just walk up to them and behead them with his saber. Due to Gravis' insane tempering, grabbing a hold of this opportunity wasn't much more difficult than walking to him. This was the 4th time that his insane tempering allowed Gravis to grab a hold of an opportunity that everyone in his realm desired. Yet, even though it was the 4th one, it was definitely the most notable one. The first one had been Gravis fighting against the Fire Guild in the lower world's middle continent. Without outstanding battle strength, he wouldn't have been able to temper his body that quickly. The second one had been the Heavens Trial in the core continent. Only seed stage cultivators had had the opportunity to take part in it, and if Gravis hadn't had such an insane battle strength, he would have died. This allowed him to temper himself in a significant way. The third one had been the competition to be a mate to the Empress. If Gravis hadn't won that, he would have needed to father over 1,000 children. He was already overwhelmed with 3 of them. Making 1,000 would have probably torn him apart. This was the 4th one, and taking a hold of this opportunity would allow him to comprehend a ton of laws. Maybe there were even unique laws he could comprehend at the Ultimates meet. This was probably worth even more than 200 years in any other law comprehension area. "You've been lost in thought for quite a while, Gravis," the Empress said suddenly, interrupting Gravis' train of thought. "Oh, sorry," Gravis said as he smiled at the Empress. "I was just thinking about how my tempering has paid off. If I hadn't tempered myself so much, I probably wouldn't be able to grab this opportunity." The Empress looked at Gravis neutrally. "You act like you've already won the competition," she said. Gravis only smirked. "Haven't I?" he asked. The Empress remained silent for some seconds. "There is a 99% chance of you winning, but unforeseen situations can still occur." "Like what?" Gravis asked. "A powerful emperor might attack you, or an ultimate could throw in a veto since your battle strength is already in its own league," the Empress said. Gravis only continued smirking. "Haven't you said that one of the ultimates has a lightning affinity?" The Empress remained silent as her insides shook a bit. The ultimates were at an entirely different level for her, and inside her mind, there was no way to resist them. Yet, with Gravis' words, she remembered that any beast with a lightning affinity would die in front of him. If Gravis decided to kill the lightning ultimate and then use his energy to attack someone, who would be able to resist him? "I feel like all my tempering and comprehension has been for nothing in front of you," the Grand Elder said with a sigh as he took part in the conversation for the first time. "Well, it's because you have a lightning affinity," Gravis said helplessly. "Also, I'm pretty sure that I am the only one in the entire cosmos that can do that. I've told you how I've managed to gain my powers. If it weren't for the highest heaven and my father intervening, I wouldn't even be alive anymore. The highest heaven only allowed my existence due to my father, and my father has absolutely no interest in creating a second one of me. So, I'm certain that I'm the only one that has this ability." Suddenly, Gravis' eyes narrowed. "At least to this degree," he said. Now, the Grand Elder became interested. "What do you mean with that?" he asked. Gravis explained to the Grand Elder the usage of the different elemental composition laws and how it might even be possible to make Gravis disappear. The Grand Elder frowned as he realized that he would also fall in that category. In comparison to humans, beasts stored the elements directly in their bodies instead of transforming energy into elements. This meant that a human that understood the composition law of punishment lightning could make all his lightning vanish. In comparison to Gravis, this wasn't as bad. After all, the Grand Elder would only lose his lightning for the current fight, while Gravis would die. In the worst-case scenario, the Grand Elder could still fall back on the power of his body. "Do you want to try?" the Grand Elder asked. Gravis looked with confusion at the Grand Elder. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I have understood punishment lightning, which means that I have also comprehended its composition. I can use this knowledge and try it out on you. Of course, I won't kill or injure you," the Grand Elder said. Gravis' eyes sparkled. He didn't want to acknowledge that any cultivator could potentially turn him into dust. Additionally, this had been a possibility for the future, not for the current him. Yet, this future possibility had quickly become a present possibility. Gravis had to confront it. "Yes, please try it," Gravis said. "I need to know how it feels and if I have a way to defend myself." The Grand Elder nodded solemnly as he walked over to Gravis. He didn't have a spirit, so he needed to have physical contact with Gravis. The Grand Elder put his hand on Gravis' chest. "Ready?" he asked. "Do it," Gravis said. "Bzzzzzzzzz." Gravis felt his whole being shake, and he immediately felt unimaginable pain. The last time he had felt a pain this intense had been when he had tempered his spirit with destruction lightning. It felt like a powerful force was pulling at every particle of his being. Gravis' body swelled as he felt like his being tried to fill an endless vacuum. Yet, thanks to his will aura, Gravis still managed to remain clear-headed. The pain was unreal, but Gravis still managed to fight against the sensation. Gravis used all his power to fight against the pain and the sensation of being torn apart. He used all his will and concentration in an effort to stay whole. If he lost this battle, he would become nothing. Of course, the Grand Elder would stop if he saw that Gravis was about to die. Several minutes passed in silence in which Gravis only gritted his teeth. His will aura had long activated and shook the surroundings. Of course, the mountain of pride was too hard to be shaken, and the Empress and Grand Elder were too powerful to be suppressed by it. The Empress watched with interest at what was happening to Gravis. "Gravis, are you okay?" the Grand Elder asked. "Yes," Gravis said through gritted teeth. "Do you want me to increase the intensity?" the Grand Elder asked. "What?" Gravis asked in shock and confusion. "I've only been using 10% of my power. I can increase the intensity if you want," the Grand Elder said. Gravis only looked like the world was crashing down. The Grand Elder was only using 10% of his power? Gravis already felt it difficult to resist. If the Grand Elder used 20%, there was a genuine possibility that Gravis would immediately turn into nothingness. The future possibility had become a present possibility and then had transformed into a present certainty. Someone could simply turn him into nothingness with but a thought, which was absolutely terrifying to Gravis. Thanks to his unique spirit, Gravis could do these things to every lightning cultivator and lightning beast. Yet now, some beasts and cultivators could also do the same to him. Knowing that some people or beasts could kill him with just a thought was horrifying to Gravis. The Grand Elder had noticed Gravis' change of emotions and furrowed his brows. "Is it worse than you've thought?" he asked. Gravis took a deep breath while he continued resisting. "Yes, if I didn't trust you fully, I would have already attacked out of fear." The Grand Elder nodded. "I can understand you. When I realized that you can kill me with only a thought, I felt the same way. I know this feeling very well. Please continue, but keep the intensity as is," Gravis said. The Grand Elder nodded again. Around 2 hours passed in which Gravis fought against the force trying to pull him apart. As time passed, Gravis got used to the sensation and managed to resist it without having to use all his power. Gravis' eyes shone. "It has become easier. This means there is a way to increase my resistance." Yet, this doesn't make much sense. Beasts didn't have will auras. Yet, they still had certain resistances to will auras. Every beast always had a will that corresponded to their realm. They just couldn't use it in an active manner. For example, in lower world terms, a level 1 lord, which was an initial unity beast, had a will that corresponded to an initial unity realm cultivator with a level 2 unity will. In comparison to beasts, the will auras of humans were much more dynamic. At some realms, their will aura could even be weaker than their realm. Yet, it could also be vastly superior to their realm. Gravis was a good example. Since a level 1 emperor was around 2 levels higher than a level 5 king, the Grand Elder, as a level 2 emperor, was 4 whole levels above Gravis, a level 4 king. Gravis' will aura was at the upper half of a level 3 emperor, but that was only the theoretical power of his will aura. In front of the Grand Elder, Gravis' will aura was suppressed intensely. Without using the law of suppression, Gravis' will aura could completely suppress a level 4 king. Even a level 5 king would be suppressed by around 60%. Yet, Gravis wouldn't even be able to suppress a level 1 emperor at all. Due to the level suppression, Gravis' powerful will aura would be fully cancelled out by a level 1 emperor. The Grand Elder was a level 2 emperor, and the level suppression was so powerful that if he had a will aura, it would be Gravis who would be incredibly suppressed. The law of composition uses the will as a medium. This means that if it becomes easier for me to resist over time. Suddenly, a fire of motivation appeared in Gravis' eyes. My will aura is becoming stronger, he thought. The Grand Elder noticed the massive change in Gravis' eyes and lifted an eyebrow. You seem like you found something you like? He asked. Gravis nodded. I have told you about how will auras work. The Grand Elder nodded. Resisting this law allows me to increase my will aura. You should know that the will aura is the most important thing for a human's battle strength. If I can't suppress a beast more powerful than me, I won't even be able to react to their attacks. This is, by far, the biggest component in my battle strength, Gravis explained. Oh? The Grand Elder said with interest. So, I can increase your power just by doing this? He asked. Gravis nodded. Then the Grand Elder smiled. You don't need to ask, Gravis, he said. As a judge, I also receive access to law comprehension areas by finding traitors. That one elder you found a couple of years ago and the most recent one have given me many rewards. I was already trying to think of a way to help you in return. Gravis relaxed as he heard the Grand Elder's words. You would do that? He asked. The Grand Elder laughed. Sure. This isn't much harder than breathing for me. Additionally, your explanations about how laws work have also helped me in finally understanding punishment lightning. As far as I'm concerned, what you have done for me far outweighs what I'm doing for you right now. Gravis released a sigh but then remembered something. What about the Ultimates meet? He asked as he turned to the Empress. You have about 23 years until we need to go, the Empress answered in a bored manner. The Grand Elder still needs to do his job, so it's better that you remain here during your training. When Gravis heard that, he sighed again. This was plenty of time. Then Gravis turned back to the Grand Elder. Thank you, he said sincerely. By now, the Empress and the Grand Elder were used to Gravis' weird way of talking, so they just let his thanks slip by without a comment. The Grand Elder and Gravis went to the Mountain of Pride's side since other beasts would also visit occasionally. Staying in the middle would be awkward. All right, let's start, Gravis said to the Grand Elder. Please use 11% this time. The Grand Elder nodded. Master, Morris suddenly said from beside Gravis. Gravis furrowed his brows. He was just about to temper his will aura, but his servant interrupted him. What? He asked with annoyance. A traitor just contacted me. A lot of them still don't know that I'm now following Master. How shall I proceed? He asked respectfully. Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. Then, he looked at the Grand Elder with a questioning gaze. The Grand Elder combed his beard in thought. It seems like your servant will go on a tour for the next couple of years, he said with a smirk. Gravis' eyes shone when he heard that. Yes, I think he will. Then he turned to Morris. Morris, Travel around the icy Pride Empire and show yourself as much as possible without seeming suspicious. If any traitors contact you, give them some unimportant information to reduce suspicion. Remember the names and give us a list of traitors every year." "Yes, master," Morris said respectfully as he left the Mountain of Pride. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder continued smirking. "This will be profitable. Seems like my inquisitors will have a lot to do in a year." Gravis nodded. "Make them gather in a year when Morris returns. This should be the perfect opportunity to catch all of them." The Grand Elder chuckled. "That's what I had in mind." Then, the Grand Elder put his hand on Gravis' shoulder. "You ready?" he asked. Gravis nodded. Then, the insane pain returned even stronger than before. Yet, instead of despairing at the pain, Gravis felt great. This pain symbolized his growth. The more pain he felt, the more powerful he would become. "Make it 12%, Gravis said through gritted teeth. The Grand Elder felt a bit nervous when he heard that, but he complied. Gravis started grunting in pain as blood flowed out of his mouth due to how hard he was gritting his teeth. The Grand Elder felt uncomfortable when he saw that. "Should I make it 13%? Gravis nearly shouted. The Grand Elder was a bit taken aback. "Are you sure?" "Do it," Gravis shouted. On this day, the Grand Elder realized that Gravis was a masochistic maniac. As time passed, the Grand Elder started to understand the true extents of Gravis' masochism in regards to power. At some point, his body even started writhing, and he began shouting. The fact that such an act was quite humiliating was not nearly important as becoming more powerful. The Grand Elder felt incredibly uncomfortable for several days until he finally started getting used to Gravis. As far as he saw, it seemed like Gravis was constantly wrestling with death. These shouts were not normal at all. When Gravis started laughing maniacally due to his rapidly increasing willpower, the Grand Elder gave up trying to understand him. Such a lust for power was definitely not normal. What was the problem with just waiting a couple more years? Yet, the Grand Elder also started asking himself if that was the reason why Gravis was progressing so rapidly. If Gravis weren't willing to go to such insane lengths for his power, would he even be able to fight an emperor as a level 4 king? Maybe such craziness was necessary to become as powerful as him. Several elders visited the Empress in the following years, and they always threw uncomfortable glances at Gravis. Was Gravis being punished by the Grand Elder? They were lucky that they were on the Grand Elder's good side. "More!" Gravis shouted, and the Grand Elder increased the intensity. In the beginning, Gravis had asked for an increase every couple of hours, but now he was only asking for an increase every couple of days. Apparently, it became harder and harder to increase his will as time passed. It truly became more difficult for Gravis to increase his will aura. When he had absorbed lightning back at the punishment lightning law comprehension area, his progress had also slowed down the further he progressed. Back then, he hadn't thought much about it, but this time he noticed it. The further his will aura grew, the harder it was to increase. Gravis was also sure that this wasn't simply because of his will aura's growth, but because of its growth in relation to his current realm. There surely were ways to increase someone's will aura to incredible heights in the body-tempering realm in the highest world. Yet, Orpheus had told Gravis that very few people could increase their will aura quickly. So, Gravis guessed that there was an upper limit that a will aura could have at every realm. Right now, Gravis was a level 4 king while his will aura was at the level of a level 4 emperor. This was already a full realm higher than his actual realm. Yet, Gravis could still see progress. As long as there still was progress, he could continue. So, the times between increases became longer and longer, but he continued. After 5 years, Gravis had to withstand the same level for over a month before he could ask the Grand Elder to increase it again. After 10 years, he had to withstand one level for several months. Yet, Gravis still kept at it. Every second of every day, he felt incredible, soul-tearing pain, but Gravis accepted all the pain. This pain signified his will aura becoming more powerful. This meant that this pain was good and that he needed to feel more pain. "We have to go," the Empress suddenly transmitted to Gravis' spirit. Gravis' eyes widened in shock. "What? Already?" he asked. The Grand Elder retrieved his hand, and for the first time in over 20 years, Gravis was without pain. After such a long time of feeling pain, it almost felt uncomfortable to not feel any pain anymore. To Gravis, not feeling such pain felt more uncomfortable than feeling pain. Of course, Gravis knew that this was only a side effect of being under such incredible pain for such a long time. His being had gotten used to feeling pain. Gravis knew that he only had to get used to not feeling pain, and everything would return to normal again. Gravis stood up and dusted himself off. He had been writhing so long on the ground that even the mountain of pride was ground down some centimeters. Of course, no one would notice such a minor change. Have I truly been under so much pain for over 20 years? It didn't feel that long, Gravis said absent-mindedly. That's because you were fully concentrating on only yourself and nothing else, the Grand Elder explained. To me, it had felt like forever. It was quite boring, actually, he said with a chuckle. Sorry, Gravis said with embarrassment. It's what I should do, the Grand Elder said with a sigh. I'm exhausted. Maybe I will take a nap for the first time in forever. That's what I've thought, the Empress commented from her throne. That's why I stopped your training 2 weeks before we actually have to go. Get your mindset in order, Gravis. Gravis closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, maybe it's better this way. Then he turned to the Grand Elder. How much percentage of your power have I reached? 87%, the Grand Elder said. As I'm seeing it currently, you would probably need another 20 years for the remaining 13%. Your will aura should be powerful enough, and I would suggest learning more laws next. The chances are rather high that I won't be able to help you anymore as soon as you become a level 5 king. Gravis nodded. I want to increase my will aura more, but I also realize that this might not be the most efficient use of my time. I'm also quite sure that I'm close to the upper border of what's possible for my realm. Right now, I expect that my will aura is equivalent to a new level 5 emperor. That's already more than a full realm higher than my actual realm. I presume there won't be any issues in your fight against the other kings? The Empress asked neutrally. No, everything should go over smoothly. Together with my law of suppression, I should have the ability to stop every level 5 king from moving, no matter how many laws they have understood. It is absolutely impossible for any level 5 king to kill me, Gravis explained. The Empress nodded. Good, she said. Also, you don't need to ask. Your children have had 2 fights with the enemy's defensive line in the last years, but all of them are still alive. They have also donated a lot of corpses, which gives them already many years of access to law comprehension areas. First, Gravis was a bit surprised that the Empress brought up their children before he asked, but it actually made sense as he thought about it. First of all, Gravis had always asked this question when he had met the Empress again. Additionally, his 3 little kids were already powerful level 5 kings. As lords, the Empress didn't care about them, but as level 5 kings, the 3 of them now counted to the Empire's strongest force except for the elders. The Empress had to know the status of her powerful assets. Thank you for informing me, Gravis said, making the Empress frown due to his unnecessary words. I will relax for the next 2 weeks to ready myself for the battle. Only when I have a calm mindset will I be able to make full use of the opportunity to understand more laws. The Empress nodded. Go, she said. Gravis and the Grand Elder left the Mountain of Pride for the first time in over 20 years. Gravis went to a quiet forest at the Empire's edges to stabilize his mindset while the Grand Elder went to sleep due to all the strain he had been under. He couldn't even fathom how Gravis had been able to remain clear-headed after such a long time of pain. Was this the effect of a human's will? After some days, Gravis' mindset had recovered, and for the last remaining days he kept watching the CMO again. It had been a while since he had looked at it. With his new understanding of different life laws, many things that the CMO did made more sense now. Gravis understood the general life laws even faster than before. Before he had understood so many life laws, he had only looked at a conglomerate of scattered information. Now, he could categorize a lot of information and concentrate on the things he didn't understand. Yet, before Gravis could fully concentrate on the CMO, the Empress had called for him. Time was up. It was time to stomp some kings. Gravis went to the Mountain of Pride and stood before the Empress. "I'm ready to go," he said. The Empress nodded. Then, she turned to the Grand Elder, who stood right beside her. "I'll leave everything up to you," she said. The Grand Elder sighed. "I knew that this time would come, but I'm still not looking forward to it. This will be a pain." "This was our deal," the Empress said coldly. The Grand Elder sighed again. "I know, and I will keep my word. You've helped me for centuries. I guess now it's my time to help you." Gravis thought that the Grand Elder was making a big deal out of nothing. He only had to watch over the Empire for a little more than 50 years. "Let's go," the Empress said as she turned to Gravis. Then, for the first time, the Empress rose from her throne. Gravis had never seen the Empress leave her throne before. It even felt weird for Gravis to see her floating. Gravis also started floating, and then they flew towards the north. The Empress' tail was over 10 meters long, and it gracefully moved around in the air behind her. Even while flying, she had an aura of royalty to her. "Empress, why did the Grand Elder react like this?" "It's only a little more than 50 years, he said. "I'm not your Empress anymore," she said. Gravis was taken aback. "What? Why?" he asked. "Steer and I have known each other ever since we were kings, and our personalities were very compatible," the Empress said as she started a long explanation. "Steer? That's probably the Grand Elder's name," Gravis thought, but he didn't interrupt the Empress' explanation. "We both had supreme power as a goal, and we promised each other that the first one of us that manages to become an emperor will create an empire. The other one will then become the Grand Elder of said empire. The emperor would take over most of the administrative tasks and lead the empire, while the Grand Elder would mainly concentrate on their own power. Yet, as soon as one of us manages to understand a level 3 law, we would switch until the other one also manages to comprehend a level 3 law or dies in battle," the Empress explained. "And you were the first one that managed to become an emperor?" Gravis asked. Azure nodded. "I could have increased my realm slower than him, but I was thinking more about the long term. I've expected that he would understand a level 3 law faster than me. Even back then, he had known more laws than me. I simply had more powerful laws at my disposal. That's why I thought that it would be better if I became the emperor. Additionally, having the power to ascend but not being able to would feel worse than being an emperor and not having the means to ascend. Because of all these reasons, I voluntarily became the Empress," Azure said. But then she frowned. "Yet, it seems like I've been scammed," she grumbled. For the first time, Azure was openly showing frustration without hiding it behind a mask of royalty. Yet, Gravis liked it more when Azure acted more human. "What do you mean with scammed?" Gravis asked. Azure huffed as she threw a side eye at Gravis. "I'm talking about you," she said with annoyance. "Me?" Gravis asked with widely opened eyes. "Yes," Azure said. "Your unique perspective on laws has allowed both of us to profit immensely. There is a high chance that I will learn enough about the laws in the ultimate law comprehension area to condense my first level 3 law after my next fight. I've been the Empress for over a millennium, but Steer will probably only be the Emperor of the Icy Pride Empire for not even a century. It feels like I've been scammed," she grumbled. Gravis chuckled a bit. "So I shouldn't have appeared?" he asked. Azure huffed again. "You know what I mean," she said. Suddenly, she turned around and stretched her arms and tail in a display of relaxation. Gravis was not used to her acting like this. "But hey, it feels good to finally return properly to the path of power," she said with a relaxed voice. "This entire burden of being an empress is finally gone. Now I can relax and fully concentrate on myself. Well, except for some minor tasks I still have to do. You can't imagine how stressful it was to always keep up this royal mask," she said in exasperation. "Always acting this coldly and uptight all the time. It's way too boring. You think I wanted to stay on this throne for such a long time?" Gravis couldn't even answer as Azure kept venting her frustrations on him. "Day in and day out, I need to check up on the reports regarding the offspring areas. Then I need to check the status of our elite force. Then I need to inform every elder about any new developments. Then I need to plan our future strategy. Then, all these other beasts from other empires want to meet me. Then there are all these annoying small fry emperors that want to mate with me, but I can't just directly tell them to leave since that would sour our relationship. Then, some annoying but promising young beast comes and thinks they're hot stuff. What would I have given for some random emperor to challenge me for my throne? That would have been a welcome change. Yet, every level 2 emperor was only interested in the Grand Elder position, and Steer just ran over them. Day in and day out, I had to stay at the Empire to be ready for any new developments. Then, there was this whole debacle with the spies that annoyed me to no end. Then, some elder wants more time in the law comprehension area, and I have to tell them that they haven't done enough. At least, every 50 years, I get some entertainment with this useless mate competition. Yeah, sure, I can comprehend a lot about life, but I mainly created this for entertainment. There are so few fights going on around me. I've been so bored that I've even taken a look at everything in my surroundings. I even know the number of leaves on the trees. At the beginning, I built the mountain of pride to occupy myself with understanding the law of pride, but that didn't hold for more than 200 years. What then? I've already comprehended basically everything in my empire that I can comprehend. Azure grumbled as she was talking herself into a frustrated rage. Meanwhile, Gravis only watched her with shocked eyes. Azure was really going off and he was not used to this at all. Was he supposed to say something? Was he supposed to agree with her? Should he just let her vent? Then, as we got more beasts, I needed to restructure the Empire's living space and solve disputes about territories. Honestly, I should have just allowed everyone to kill each other, but that wouldn't have made the Empire as stable. Do you know how annoying it is when some new? Azure continued venting, and Gravis only listened. He was still taken aback by her frustrated and open conduct. This was so weird to him. They traveled for several hours in which Azure didn't stop talking even once. Emperors didn't need to breathe, and that surely was an advantage in talking. By the end of it, Gravis only stared absent-mindedly into space. This was more stressful than his 23 years of pain. They finally arrived at the meeting spot. Gravis didn't know where the meeting spot was, but the fact that he saw a ton of emperors and kings was indication enough. Right now, Gravis and Azure were close to the Grand Lake. Gravis could even see the Grand Lake in the distance. Additionally, Gravis was now close enough to see the Striders in their full glory. From this close to the lake, the Striders looked like a whole new world. Their size was just incomprehensibly massive. Gravis wasn't even sure if any emperor came even close to such a size. One would have to increase their size with every single evolution ever since they were born to become that big, and even then, Gravis doubted that one would be able to become so incredibly massive. The slow-moving feet on the horizon created a tremor every time they hit the lake's ground again. The lake was probably hundreds of kilometers deep, but the Striders were just so big that it seemed like they directly stepped on the Grand Lake's surface. The depth of the Grand Lake seemingly made no difference to them. Gravis could see emperors with many different elements and powers standing beside other emperors. They were probably socializing while most of the kings were off talking with other kings. Yet, there were still some kings that simply stood respectfully behind their emperor while their emperor was talking. When an emperor talked, a king had no business in butting in. Do you think I wanted to act this reserved and cold all the time? I'm a very talkative and socializing beast. But no, Steer said that this would be bad for my image. Hey, if you want to act all royal Y and stuff, you go be the emperor. And Azure was still talking. She hadn't taken a single pause. Gravis felt like he needed to pay attention to her words, but everything she said just seemed so unimportant. It was like she was filling his head with useless garbage. Yet what was he supposed to do? Azure had helped him immensely, and listening to her complaints didn't even come close to repaying her. Of course, that didn't change the fact that it was frustrating Gravis. By now, several emperors were throwing weird glances at Azure, since she didn't transmit these thoughts to Gravis but spoke them openly. Most of the emperors knew Azure, and her conduct was very different from the last time they saw her. Additionally, she was talking that much with a mere king? Where was her dignity as the leader of a level 3 empire? Such a powerful emperor shouldn't talk to a measly king like that. After having been distracted by the new environment, Gravis went back to aimlessly staring into space. Azure was exhausting him. Greetings, Empress from Dash. Shut up. Don't interrupt me. Azure shouted aggressively at the level 1 emperor that wanted to strike up a conversation with her. The emperor only looked with shock and an opened mouth at Azure. What was going on? No emperor talked to him like that. And then the mountain of pride needs polishing, and I need to assign some emperor to polishing duty, and they always want payment even though they're just polishing some useless stone. Did you know how much I had to argue with these? Azure continued as she turned to Gravis again. Gravis only continued staring into space as he tried to keep track of what the Empress was saying. By now, he had come to the brilliant conclusion that Azure was not a big fan of being the Empress. He also guessed that it was probably rather annoying to keep an empire going. Several more emperors tried to strike up a conversation with Azure, but every single one of them was shot down just as abruptly and rudely as the first one. After several hours passed, Gravis was hoping for salvation. Yet, even the level 3 emperors were sent off by Azure. Apparently, she didn't respect any of them. Oi, watch where you're going. I'm growing here, asshole. A melodious voice transmitted to the surroundings. Were your parents a bull and a mosquito? Or why are you so careless while walking? Did no one tell you that you should watch where you're going? They probably didn't, since you seem to be quite good at listening with these strider-sized ears of yours. Gravis recognized the voice and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a tiny flower growing on the ground. Besides the small flower, an elephant stood and looked at the flower with disdain and rage. It was a level 5 king. Gravis actually had to chuckle when he saw the elephant. Yes, a trunk looked kind of similar to a mosquito stinger. He could see the resemblance. The elephant looked incredibly shocked and enraged. He had probably never been shouted at by a small flower. Additionally, that flower only exhibited the power of a level 3 king. Are you part of the bulwark? The elephant asked coldly. He probably wanted to make sure that he wasn't about to crush a plant from the bulwark, which would result in heavy punishment. Fuck you. I am the bulwark, Meadow shouted back with her harmonious voice. You think these shitty weak-ass plants in the bulwark can touch this mighty flower? Don't insult me. You brain-dead, malformed bull. How are you so bad at listening with these huge-ass ears of yours? Are they just accessories that you use to make your enemies think your head and brain are bigger than they actually are? Boom! The elephant stomped on the flower in disdain. How dare this weak flower insult him? He was about to become the most powerful king in this world. Even if this flower were from the bulwark, it had insulted him enough that he wouldn't receive any punishment. Terror. Shing. 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 Suddenly, several huge roots shot out of the ground and impaled the elephant across his whole body. The disdainful look of the elephant didn't even leave his face as he immediately died. Then the roots pulled the corpse into the earth. Your ears were definitely just for show, Meadow commented smugly. Gravis had to laugh when he saw that. Hey, Meadow! He shouted from a distance, beside the ranting Azure. The flower turned its head to Gravis. Oh, it's my boy Gravis. You're also here? She asked, some pleasant surprise appearing in her voice. Hey, I'm talking to you, Azure shouted from beside Gravis. But then she noticed the flower in the distance. Hello, Meadow, she said with a friendly tone. Sup, Azure, Meadow answered. You're not your prissy, stuck-up self for once. What happened? Did my boy Gravis give you a good dicking and fucked that stick-up-your-ass out of your mouth? If Gravis didn't have scales, his face would have become red. He knew that Meadow was only joking, but her wording was just too direct. No, Steer finally took over as the Emperor of the Icy Pride Empire. I'm finally free, Azure said with elation. It was almost like she didn't even notice Meadow's inappropriate comment. Oh? Steer managed to comprehend a level 3 law? I always knew that this young boy had it in him, Meadow said. Yes, and it took him over a millennium to do it. I'm so happy that I'm finally free. You can't believe what I had to deal with in the last 1,000 years. Do you know how many ways an elder has to ask for mating or time in a law comprehension area? You won't believe me, Azure said as she started ranting again. Gravis wanted to talk to Meadow some more, but, apparently, Azure reserved Meadow entirely for herself. It seemed like they knew each other. Gravis saw Azure flying closer to Meadow as they continued talking. Instead of taking part in their conversation, Gravis slowly backed off. He was finally free from this torment. Fuck. I can finally talk freely. Now, I want to vent to someone else. Gravis thought with frustration and elation. When he gained quite some distance from the two beings, he released a sigh. Hey Gravis. Over here. Someone transmitted to him. At first, Gravis didn't recognize the voice, but after he looked over, he saw the one talking to him. It was one of the emperors he had met at the defensive line when he had fought Morris. It was a green sparrow. Gravis flew over to the group of emperors. The green sparrow welcomed him happily and introduced him to the other emperors, who looked at Gravis with disdain. The green sparrow introduced Gravis enthusiastically. Gravis was the pride of their region, a level 4 king that managed to beat an emperor. There had been a select few beasts that managed to fight an emperor as level 5 kings, but they were the stuff of legends. There hadn't been one in millennia. How far has the southern region fallen? A gray elephant said with disdain. A measly level 4 king is already considered equal to an emperor. You are really throwing away the last bits of respect I had for you. Gravis furrowed his brows. He was pretty sure that the whole continent knew about him by now. Additionally, did that elephant just comment on the southern region? Did this mean that there were regions? Don't judge a snake by its scales, Boro, the green sparrow said. The emperor he has beaten is standing right behind him. Of course, the green sparrow was referring to Morris, who always stood quietly behind Gravis. Boro, the gray elephant, huffed in disdain as he threw a side eye at Morris. A traitor that colludes with fish, he commented. We land beasts are much more powerful than the sea beasts, yet the northern and southern region can't even deal with some fish. I'm ashamed to call myself an emperor when you're also calling such a fishfucker an emperor. Morris remained silent, but his tail cramped up in rage. Morris followed his master's orders, which was why he didn't act. Gravis' brows furrowed even more. Why are you talking to these idiots? Gravis transmitted to the green sparrow. They are from the western region, the green sparrow answered with a voice transmission. Nearly all emperors from the western region are like this. Why? Gravis asked. Because only the northern and southern regions fight the eastern sea. The sea beasts already have it quite hard resisting our two regions. If we send the third region at them, they might collapse. The ultimates don't want that since they want tempering. This means that the western region is not fighting with the sea beasts. They see that our southern and northern regions are not able to overwhelm the sea beasts and think us to be useless. That's why they always show such disdain, the green sparrow explained. That's great and all, but why are you talking to them? Gravis asked back. Because of you, he answered. What do you mean? Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. Whenever a known emperor from our southern area challenges one of them to a duel, they always back off for a multitude of reasons. Yet, their small-mindedness won't accept that you have the power of an emperor as a level 4 king. That's why I called you over. The green sparrow explained with some mirth in his voice transmission. So, you want me to kill them instead? Gravis asked. You want tempering, don't you? The green sparrow asked smugly. Isn't fighting an emperor some good tempering? Gravis actually had to agree. If the green sparrow hadn't so openly explained his reasoning, Gravis might have felt manipulated. Yet, since the green sparrow was so forthcoming, he actually appreciated the sentiment. Some insults are not reason enough to kill someone from our side, Gravis sent back. I'm actually interested, but such useless words are nothing. It doesn't matter what someone else thinks of you. The green sparrow didn't like the answer, but as long as Gravis didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. It was all up to him. Look at them, the gray elephant said to the brown buffalo beside him. They are obviously talking to each other merrily. The southern region has truly fallen. Gravis turned to the elephant and looked neutrally into his eyes. Your words are meaningless, he commented. Be silent, king. Know your place. The elephant shouted with disdain. You're truly lost in your own world, Gravis commented again. I have better things to do than to talk with a blind and deaf elephant. With that, Gravis turned around and flew away. You've finally realized your place, king of trash, the elephant commented. Trash begets trash, and as long as such trash keeps existing in your region, you will forever only have trash. Gravis stopped. Then he turned around. Repeat that, he said emotionlessly. The elephant huffed. I said that trash begets trash. Your useless southern region can multiply however much it wants, but as long as trash like you exists, all the southern region's offspring will also be trash. It's your southern region's fate to remain trash. That's why our western region doesn't procreate with your southern region. We don't want trash offspring, the elephant said. Gravis flew over and stopped before the smirking elephant. So my offspring is trash? He asked coldly. The elephant spat in disdain to the side. Of course it is. Look at you. How can anything good come from such a black lizard thing like you? You and me, life and death duel, Gravis said coldly. Gravis could ignore insults about himself. Yet his children were his weak spot. No one was allowed to insult them. The gray elephant was taken aback by the sudden challenge. But then his disdain only increased. Me, an emperor, fighting a mere king? Fighting you would be a loss of status for me. Then, the elephant's disdainful smirk widened. But you can fight my chosen king. If you manage to beat him, I will duel with you. Who is your chosen king? Gravis asked without emotion. Some seconds passed in silence, after which a black raven appeared. Yes, Emperor? The black raven asked the gray elephant with respect. This black lizard thing wants to fight you, the gray elephant said. The raven turned to Gravis, and when he realized that Gravis was a level 4 king, he also looked with disdain at him. The raven was here to fight other outstanding level 5 kings, not some mere level 4 king. To him, having to deal with Gravis was also a loss of status. The raven ruffled his feathers as they stood up aggressively. You want to fight me? Know your PLA-boom. And the raven was dead. Gravis activated his law of suppression and blasted the raven's head off with some lightning without even looking at him. Dealing with a level 5 king was no harder than breathing for him. Now you and me, Gravis said to Boro. Silence descended on the area. All the emperors and kings kept check on their surroundings, and they had all noticed the sudden and loud appearance of Gravis lightning. All beasts looked at Gravis from a distance with shock. Usually, even if one of these kings insulted an emperor, the fight would, at least, take some seconds. After all of these kings were absolutely outstanding. Yet, Gravis, a level 4 king, killed one of these level 5 kings in less than a second. The beasts from the southern region noticed Gravis and grimaced. They knew Gravis, and they also knew that none of their kings would win as long as he partook in the competition. The appearance of Gravis told them that they wouldn't receive any law comprehension this time. You dare to sneak attack my chosen king? The gray elephant shouted in rage. Your conduct is not the conduct of a land beast. You act like the sea beasts. Are you a spy? It doesn't matter if I am a spy or not, Gravis said. You said you would fight me if I managed to beat your chosen king. Keep your word. Fighting you would be stepping into a trap of a traitor. The gray elephant shouted with righteous indignation. You only want to distract me so that your traitorous servant can sneak attack me. Then the gray elephant turned to the Western emperors. We must seek justice for our fallen comrade from the Western region. Many of the Western emperors narrowed their eyes at Gravis. Gravis had disrespected the Western region by sneak attacking one of their chosen kings. Gravis, what did you do this time? Can't I get a single day without you creating trouble? Azure shouted in frustration as she arrived beside him. He called our children trash, Gravis said. Azure was taken aback a bit. So? He's an emperor. He can call kings trash since they are just kings, she said, confused. You might not care, but I care, Gravis said. You know how I see our children. He promised me that he would fight me if I killed his chosen king. Now he wants to break his promise. Azure frowned as she turned to the gray elephant. Is that true? Are you truly breaking your word? She asked coldly. She couldn't care less about someone calling her offspring trash. But not keeping one's word was a loss of face for every emperor. This has nothing to do with you, Empress from the Icy Pride Empire. A level 3 emperor from the western region said as he appeared beside the gray elephant. This candidate is obviously a traitor. After all, it's forbidden to kill other kings before the competition starts. He has broken the rules. I'll allow it, Meadow said nonchalantly from the ground. The emperors turned to the flower, but as soon as they saw Meadow, they shivered. Plant ultimate, the level 3 emperor said with respect. Isn't it against the rules to... Did I stutter? Meadow asked. Or are you just too retarded to comprehend normal thoughts? We make the rules and I say that it's okay. Now go tell your mosquito bull to fight Gravis. After all, he promised. The gray elephant shivered. He wasn't a very powerful emperor. Even he wouldn't have been able to kill his chosen king that quickly. The gray elephant might be arrogant and self-absorbed, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that Gravis was a huge issue, which was why he wanted Gravis to attack first. Then, he could complain and disqualify him from the tournament. Yet, Gravis had killed his chosen king immediately. He had, at least, expected that his chosen king would be able to resist until other emperors got involved and stopped the fight. Then, he could blame Gravis. Now, he had to fight Gravis? Stop! A powerful voice echoed throughout the horizons. Everyone turned to the source in respect as they all remained quiet. A grayish-black deer stood on top of the tallest mountain in the surroundings. Lightning continually jumped from one antler to the other, which emanated an unreal amount of energy. Lightning ultimate, the gray elephant said with respect to the deer as he lowered his body. This is an obvious transgression of the rules, the lightning ultimate announced. But, since the plant ultimate allowed it, I'll overlook it this time. Yet, there will be no further fights before the competition starts. This is my decree. Gravis glared at the lightning ultimate, while the lightning ultimate looked with disdain at Gravis. Gravis knew that look inside the lightning ultimate's eyes. It was the look of disdain, envy, and hatred. The lower heaven had looked at Gravis the same way when he had held it in his hands. Yet, Gravis couldn't be sure about the reason behind the lightning ultimate's feelings. He noticed that the lightning ultimate only looked at the other beasts with disdain, but only Gravis had the luck to receive his envy and hatred as well. Obviously, this lightning ultimate had issues with Gravis, but Gravis had no idea why. He hadn't even met or talked to the guy. How could there already be enmity? Boro, the gray elephant, released a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight Gravis since he couldn't gain anything from it. He knew that Gravis was a danger to his life, but even if Boro won, he would gain nothing. Gravis' corpse would be worthless to him. Taking a fight without a possibility of a payout was stupid in his eyes. That was why he didn't want to fight Gravis. The lightning ultimate has spoken, Gravis, Azure said from his side. He has the authority as one of the ultimates to make such a decree. Don't worry. After the ultimates meet is over, you can search for the elephant. Gravis was not a fan of this at all. Gravis felt a familiar feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. He felt suppressed. The gray elephant obviously had promised to fight him. This was a life and death challenge, and no beast would care about something like that, even at this particular time. The lightning ultimate was targeting him for some reason. The lightning ultimate is jealous of your punishment, lightning. Gravis? Azure transmitted to Gravis as she noticed his confusion. Even after thousands of years, he never managed to comprehend it. Yet, you were able to comprehend it as a lord. He knows that, and he hates that you have something that he can't have. That's why he's making your life difficult. Gravis' eyes shone. Now, this made a lot of sense. Yet, being envious of someone that had something that they didn't was a weak mindset. Everyone had the ability to comprehend powerful laws. They only had to risk their lives to comprehend it. This weak mindset was probably also the reason why the lightning ultimate was an ultimate and not an ascender. He had probably sought power above anything else, but instead of pursuing battle strength, He pursued the power that came with his realm. Yet, the Striders blocked his path forward since he wasn't powerful enough to battle them. The Lightning Ultimate had sacrificed long-term gain for short-term gain. Now, he was stuck in this situation due to the errors he made earlier in his life, which made him bitter. This was precisely the same situation as Old Man Lightning and the High Priest had been in. Both of them had had issues with becoming more powerful and were stuck at the peak of the world. Yet, the power of one's personality could be seen when one compared the High Priest with Old Man Lightning. Old Man Lightning had helped the sect and the future generations while he tried to find a way to temper himself. He never gave up. Meanwhile, the High Priest had gone insane. Instead of risking his life to become more powerful or fight heaven, he had used his power to satisfy his urges and distract him from his shortcomings. This Lightning Ultimate was more akin to the High Priest than Old Man Lightning. Silence came upon the beasts, and they started scattering again. With the Lightning Ultimate watching over them, there would be no fight. Posturing also might give the Lightning Ultimate a bad impression of them. So, without much noise, every beast started scattering. Oi! Fuck your decree! A harmonious voice suddenly transmitted to everyone. All the beasts stopped what they were doing as they looked at the tiny flower with shock. Was the Plant Ultimate about to confront the Lightning Ultimate? The Lightning Ultimate frowned as he looked at Meadow. Obviously, he was not happy with her interference. He had already shown his respect towards her by letting the earlier incident pass by. Meadow should have realized that, but she still insisted on going even further. This was unreasonable and childish in the Lightning Ultimate's eyes. I have respected your judgment on the earlier incident, Plant Ultimate. So, respect my judgment in this incident. Everyone has gathered to find the most powerful king in the world, not to fight each other. We are all land beasts, and we are one united force against the sea beasts. The Lightning Ultimate declared grandly. The fuck are you on about, mate? Meadow asked. United force? Dude, have you smelled the shit that's coming out of your mouth? Everyone knows that we let the sea beasts live to create more level 5 emperors for us to fight. Yet, you come walking out here with these shitty-ass dicks on your head and try to tell everyone that you're not a dickhead. The beasts took a collective deep breath in shock. The Plant Ultimate was really going all in with the disrespect. The Lightning Ultimate narrowed his eyes in rage as the lightning between his antlers became more violent. Don't push me, Plant Ultimate, the Lightning Ultimate said coldly. I might not be able to defeat you, but I can outrun you easily. Think about your empire, and if that's not enough, think about yourself. You are a plant. I am a beast. You are bound to a location and need to grow to spread. Yet, I, as a beast, can attack you, flee, regenerate, and attack you again. Don't mistake the other ultimate's kindness for weakness. You might be the strongest in theory, but in practice, every other ultimate can kill you with enough time. All the emperors and kings scattered into the distance. If they got caught up in such an intense fight, they wouldn't know how they died. Even if the chances were rather low that the two ultimates would fight, they just couldn't take the risk. Gravis furrowed his brows. Sadly, he's right, Gravis thought. Meadow can only spread in the ground. The Lightning Ultimate can use nearly all his lightning, run away, and attack again with all his lightning. Life energy takes much longer to regenerate than lightning. It would only be a matter of time until Meadow would die. Oh, Meadow asked with a provocative voice. For the first time, there was no harmony in her voice. Now, it sounded like the echo of a world that was about to erupt. You say you can defeat me? You? The four-legged, furry thing with dicks on your head. The Lightning Ultimate became even angrier. Disrespect me one more time and see what happens, he said threateningly as the lightning around his body seemingly went out of control, striking the mountain below him and grinding it to dust. All the beasts fled even further. Now, the chances of a fight were rather high. Was this the first time that the Ultimates would ever fight? You're over 6,000 years old, boy, Meadow said. You are the second oldest beast and fourth oldest being in this world. In these short 6,000 years, how often have you seen anyone fight me? The Lightning Ultimate huffed in disdain. As I've said before, Don't mistake the fact that we didn't attack you out of kindness for weakness. You and your empire are important for our core defense. Killing you would only hurt us. Yet, if you continue, I will find a reason to kill you. So, the answer is not a single time, right? Meadow asked. Not one single ultimate has attacked me during these 6,000 years of your life. And you say that it's because of your kindness? Did you honestly think that I have never fought an ultimate in my 50,000 years of life? Do you think that every ultimate in the past has been so kind as you? Enlighten me, the lightning ultimate said with hostility. I have killed and consumed 5 ultimates in my life. Boy, Meadow said with a threatening voice. Every couple thousand years, the ultimates forget the previous fights I had with them and become disdainful towards me again because I'm a plant. Have you ever talked to Sari? Due to her mastering of the life laws, she has lived for over 12,000 years and is the oldest beast in this world. She has seen my last fight. You know that Sari and I are good friends. Yet, you don't see her here, do you? In actuality, Meadow continued, she was here but fled far into the distance. Why is that? The lightning ultimate wasn't deterred by Meadow's empty boasts. That's because Sari is the life ultimate and knows how to conduct herself as an ultimate. This is our conflict, not hers. And, as for your question, no, we don't talk much. Meadow chuckled, her chuckle appearing way colder and more threatening than any chuckle Gravis had ever heard. For some reason, Gravis got the feeling that Meadow was very powerful. Of course, as the plant ultimate, she was very powerful, but that was not what he meant. Right now, Gravis felt a feeling he hadn't felt before. This feeling was unreal. Felt like a mix of helplessness, respect, and even a bit of envy. Gravis almost couldn't believe that he was feeling this feeling right now. He also quickly knew what this feeling was. This was the feeling of being inferior to a peer. Gravis felt like, even if he were at the same realm as Meadow, he might not win. For the first time in Gravis' life, he felt like he found someone that had a battle strength even more powerful than his own. Meadow was terrifying, no, beyond terrifying. The other beasts didn't react to her words, but Gravis felt it. Meadow was a monster. You all might want to move back a couple 10,000 kilometers, Meadow announced to the beasts. All beasts fled. The ultimates were about to fight, and they had to flee. Gravis was among them. Even if the lightning ultimate was no danger towards him, a single error on Meadow's part might end his life. Meadow obviously wasn't his enemy, but accidents happen. The beasts didn't stop until they were over 50,000 kilometers away. There were even 2 empires between them and the ultimates. From this distance, none of them could hear or feel anything that was going on in the distance. They had no idea what was happening over there. Suddenly, the earth started trembling. At first, the tremor wasn't very powerful, but as time passed, it became more powerful. Did this tremor originate from the plant ultimate? They could feel it even from such a distance. No beast, not even the ultimates, should be able to unleash so much power that it could be felt from such a vast distance. The tremor became more and more powerful. The beasts looked at the shaking floor that started to split apart into vast crevices. What was going on? Yet, when they returned their gazes to the horizon, they all froze. What did they see? What even was this? A brown sphere made out of an uncountable number of roots rose in the distance. They were over 50,000 kilometers away, but they were still able to see this sphere. How big was the sphere? The sphere rose and rose as the ground got destroyed. The 2 empires between them and the ultimates were being decimated. The earth split apart and swallowed the ore and the weaker beasts. It was like the apocalypse had arrived. After some seconds, the sphere finally fully rose from the ground. Yet, the sphere was still connected to the ground by some kind of wide pillar. The pillar wasn't as wide as the sphere, but it wasn't small in any sense. Terror. All beasts felt a cold shudder run down their body as they witnessed something incredible. The sphere wasn't just some sphere. It was a head, and it had just opened its eyes. Then, this pillar below the head. Could it be? The earth exploded as the empires were annihilated. Only the beasts that could fly managed to survive. Everything else was swallowed by the earth. In the distance, the body below the neck appeared. It had broad shoulders, and the beasts could even see arms growing out of its shoulders. How massive was this body? I comprehended my first level 3 law 42,000 years ago. A majestic and deep voice echoed throughout the world. It was like this voice was ever present as it stretched into infinity. Arr! The body began rising as the second pair of arms was visible. At that time, I already had the power to ascend. The deep voice resonated throughout the world. It was like the world itself was speaking to them. The third pair of arms was now visible as the body rose further and further. My first level 3 law is the law of size. The voice echoed as the fourth pair of arms was now visible. This law increases my power as my size increases, the voice said. Arr! The beasts couldn't believe what they were seeing. Meadow's body was already bigger than a strider. How could any beast be bigger than a strider? Arr! Boom! The earth shook as a blast went throughout the world when Meadow took a step out of her hole. Black streaks appeared in the sky that surrounded her. Gravis couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew these streaks. These were the streaks that appeared when someone was powerful enough to destroy the space of this world. Yet, this was only possible if someone reached the realm in which they would ascend. Did this mean Meadow was already as powerful as an immortal, even though she was still an emperor? Arr! Meadow fully righted herself, and now, she could be seen in her full glory. She had the appearance of a gigantic, muscular human made out of roots. Yet, instead of having only 2 arms, she had 8. On top of that, she was around 10 times as high as a strider. How tall was that? Arr! Suddenly, green liquid came out from across her gigantic body. In a matter of seconds, the green liquid hardened and transformed into black bark, which covered her entire body. My second level 3 law is the law of ancient bark, Meadow declared to the world as one of her right arms lifted to demonstrate her now, skin-like, barky texture. Except for inner metal, this is the most durable and powerful material in this world. No beast in this world can penetrate my defense. Xing. Suddenly, the body vanished as it appeared above the Grand Lake. The eyes of the emperors nearly fell out of their heads. How could such a gigantic body be that fast? My third level 3 law is the law of supreme speed, Meadow said. Then, her arm stretched, but not towards the lightning ultimate, but towards a strider. Bang! Her arm took hold of the strider. Her hand was so big that it managed to nearly encase the entire strider's torso. Bjurr, bjurr, bjurr. Some pulses appeared around the strider as some of the bark on Meadow's hand fell off. The striders were powerful, and even if Meadow was stronger, a strider was still powerful enough to injure her powerful bark. Gravis saw these pulses and guessed that this was some kind of space-shaking law that the striders had. This was probably the reason why someone needed to understand a level 3 law to kill them. Anything weaker than the force of a level 3 law would cease to exist in this domain. The strider seemingly didn't react. It simply stared forward aimlessly. Its companions also ignored the huge giant, which was even bigger than them. Then something unbelievable happened. Meadow lifted the strider with one hand. My fourth law is the law of supreme strength, Meadow announced calmly to the world, her words being proven by the fact that she was lifting a strider with just one hand. The humongous strider was lifted until Meadow held it above her head. Bang! And then, she crushed it with her grip. The pieces of the strider slowly fell towards the ground. The pieces were so big that it would take a long time until they landed on the ground from such a height. Meadow had just killed a strider like it was a weak animal. Arr! Yet, before the strider pieces could land, they were penetrated by roots coming out of Meadow's body. After some seconds, the pieces of the dead strider turned into 8 large pieces of wood. Meadow's 8 arms grabbed one piece each. Then, she held them together until they touched. Bang! With unbelievable speed, Meadow moved the pieces back as they all ground at each other. Wood exploded into the horizons as something was left behind in Meadow's arms. Gravis' eyes widened. In just one fluid motion, Meadow had created 8 different human weapons. From top to bottom, Meadow carried 2 spears, 2 halberds, 2 sabers, and 2 axes. The Strider had died and had been crafted into 8 mighty weapons. Shing 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 shing. With unreal speed, Meadow slashed with all 8 weapons in alternating order. Her motions were unbelievably fast and fluid as black streaks were left behind after every swing. Every attack destroyed the space in the world as heaven was forced to fix the tears. In the end, she stood in a battle stance with all 8 weapons ready. SSSSSHHHH. Yet that wasn't the end. Suddenly, some white streaks came out from across her whole body, including her weapons. Her weapons were wood and had fused with her body, which made them part of herself. It was like steam was coming out of her body, but it wasn't steam. It looked more similar to the tears in space. Yet, instead of being black, they were pure white. Her weapons, in particular, had so much of these white streaks coming out of them that they looked like they were on fire. Around these white streaks, black tears of space continually appeared and disappeared. My 5th and final level 3 law is the law of deep wood, which is the level 3 law equivalent to the element of wood. With but a mere touch, I can attack your soul. My physical power can be transferred to your soul, and it will be torn apart with but a single slash. So, Meadow said evenly, you wanted to fight me, yes? If you wish for death, I will be happy to accommodate you. Yet, Meadow said with more power in her voice, in this world, I am the most powerful beast or plant, bar none. I've even killed an ascender once after they were ready to ascend. In this world, except for heaven, I am God, she declared, her voice shaking the world. Deep in the Grand Lake, the ultimates of the sea beasts ordered their beasts to never attack the bulwark again. Only now had they realized that they had been playing with fire this entire time. No beast could kill Meadow. Not even all the beasts in the entire world combined could kill her. Even if all ultimates in the world attacked her at the same time, they still wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on her. She was the undisputed god of this world. Nothing but heaven could stand in her way. So, what's your choice, boy? Meadow asked as one of her spears pointed towards the ground, where the lightning ultimate stood. The lightning ultimate didn't move. In fact, he couldn't move. He was frozen in pure terror and fear. What had he done? Everything was silent after Meadow said her piece. No one dared to talk in front of Meadow, as she was simply too overpowering. I'm sorry, the lightning ultimate whimpered. I was arrogant and wasn't able to see the power before me. Please forgive me, he said quietly and quickly. Saying sorry as a beast was very humiliating, which was why Azure and Steer, the Grand Elder, always looked at Gravis weirdly. To them, it was like Gravis was flopping over and showing his belly, even though he obviously didn't mean it like that. When I only had the appearance of a flower, your arrogance knew no bounds, Meadow said, her voice echoing throughout the horizons. Yet, now, in front of someone that is an actual threat to you, you keel over and pronounce your weakness. Meadow retrieved the spear she had pointed at the lightning ultimate. That is the reason why you are an ultimate and not an ascender. The lightning ultimate didn't feel humiliated at all. To beasts, it was normal that more powerful beasts established their dominance in front of them. It was only natural. The lightning ultimate even went as far as falling on his knees in front of her. He didn't want to die. Humph, Meadow said as her body shrunk. I haven't shown my power in the last millennia because now, nobody will attack my empire anymore. Us plants also need tempering. Yet, now that you all know, it's impossible to return to the past. So, Meadow said as she was already smaller than a strider. While her body was shrinking, she also sunk into the earth. We will now only have 4 land beast ultimates. I will take the mantle of the ruler, but most of the time, I will keep myself out of any affairs. Her head glanced at the other ultimates, who were watching from a distance. If anyone has a problem with that, you can tell me honestly. But, her voice grew colder. The next time I reveal my true self, an ultimate will die, she announced. Everyone remained silent as Meadow shrunk. Her gigantic feet had flattened an entire empire. If the fleeing emperors hadn't informed the beasts in the empire, they would have all died. Yet, surprisingly, not a single plant was injured. Even though the earth had been sundered, no plant died. This showed Meadow's incredible control regarding plants. Her shrinking got faster as the seconds ticked by, and in less than 10 seconds, she was a single flower again. But instead of growing on land, she grew inside a crater. Arrrrrrr. Something beneath the earth moved as waves of earth were created. It was like someone was flattening a sand garden with their hand. After a minute, the craters were gone, and the crevices had vanished. Meadow's gigantic body had transformed into a gigantic root network again, which had repaired the ground. Yet, in comparison to Heaven, her work was more rudimentary. She couldn't restore things by infusing them with energy, but had to manually move earth around with her roots. Normally, such a thing required the earth element, but with enough power, one could manually move the earth. It was just way harder to do it this way. The forests had returned since no plant died. The earth had flattened. Meadow even tried to repair the mountains, but she couldn't remember how everything looked exactly. So, she simply eyeballed it. The terrain had somewhat returned to normal, but it had still been changed forever. Now, Meadow no longer grew in a crater, but in the middle of a grass field, inside a forest. As everything calmed down, the lightning ultimate released a sigh of fear. He had never felt so afraid or weak in his life. The striders, the beasts that he couldn't kill, couldn't even resist Meadow. The gulf between their powers was simply too vast. Everyone, return. Meadow's usual, harmonious voice echoed throughout the world. Yes, ruler. The beasts echoed as they flew back to the meeting place for the competition. It's really ironic, Gravis thought. I hadn't met many plants worth my attention in this world. Everywhere I looked, I only saw powerful beasts. I thought that this was only natural since this was, well, a natural world. Yet, in a world filled with beasts, a plant has become the undisputed hegemon. All the emperors and kings returned to the meeting place as they respectfully looked at the flower, their heads lowered. They didn't dare to make any mistakes. After all, they were in front of their ruler. What you looking at? Meadow said, making the beasts shiver. No beast dared to say something. I think they're waiting for your command, Meadow? An unknown voice said, shocking the beasts. Someone dared to call their ruler by her name? The beasts looked over, and they saw a 10-meter-long, emerald snake. Her scales shone with a calm green light, and nearly all emperors recognized this beast. This was the life ultimate, sorry, one of Meadow's close friends. Fuck that, Meadow said. I ain't interested in this administrative stuff. See? That's why I didn't want to do this shit. Sorry chuckled a bit. That's what you get for boasting so much, she said with a smile. Meadow groaned. What was I supposed to do? That dickhead was basically pissing on my head and telling me it's raining. You ever seen this shit? Sorry laughed. Yes, once before. Meadow groaned again. Right, that guy. At least that guy had the balls to actually fight me in comparison to this weak dickhead. The lightning ultimate didn't dare to get angry. Gravis saw this and also chuckled. For a while there, he had felt distant to Meadow. It was like she had been an entirely different being than before. Yet, when Gravis saw the old Meadow return, all his worries disappeared. How did you get so good with those weapons? Gravis asked as he flew closer. We practiced some of them, but not to this extent. The surrounding beasts were shocked when Gravis approached Meadow this casually. It was one thing when an ultimate talked to Meadow like this, but Gravis was only a king. Oh, wow, Meadow said sarcastically. You think I can only train with other beings? You think when you're not around, I just put my head in the earth and wait for dust to gather on my ass? Gravis chuckled. I mean, your head currently is in the earth, he said. Meadow remained silent for 2 seconds. Fuck you, she said. Anyway, I can just make 2 bodies and make them fight. I'm already perfect with a shield and spear, so I simply made 1 copy with a spear and 1 copy with a different weapon. Then, I make them fight each other until the fight becomes even. Gravis blinked a couple of times. You can do that? It requires a law, but yeah, I can do that. Combat experience isn't hard for me to gain. Of course, I can't temper myself like this since I won't be in danger, Meadow answered. Meadow, Sari said from the side. Why don't you introduce him to me? Is he your boyfriend? She asked with a grin. Shut the fuck up, Sari, Meadow shouted. Have you seen the guy? He doesn't even have bark nor flowers. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Come on, Sari said with a laugh as she poked the flower with her tail. Introduce us. Ugh. Meadow groaned again. This is Gravis, the guy that I told you about. The guy that told me about these weird connections between the laws? That's him. Gravis, this is Sari, the life ultimate. She is also super intrusive and doesn't know the concept of boundaries. Gravis laughed when he heard Meadow's introduction. Hello, Sari. Nice to meet a friend of Meadow, Gravis said with a light, polite bow. Sari hummed with interest as she looked Gravis up and down. Then, she slithered closer until she was around him. Gravis felt a bit weirded out by Sari's conduct. What's up with her? Your scales are beautiful, Sari said in a husky voice. I've also never seen such a perfectly suited body for battle. Gravis felt a cold shiver run down his spine. So, are you single? Sari whispered into Gravis' ear. See? No concept of boundaries, Meadow shouted from in front of Gravis. Meanwhile, Gravis was wholly weirded out. Right now, the oldest beast in the world, a snake on top of that, was hitting on him. Come on, don't be shy, Sari whispered into Gravis' ear. Gravis' body shook with discomfort. Gravis quickly stepped forward to get away from Sari. Hey, listen, he said as he lifted both of his hands. I have no interest in mating or starting a relationship with anyone right now. My goal is supreme power, and every additional connection I make is a threat to my path. Sari was surprised that her charms didn't work. She was the most desirable female beast in this world. Her power and life energy pulled every beast to her like a magnet. Ha! She said in a flat tone. That never happened before. Ha! Get fucked, Sari, Meadow shouted from the side with mirth. Sari frowned at Meadow. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Shit, Meadow said in frustration. My insults have been countered too easily in the past years. I really need to check my wording. Then, Sari turned back to Gravis and looked at him weirdly. Okay. I mean, this hasn't happened before, so, she said as she stumbled on her own words. Apparently, she was really unused to getting rejected. Awkwardness reigned its head and ruled the atmosphere, and no one could resist its mighty pull. Clap. Sari's tail hit the floor as she remembered something. Oh, right, what about that one gray elephant? She asked as she turned to Meadow. Wasn't his promise the whole reason why all of this even started? Oh, right, Meadow exclaimed as she also remembered the gray elephant. In the distance, the gray elephant shivered. This wasn't how all of this was supposed to go. Hey, Gravis, Meadow said as the flower turned to him. You still want to fight him? She asked. Gravis looked at Boro, the gray elephant. The lightning ultimate also glared at the gray elephant. This guy was the whole reason why the plant ultimate went against him. Of course, the lightning ultimate didn't notice that it had been his own hubris that brought Meadow's wrath upon him. Yes, Gravis said coldly. He gave his word, and I said I wanted to fight him. In comparison to him, I keep to my words. All right, everyone, Meadow shouted as two roots came out of the earth that clapped 3 times to get everyone's attention. We have a fight on our hands. Claws, roots, or whatever. Everyone make space for our 2 opponents. Gravis flew up as he summoned his saber and returned to his true size. Boro, the elephant, hesitated but complied in the end. It wasn't that he felt like he would lose. He just didn't want to fight for no payout. Yet this time he had no choice. Their ruler had ordered him to fight. If he defied her orders, he would die. At least, by killing Gravis, he could survive. On the right side, we have your boy, Gravis, Meadow announced. On the left side, we have the cowardly elephant. Let's get some excitement into this shit show of a competition. You're supposed to announce the sides from the perspective of the audience. Meadow, Sari said from Meadow's side. Otherwise, Beasts might start thinking that the elephant is Gravis. Fuck that, Meadow said dismissively. They know what I mean. Sari only rolled her eyes. Hey, Azure, Meadow shouted. Who's gonna win? Azure flew over and stopped beside them. Gravis, obviously, she commented like it was no big deal. Then, she turned to Sari and bowed a little. Greetings, Life Ultimate. Oh, Azure, Sari said with a friendly voice. I haven't seen you in a while. So, is my technique of comprehending the life laws working out for you? She asked with a chuckle. Azure nodded. Seeing the development of my own offspring as they grow up gave me a lot of insights into the life laws. Your advice has helped me immensely. Ah, shucks, Sari said as she waved her tail in a dismissive wave. You're making me blush. Creating new life is just part of our life. Then Sari looked with more interest at Azure. So, did you have some good offspring? She asked with a quiet voice. Azure nodded. Yes. One of them even became an emperor already, but he left my empire. Oh, tell me all about it, darling, Sari said with interest. Meadow groaned when she heard them talking about such unimportant stuff. So, instead of listening to them, she concentrated on Gravis. This was bound to be an interesting fight. Meanwhile, Gravis looked at Boro. Now, you can't run anymore, he commented. Boro remained silent as his body transformed into metal. Then he charged forward. SSSHHHHHH. Suddenly, an incredible pressure pressed into Boro, which slowed him by over 70%. Gravis Willora had made tremendous leaps forward since his last fight with Morris. Additionally, Boro's body started turning into dust. I would advise you to return to your flesh form, Gravis said. I've comprehended the composition laws of all kinds of metal. If you remain in your current form, you will die. Usually, Gravis wouldn't be so powerful to completely turn the element of an emperor into dust. Yet, since the composition law used the spirit and will aura as a medium, its strength had increased tremendously. Boro couldn't believe what he was hearing. Gravis was telling him that he could turn him to dust? Yet, even if Boro didn't want to believe Gravis, he couldn't ignore the facts. Right now, his body was truly dissolving. Terror. Boro returned to his usual body, but a layer of skin was missing. He wasn't bleeding yet, but the old skin on his body had vanished. Gravis only coldly looked at Boro. Bang! Gravis charged forward with his full speed as he closed in on Boro. Boro had been suppressed to a ridiculous degree, but his body was still several times more powerful than Gravis. Gravis slashed at Boro, but Boro blocked Gravis' saber with his tusks. Bang! Then, Boro used his trunk and attacked Gravis' chest. Gravis summoned his armor towards the end but still got thrown into the distance due to the strength difference. Yet, the trunk of an elephant couldn't use all the power in the elephant's body. Due to that, Gravis' armor survived the clash. What was going on? Gravis normally didn't fight like that. Usually, Gravis would have immediately unleashed a lightning crescent from such a close range to end the fight quickly. Yet, instead of unleashing a powerful attack, he had only attacked physically with his saber, without any lightning. The reason for that was quite simple. Actually, there were 3 reasons for Gravis' weird fighting style. First reason. Gravis' will aura was already too powerful. He had been able to temper himself against Morris. But with the increase of his will aura, Boro would only give him a bit of tempering. He wasn't in true mortal danger. Second reason. Tempering wouldn't increase Gravis' will aura by much. His realm was limiting his current will aura. Because of that, the biggest gain of tempering was lost. First, Gravis had to become a level 5 king and fight a level 2 emperor to continue tempering his will aura. Third reason. If he couldn't increase his will aura by fighting, he decided to take advantage of the next best thing he could gain, which was comprehending laws. Gravis wasn't in mortal danger, but he could focus more on the body's laws by fighting a more powerful physical body. Due to all of this, Gravis didn't want to end the fight. Usually, Gravis thought that not killing an enemy immediately was playing with one's life, but in this case, he wanted to do it regardless. He knew that he was playing with his life like that. After all, an emperor still had enough power to kill him. If the enemy wasn't powerful enough to pose a real danger to his life, he had to make the enemy powerful enough to pose a danger. As long as Gravis fought like this, his enemy would take advantage of a chance to kill him. This would give Gravis an opportunity to comprehend more laws. He had to put himself in danger to expedite his comprehension of laws. Gravis hadn't done this before since that wouldn't increase his will aura. After all, he wouldn't feel like he was in genuine danger if he didn't give his best. Yet, since the will aura wasn't important right now, he could, for once, fight in such a reckless fashion. This time, Gravis' goal was to comprehend as many laws regarding the body as possible. In order to fight Boro in close combat, he needed to comprehend more laws regarding physical power. If he didn't, he would sooner or later die. As usual, Gravis was very masochistic in his training.